This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents Her Majesty My Love by Maya Banks. Narrated by Tim Campbell. Prologue. Harwich, England, January 1815. It was a damned miserable day to die. Simon Rothmore, Earl of Merrick, tugged his heavy overcoat closer around him to ward off the pervasive chill wrought by the drizzling rains. He cast a glance down at the soggy corpse that lay encased in mud and ice. Prince David Chasten, youngest son of the King of Leaudor, had barely stepped off his ship before he'd met with his demise. The bastards had been waiting for him. Simon bent down to gain a closer look. From all appearances, the prince had been dead for several hours. His death had been quick and merciful, if you could call it such. A gaping gash in his neck bespoke of a large knife, and dried blood matted the top of his head, no doubt from a felling blow. He rose and backed away, turning to his partner Adam Kirkland. "We were too late." It was a needless statement, but it expressed all the frustration he felt at his failure. He and Kirk had overseen the effort to track down and protect the two remaining members of the Leaudorian royal family after the others had been assassinated. Now there was only one. Kirk nodded, his breath escaping in a visible puff. Why was the prince coming here? It makes no sense unless... His voice trailed off, and he stared intently at Simon. "Unless the princess is here," Simon finished. "All intelligence pointed to her being in America." Simon sucked in the icy air and turned away from the macabre sight of the prince. It began to rain harder, and he gestured for the two men who stood to the side to attend the body. He would ensure it would be returned to Leaudor for a proper burial. As he and Kirk hurried through the downpour, he mulled over this latest development. The two settled into the warm confines of Simon's closed carriage to begin the trip back to London. He turned to study Kirk's pensive expression, sure that his own was a mirror image. What if she is here? What if she only intended for it to appear she fled to America? Why else would the prince come out of hiding and take a ship to England? I don't know, but it certainly presents us a dilemma. The agents dispatched to America could well be looking in the wrong place. Simon leaned back, the beginnings of a headache plaguing him. If I'm right, we must find her before the others do. The regent is most concerned that we discover the motive behind the slayings, and if there are implications for England. He rubbed his temples, attempting to ease the tightness. Damn, but seeing all the killing never becomes easier. I had hoped with Napoleon safely imprisoned at Elba that we might enjoy quieter times. "Perhaps you should give thought to retiring and taking up the duties of Earl," Kirk said quietly. "We've been at this life for so long, it seems. No one could blame you for seeing to the continuation of your line." Simon grimaced. See to a life he was never intended to lead. It was no more appealing now than it had been on the heels of his brother's death. He continued on as if Kirk had not mentioned his responsibility as the Earl of Merrick. "Our treaty with France is too important to allow any disruption to threaten it. We would be foolish to ignore the events in Leaudor, given their strong ties to the French. But with only one remaining member of the royal family, how likely are we to find her before whoever wants her dead?" Kirk asked, running an agitated hand through his hair. Simon glanced at the man who was as much a brother as a partner, certainly more of a brother than his own flesh and blood had been. Kirk looked as tired as Simon felt. The two had spent many long hours, days, searching for the prince and princess of Leaudor. "We have no guarantees, but we must be diligent in our efforts. The princess may well hold the fate of more than just Leaudor in her hands." Kirk nodded his agreement, then put a hand down on the seat to brace himself as they passed over a particularly rough spot on the road. Simon leaned back and gave voice to the issue most troubling to him. "I do not like that the prince was killed on English soil. England could easily be blamed by Leaudor, and France could capitalize on the opportunity to try and sway Leaudor to their side. While small, Leaudor has a powerful and well-maintained army. Alone, they pose no threat to England, but paired with a country like France, they would become a powerful enemy." "So you think France could well be behind the whole thing?" Kirk said grimly. It's a brilliant strategy, with the talk of an agreement between France and England at the Congress of Vienna. No one would suspect them of sabotaging their own alliance. I'm not sure what to think, Simon mused. I do know that King Fernando was determined for Leaudor to remain neutral in any conflict between France and England. Though much of their heritage is French, they trade much with England. With Fernando removed from power and his family annihilated, the next ruler might be more accepting of an alliance with France. More reason to find the princess with all haste, Kirk muttered. Indeed. It would be in our best interest to find her and see the throne restored to the Chastains, at all costs. Chapter 1. London, England, February 1815. It was a good day to die, but perhaps she was already dead, her body merely refusing to acknowledge what her heart knew. Princess Isabella Genevieve Elizabeth Chastain walked across the Westminster Bridge, agony infusing each of her steps. She was to have met David here when he arrived in England. It was the only landmark they could think of in the short time before they parted ways in Leaudor. Cold wind blew over her, raising goose pimples down her spine. She wished she had gloves and a coat, anything to keep her warm. Her flight to England had not allowed for anything beyond the clothes on her back, and they were much too fine for her to blend into obscurity. She had traded them for food, a dress and a set of boys' clothing, but her meagre food supplies had run out, and now so had her time. The clatter of carriages crossing back and forth over the bridge beat a steady rhythm. She stared at them with unseeing eyes. In the distance, smoke billowed from the countless factories. How she hated this place. The crowded city, the offensive smells, the heavy cape of gloom that seemed to drape the rooftops. Though today marked a surprising reprieve from such conditions. She gazed upwards. For once the London sky wasn't dark with a shadow of clouds. The brilliant blue hinted at more spring-like conditions, and she squinted against the bright sunlight. She marvelled at how the day could be so outwardly beautiful and peaceful when her world had come to an end. Surely the normal grey canvas was more appropriate. How she longed for the raw beauty of her homeland. The rolling green hills sloped gently to the base of the rugged mountain ridge that spanned the entire northern front of Leaudor. To the west, the marble cliffs stood a proud monument to the strength of her country. If only she were as strong. She shuffled forward until she reached the centre of the bridge. The discomfort of the cold hardly matched the raw pain that clawed at her throat, enticing her to scream. But she stared stoically out over the Thames and drew on her rapidly depleting reserves to squelch the cry that swelled in her throat. How easy it would be to slip over the side and drop painlessly into the water below. Would she even feel the hand of death wrapping around her? She shook her head, berating herself for entertaining the thought. This was no time to get mired down in self-pity. Her people needed her. She had a duty to uphold, a legacy to protect, and most importantly, she had revenge to seek. A hot tear slipped down her cold cheek. David, good, kind David, was dead. The only person she had left in the world, and he was gone. When she had read the news in a London newspaper, she hadn't wanted to believe it. Her fingers curled tightly around the icy stone of the ledge, the roughness abrasive to her bare hand. Her thin dress offered little in the way of protection from the biting cold, but she felt little beyond the grief clouding her mind and her soul. She'd lost everything that mattered, and she'd never felt more alone than in this moment. A fresh wave of despair hit her so hard her knees buckled, and she leaned against the bridge for support. Her tears splashed onto the stone below, and she watched as they slipped from view, perhaps to mingle with the dark waters of the Thames. Out of the corner of her eye she saw two men approaching. Slowly she leaned forward, then turned her head ever so slightly to take in the source of her attention. They stared at her, their rough appearance striking fear within her. She blinked rapidly to dispel the tears. Her vision clearer now, she chanced another look. She didn't believe in coincidences, and this was not the first time she'd seen these two. They moved purposefully toward her, making no attempt at subtlety. A few short months ago, such action would have caused her no alarm, but attempted assassination had a way of making her wary, of everyone and everything. Anger quickly overrode her choking grief, even as fear pricked her consciousness. They weren't overly large, and she was confident she could manage escape, but she never liked it when she was outnumbered, and lately the odds had been anything but even. She quickly weighed her options. She could stay and confront the two men. She could run, though she wouldn't likely get far in her current mode of dress. Or she could jump over the side of the bridge and take her chances in the Thames. Her nose wrinkled in distaste. The way she saw it, none of the options afforded much comfort. Her hands grasped the ledge of the bridge once more. She would just have to pray Father Ling's tutelage in the fighting arts didn't let her down now. A warm hand closed over hers. "I wouldn't advise doing that if I were you. The waters are quite frigid this time of year." She spun around, ready to do battle. How had this man gotten so close without her notice? "What are you about, sir?" she asked, attempting to inflect enough righteous indignation in her voice to dissuade him, but she feared it came out more as a terrified croak. "My apologies for startling you, madam. I merely sought to prevent a most unpleasant incident." Her eyes narrowed as she quickly took stock of this new, startling situation. "And what incident would that be?" She glanced sideways to see where the two ruffians were and was satisfied to see their progress halted for the moment. Turning her attention back to the man in front of her, she caught her bottom lip between her teeth as she decided if he meant her harm. "You will pardon my presumption, but it appeared as though you may have been contemplating leaping over the side." His deep voice rumbled over her and held a slight tone of concern. She relaxed ever so slightly and stared balefully at him. "Your gallantry is appreciated, sir, but I had no such intention." A tiny twinge of guilt bit her as she remembered briefly contemplating just that. "What is your name?" he asked, a little too much interest flashing in his dark eyes. She tensed once more when she caught him glancing over at the men who stood a distance away. Suspicion heightened her senses, and she studied this stranger intently. He was far too well dressed to be with these men. His overcoat parted to reveal the expensive cut of his waistcoat. Smooth breeches encased muscular thighs, and polished hessians gleamed in the bright sunlight. His crisp British accent held more aristocratic tones, surely a step up from the thugs who watched her in the distance. But her instincts screamed that he was every bit as dangerous, even as he smiled warmly at her. "My name is Beth," she said, hating herself for stammering over the lie. His eyes narrowed and he pushed a lock of dark brown hair over his left ear. It was an impatient gesture, as if he in no way believed her. He stared hard at her. "Well, Beth, it is simply something my conscience will not allow, to leave a woman in distress. If you will pardon my forwardness, it appears as though you could do with a good meal and a warm fire. My home is not far from here. I will see to it that you have both." Fear quickly overshadowed any curiosity she had felt toward the man who had appeared from nowhere. She swallowed hard against the panic that constricted her throat. "That isn't necessary." "I insist," he said mildly, though the set of his jaw told her it was more a command than a courtesy. She could not make a scene, could not draw unwanted attention. She drew in a shaky breath. "Or would you prefer to wait and see what the two men coming this way have in mind for you?" Anger, hot and jagged, ripped through her. No, this was no ordinary passer-by. But how much did he know, and did he intend her harm? "How do I know you aren't with them?" she bit out in an attempt to stall him until her muddled brain could form a plan of action. She compared the stranger in front of her to the two men who stood at a distance, watching her intently. He was taller and more muscular than both the men in question, but he was only one, and one was always better than two. Even if she managed to make him leave without her, she would still have the other thugs to contend with. The man in front of her ignored her question, and, to her surprise, took her arm and guided her away from the ominous-looking characters. She stiffened, fully intending to rip her arm from his grasp, but thought better of it when the two men to her right started forward. Firming her resolve, she forced herself to relax, and allowed the man to escort her away. If he suspected her to be a pathetically weak female in dire need of assistance, he was wrong, dead wrong. But she would act the part if it suited her purpose. Then she would strike when he least expected it. She had escaped far more serious situations than this, and she hadn't come this far and survived the impossible only to fail now. Simon's heart beat thunderously as he led the princess toward the street. He held up a hand to hail an oncoming hack and waited as it pulled off. Luck had been with him this day. A tip from a street informant had led him to a run-down tenement deep in the rookery. As he had arrived, the princess had been leaving the building on foot. He had shadowed her the entire day, curious to see if she was meeting anyone, and waited for the right opportunity to approach her. Apparently, he wasn't the only one to have an interest in her, judging by the other two men following her, and he had moved quickly to ensure her safety. He glanced down at her, noting the tightness of her face. Her wrist felt thin in his grasp, and he took care not to apply too much pressure. She had to be freezing, but something about the set of her chin made him refrain from offering his coat to her. Perhaps it was the defiant pride even in the shadow of thinning clothes and undeniable discomfort. If her appearance was any clue, she hadn't had a decent meal in weeks. He assisted her into the carriage, and she perched gingerly on the edge of her seat. As they bounced and swayed down the busy streets of London, he watched her intently. She alternated between staring out the window and down at her hands, everywhere but into his eyes. He could feel the tension emanating from her in waves, and he felt the insane urge to comfort her in some way. He frowned and continued his assessment of her. She was beautiful, hauntingly so. Her soulful eyes reflected the weight of an entire lifetime. Soldiers returning from the war on the continent didn't have such torment in their faces. Her dark hair provided a dramatic backdrop for eyes that looked like the blue-green waters of a tropical bay. Long, black eyelashes fluttered and rested against her cheeks as she briefly closed her eyes. He had the distinct impression she was fighting tears. Yet when she opened them again, stared straight at him, all signs of distress were gone. He quickly looked away, irritated that she had managed to discomfit him. The feelings she elicited within him were not a luxury he could afford. He had a duty to perform, and no one, not even a fragile, sad-eyed beauty, would interfere. The driver circled Simon's house as instructed, and Simon kept a close eye out the window to make sure they weren't followed. After the third pass, the carriage ground to a halt outside his modest brick townhouse. He climbed out, then helped her down the steps. She shrank from his grasp as soon as her feet hit the cobblestone street. She glanced furtively around, her lips compressed into a grim line. "This way," he said, directing her up the path to the door. She appeared as though she would take flight at any time, and he had little desire to chase anyone down in this wretched cold. Once inside, Simon ushered her into the sitting room where a fire burned brightly in the hearth. "I apologize that I have no suitable maid to offer you assistance," he said. "I don't employ a full staff. I am sure my housekeeper will assist you in any way, however." The princess ignored his statement as she warmed herself by the hearth. Her slender hands stretched out toward the fire, and her eyes didn't waver from the dancing flames. "Would you prefer to take a meal here in front of the fire, or would you like to adjourn to the dining room?" She turned, pausing a moment before she spoke. "It isn't necessary that you provide me with a meal. You've been far too kind already. I really must take my leave." It was the most she had said at any one time, and he absorbed the lilt in her voice. Though she appeared to be attempting an English accent, the sing-song Leaudorian accent, almost Irish-sounding, was very evident in her speech. Maybe it was why she said very little. "I won't hear of you going before you've had a proper meal." Something indiscernible flashed in her eyes. Was it anger? She quickly tempered her reaction and adopted the bland expression he was already growing accustomed to. She showed remarkable discipline over her emotions. "Very well. I'd like to take it in here." He nodded, then rang for the only other servant he employed, Timmins, his butler for the last 9 years. "Bring this small table from my office to the fire so that we may dine in front of it," he directed the portly man. Then, in a lower voice, so the princess would not overhear, he instructed Timmins to have the guest room prepared. "Right away, my lord." At Timmins's address, the princess jerked around and stared at him in surprise. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Simon Rothmore, Earl of Merrick, at your service," he said with a sweeping bow. "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner." She didn't look pleased by his announcement at all. She drew her lips together and turned promptly back to the fire. A few moments later, Timmins set up the table and pulled 2 chairs over so they could sit. He then summoned Mrs. Turnbull, who came bearing trays of steaming soup, warm bread, and a plate of beef. Simon pulled out a chair and gestured for the princess to sit, then walked around to take the seat across from her. He hoped this position would afford him the opportunity to study her more thoroughly. This game they played sorely tried his patience. She clearly intended to ignore the fact he knew she had been in danger and play the whole thing off as him being charitable toward a woman in need of a hot meal. Not that she couldn't benefit from one. She sat down with grace that contradicted her shabby appearance. Her hands shook as she took up the spoon to sample the soup. He frowned when he imagined the last time she'd had a good meal. It could very well have been before her parents were assassinated. He watched her eat in silence. She was quiet. Too quiet. It didn't seem that she said anything that wasn't carefully measured. He needed her to talk if he was going to gain her trust. "Tell me, Beth, from where do you hail? Your accent is quite intriguing." Her spoon clattered to the table, and she looked up in consternation.
"Does it matter?"
No, of course not. I was just curious." His attempt to bait her it merely agitated her further. She wasn't going to freely offer any information. She put her palm down on the table and rose from her seat.
"I really should take my leave now. I've imposed on your generosity quite enough."
"Nonsense." He got up and smoothly curled his hand around her elbow, moving her toward the door before she could protest further. "You look as though you could do with some rest. I insist you retire at once to a bedchamber I've had prepared for you. There is a fire already lit, so you should be comfortable. We will talk more when you have rested." Once again she stiffened, and he could see the wheels turning in her mind. Much like the spokes on a runaway carriage, her expression became glacial, and she merely nodded her acquiescence. Truly, he had never come across a person who spoke as little as she. He showed her into the bedchamber at the opposite end of the hallway from his. He gave brief explanation to where she could find things she needed, and backed from the room. Withdrawing a key from his pocket, he quietly locked it from the outside, hoping she didn't hear the soft click. She would be furious if she tried the door, but he could not lose her now. He strode back down the stairs, intent on sending word to Kirk. "Timmons, I need you to send out a message at once," he called out as he hurried to his office. He sat down and hastily jotted a message, then affixed his personal seal and thrust it at the waiting butler. Leaning back in his chair, he placed his hands behind his head. Finding the princess filled him with a huge sense of relief, but she wasn't safe yet. He shuddered to think what may have happened to her today if he hadn't intervened on the bridge. The two men following her didn't appear to be the sort to handle her gently. Pictures of her younger brother filled his mind as Simon imagined her lying in the snow, blood matting her hair and her beautiful eyes locked in death. Not if he could help it. Too much rested on her survival. The fate of his own country could well rest with the re-establishment of the Leaudorian monarchy. He rose from his chair and walked over to stand in front of the window. He stared out at the street, remembering his conversation with Kirk on the day the prince's body was found. Was Kirk right? Should he give thought to retiring from His Majesty's Secret Service? He had devoted his entire adult life to protecting England's interest. To quit now, to embrace his position as Earl, left a bad taste in his mouth. It's what his father would have wanted. Not now, not ever, would he allow his father to dictate his course in life. He was well beyond the age of trying to please his sire, not that it had ever done any good. But just as his duty to England was at the very forefront of his every thought, his duty to his title loomed like a harbinger of doom, a duty he never wanted or expected. "Damn you, Edward," he muttered. "How could you have done it?" A flash of movement from the street caught his attention, and he saw Kirk descend a carriage and stride up the walk to Simon's door. A few minutes later, Kirk strolled into Simon's study, his expression expectant. "Where is she?" Simon put a finger to his lips. "She's in the guest room. I don't want to disturb her." "How did you find her? We've looked everywhere, it seems." "I received a tip from one of my informants this morning. She's been staying in a rented room in a decidedly dangerous section of the city. I'm amazed she's survived this long." Kirk nodded. "What now? Will you bring her to the palace to see the regent? He will likely offer his protection and safe passage back to Leaudor with a contingent of English soldiers. He'll be quite eager to restore stability to the Leaudorian throne." "I think you are correct in your thinking. I'd like you to go to the palace and arrange the meeting with the regent. It will buy me some time to try and learn as much as possible from the princess. But the main thing is she will be safe at the palace." "And off your hands," Kirk said with a grin. "Then perhaps you can take a much-needed break. Hole up at that estate of yours for a while and do some hunting. It was on the tip of his tongue to deny owning an estate. Old habits die hard. He was unused to owning much in the way of anything. His life as an operative wasn't conducive to having more than the basic necessities. But he knew Kirk referred to Simon's father's estate, the one Simon had grown up on, and left as soon as it was possible to do so, a move he had never had cause to regret, until his brother's suicide. He couldn't put it off forever, though. Perhaps Kirk was right. Maybe he would take a break and return to the place he had once called home. But first he had to deliver the princess to the palace. "Go on to the palace," he directed Kirk. "Tell His Majesty that I will deliver the princess at his convenience." Kirk disappeared through the door and Simon slowly made his way to the stairs. It was time to come clean with the princess. He paused a moment outside her door, deciding on the best course of action. He was a direct person, and there wasn't a reason to deviate from that now. It would be better just to come out and let her know he was aware of her identity, then go from there. That is, if she wasn't ready to cosh him over the head for locking her in the room. He unlocked the door and swung it open. A rush of cold air hit him directly in the face. "What the hell?" he muttered as he stepped further into the room. His gaze skirted around the now empty room to the open window by the bed. Had the fool woman jumped from a second-story window? He rushed over and looked down, half expecting to see her lying on the ground below. But all he saw were small footprints leading away from the window out toward the gate that led out of the garden. She was gone. Chapter 2. Isabella dropped from the window to the soft ground below, wincing when she felt a twinge in her ankle. Quickly recovering, she hurried across the small garden and let herself out the gate, leading to the alleyway. She stepped to the curb and waved frantically at an oncoming hack. The last of her money would have to be spent on the fare. The meal she had just eaten would sustain her until she could think of a way to replenish her funds. She held herself inside and urged the driver forward. She stared blindly out the window, the passing traffic a blur. Her fists tightened beside her, her nails digging painfully into her palms. Relief lessened some of the tension entrenched in her chest, but she knew she still had far to go. How close had she come to disaster, and who was this man who had thrust himself so arrogantly into her path? She sucked her bottom lip between her teeth and chewed in consternation. This Englishman could have close ties to the British Crown, and if he did— Her thought trailed off, anger clenching her teeth tighter on her lip. The sharp, metallic taste of blood spread on her tongue, and she relaxed her jaw. Why else would he, an earl, offer assistance to a lowly common woman? Could he know who she was? The idea sent a fresh surge of fright scurrying over her. There was much about the earl that simply did not add up. Why did he not live in a more fashionable area? Isabella's knowledge of London was limited, but even she knew the majority of peers lived in Mayfair or St. James. And why did he not employ a full staff? Such a fact suggested to her that he spent little time in residence. She shook her head, angry that the earl had intruded so rudely on her top priority. She must go back home. Now that David would not be meeting her in England, the responsibility for her country rested squarely on her shoulders. She was the sole heir to the throne, and if she was unable to return to take the crown, Jacques' path to rule would be unimpeded. Her only hope was he would be unsuccessful in the quest, but then she couldn't count on him upholding the traditions of her country, which had been in place for centuries. He'd already proven he would do whatever necessary to attain his goal. What was circumventing the sacred journey into the marble cliffs when he had done far worse? Her stomach rolled as fear briefly paralyzed her. What if she was unable to complete the quest? She closed her eyes. Failure was not an option. To contemplate such would be admitting defeat. A fingernail snapped and she released her fingers from her steely grip. Under no circumstances would she allow a murdering traitor to upend everything her father had worked for. When the carriage finally halted, she scrambled out and dashed into the building where she'd rented a room. She quickly took stock of her sparse belongings and gathered only the things she could easily carry. Not giving care to the fabric, she ripped the clothing from her body, then reached under the bed and brought out the pair of breeches she had secured there. She thrust her legs into pants that resembled those David had been wearing the last day she'd seen him. Fresh tears sprang to her eyes, and she angrily dashed them away. Her grief staggered her, but she could not give in to the overwhelming pain building within her. Her life depended on the action she took right now, this moment. When she was attired in the breeches, she took the discarded dress and tore long strips from the skirts. Wrapping the strips around her breasts, she secured the ends in front and tucked them underneath the binding. She threw the shirt over her head and shoved it into her breeches. Bending over the small cot, she fumbled in the linens for the small piece of rolled-up parchment she had loosened from the hem of her dress. She pulled at the collar of her shirt, reaching down to tuck the map underneath the tight binding over her breasts. She picked up her royal insignia ring, her hand closing reverently over the object of her heritage. Dropping it into a small pouch, she drew tight the strings and stuffed it just inside the waist of her pants. They were all she had left in the form of valuables. Most of her money had been spent for information about David, and then, in one of life's sick little ironies, she had read of his death in a newspaper of all things, tucked away in black and white, seemingly unimportant, a mere tidbit of interest to the English. She spared a quick glance over the room, making sure she left nothing to indicate her identity. After looking down at her ragged fingernails, she raised her fingers to her mouth and chewed the longer nails to a more acceptable length. As a last measure, she stuffed her hair into a floppy hat and strode from the room. Careful to temper her walk, she mimicked a young boy's stride as she headed down the street. She needed a place to think, somewhere she could formulate a plan to get back home. Instinctively, she walked in the direction of the docks. It would take her hours to get there on foot, but if she could hide on a boat, as she had done when she left Leaudor, she could gain valuable time to plot her course. For now she must get as far away from Earl of Merrick as possible. With each block she passed, she kept careful watch to make sure no one was following her or that she drew undue notice. But then she looked no different from the other desperately poor citizens who hurried by in an effort to keep warm. She blew on her nearly frozen hands, then rubbed them on her breeches. Her feet were numb in the two small boots she'd stuffed her bare feet into, making walking agony. An hour into her journey, she suddenly stopped. Her panic had nearly caused her to make a foolish mistake. Quickly turning around, she hurried in the opposite direction. "Think, Isabella, think!" The docks would be the first place they would look for her. There were likely any number of people keeping a watch out for her, just waiting for her to board a ship. As determined as she was to return home, she couldn't afford to act with haste, and she'd allowed the Earl to completely fluster her. She chose smaller streets away from the main stretches. The cold was creeping into every pore of her body. She had to find a place where she would be safe for the time being, someplace warm. God, why wouldn't her mind function? Common sense and practicality had long been her strong points, but now they faded into obscurity as she struggled to figure out a plan to go home. Unable to take another step on her frozen feet, she sank to the ground in a nearby alley, praying no one would take notice of the fact she was a woman. Even the guise of a young boy wouldn't help her in this section of town, as she had quickly learned during her sojourn here. There were just as many ruffians who'd take pleasure in a boy as they would a woman. Hugging her knees up to her chest, she rocked back and forth, trying to infuse warmth into her body. She laid her head down on her knees. Exhaustion had a firm grip on her. It called to her, lulled her deeper into its lair. "Think," she ordered, shaking off the fingers of despair. She couldn't take a ship. It was too obvious. She couldn't very well march into the palace and demand an audience with a prince. Someone in the royal ranks had already betrayed her once, maybe even the regent himself. She wouldn't give him a second chance. She'd have to go it alone. Dover wasn't a possibility. She'd come into England through Dover, and the ports there would be watched, and she'd be expected to go north in an attempt to cut down the voyage time to Leaudor. South. That was it. She'd head south to Brighton. She could pawn her ring and use the proceeds to hire a ship to Leaudor. It would be risky, but if she offered enough money, she was certain she could find a willing captain. Feeling a bit better about her plan of action, she closed her eyes for a moment. She just needed to rest a few minutes, then she'd figure out a way to get to Brighton. Her eyes fluttered against her cheeks as she became numb to the cold. Yes, just a few minutes' rest. The wind howled around her, lifting the hat from her head and blasting a shot of cold air down her neck. From the back recesses of her mind, alarm rose at the idea of her hair being exposed, but the allure of sleep drew her further into its embrace. It began to rain and the wind increased, driving the biting cold through his coat as if he wore nothing at all. Simon retreated from the docks, his concern increasing as he remembered the lack of protection the princess's meagre wardrobe offered her. He had gone immediately to the room she'd been staying in, only to find it empty. The only thing that had remained was the torn remnants of her dress. Frantically, he had searched the immediate area, then went to the docks, thinking she would attempt to secure passage home. But the missing princess had other ideas, apparently. As he climbed into his carriage, he directed the driver to start a slow circle of the area. He would start with each street in a large radius around the tenement she had stayed in. She couldn't have gone too far in the time since she had escaped his house. He had to hurry. Darkness would be falling soon, and he had little chance of finding her in the shadowy alleys of the rookery. By dawn she could feasibly be miles away, and with it his chance of finding her again. That is, if she survived the night in London's criminal-infested district. As the carriage slowly rolled up one street and down another, he kept a trained eye on every movement, every person. He saw things most others would overlook, but then he'd had years of practice. In his line of work, a careful eye could mean the difference between life and death. As the shadows grew longer, his impatience increased. She should be safely ensconced at the royal palace by now, under the protection of the regent. Instead, she had run and could even now be in serious danger. The idea of her coming to harm tightened his gut and made his resolve to find her even stronger. She didn't know it yet, but he was her best hope of remaining alive. "Stop!" he shouted. He was out of the carriage before it came to a complete stop. He sprinted into the alley, praying what he thought he saw was reality. Curled into a tight ball lay the princess, her ebony hair streaming about her. She was clad in trousers and a man's shirt, but her hair was at the dead giveaway. To the side lay a tattered hat, likely the completion of her disguise. He knelt beside her, his concern growing as he took in her pallor and felt the coldness of her skin. He shook her gently, but she didn't stir. Fear settled in the pit of his stomach. Scooping her up in his arms, he hurried back to the carriage and shouted the direction of his townhome. During the ride, he wrapped his coat around her and rubbed her arms, trying desperately to warm her. Her breathing was shallow, her chest barely rising with the effort. She looked vulnerable and defenseless in his arms. The bones in her face were daintily structured, her lips full in the loveliest shade of rose. Her dark lashes rested on the faint smudges that signalled her fatigue. She was a woman who made a man instinctively want to protect her, a feeling that did not sit well with him at all. In his position, he couldn't afford such a weakness. The sooner she was out of his care and safely delivered to the regent, the better. Moments later, they pulled to a stop in front of his home, and he hastened inside, bearing her slight form with him. He barked a series of orders to Timmins and Mrs. Turnbull, and they scurried away to do his bidding. Bypassing the room he'd locked her in earlier, he shouldered his way into his room and laid her on the bed. A fire blazed in the hearth, and the warmth seeped into his bones. He only hoped it would warm her quickly enough. "We should summon the physician," Mrs. Turnbull said as she bustled into the room with a tray of hot soup and tea. "No, we can't," Simon murmured. She looked at him aghast. "I needn't remind you that in my line of work discretion is of the utmost importance."
"But the poor little mite is near frozen to death."
"You've plenty of medicinal skill. I trust your abilities. I'm sure you will have Beth in the pink of health before the morning." The older woman's cheeks reddened slightly, and a pleased smile spread across her face.
"Yes, well, of course I can. I'll require some privacy. It wouldn't do for you to remain."
She stared pointedly at him, and with a sigh he rose. "I'll be below stairs in my office. Summon me if you have need of anything. If she regains consciousness, notify me at once. And do not, under any circumstances, leave her alone," he warned. In his study, he poured a brandy and stood warming himself by the fire. The princess had proven a much more difficult task than he had thought. In fact, he had imagined her falling into his arms in relief and begging for his protection. Instead, she had run from him. A frown tugged the corners of his mouth. Gaining her trust could prove impossible, and her trust was essential if he was to carry out his mission. England's security was the uppermost priority, and until he could discover the reason behind her family's assassination, he could ill afford to be remiss in his duty. "My lord, Mr. Kirkland is here to see you," Timmins called from the door. Show him in. Simon rubbed the back of his neck and straightened his stance as he waited for Kirk. Seconds later, Kirk strode through the door, a frown marring his face. "Where have you been?" Kirk demanded. "It's a long story," Simon muttered. "What news do you bring from the palace?" "His Majesty wants you to present the princess to him in the morning." Simon grimaced. It meant she would be spending the night under his roof, and he'd get little sleep, making sure she didn't escape again. "Inform His Majesty that I will personally present Her Highness in the morning." Kirk nodded. "I'll convey your message to him directly." He turned and strode purposely out of the room, leaving Simon standing by the fire. Simon turned away and set his drink on the desk. Whether Mrs. Turnbull allowed it or not, he was going to see how the princess was faring. It was time they had a very frank discussion. He walked up the stairs to his bedchamber and knocked softly on the door. Not waiting for an answer, he opened the door and eased in. "You shouldn't be in here," Mrs. Turnbull scolded from her perch on the bed beside the princess. "How is she?" Simon asked, ignoring the woman's remonstrations. "Ask yourself." Slowly the princess's head turned and she looked at him with her ocean eyes. He could read nothing in their depths, no clue as to what she was thinking. He crossed the room to stand at the bedside. "Excuse us for a few moments, Mrs. Turnbull." Mrs. Turnbull started to protest, but he silenced her with a stern look. Grumbling beneath her breath, she took her leave, but left the door open. He turned his attention back to the princess. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," she said tightly. "Then, Your Highness, I think we have much to discuss." Chapter 3. Isabella blinked in surprise, but quickly attempted to mask any reaction she had to his statement. Her heart beat thunderously in a rapid staccato, but she forced a note of puzzlement into her voice. "My lord, I fear you have been more affected by the cold than I. Why do you address me so?" "Let's not prevaricate, Your Highness. Too much is at stake. I know who you are. I've known since before I intercepted you on the breach." He stared at her, his earlier air of harmlessness gone. Intense brown eyes, nearly as dark as his hair, assessed her broodingly. She shivered involuntarily. The man who she was so confident she could escape from earlier was gone. In his place stood a formidable adversary, one capable of stripping past the layers of deception she had constructed. "I beg your pardon, my lord, but I feel you must have mistaken me for someone else." He sat down on the bed beside her, and it took every ounce of self-discipline not to shrink away from him. "It is imperative that we indulge in honest dialogue. Not only is your life at stake, but the security of my country could very well be in jeopardy." "Are you threatening me?" Forgotten for a moment was her choking fear, and in its place a simmering anger took control. She would not be bullied or intimidated. She had lost far too much to cower like a hapless maiden. If this Englishman thought she was a weak, helpless woman, then he was in for quite a shock. His face hardened. "Indeed not, Your Highness. I seek to protect you from those who would do you harm. I should have been more forthcoming, but I didn't want to frighten you until I was absolutely certain of your identity." "Forgive me if I don't fall at your feet in gratitude," she said sharply. "I trust no one." "In your position, neither would I." "Enough of your coaxing. If you feel I'm the princess you speak of, there is nothing I can do to persuade you differently. It matters not to me who you think I am, and while I appreciate your aid, I must take my leave at once." "I never said I thought you were a princess," he said mildly. Damn her slip, and damn his quick pick-up on her mistake. She looked hastily around the room, assessing her possibilities. "I wouldn't advise going out this window," he said with a slight smile. "The rose bushes below would not afford a nice landing." "You intend to keep me prisoner, then?" "If necessary." She raised an eyebrow. "By whose authority are you holding me against my will?" Her mind raced as she sought to distract him with her questioning. How could she escape? This man could very well be sent by the regent to do away with her. But why would he have delayed? He could have easily killed her before, but instead he had seemed more concerned with her welfare. Unless he wanted to extract information from her before killing her. She set her lips in a firm line. He clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. He would get nothing from her, but neither would he be successful in his attempt to end the rule of the Chastains. She was queen now, and with her dying breath she would serve her people and continue the legacy of her father's reign. Clearly, we've gotten off to a very bad start. I intend you no harm, quite the contrary. I've been desperate to find you so that I could keep you safe. I only regret that I did not find your brother in time." Raw agony ripped through her chest. Her swift intake of breath made her lightheaded, and she bit the inside of her cheek to control the rush of tears to her eyes. For several long seconds, she struggled to regain control of her emotions.
"What do you know about my brother?"
She meant it to be a demand, but it came out as a plea, and she winced at the pain she heard in her voice. To his credit, he didn't taunt her sudden reversal of denying her identity. His eyes were soft with pity. He reached a hand out to cover hers, and she yanked back as a warm sensation raced up her arm. She looked guardedly at him, waiting for his answer, dreading what he had to say. "I only know he was killed as he got off a ship in Harwich." His tone reflected sympathy, but then it could very well be an act to gain her trust. "We had thought you both had fled to America, but when we found the prince's body, we realized you were probably here."
"Who exactly is we?"
she asked, her suspicion of him growing by the minute. "The people I work with."
"And who would they be?"
He stared at her for a long moment, as if trying to decide whether to trust her. She nearly laughed. He had nothing to fear, while she had everything to lose. "I work with a small branch of His Majesty's Secret Service. We take directives from the Regent and have only the best interests of England as our goal. Our branch was developed by King George just after Bonaparte was named consul for life in 1802. 2 years later, I was recruited and began my career with the agency. Our main purpose was to monitor Bonaparte's activities and call to the attention of the Crown any plots that could potentially undermine the English throne. Perhaps you can now see why what happened in Leaudor has captured our attention."
"Indeed," she said bitterly. "Far be it for England to be concerned over the assassinations of the royal family if it doesn't threaten them in some way."
He remained silent, not defending or agreeing. She had said far too much as it was. She stole a glance at the window. Rose bushes or not, escape was paramount. "His Highness the Prince Regent is concerned for your safety and wishes an audience with you in the morning. It is my responsibility to convey you to the palace and to see to your safety." She snorted.
"I do hope you do not take your duty too seriously."
He raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by her outburst. "I'm not sure I understand your meaning."
"Let me be clear, then. I have no intention of going anywhere with you, especially not to the palace."
She struggled to sit upright in the bed, pushing at the heavy covers. She let out a hiss of annoyance as a surge of weakness hit her, leaving her shaky and breathing heavily. Firm hands pushed her back down on the pillow. "You must rest and save your strength. You've been through quite an ordeal. I know you have no reason to trust me, but at the moment I'm all you have." She clenched her fists beneath the covers and gritted her teeth in frustration. But then her temporary weakness could serve her purposes well. When his guard was completely down, she could escape again. Only this time she would make the best of her flight. Settling back onto the bed, she closed her eyes and sighed in what she hoped sounded like defeat.
"You're right, of course."
"We need to talk, Princess. But in order to do that, I need you to be honest with me." She opened her eyes and glanced warily at him.
"What exactly do you wish to discuss?"
Clearly, this was a man used to getting his way. There was no arrogance in his manner, just quiet confidence that radiated from his every movement. "I need to ask you some questions, painful questions. But if I'm going to help you, I need your answers."
"What makes you think I need your help?"
she asked, narrowing her eyes. He looked surprised by her response. "Perhaps we can help each other, then."
"Ask your questions," she said in a weary tone. "I offer no guarantees that I will answer them."
Simon bit his tongue for the 100th time in frustration. Infuriating and not at all forthcoming in her conversation, she had yet to divulge anything. And with his mounting irritation, strong curiosity about this most unusual woman was beginning to take over his mind. She was unlike anyone he had ever met, man or woman. Even in her weakened state, she challenged him and gave him no quarter. "Perhaps we should wait until you've rested more," he offered. Clearly, she had no plan to cooperate with him.
"I do not plan to be in your company for that long, my lord. I suggest you ask what it is you want to know now.
Where will you go? It seems you have little choice but to trust me.
Your confidence is admirable but overstated. I've managed on my own these past months, and have no need of your protection.
Her chin lifted in defiance, and her eyes burned brightly with determination. She obviously believed every word she said. He didn't much like the idea of taking her to the palace against her will, but he would do it if it became necessary. Do you know who is responsible for the assassinations of your parents and your brothers?
If I did, do you think I would be hiding in England like a common coward?
Disgust dripped from her voice like heavy jam from a scone. I see. Do you have any idea why they were assassinated? Her lip curled.
Perhaps you should ask your own government.
He gazed balefully at her. Surely you aren't suggesting that England had anything to do with such a heinous attack? She pressed her lips together and stared mutinously ahead, refusing to say anything further. He stood and began pacing. The little chit was good, very good. She'd managed to bait him in one area she had to know he would bite. He almost smiled. Feisty creature she was. He stopped and looked at her once more. It was time to level with her and forego the sidestepping. I am offering my help, Your Highness. My protection and that of my country. I was appalled by the travesty that occurred both in Leaudor and on our own shores. He moved closer to the bed. Of course I am concerned with the ramifications of what happened and what it could mean for England, but I would never condone such a senseless act of violence, no matter who it was meted out on. And you have my word as an Englishman that I mean you no harm and will do everything in my power to find out who is responsible for killing your family.
And not your word as a nobleman?
She asked pointedly. My word as an Englishman is worth far more than my word as the Earl of Merrick, he said darkly. A flicker of uncertainty flashed across her face, the first glimmer of anything that denoted vulnerability.
Your sentiment is appreciated, my lord, but if you were in my place, would you so easily trust the first man to pledge his protection?
I suppose not, he said grudgingly.
I've reason to distrust England, she said in a low voice, and I cannot afford to make the mistake of entrusting my country's future to her again.
What do you speak of? He asked sharply. The vague hints were beginning to annoy him. If there was reason for her to distrust his government, he damn well wanted to hear about it. Genuine regret flashed across her face before she once again masked her response.
As much as the idea of being able to confide in someone appeals to me, there is simply too much at risk for me to do so. I appreciate your generosity, but I must take my leave of you. If you're truly ignorant of what I'm speaking of, then I would be placing you in danger by remaining here.
Simon gritted his teeth, ready to explode. It was all he could do not to shake her. What was she doing to him? After so many years of being the cool, unflappable agent, a mere slip of a woman had him ready to abandon professionalism and howl in frustration. Perhaps after you've rested you will see things differently, he said in a clipped tone. He turned and stalked to the door. Her boots, removed by Mrs. Turnbull, no doubt, rested beside the door. He bent and picked them up. Let her try escaping barefooted. Before he exited the room he chanced to glance back at the princess. She wasn't even looking at him. With a muttered curse he closed the door behind him, locking it and slipping the key into his pocket. This time he felt no remorse for barring the door. Downstairs he called for Timmins. Post a footman outside my bedroom window and one outside my door as well. Under no circumstances is anyone to go in or out of that room. He shoved Isabella's boots at Timmins. Dry these by the fire. They're quite damp. Timmins nodded. Will there be anything else, my lord? Summon my carriage. I cannot put off the prince any longer, Kirk said. He wishes to see the princess in the morning in his private meeting room. Simon slammed his fist on the desk. There's something not right about this whole situation, and I can't get a word out of the princess. I've seen clams with looser mouths. Perhaps she will relate what troubles her to the prince. I doubt it, Simon said grimly. She fears going to the crown. She won't tell me why, though. Let the regent deal with the matter, Kirk advised. You've done all that you can. I know, but there is something she isn't telling me. Something important, I suspect. As much as I know how you hate the idea of forcing her hand, it would seem you have no other choice, You must deliver up the princess in the morning. That gave Simon no time to try and gain her trust, and his taking her against her will to the palace would only cement the idea that he was acting against her best interests. Devil take it. His job rarely presented him with a conundrum he was tormented with at present. Don't plague yourself, Merrick. His Majesty asked me to convey his gratitude for the speed in which you located the princess. He was quite concerned over the consequences of a new ruler taking over Leaudor should there be no remaining members of the Chastain ruling family. So why did he feel as though he were offering up betrayal of the worst kind? He should feel proud. He'd done his duty and as usual succeeded where others had failed. But this time all he felt was a hollow ache. Haunting turquoise eyes filled his mind. A frail face masking underlying steel, and a softness that was deceptive. She'd been hurt enough already, and here he was prepared to hand her over to the prince like a piece of prime meat at the market. Kirk slapped him on the back. Go and get some sleep. You look like hell, and you have an early appointment with the regent. Simon nodded at Kirk and took his leave from the building that had housed their offices the last 5 years. In a nondescript location, it was a far cry from the usual comforts of an earl, but then his own townhouse was located in an area that catered more to merchants, doctors, and solicitors than members of the aristocracy. As he climbed into his carriage, he spared a thought for what his life might be like had he embraced the path of his forebears. A house in Mayfair when Parliament was in session, his country estate in Hertfordshire just north of London during the off-season, countless society affairs, vain, spoiled women all vying for his money and prestige, not to mention the title of Countess of Merrick. All things his brother would gladly have embraced, or so he thought. Sadness and anger swirled within him and made his chest tighten. Why, Edward? Why did you do it? His father, who had never had much to do with him before his brother's death, had turned to him in the months following Edward's passing, implored him to come home and take up the life expected of a future earl. The earl had made great strides to overcome the insurmountable breach between him and Simon, as if a few well-placed words could overcome a lifetime of ignoring his youngest son. It was too little too late. By then Simon had been too ensconced in his position with the agency to give it up so readily, and too resentful that a father who had never deemed him worthy now expected him to drop everything and return to the fold. Simon had grown up alone, despite having Edward and his father close by. Perhaps it was why he could sympathize with the princess's plight. He knew all too well the discomfort of solitude, even if he had grown to prefer it. His father had never forgiven him the fact that his mother had died giving birth to him. From his earliest memories he felt his father's resentment, his determination to lavish all his attention and love on Edward, always Edward. Would things have been different had his mother not died? Would they have enjoyed the closeness of family life had she survived? In the end, a title his father never thought him worthy to hold became his, when, less than a year after Edward's death, his father died in his sleep. They had never reconciled. Simon had never gotten a chance to ask him why. As the carriage rolled to a stop in front of his home, he sighed, a heavy melancholy settling over him like a black cloud on a spring day. No matter how much he resigned himself to his future, he had yet to come to terms with it. He shook his head, trying to make the heavy cape of gloom dissipate around him. Maybe Kirk was right. Maybe he needed some time away from the agency. Time to sort out the mess he had inherited. Wearily, he mounted the steps to his house and let himself in the door. The idea of hauling the princess to the palace against her will left a bad taste in his mouth. He briefly flirted with the idea of letting the matter rest until morning, but by then she'd likely have found a way to escape again. Resolving to confront the recalcitrant princess, he strode up to his bedchamber and retrieved the key from his coat pocket. As he opened the door, he felt a flash of guilt for disturbing her when she so obviously needed rest. But when he looked around the room, he found her standing at the window, her back to the door. She was still attired in the breeches he had found her in, and her bottom was clearly outlined by the tight material. Extremely tight material. The soft contours of her body were there in all their glory for him to behold. He almost made a sound of disgust, self-disgust, because, try as he might, he could not drag his gaze from her pleasing shape. He felt an odd stirring, not altogether unpleasing, deep within the inner workings of his body. The idea that anyone could possibly mistake her for a lad was laughable. She was fortunate that he had been the one to find her and not someone without her best interests at heart. Her bare feet peeked out from the legs of the trousers, and he felt a moment's guilt for having removed her boots. He made a mental note to make sure Mrs. Turnbull at least provided her with stockings. When the door closed with a soft click, she whirled around, her long ebony hair swinging around her. Even in her state of dishabille, she was magnificent. She fixed her gaze on him.
My jailer returns.
I see your disposition hasn't improved in my absence. The shuttered look he had grown to hate closed over her face. He could well imagine the anger boiling beneath the calm facade, though. He sat down on the bed and met her stare head-on. I've tried what I can to make you trust me, and I realize that it's not something I can earn in the short amount of time we've been acquainted, so I have no choice but to do as the Crown directs me. In the morning I will convey you to the palace for a private audience with the Prince Regent.
No.
Her one-word response took him by surprise, but then he had yet to be impressed with her verbosity. No, perhaps you misunderstood me. I am not offering you a choice in the matter. A dull red flush worked slowly across her face. Her fingers curled into fists at her sides.
So, you'll sacrifice me for the sake of your duty?
His brow furrowed, and he studied her in confusion. What is it you aren't telling me, Princess? Because if you want something from me, now is the time to speak up. I can't help you if you aren't going to be completely honest with me. She bit her lip, then opened and closed her mouth, clearly undecided as to whether or not she should confide in him. Finally, she levelled a hard stare at him and said,
I suppose it matters not if you're to deliver me to the palace anyway. The fact is your prince has already betrayed me once, and if it's all the same to you, I'd like to not give him another chance to murder me.
Isabella watched as Lord Merrick's mouth fell open, even as his eyes hardened. That is a very serious charge. She growled in frustration.
Of course it is. I consider murder a serious charge indeed.
I assume you have sound proof, else you wouldn't be accusing the Regent of such conduct. She studied him for a long moment. Truly, she hadn't wanted to confide in anyone in this godforsaken country, but now it appeared she had little choice. David was gone, and with him anyone in England she could trust. Biting her lip, she struggled with just how much she should relate to this man. She had little hope he would believe her. He was rooted solidly in his loyalty to the Crown. An admirable quality. Too bad more of her own subjects hadn't the same loyalty. She turned away from him and stared out the window once more. Footsteps sounded on the floor when he rose from the bed and moved closer to her. His hand grasped her arm and spun her around to face him. What do you mean when you say the Regent betrayed you? It wasn't a request, it was a command, and she was unused to taking commands. Her mouth opened at his daring, but he didn't back down. If you want me to help you, Princess, I suggest you start talking.
Take your hand from me at once, she said icily.
His lips compressed and he released her arm, but he didn't move an inch back. Your time is running out. You can either tell me or tell the Regent. She rubbed her arm absently, though he hadn't harmed her in any way. But his touch lingered and she didn't like it. It would not matter if she confided in him. Regardless of his reaction, she would not allow him to take her to the palace. And maybe, just maybe, he would help her.
When I arrived in England, I sent word to the palace seeking the Regent's aid and protection. I didn't know who I could trust. Father had always thought highly of England, which is why I decided to take a chance and come here.
A sob knotted in her throat, and she swallowed it down, determined not to allow her grief to overcome her.
I received a missive bearing the Regent's seal. In it were instructions for where to meet his personal envoy. When I arrived at the meeting place, I was nearly killed. I managed to escape, but clearly the Regent or someone very close to him didn't wish for me to live.
Indecision mixed with utter disbelief clouded the Earl's face. I have several problems with that account. I cannot believe the Regent would plot to kill you. He is far too interested in finding out why your family was killed. England has much at stake. And, he said, drawing out the last word, if the Regent knew of your presence in England, I would have been one of the first to know. I've personally overseen the effort to locate you."
"Your statements reek of naivete," she said with a scoff. "Do you honestly think your regent shares every piece of information with you?"
"I have no doubt there is much the prince doesn't deem fit to share with me. However, he is most concerned with the situation in Leaudor, and I cannot countenance him being part of the plot to murder your family." Angrily, she yanked her shirt from her breeches. She bunched the material in her fist and raised the shirt to bare her stomach.
"Does this look like something I imagined?"
He didn't look overly impressed by her dramatic display. "What happened?" Her fingers automatically traced the still tender gash on her abdomen. Then, remembering she had bared her flesh in front of a strange man, she yanked the shirt back down.
"The regent's henchmen wielded knives."
He looked at her skeptically. "And how did you manage to escape?"
"I told you I am quite capable of taking care of myself,"
she said through gritted teeth. He stepped back, widening the space between them, but his gaze still bore into her. "Tell me everything that happened."
"I believe I've already told you what happened."
Her patience was wearing thin, and her desire to get away from this man was becoming stronger by the moment. She turned away from him and stared out the window like one longing for freedom from behind the bars of prison. She hadn't much time. The people who had killed her family would seek to install a new ruler. Unless she could return in time to stop them, they would steal her people's legacy. Her fingers itched to fold around the parchment secured between her breasts. She curled them at her side to staunch the urge. Without the map, no one could find the ancient caves. She held tight to that thought and prayed she could return in time. His breath blew hot on her neck and she tensed. Once again she felt herself twisted around to face him. "Tell me word for word what happened when you went to meet this envoy." She searched his blazing eyes for sinister intent, but all she saw was determination. She glanced pointedly down at his hands, and he slowly uncurled his fingers from her forearms.
"I went to an inn off the North Posting Road. I collected a message from the innkeeper that directed me to a room upstairs. I did not feel very comfortable walking into a room unaware."
Lord Merrick nodded approvingly.
"So I knocked, then slipped down the hall a ways to see who answered. But someone grabbed me from behind and propelled me into the room. There were 3 men, and one held a knife to my neck. I knew they were going to kill me, so I fought them. I was stabbed before I jumped from the window."
He gaped incredulously at her. "You expect me to believe you fought off 3 men and jumped from a window?" "Well, the window part, I believe," he muttered. Anger surged through her veins. She grasped his upper arm and in one smooth movement rocked her hip into his groin and threw him over her shoulder. He landed with a thud, his face a mask of shock. She folded her arms over her chest and stared down at him triumphantly.
"Believe it now, my lord."
Chapter 4. Simon stared up at the ceiling, stunned by what had just transpired. 1 minute he had been standing in front of the princess, and the next he was lying on the floor. The princess's face came into view as she peered down at him, her arms crossed over her chest. She was grinning. It was the first time she had smiled in his presence, and it completely transformed her face. Twin dimples dotted her cheeks and her eyes twinkled with merriment. She wasn't just beautiful, she was stunning. He didn't know if he was more breathless from the fall or the way she was looking at him, but both made him deuced uncomfortable. She extended a hand to him, and he grasped her palm, enjoying the feel of her smooth skin. Slowly he got up and looked guardedly at her. She returned his scrutiny, chewing on her bottom lip in what looked like an attempt to stifle a chuckle. He wondered if her laughter would sound as beautiful as she looked. "Where did you learn to do that?" He wanted to rub his back, but wouldn't give her the satisfaction.
"I learned at a very young age how to defend myself. Father Ling, the senior monk at the Sacre Foi monastery, mentored me from the time I was old enough to start learning the ancient ways."
The idea of a royal princess learning to defend herself was ludicrous. And she'd learned from a monk? If he didn't think she would throw him again, he'd laugh out loud. "Don't you have personal guards charged with your protection?" She gazed at him as if he was a complete imbecile.
"And these guards kept my family from harm?"
The question was apt and cut directly to the point. The men charged with the royal family's safety had failed miserably in their duty. In the face of such disaster, the princess's training may well have saved her life. Perhaps ludicrous wasn't the appropriate term for it. A thought struck him as he weighed the oddity of her talents. Had her father suspected treachery in the royal ranks? Had this been the reason for Isabella's devotion to self-protection? Or had it merely been a lark an indulgent father granted his only daughter? He would only know if the princess related the events of that terrible day. "How did it happen?" he asked quietly. He had 100 questions, but tempered his eagerness to get to the heart of the matter.
"I don't have any wish to recount the experience," she said with a slight shiver.
The statement was firm and accentuated by the upward tilt of her chin, a gesture he was already fast associating with her stubbornness. But pain flashed in her eyes, and he knew. Indeed, the memories were burning a trail of agony through her mind. He understood her reluctance to give life to those horrible scenes, but if he was going to help her, he had to know everything she knew and more. "How did you and your brother manage to escape death?" Bright tears glittered unshed in her eyes.
"We were lucky."
He waited expectantly for more, but she set her lips and averted her gaze. Shaking his head, he quashed the frustration he felt mounting once more. He ached to comfort her, but would not allow himself to show such weakness in front of her. "You should get some rest, Princess. In the morning we have a meeting with the regent."
"That's what you think,"
she muttered. He swung back around. "Pardon?" She cleared her throat.
"Leave me so I may rest."
He raised an eyebrow at her imperious tone, but turned and exited the room. The battle would come in the morning. No need to end the night with confrontation. Isabella tossed restlessly in her bed. She had dressed once more after Mrs. Turnbull had attended her. She couldn't afford to be lax, not when she needed to find a way to escape. But now she was without boots. The Earl obviously underestimated her desire to be free of him and England if he thought being without shoes would deter her from her objective. She wasn't even sure why she had chosen to lie down. Escape was of the utmost importance. But the warmth offered by the heavy covers had lured her away from the cold window. She had allowed the fire to die down, preferring the silence over the popping and snapping of the flames. The quiet settled over the room, and her ears were attuned to any changes in the atmosphere. It felt strange to lie in his bed. He seemed to surround her. His scent was entrenched in the pillows. Earlier, as soon as he had left the room, she had searched the chambers for any information on the enigmatic Earl, but there was little to find. The room was sparsely furnished and devoid of frivolous trinkets and decorations. No valuables or correspondence occupied his small desk. Nothing to tell her anything about the man who held her life in his hands. She needed to escape, and escape soon. But Lord Merrick wasn't stupid. He would have someone posted outside her door and outside the window as well, rose bushes or not. Her mind raced to come up with a plan. She opened her eyes and glanced around the room, her eyes adjusting rapidly to the smothering darkness. As she blinked, the room lightened before her, dim light straining through the window from the street lamps. With a sigh, she gave up on the idea of gaining any rest. She swung her feet over the side of the bed and stood up. The foot of the bed faced the window, and she walked around the end. Though the floor was cold, she settled in a cross-legged position and drew in several deep breaths. She closed her eyes and conjured images of her homeland, the face of Father Ling, hoping he would offer her comfort and encouragement from afar. "You must be strong, Your Highness. Much depends on your return to Leaudor." She latched onto the older man's spirit, wanting desperately to maintain the tenuous bond she had managed to achieve in her meditation. But she was fatigued, weak. The intense concentration necessary to maintain the link quickly sapped what remaining strength she had. Her brow eased as instead she conjured the rolling landscape of her homeland. Her mouth curved into a smile as she felt the wind in her hair as she thundered across the landscape astride her favourite horse. Her smile disappeared when she realized the images were from the last time she had ridden with her father. Shaking her head slightly, she refocused on the majestic mountain chain that formed the northern border, where they met the granite cliffs that housed the Sacre Foi monastery. traced the well-travelled path from the monastery to the village that sat at the base of Soleil Mountain, her home, her sanctuary. Hot tears trailed down her cheeks, and she opened her eyes, dispelling the troubling images. Far from drawing comfort from the beloved memories, she was merely reminded of the horrible events of the last year. She breathed deeply, trying to regain her composure. Eventually all fell silent once more, and she sat still, unwilling to disturb the tranquillity. The hall clock startled the eerie quiet that had fallen over the house. 3 chimes. Her time was running out. As the melodic notes died, she froze. A shuffling in the hall. As quietly as possible, she uncurled her crossed legs and stood. Her heart pounded with such ferocity that she feared her chest would burst. Bile rose in her throat, and panic seized her stomach. A muffled thump followed close behind the disturbance she felt in the air. Then soft footsteps, almost indiscernible, sounded closer to her door. They had found her. The bastard had betrayed her. She felt 10 kinds of fool for allowing her defences down around the Earl. She should have killed him when she had the chance. Now she would be lucky if she didn't pay for that mistake with her life. Suddenly the room felt too warm. Sweat beaded her forehead and her mouth went dry. She swallowed convulsively and fought to regain control over the tide of fear that swamped her. She tiptoed over to the window, using the light to investigate the street below. They wouldn't take her without a fight. She had been wise not to trust the English. How else had they known where she was if the Prince or Earl hadn't betrayed her? Her gaze darted over the ground, then to the street beyond. She stood to the side of the panes, careful not to be seen by anyone lurking below. The slight movement of a shadowy form confirmed her fears that someone was watching the front. The only way out would be through the intruders. Firming up her resolve, she muttered a prayer and slipped over to her door. At least surprise would be on her side. She held her breath and listened. The soft footsteps paused outside her door, then the doorknob rattled ever so softly. She watched it turn, her dread growing by the minute. She reached behind her for the vase she had seen resting on the dressing table. Her fingers curled around the neck, and she brought it silently to her side. The door eased open, no sound betraying the intrusion into her domain. A stealthy form stole inside. She tensed from behind the door and inched over so she would have a clear path to the assassin. With no hesitation, she swung the vase at the man's head as soon as he came into view. The shattered glass was the only sound that rent the air. The intruder reeled but quickly regained his composure. Isabella was ready for him. Before he could charge at her, she executed a powerful kick to his midsection. She yelped in surprise when he caught her ankle and yanked her from her stance. She landed with a thud on the floor, pain snaking through her back. Not willing for him to gain any momentum over her, she countered with a kick from her free leg, connecting with his head. He fell back and she was on her feet in a split second. Strong arms wrapped around her chest and yanked her back against a second attacker. Her heart sank as the first assailant charged at her. Feigning surrender, she slumped against her captor. As the first man drew close enough, she lashed out with a vicious kick to his jaw. Pain cracked through her bare foot as it connected with bone. As she flailed back against the man holding her, she twisted her body and brought her knee up into his groin. She gave him no time before she launched herself into the hall, nearly tripping over the prostrate form of Merrick's servant. A lot of good it had done to post a guard. She fled toward the stairs, knowing she likely had more than one attacker to contend with at the bottom. As she rounded the corner, another set of arms reached out and plucked her from the air. She reacted like a wildcat, kicking and flailing. "It's me," Lord Merrick hissed in her ear. But his words failed to reassure her. Bastard. She rammed her elbow back, catching him in the ribs. To her satisfaction, he grunted in pain and his hold loosened, just enough so she could free herself. She threw herself back down the hall. There was a window at the end. Her first 2 attackers rushed into the hall from her bedroom, barring her path to the window and freedom beyond. She stopped and backed up, looking frantically between Merrick and the 2 men advancing menacingly on her. "Trust me, Princess." His quiet voice reached her ears. "It's either them or me. Who will it be?" A flash of uncertainty gripped her. The 2 men would be prepared for her now. They would not be so easy to get away from a second time. But Merrick barred the stairs. "If you aren't with them, move out of the way so I can escape," she ground out as she backed closer to him. "They mean to kill me." "Yes, "I can see that," he said calmly. "I don't intend for them to succeed." The quiet confidence in his voice gave her the first flicker of hope. Could she trust him? Clearly, she had no choice. She knew the two men advancing on her would kill her. Even if Merrick intended to do her harm, she could buy enough time to escape him if it became necessary. Making a quick decision, she whispered softly back to him, "Can you take the man on the right?" "Move, Princess. I don't want you to get hurt." If the situation wasn't so dire, she would have laughed.
"Stop the heroics, Merrick. I'll take the man on the left. Rush them. They won't be expecting it. They think they have the upper hand."
Silver glinted in the soft light pouring from Merrick's room. At least one of the men held a knife. She hoped the Earl was as competent as he came across. "I'll only say this one more time," he growled. "Move." Understanding dawned as she pitched sideways just as the men lurched forward. A shot cracked the night air, then a second shot. She rolled over to see the two men slumped on the floor. Glancing back up, she saw two smoking pistols in the Earl's hands.
"Well, that's one way to do it,"
she muttered. "Quickly," he barked. "There are others." She scrambled up as he tossed the guns aside.
"Let's go out the window."
"You and those damned windows," he grumbled. "Don't you ever use the door?"
"After you, then,"
she said, sweeping an arm toward the stairs. She hurried close behind him as they rushed toward the foyer. He stopped suddenly, and she bumped into his back. His arm came around to steady her. "Shh." She held her breath, her face buried in his shirt. His scent surrounded her, and for some inexplicable reason she felt safe. Shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion, she forced her concentration to her surroundings. "There are at least two waiting outside the door," he murmured. "Probably more."
"How do you know?"
she whispered, peering around him. He gave her a silencing look. "Can we hold the questions for later?" She nodded, clamping her lips shut. He glanced back toward his study. "Come on." He took her hand and dragged her toward the rear of the house. She kept close on his heels as they entered the study. Curiously, he didn't shut or bar the door. She opened her mouth to suggest doing just that, when he put a hand over her lips. "Trust me." He gestured toward the fireplace across the room. "Get your boots and be quick about it. You'll have need of them." While she rushed to retrieve her boots, he hurried over to the large bookcase that encompassed the entire back wall.
"This is hardly the time to read,"
she bit out as she hopped on one foot to him while pulling her other boot on. Ignoring her, he took out a heavy volume and reached beyond. To her surprise, the bookcase opened in the middle, exposing a passageway. He quickly replaced the volume and gestured for her to follow him within. As they stepped down a flight of steps into the darkened corridor, he shoved a lever and the bookcase closed. She heard him fumble around for a moment, then soft light bathed the interior as he held up a lit candle. "Follow me." Mutely, she hurried after him. Who was this man? They had been set upon by murderous thugs, and yet he remained perfectly calm. He could certainly handle himself in a fight, and he had secret passageways in his house. Her anxiety dimmed just a bit. Perhaps she could trust him. He had the opportunity to kill her, and yet he had saved her from certain death. In truth, it made her nauseous to trust anyone, but it was becoming increasingly clearer that she would not get out of England alone. They followed the passage for what seemed an interminable distance. Musty, damp odours assaulted her nose. Her nostrils quivered, her eyes watering with a need to sneeze. A cold draught skittered over her just before they stopped. "Let's hope this will open," he said grimly, looking up at a trapdoor.
"If this is your attempt at humour, you are failing miserably," she growled. "Where are we?"
"Assuming I didn't take a wrong turn, we should be 2 blocks from my home."
"Wrong turn? What kind of labyrinth exists under your house?"
He shoved at the wooden plank, and a cloud of dust consumed them. She coughed and waved her hand in front of her face, then gave in to the urge to sneeze. She ran her arm over her face, wiping the dust off. "I've always believed in having the most possible ways out of my house and the least possible ways in." Despite the direness of their situation, she grinned.
"Good policy."
"Want to help me?" he asked, looking pointedly at her. She took up position beside him and awaited his signal. They both thrust their shoulder upward. The wood gave way, and a wave of cold air burst through, shocking her with its ferocity. Unable to control the shiver that racked her body, she braced herself for the raw night air. He pulled himself up through the opening and moments later extended his hand down to her. "It's safe." She grasped his hand, and he easily pulled her up to stand beside him. As her thinly clad feet made contact with the icy ground, she winced. She opened her mouth to speak, but he cut in. "We don't have much time. We can talk later. For now, we must get to safety." She wouldn't argue with that logic. With a furtive glance in all directions, he took her hand and pulled her behind him as they started down the darkened alleyway. "Stay close to me at all times," he warned. "This isn't the time or place to launch any objections." She nodded her assent. Within minutes, her feet in her two small boots began to grow numb as the cold invaded her limbs. He paused a moment and looked back at her, his voice soft with concern. "Can you make it?" Gritting her teeth in determination, she said,
"Don't worry about me. I can make it. Let's just go."
After an hour, the Earl slowed his pace. "We've only a short time before daybreak. They'll be looking for us."
"Who exactly is they?"
she asked, wincing as her feet screamed at her for relief. He whirled around to face her. "Do you think I know?" She could barely make out his features in the dark, but she knew his eyes were blazing. Anger emanated from him in distinct waves. For a long moment she stared at him. "No," she said softly. "Well, that's something. Now come on, we've but a few short blocks left."
"Where are we going?"
He ignored her and continued his grueling pace. Just when she was convinced she could go no farther, he stopped in front of a run-down building. Pulling her inside, he shut the door and locked it. Then he walked into what appeared to be the kitchen and opened the pantry. He gestured for her to follow. Once again, she found herself inside a passageway as they travelled down a set of stairs. After fumbling in the dark for several long seconds, they entered a larger room, where he lit an oil lamp. Grateful to be off her abused feet, she sank into a tattered sofa. She gathered a nearby blanket and wrapped it around her shivering body.
"Where are we?"
"Somewhere safe." She watched as he started a fire in the old stove sitting in the corner. Then he stood up and walked over to where she sat. "Let me see your feet."
"They're fine,"
she said, pulling them further underneath her. "Look, Princess, you are not much use if you can't walk. We need to warm them."
"Please, call me Isabella,"
she said softly. "All right, Isabella." He said her name cautiously, but she loved the way it rolled off his tongue. His British accent gave her name a sensual tone she was drawn to. He gently pulled the boots from her feet and after a disgusted look at the worn soles, tossed them to the side. He took her feet in his warm hands and she closed her eyes as he began massaging them. Exquisite pleasure mixed with fatigue washed over her in an overwhelming wave. It had been longer than she could remember since she had slept, really slept. As he continued rubbing her feet, icy pinpricks assaulted her soles. She let out an involuntary groan as the feeling came back with a vengeance. "It will only last a moment," he said reassuringly. To her amazement, he brought up her feet and planted them against his chest, wrapping his arms around them. His warmth crept into her legs and up her body, encompassing her completely. A peculiar tingle raced up her spine, raising the hair on her neck. She struggled to loosen his hold on her legs.
"I'm all right now,"
she said hastily, drawing her legs back underneath her. She'd experienced no personal contact since her family's death, and the Earl's attention struck a powerful need within her, something she had no desire to examine in her current situation. He dropped his hands to his sides and rocked back on his heels. "I don't like to admit it, but I think you may have been right," he said in a low voice. Her eyes widened and she stared curiously at him. "No one could have known where you were so quickly." She shivered, and not from the cold. Anger burned brightly in his eyes, making him appear menacing and very, very dangerous.
"The question is, why?"
she murmured.
"What could England possibly have to gain?"
She resisted the urge to slip her hand into her shirt to feel for the map. It was still there. She could feel it against her cold skin. The fewer people who knew of its existence, the better, and she had yet to discern the Earl's role in the whole affair. "I don't know, but I intend to find out," he said in a determined voice. "For now, we wait."
"For what?"
"Not what. Whom. Kirk will be here in a few hours."
"Who is Kirk? How does he know where to find us? And more importantly, why are you trusting him?"
"We are the only two who know of this hiding place. When he arrives at my house in the morning and finds the bodies, he'll know where to look for me." She paused for a moment, not at all sure she wanted to know the answer to her next question.
If the English crown is involved, what do we do then?
That's a good question, Isabella. One I don't have the answer to. Yet. Chapter 5. It was an hour past dawn and still no sign of Kirk. Simon paced softly, stopping periodically to check his timepiece. He glanced over at the sleeping princess. She was huddled underneath the thin blanket, her head resting on the arm of the sofa. It had taken every ounce of his persuasion to convince her to rest while he kept watch, and finally her eyes had fluttered closed. Even after he saved her from her attacker, she didn't fully trust him. While it irked him, he could understand her reticence. In her position, he wouldn't likely trust anyone either. But he admired her tenacity. She was unlike any woman he had ever met. And indeed it appeared that she had considerable skills in fending off unwanted attackers. How else could she have escaped the two men in the bedroom? Her confidence in the hallway as she calmly gave him directions on which man to take down was no show. She clearly knew the odds were in her favor. Not for the first time since her attack, he cursed himself for not taking greater care. Her assertion that the English crown was behind the plot to murder her had fallen on deaf ears, until now. If she had been killed, he would have only had himself to blame for being so lax in his care of her. But it wouldn't happen again. He moved closer to her still form and slowly dropped his hand down to rest on her head. She'd been very near collapse when they had arrived at their hiding place. It had likely been several nights since she had last slept. His fingers slipped into the satin mass of her hair. He traced a strand over her shoulder, enjoying the smoothness over his rough skin. His gaze slid to the collar of her shirt, unbuttoned from her throat as if she'd sought relief from the strict confines of the material. He watched the soft rise and fall of her chest, the swell of her breasts pushing upward, providing a tantalizing glimpse. God Almighty! She had evidently bound her breasts as part of her ludicrous disguise. He would have noticed such a stunning display of femininity before, there was no doubt in his mind. Milky white skin, unmarred by a single flaw, peeked out behind the material of the shirt. He itched to touch it, to see if it felt as silky as it looked. She was trouble of the first order. She made him examine thoughts best left unconsidered, made him feel emotions, dangerous emotions that he hadn't experienced before, emotions that had the power to strip away the protective layers of his soul. How could one tiny slip of a woman bring to the surface the barrage of loneliness he hadn't allowed himself to feel since he was a young boy, desperate for his father's approval? He'd long since closed the door on needing anyone. Self-reliance was an important trait he'd learned early in life, the hard way. By closing himself off from others, he gave no one the power to hurt him again, and he aimed to keep it that way. He turned away from the sleeping princess, his hand trailing reluctantly from her hair. Discomforting was the thought that if he allowed himself to become invested in her welfare, he could well open the door to just such hurt. He would do his duty. He took immense pride in his profession. He would see the princess safely ensconced on the throne, but he would not allow himself to feel anything more than compassion for her losses. A sound in the corridor startled him from his thoughts. He cursed his lack of attention and reached for the knife hidden in his boot. His untoward thoughts about the princess must be schooled if he was going to keep them alive. He hurried over to the doorway and waited with bated breath as the intruder shuffled closer. Moments later, 3 short knocks sounded, followed by 1, then 3 more. He let out his breath and cautiously opened the door. Kirk hurried in and shut the door behind him. "I was worried," he said, glancing around the room. "We're safe, for now," Simon said grimly. Kirk shoved a small basket at him. "Thought she could use some food. Where's the princess?" Simon gestured over his shoulder, then placed a finger to his lips. "What the hell happened?" Kirk demanded in hushed tones. "I arrived at your house to find 2 dead bodies and an ailing butler." "Is Timmins all right?" "He's fine. Was cleaning up the carnage. Looked like hell, though. Now tell me, who are the men?" "I don't know," Simon replied darkly. He rummaged in the basket and selected a small piece of bread. The rest he would save for Isabella. Laying aside the remainder of the food, he stared back up at Kirk. "We have a problem." Kirk raised an eyebrow. "Well, that much is obvious, but do continue." "Isabella has reason to believe that the Regent wishes her dead. I didn't believe her until now." Kirk's face became a mask of shock. "Surely you aren't suggesting—" "I'm not sure what I'm suggesting," he broke in. "But this isn't the first time Isabella has been set upon since her arrival in England. The first time was after she received word from the Regent to meet his envoy. The second was last night." It crossed his mind that he fully accepted her accounting. His instinct told him she was being truthful, though. He paused to let his words sink in, then fixed Kirk with a pointed stare. "The men arrived just hours after the Regent was informed of Isabella's whereabouts." Kirk ran a hand through his hair, then swore. Why weren't we told she was definitely in England if the Regent knew? We were the ones who first suggested she might be here after we found the Prince's body in Harwich. "Good question," Simon murmured. "This is a disaster, Merrick. What are we going to do?" "I've thought of little else all night. We cannot remain here, that much is certain. They will be looking for us." Kirk nodded, then his expression became troubled. "Perhaps we should consider that England is behind the assassinations." Simon shook his head as if his vehemence could bend reality. "No, I cannot entertain such a thought. I won't." Kirk looked as pained as Simon felt. There must be other forces at work. He wouldn't entertain that his own government would be behind something so reprehensible. He needed to see the Duke of Ardmore immediately. Besides Kirk, he was the only man Simon trusted completely. He was the man who had recruited Simon and the man who always gave Simon his assignments. He must know more about Leaudor he could share with Simon. He glanced over at Isabella and then back at Kirk. "I want you to stay with Isabella and make sure she goes nowhere." Kirk gave him a startled look. "Where are you going?" "I need to make arrangements for our travel." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Isabella. "I need to remove her from London as quickly as possible until we plot our next course. I need time to question her." Kirk nodded. "The old hunting lodge would be best. Once you decide your next move, leave me a message there. I won't be far behind." Simon smiled slightly. Kirk knew him well. "I'll return quickly. Be careful and hurry back. We won't be safe here long." Simon saluted and ducked out of the doorway. Isabella came awake in an instant, cursing herself for falling asleep. She sat up, glancing quickly around for Merrick. When she saw a man standing across the room, his back to her hackles immediately rose. As quietly as possible, she eased from her perch on the couch. She froze when he turned around. "Ah, you're awake." She backed warily away, her every muscle prepared to defend herself. "Who are you, and where is Merrick?" He held out his hands in a placating manner. "My name is Adam Kirkland. Kirk, as I am known to most." Her eyes narrowed. "Where is he?" she asked again. "He's gone out for a while. He should be back shortly. He asked me to stay with you, keep you safe until he returns." She studied his face, looking for any sign of deception. But like Merrick, she found nothing but steely resolve. Though not as impressive in stature as Merrick, he was clearly a man able to fend for himself. Light brown hair, closely trimmed, rested just above his collar. His blue eyes, unlike Merrick's dark, brooding ones, seemed to sparkle with a natural charm. As if aware of her scrutiny, he flashed a wide smile, baring slightly crooked teeth. "If you are through with your inspection, Your Highness, perhaps you would like to eat?" He reached down and picked up a basket off the small table and held it out to her. With trembling fingers, she took it from him and looked inside. "How do I know you haven't poisoned it?" she asked suspiciously. He laughed. "Poisoning is such a messy ordeal. Not very quick or pleasant. If I'd wanted to kill you, I would have simply slit your throat while you slept." Her hand flew to her neck, and she rubbed and massaged repetitively. He had a point. Slowly her gaze dropped to the basket, and she moved across the room, farther away from him to examine the contents more thoroughly. Her stomach growled as she caught sight of the bread, cheese, and leg of chicken. Attempting to act as if she had a measure of decorum, she squelched the urge to devour the food in one bite and tried to pick delicately at the offering. Her fingers trembled and shook as she tore a small piece of bread and raised it to her mouth. Her earlier dinner, while tasty, was a distant memory in the shadow of so many missed meals. As she licked her thumb, she glanced back up at Kirk, who was regarding her with amusement. She held his stare, refusing to back down until he finally turned away. She quickly consumed the rest of the portion she had set aside for herself and neatly wrapped the remainder for Merrick. "What time is it?" she asked, folding her arms over her chest. "Nearly noon," he replied without turning around. She moved back to the couch and slipped underneath the blanket she had slept on. The room had chilled considerably, and her feet felt like solid blocks of ice. "My apologies," Kirk said in a contrite voice. "I should have tended the fire. My mind has been occupied by other matters." "Such as?" she asked, watching as he placed more coal in the stove. He chuckled. "Pumping me for information, Princess?" He shut the stove door with a clang and turned back to her, his eyes twinkling devilishly. "I'll answer your questions if you answer mine." "Did Merrick leave you to question me?" she demanded. "You don't trust anyone, do you?" He shook his head. "Merrick risked his life for you. If we wanted you dead, you would be lying 6 feet under the ground at this very moment." "Don't lecture me," she hissed. "I have good reason not to trust anyone." They were interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. Kirk yanked the door open and Merrick ducked in. Merrick immediately looked around the room and stopped when his gaze lighted on her. He dropped a burlap sack over the back of the sofa. "I have brought you some things," he said. "Put them on. We must be on our way." She stood rapidly, a million questions rushing to her lips. He held up a hand. "I'll explain as soon as you are dressed." Nonplussed, she closed her mouth and reached down for the sack. She dug out a clean pair of breeches and a shirt, as well as a heavy coat and hat. But her greatest delight was a pair of fur-lined boots. After suffering the shoddy pair Merrick had discarded, she couldn't wait to thrust her feet into the new pair. She collected the garments and looked hastily around for a discreet place to change. Merrick cleared his throat, then gestured toward a dimly lit corner. He motioned for Kirk to turn around, following suit immediately after. Her gaze never left the two men as she eased into the corner. She positioned herself behind a ragged armchair, the only item to afford her a modicum of modesty, and quickly went about changing her clothes. The two men talked in hushed tones, their heads bent. Then they clasped hands, seemingly in a gesture of friendship and support. "I was unable to see the Duke," Merrick said in a louder voice. "You must go and see him for me. Find out what is going on and report back to me when you can." Kirk nodded, and seconds later he slipped out the door and was gone. She frowned, wondering what else they had discussed. She reached down for the boots, stopping when she found a hairbrush shoved into one of them. The Earl had thought of everything. Oddly, she was touched by his thoughtfulness. Setting the brush aside for now, she pulled on the boots, delighting in the feel of the warm fur. Tossing aside the sack, she returned to the couch and stared inquiringly at the Earl. "Where are you proposing we go?" she asked. As she awaited his response, she pulled her long locks over her shoulder and began brushing her hair. "Here, let me," he said, moving to sit behind her on the couch. To her amazement, he took the brush from her and began working it through the tangles. "It would take you longer," he said impatiently, "and we haven't much time." Though his tone was brusque, his strokes were in direct contradiction. He took great care as he gently pulled the brush through her hair. She closed her eyes as waves of pleasure washed over her. Tiny goose pimples spread over her scalp and down her back, and it was all she could do not to moan aloud. "What do we do now?" she asked softly. He paused, letting the brush hang in her hair. "I think that depends on whether you agree to stay with me and not go bolting from the nearest window." She pulled away and turned around to face him, ignoring his barb. She still wasn't entirely sure he could be completely trusted, but he represented her best chance of making it out of England alive. Taking in a deep breath, she rubbed a hand over her mouth. "I need your help, Merrick." Chapter 6. Simon absorbed the impact of her statement with surprise. He searched her eyes for some clue to her change of heart, but they gazed earnestly back at him, imploring him to help her.
I must return to Leaudor at once,
she continued. Though her plan was no different from his own intentions, he remained silent about that fact. Perhaps his willingness to help her would win her favour and her trust. What exactly do you want from me? She glanced away, her long black hair streaming over her shoulder. He wanted to touch it again, to run his hands through it as he had done before. The most expensive silk had no advantage over the velvety softness of her tresses. When she looked back at him, her eyes were alight with emotion, a startling contrast to her usual shuddered expression.
I need your help in getting to Brighton.
He frowned. But Brighton is to the south. The voyage would be much farther to Leaudor. Even as the words left his mouth, he understood her intent. It was an intelligent plan, but they didn't have the time such a journey would take.
Exactly, she said. It's less likely that someone will be looking for me there.
He stood abruptly. He had no desire to show immediate disagreement with her, and there were other things more pressing at the moment than which port they would take out of. Before we come to any sort of agreement, Princess, there are a few matters that must be addressed. Foremost, you must be completely honest with me. He watched in fascination as her eyes clouded, and the barrier was once again erected before him. She also stood and paced in front of him, her agitation evident. I have questions that I want answered before we go forward, he added.
Very well,
she said, surprising him with her abrupt capitulation.
What is it you would like to know?
Not now. Not here, he replied. She jerked her gaze to him with a mixture of irritation and confusion registering in her eyes.
I see. And where would you like the interrogation to take place?
She asked in a tone to match the frigid air outside. He swore under his breath, ready to shake her senseless. We must leave here. We will not be safe here for long. I would merely prefer to have our conversation somewhere we won't be disturbed by people bent on our destruction. A myriad of expressions crossed her face. Anger, confusion, and finally contrition.
I'm sorry.
It is I who should apologize, he said, feeling regretful of his terse response. I know how very trying this whole experience has been for you. To his surprise, she chuckled.
You English are so well versed in understatement. Trying experience indeed.
She continued to laugh, her voice cracking in near hysteria. Not pondering the discomfort he felt when she was so close to him, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly against him. He felt her tears against his neck, and his chest tightened with some unnamed emotion, a disturbing habit he was getting into around her. He stroked her hair with one hand, his other arm wrapping solidly around her, pulling her closer to his chest. God, he couldn't afford to admit how damn good she felt against him, how good it felt to connect with another person in such an intimate manner. He felt precariously light-headed, adrift in a veritable storm of sensation. She fit perfectly. Too perfectly. The shock of such close contact with another human being nearly had him jerking away at the explosive tide of feeling that swamped him. Her muffled sobs grew louder as she let loose a tide of pent-up emotion. Small hands crept around his waist, and she held him as tightly as he held her. He stood rigidly, praying for control, willing himself to remain indifferent, not to react to her pain. After a moment, her sobs quieted, and she hiccuped softly against him. She rested her head against his shoulder, then sniffled and pulled slowly back. He felt the loss of her closeness as keenly as if a bucket of cold water had been sloshed over his head. She hastily averted her eyes in obvious embarrassment. She wiped her tears with her shirt sleeve and turned away.
Do you know where we will go?
He wanted to reach out to her, let her know it didn't make her weak to expose her overwhelming grief, but he could relate to her discomfort all too well. Never once had he showed any outward emotion when his brother and then his father died. She wouldn't likely appreciate his gesture anyway, and he didn't feel comfortable extending it. Wiping his hands on his breeches, he quickly surveyed the room. We head north, for now, but first I want to throw off our pursuers, should they come here looking for us.
But I need to go south,
she protested. We'll discuss it when we are safely away from here, he said firmly. Until then, we go where I have planned. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a hastily drawn map. Tearing it in half, he stuffed the remaining piece back in his pocket. He then held the corner to the candle and quickly blew out the flame when the paper lit. The result appeared as though the entire document had been burned to prevent anyone from discovering it, but on the charred remains was enough information to lead their pursuers in the wrong direction. He glanced up at Isabella, who was watching him, a mixture of disbelief and admiration on her face. "Let's go, then," he announced. Isabella took his outstretched hand as he helped her up through the trap-door. She wrapped the heavy coat tighter around her and shivered as the cold drizzle slipped down her neck. The grey, overcast skies looked to be near bursting with rain, frigid, wet rain. Tiny pellets of ice intermixed with the rain struck her face and rapidly melted. She pulled her hat lower over her eyes. Lengthening her stride to keep pace with Merrick, she glanced anxiously around her, searching for some sign they were being followed. The Earl, too, was intent on his surroundings as they crossed the street and he hailed an oncoming hack. Once in the warmer confines of the carriage, Isabella leaned back in her seat and studied the hard lines of Merrick's face. Though she was abashed at her dismal outburst of emotion, she had been glad for his strength and support. She was more grateful, however, that he had said nothing. Just let her grieve, then continue as if nothing had happened. And if truth be known, she felt a great deal lighter. The oppressive weight of her grief had bore down on her until she feared suffocation. Sensing her perusal, he lifted his gaze from the window and returned her frank appraisal. For the space of a long moment, the two stared at one another across the carriage. She wanted to trust him, wanted it very badly. More, perhaps, than she should. But the logical side of her, the one so embittered over the loss of her family, screamed that she couldn't trust anyone. She was tormented by thoughts of it all being an elaborate scheme to get her to trust him so that he could recover the map from her, or worse, use her to gain control of her country. Her eyes drank in every detail of his face as if begging for some sign that she could trust her instincts. His dark hair was carelessly combed to one side of his face, dipping rakishly over one temple. The waves running from front to back testified to his habit of raking a hand through his hair just above his ear. On cue, he reached up and shoved his hand through the hair at his temple, pushing it behind his ear for the short term. His dark eyes returned her gaze, warming her entire body. She blinked, but continued her assessment of him. His lips weren't overly full, but he had a wide, generous mouth, and when he chose to smile, it transformed his entire face from grave seriousness to boyish charm. His nose fit his entire image. It didn't dominate his face, but it was slightly crooked, a testament to the life he led, no doubt. Only the most discerning eye would even notice, but she found it fascinating. "Your nose, how did you break it?" she found herself asking. "I beg pardon?" His eyes blinked and his brow furrowed. She touched her own nose. "How did you break it?" He smiled ruefully. "I shouldn't be surprised you took notice." He shifted in his seat as if he were suddenly uncomfortable with her scrutiny. "My face made the unfortunate mistake of meeting with a much larger fist." "Ouch," she murmured in sympathy. "And you say the English are prone to understatement," he said in a deadpan voice. She laughed. "You should do that more often," he said, his voice turning serious. It was her turn to look at him in puzzlement. "Laugh," he explained. "You have a beautiful laugh." Sadness replaced her moment of merriment. "As of late, I've had little to laugh about." The carriage rolled to a stop and broke the intimacy between them. Isabella sat up straighter and strained to see out the window. "Where are we?" "We should be just outside of London," he said as he moved to open the door. "And from here?" She let the remainder of her question trail away as she followed him down the steps. Merrick quickly paid the driver, then ushered her away from the main road. "I hope you are up for a walk," he said as he steered her farther into the trees. She silently groaned, but kept pace with him. "We'll parallel the road," he said as he stepped over a fallen log. "Where are we going?" she asked with growing impatience. His refusal to answer her prior questioning about their destination made her voice sharper than she intended. He stopped and turned around to face her. "We're going to a hunting lodge I know of. We're both badly in need of rest, and it is no longer safe for us in London. Once we have slept a few hours, we will then plot our next move." She absorbed his persistent use of we. It heartened her in a way she hadn't felt in months, made her feel like she wasn't completely alone. Recalling Kirk's earlier chastisement, she voiced the question uppermost in her mind.
"Why are you risking your life for me?"
"It is my duty," he replied, as though her question was absurd.
"And if it becomes your duty to kill me?"
she asked softly. His eyes flashed. "I will not entertain that the Regent wishes you dead." Disappointment knifed cleanly through her. Her breath blew out in a fog before her. He hadn't addressed her question. "You've nothing to fear from me, Isabella," he finally said, as if realizing she needed some small amount of reassurance. She looked deeply into his eyes once more. No trace of deception shadowed their depths, just intensity and determination. Her heart chanted in a steady rhythm to trust this man, but fear seized her when she considered the possible consequences.
"I believe you,"
she finally said, and God help her, she did. Satisfaction sparked in his eyes, the pupils flaring for a brief moment. Then he adopted a blander look and stared upward at the sky. "We need to get moving. I want to be there before dark." She fell in behind him and they continued through the wooded landscape. It began to rain again as they pressed forward. A few snowflakes floated gently through the spray of rain, melting rapidly as they struck the ground. She was more grateful than ever for Merrick's attention to her needs. The warm boots were a welcome change to the ill-fitting shoes she'd been forced to wear over the last weeks. She dug her hands deeper into the pockets of the coat and quickened her pace. They walked in silence, stopping only when Merrick had to push heavy branches from their path. He caught her elbow and helped her over a small stream that obstructed their progress. Her boots splashed in the shallow water as she jumped from rock to rock. "It is not much further," Merrick said as he paused for her to catch up. Isabella gazed up at the sinking sun. More snowflakes than rain fell now, attesting to the drop in temperature. A light smattering had collected on the ground, changing the color from brown to white. The idea of a fire and a warm bed infused badly needed energy into her feet, urging her forward at an increased speed. He held a hand back to her as she drew abreast of him, and without thinking she slipped her fingers into it. Warmth spread rapidly up her arm as his hand curled around hers. "It's just over the hill," he said, gesturing with his free hand. "Can you make it?"
"For a warm bed I can fly,"
she said with a crooked grin. He smiled back at her, and suddenly she didn't feel the numbing cold that surrounded them. A wave of heat rushed over her as if she stood directly in front of a fire. Her feet felt light, not at all like the blocks of stone she had forced in forward motion for the last several hours. Gripping his hand tighter, she put her head down, not wanting him to see the effect he had on her, but she wasn't willing to break the connection between them. Not yet. When they topped the next hill, he relaxed his hold on her hand. Reluctantly, she let her arm fall back down to her side as she looked down at the small cottage nestled in the wooded area. They began the descent toward the lodge. Isabella stumbled as she stepped into a hole, but quickly regained her footing and hurried forward. He looked back inquiringly at her, but she shook her head. He slowed as they approached the small clearing around the house. He gently pushed her behind a large tree and put a finger to his lips. "Stay here until I've determined whether it's safe." She started to protest, but he held the tips of his fingers over her mouth. "Don't argue this time. Just stay here so I can take a look around." Finally she nodded, and he moved quickly away. She watched as he crept around the house and peered into a window. Then he disappeared around back. A few moments later the front door opened and he motioned for her to come. Needing no further encouragement, she raced for the inside, grateful to be out of the snow. Her boots left wet prints as she stepped onto the dusty wood floor. It smelled musty and stale, but more importantly, it was dry. "I'll start a fire," he spoke up. "You see if there is anything we can eat."
"Oh, yes, I suppose a chicken will magically fall from the sky into a pot," she said dryly. He gave her a look that suggested he was unimpressed with her wit. "You could at least see if there are any staples we could prepare something with. Even bread is better than nothing." "I hate to be the one to impart such grievous news, but unless you know how to prepare bread, or anything else for that matter, we are doomed to starve."
He looked at her for a long moment. "I'm not a complete failure in the kitchen, but I suppose that was rather silly of me. I tend to forget your station, Your Highness." Regret dampened her mood. She much preferred his relaxed manner to the stiff demeanour he presented now. If only she hadn't reminded him of her royalty. She busied herself taking stock of the small kitchen, but other than dust and a few utensils, it was completely bare. After a moment's contemplation, she reached into a pocket and fingered the napkin she'd wrapped the remainder of the food in from earlier. Drawing it out, she approached Merrick, who had just stepped away from the fire he had started.
"I saved these for you,"
she said, holding out her hand. He took the bundle with a questioning expression, then opened the cloth. "I can't take this. You need it far more than I." He held it back out to her, but she shook her head.
"I already ate my share," she lied, "while I was in the kitchen."
She prayed her stomach wouldn't betray her by doing something as unladylike as growling. A look of suspicion clouded his eyes. "Are you sure?"
"Yes, of course. I brought enough for us both."
"Thank you, then," he said, picking up a piece of bread and stuffing it into his mouth. "That was excellent thinking on your part." She turned away to the fire and stuck out her hands, not wanting to watch him eat. He'd been far too concerned over her for her not to return the favour, and besides, she was used to going without food. A heavy scraping sound drew her attention away from the flames. Merrick pulled one of the rickety armchairs over close to the fire and gestured for her to sit. "You need to get those wet clothes off and lay them by the fire to dry." Her eyes widened in shock. "But I'll look for something you can cover yourself with, but I won't have you catching your death of cold." He disappeared into what she assumed was the bedchamber, the only other room in the cottage. She looked down at her soaked clothes, knowing Merrick was right, but not relishing the idea of unclothing in front of him, no matter what he found for her to cover herself with. She reached up and pulled off the hat, uncoiling her damp hair as she did. Shrugging off the coat, she laid it aside and moved closer to the fire. The imprint of her nipples showed clearly through the wet material of her shirt, and she crossed her arms over her chest in a protective measure. In her haste to dress in London, she hadn't bothered to bind her breasts again, and now, out from under the bulk of the coat, her every curve was outlined in stark detail. Maybe getting out of her wet clothing wasn't such a bad idea after all. Merrick returned moments later and thrust a man's nightshirt at her. "It's all I could find," he said, "but it will do until your clothes have dried." He turned and strode toward the door. Without looking back, he said, "I'm going out to collect some wood for the fire. You can change while I am gone." She held up the cream-coloured shirt and eyed it with chagrin. It offered only slightly more modesty than what she was wearing now, but at least it was dry and warm. Perhaps she could find a blanket to burrow under once she was dressed. Not wanting him to come back in before she had undressed, she hurriedly stripped the wet breeches off, then yanked the shirt over her head. She paused just long enough to warm her damp skin, then quickly pulled on the nightshirt. It fell to her knees, leaving the rest of her legs bare. She reached down for her boots and laid them by the fire to dry with her clothes. Carefully, she tucked the precious map she'd hidden in her breeches into the toe of her boot, along with a pouch holding her ring. The floor felt cold to her bare feet, and a chill ran up her legs despite the fact that she stood so close to the fire. She turned her back to the fireplace so her hair could dry. Placing her hands behind her, she flexed them as the heat spread up her arms. After a few moments, the uncomfortable numbness gave way to soothing warmth. She settled cross-legged on the floor in front of the hearth and closed her eyes, sending her mind seeking across the miles to her homeland. Stronger now and better able to maintain the mental link, she sent out the burden weighing heaviest on her.
"Can I trust him, Father Ling? He seems a good man, and I desperately need his help."
"Look within your heart, Your Highness. There you will find the answer you seek. Trust your instincts above all else. Use what I have taught you." She took a deep breath, her head pounding with exertion. The link was faltering, fading, and she struggled to keep her mind free of all other encumbrances. His soft voice sounded one last time in her mind. "God be with you, Princess. You have trying times ahead, but have faith and you will prevail." Simon stomped his boots on the doorstep as he walked in bearing a load of wood. When he glanced up, his attention was drawn to Isabella, who sat in front of the fire with her eyes closed, an expression of utter peace on her face. Unwilling to disturb her, he busied himself stacking the wood beside the door. When he was finished, he shrugged out of his coat and carried it over to the fire to dry. He moved quietly, intrigued by the picture Isabella presented. Her palms were pressed together under her chin, and her head was bowed slightly in a position of prayer. Complete calm radiated from her. It was almost as if her body was here, but she herself was somewhere else entirely. He shook his head at the absurdity of that notion. The fire crackled and her eyes flew open, her inner torment burning as brightly as the flames in the hearth. Wherever she had been, she had only gained a temporary respite from reality. She scrambled up and moved away from the fireplace, settling into a chair a few feet away. She hugged her legs to her chest, he guessed, in an effort to maintain a semblance of modesty. Her slight frame lent her an air of vulnerability, even though he knew her to be far from helpless. Her eyes shone brightly in the shadow of the flames, their ocean-green depths looking more like a storm at sea than the calm, placid waters of a tropical bay. She stirred in her chair as if uncomfortable with his perusal, but he was riveted to her, unable to drag his gaze from her. In the soft light of the fire, there was something otherworldly about her. It seemed the most natural thing in the world for him to pull her into his arms and hold her against his chest. But as powerful as the urge was, he stood still, the warmth from the fire becoming nearly as uncomfortable as the direction of his thoughts. Finally he pulled himself from the enticing picture she presented and moved away from the hearth. He picked up an old wooden stool from the kitchen and carried it back to where she sat. Settling down on it at a more comfortable distance from the fire, he placed his hands on his knees and turned his attention to the princess once more. "I think it's time for our discussion," he said, breaking the silence between them.
"Very well,"
she said softly.
"Ask what you will."
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering how to voice the thing that was plaguing him the most. Unable to remain still, he stood and paced back and forth in front of the fire. "There is something that has bothered me for a while, but till now I was unable to put my finger on it." He paused and looked directly at her. She viewed him calmly, awaiting what he had to say, no trace of anxiety. "The men who attacked you, why didn't they just kill you?" A puzzled look crossed her face, and she opened her mouth to speak, but he continued on. "It seems simple enough. If they truly wanted you dead, why didn't they just shoot you? They've not been short on opportunities, yet each time they've come armed with only knives."
"Perhaps they didn't want to draw undue attention, the noise would create," she murmured in a perplexed voice, one now laced with the anxiety she was missing earlier. Her eyes darted sideways, and for the first time he easily read uneasiness in her expression. What could she be hiding?
"I thought of that," he said, watching her closely now. "But they risked you screaming by allowing you to remain alive, and after the first time you escaped, I would think they would be all the more determined to be successful in their attempts at assassination. Unless—" He let his voice trail off suggestively.
"Unless what?"
she demanded, blatant fear written in every facet of her face. "Unless they have no intention of seeing you dead," he said calmly. Chapter 7. Isabella's eyes flared and she blanched as the full impact of his statement hit her. She sat back in her seat and licked nervously at her lip. An interesting reaction indeed. Would not such a revelation be met with relief? Simon studied her intently, awaiting her response. He was convinced more than ever that he had been correct in his assessment.
What makes you say that?" she stammered. "I assure you, nothing they have done has given me the impression they wish me anything but dead."
She rubbed her abdomen as she spoke, as if remembering the injury she had sustained in her first encounter. "I wondered that myself," he murmured. "But the more I thought about it, the more I began to think perhaps you have something they want. Something they want very badly. Badly enough to want to take you alive." He looked pointedly at her as he finished his statement. Her voice shook discernibly now as she spoke.
"What could I possibly have that they would want?"
"That is a good question indeed. One I would very much like the answer to." He leaned close to her, pinning her with the full force of his gaze. "You are not telling me everything, Princess, and I can't keep you safe unless you start talking. I think you know exactly what they want." Though his accusation was a shot in the dark, he knew immediately it hit upon the truth. She paled and looked away, her agitation increasing. She leapt from her seat and turned her back to him, her hands fisted at her side. Then she slowly turned back to him, her breath coming in shallow spurts. Sweat beaded her forehead, and he could read the indecision that ripped through her. She let out her breath in a long sigh, her cheeks puffing slightly with the effort.
They want something I took from the palace before I fled,
she said in a tremulous voice. Anticipation nearly made him hasty, but he quickly schooled his response. What did you take?
A map.
A map? He couldn't hide the incredulity in his outburst. You've been pursued all the way to England, your brother killed, all because of a map. Is that why your parents were murdered?
I don't know if it is why my parents were murdered, she whispered, but I know they seek the map. Without it they cannot secure the throne.
And where is this map? She reached over to her boots, drying by the fire, and retrieved a rolled-up parchment from inside one of them. Holding it out to him, she said,
Many have died over the years protecting this map. I have no doubt there are those who would kill to have it.
His mind raced to comprehend what she was saying. Unrolling the dampened parchment, he looked in disbelief at the indecipherable scribblings, the crude drawings. It was obviously a map of sorts, but of what? He glanced back up at her, and she reached for the map. He made no move to offer it back to her. What is so important about this map?
I don't expect you to understand,
she said in a low voice. Try me. She gazed at him for a long moment, then sank back down in her chair.
Sit down, please. You make me nervous standing over me that way.
He sat down on the stool and looked expectantly at her.
The map is the only way to access the royal Leaudorian relics.
I see. So greed is their motive. She went on, ignoring his interruption.
This isn't just any treasure. Leaudorian law prohibits a ruler from ascending the throne unless they have in their possession at the time of coronation the jeweled scepter and the royal emerald. Both are integral parts of our history. For centuries, before a new king or queen is crowned, the heir to the throne is journeyed deep into the ancient caves that are carved into the marble cliffs. The map is necessary to navigate the maze of passageways. They must retrieve the scepter and the emerald and make their way back out in time for the ceremony.
He shook his head, trying to make sense of her explanation. It sounded like something contrived from a Gothic novel. Isabella fixed him with a stare, pausing in her tale.
I knew this would be beyond your understanding. Our customs are far removed from the English ways of conducting their affairs. We are deeply rooted in our traditions, our history, and our ways transcend the normal realm of human understanding.
He held up his hands. Please, go on. I'm listening. She raised her chin and turned sideways in her chair, gazing toward the dancing flames in the hearth.
The journey is viewed as a rite of passage. The man or woman is blessed by the monks in the abbey that guard the entrance to the caves. The prayers of an entire nation are with the travelers. They seek out their birthright and forge the future of their reign. At the coronation, the newly crowned king or queen present the treasures as proof of their merit. The monks judge the validity of their claim, then either offer or refuse a blessing on the new ruler.
Simon absorbed all of the information, understanding dawning on him. So, a new ruler cannot be installed unless they can present the relics. She nodded. He stood once more, his lips drawn in a thin line. So, why assassinate your family? So they can make a claim to the throne? Wouldn't the monarchy follow a line of succession? And if that is so, wouldn't you be the next in line for the throne? How can they, who are they anyway, possibly expect to take over? Moreover, if they are bent on overthrowing the monarchy, why would they give a care for traditions? It would be just as easy to establish a new regime complete with new laws. The questions, all of his confusion and frustration, spilled out in a rush. None of it made sense, and he was no closer to learning the truth than he had been from the beginning. A look of pure hatred clouded her face.
They is my father's chief adviser of military affairs.
A sheen of tears shone as brightly as the animosity in her eyes.
If I never do anything else, I will make him pay for betraying my family.
A chill snaked down his spine as he spoke. He didn't doubt her for a second. How can he hope to gain control of Leaudor? Even if he was able to produce the relic, surely this wouldn't give him the throne.
In Leaudor, if no living immediate relative of the ruling family can be produced, the next in succession is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, then the chief adviser of the king,
she said pointedly.
The line stops there. Uncles, cousins, brothers or sisters of the king or queen do not qualify.
That seems rather odd, he said. Not only odd, but unheard of. She continued as if he hadn't interrupted her.
Long ago, when much of our country was in constant turmoil with wars and frequent changes in the monarchy, a new policy was adopted when Queen Genevieve came to power. It was revolutionary, but once implemented it changed the entire course of our history, she said with a note of pride. I am named for her.
As well versed in foreign policy as he liked to think he was frightfully ignorant of Leaudorian legalities. But then he'd never been forced to travel beyond Leaudorian borders in order to protect England's interests. Until now. What was this new policy? He finally asked.
The long line of succession was eliminated, she explained. Aside from the immediate family of the ruling monarch, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chief of Military Affairs are the only two that can ascend the throne. In the event that none of the aforementioned is able to rule, a new ruler is appointed by the monks of Sacre-Foi. They are charged with finding a suitable and righteous ruler among Leaudor's citizens. By adopting such a policy, the threat of an outside source seeking to overthrow the monarchy was virtually eliminated. Until now.
Her explanation ended raggedly, pain accentuating each breath. It's brilliant, he acknowledged. No one outside the country would gain anything by overthrowing the government because once gone the replacement was completely random. But what of military might, he pointed out. Surely another nation could completely take over and replace the ruling class. It's been done multiple times over the course of history.
Not without slaughtering every one of Leaudor's citizens and annihilating our army, she said firmly. Leaudorians are legendary in their support, their loyalty. They would take up arms against all forms of invasion. Queen Genevieve's policy was ingenious. It gives much power to the common people.
A soft smile curved her lips, and a faraway look entered her eyes.
Did you know, she began softly, my father was a common man. He came to power after a terrible accident befell the former king. The young king was sailing with his foreign minister and military chief to Belgium. Their ship was lost at sea, and for the first time the monks were charged with finding a new ruler.
Simon leaned forward, captivated by her tale.
At the time my father was a young man of 22. He had just married my mother, and the two of them were farming a small parcel of land by the sea.
Even as she smiled, tears slipped unchecked down her cheeks. The now familiar tightening sensation clutched his chest. Her eyes were alight with love and precious memories of her parents. Then what happened? He prompted.
The monks came to him and asked him to present himself to the palace for an inquiry. My mother didn't want him to go, she said in a near sob. I wish now he had listened. For a week he and others were questioned, tested, measured, and asked to perform tasks. In the end they chose him to journey into the caves and seek the relics. The entire country rejoiced when he succeeded. He was loved by many,
she said, her voice finally breaking under the strain of emotion. For several long seconds she wept openly, trails of raw pain sliding down her face, disappearing from view.
He was a good man. Leaudor flourished under his direction.
Simon remained silent, waiting for her to continue, not wanting to intrude on her reflection.
And now they have taken everything from me,
she hissed, anger replacing the agony in her voice.
And for what?
He reached across and took her hands in his. That is what I need to speak to you about, Isabella. Can you bear it?
Will you help me return to Leaudor?
She asked, gripping his hands tightly. He shifted uncomfortably and looked away briefly. She was asking him to help her, not Leaudor, not England, her. He had every intention of seeing her to Leaudor. His duty to England demanded it, but somehow she made the act more personal than it should be. But just as he could not fathom shirking his responsibility to England, neither could he look into the princess's eyes and hold that he was unmoved by her plea, or pretend he was only acting in his country's best interest. Yes, Isabella, I will help you, he said with only a twinge of guilt. Once she was on the throne, it would matter little to her why he had aided her.
Then I can bear it,
she whispered. The two stared at one another for a long moment, their hands still joined. Finally, Simon pulled away, rising from his perch on the stool. I need you to tell me everything, Isabella. Don't leave any detail out, no matter how painful it may be. I will help you, but I must know all. She nodded in agreement. Then tell me what happened on the day your parents were assassinated. She stood as if unable to bear the confines of the chair any longer. She took in a deep breath and twisted her hands nervously in front of her.
Jacques Montagne, father's military advisor, summoned my father from breakfast. We always took breakfast together, she said with a slight smile. I could tell it was urgent. Jacques was not one to interrupt our family meals unless it was of the utmost importance. David and I decided to take a walk in the gardens immediately following breakfast, so we left Mother and Stefan in the dining hall. After collecting David's easel, we went outside to enjoy the autumn weather. David was going to draw a portrait of me. Maybe an hour later we went up to my mother's chamber. David was eager to show her his work, and we knew she would be getting dressed for a mid-morning session with the ladies in her court. When we found her chamber empty, we thought to find her in the music room where she routinely held court. On our way there, we stopped by Jacques, who asked us to come with him. There was a note of urgency in his voice that unsettled me. David felt it too. I remember him taking my hand as we rushed after Jacques.
Her agitation increased, and she began to wring her hands in earnest. Simon crossed the space separating them and once again took her hands in his. I'm here, Isabella. You don't have to bear this alone. Hold on to me if you must. She gripped his hand almost painfully and continued in a shaky voice. Her pupils were dilated and her face chalky white.
When we reached the throne room, I knew something was amiss. Father's personal guards were nowhere to be seen. The room was frightfully empty, and then I saw Mother and Father.
Her voice broke off and she briefly closed her eyes, as if to regain her composure. When she opened them again, all the light was gone, a dull, lifeless barrier covering them.
Mother was standing by Father, her back stiff with pride. She would never allow Jacques to see her fear. 2 men on either side of them held a sword to their throats. I remember well the last words they ever spoke to me, she whispered. As they stood there, Father looked at me and David with such love and pride in his eyes. He said, I love you, my children. Never forget how proud you have made your mother and me. And then the soldiers killed them.
A high, keening wail escaped her, and she jerked her fingers away from him, covering her face with her hands.
Oh, God, she sobbed. They killed them right in front of me.
She pressed herself into his chest, her hands gripping his forearms. Her sudden movement took him by surprise, and he stood stiffly, unsure of how to react to her embrace. She trembled against him, the force of her emotion unsettling him. He lifted a hand and awkwardly ran it over her hair in an effort to comfort her. I'm sorry, he said gruffly. She spoke again, her words muffled by his chest, a feeling that if he examined closely he'd realize he liked. He allowed the strands of her hair to slip from his fingers, then made a fist so he wouldn't be tempted to continue touching her. She moved her mouth away from his shirt so he could once again hear.
Jacques laughed. The bastard laughed as my parents died. He then held up a bloody hand.
She broke off again and clenched his shirt in her fists.
My brother's hand.
Stefan, Simon murmured. She nodded against his chest.
Jacques had presented the hand to my father in an effort to sway him to his cause. When my father refused, he summoned David and I, then killed them in front of us. His plan was then to use me to bend David to his will.
What did he want? Simon asked.
My guess is the map, she said softly. Without the map, even with my entire family gone, he could not assume leadership.
But what of the Minister of Foreign Affairs? She shivered against him.
I do not know, though I suspect Jacques got rid of him before my parents.
What happened after he killed your parents? He prompted gently, wondering how much harder he should push her. She went still in his arms again, and he felt her draw in a deep breath.
I remember screaming and screaming. David was in shock. The next thing I remember is Jacques slapping me and telling me to be silent. He looked at me and smiled. I'll never forget that smile. He said he had plans for me. Then he ordered one of the men who had killed my parents to take David and me and lock us in the small holding cell in the east wing of the castle. His mistake was only sending one, she said in disgust. His arrogance was such that he never imagined needing more than one armed escort.
So that is how you escaped, Simon mused. She nodded.
I waited until we were well away from Jacques. I caught David's eye and prayed he would catch on to what I was trying to convey to him. Then I pretended to fall. When the guard reached and to yank me back up, David and I attacked him. David was injured in the fray, and so when we overcame the guard, I sent him to safety. I knew I had to retrieve the map.
You are an incredible woman. I cannot credit how you managed to survive.
I had to live, she said firmly. Jacques and everyone who supported him must pay for their treachery.
So you retrieved the map. Then what?
I met David outside the castle grounds. As children, we had spent hours navigating the many passageways, so it was easy to get out. From there, we fled to the harbour. There were 2 ships leaving, one for England, one for America. I begged David to take the map and go to England, seek the regent's aid, but he wouldn't hear of it. He opted to stay behind and make it appear as though we had taken the ship to America. I stood away on the ship leaving for Dover. David would remain in Leaudor long enough to be able to board a ship to England undetected. I would wait for him, and together we would go to the regent. But as you know, that never happened.
She pulled away, her eyes sad and tired.
The entire plan was stupid, she said dully. But then we hadn't the time to think it through properly. We should have both boarded the ship and left for England, taking our chances on British soil. His remaining behind served no purpose but to facilitate his death.
You mustn't blame yourself, he said, placing his hands on her shoulders. He quickly pulled them away and let them fall to his side. It is amazing that you managed to escape at all. Folding her arms over her chest, she moved closer to the fire and gazed aimlessly into the dying embers. When she turned back to him, her eyes burned as brightly as the coals.
There is something else you should know.
He waited expectantly.
A month before my parents were killed, my father was visited by a small contingent of Bonaparte's supporters. I do not know the purpose of their visit, but father was very agitated, and mother seemed upset. I barely saw either of them until the men left the palace.
Simon's mind reeled as he absorbed the new information. Could the visit have had anything to do with the upheaval that followed? A sense of foreboding tightened his chest. He didn't like the coincidence at all. And if his nagging feeling was correct, the regent had been justified in his concern over the implications the assassinations had on England. Now more than ever he needed to get to the bottom of this whole matter. But he couldn't be in 2 places at once. Kirk would have to investigate from England, while he took Isabella back to Leaudor. If they were to thwart whatever scheme had been concocted to install a new Leaudorian ruler, Isabella would have to ascend the throne. And in order to do that, he had to keep her alive. If they were truly after the map she held in her possession, then they were obviously trying to capture her alive. Once they had the map, they would likely dispose of her. He and Isabella held the advantage, and somehow he had to make that advantage work in his favor. He and Isabella had the map, the 2 key components in the future of Leaudor and perhaps England itself.
What are you thinking?
Isabella asked, breaking into his thoughts. He shook his head and frowned. I was just trying to plot the best possible course for us to get safely to Leaudor.
Then you do plan to help me,
she said, her eyes brightening. I said I would. I don't break my word.
Thank you,
she said softly. I think it best if you try to get some rest now, he said. We will leave at first light. Chapter 8. Isabella slept fitfully. Now that she had recounted the horror of her parents' deaths, the images came alive in her dreams. But she was powerless to wake and stop the barrage of memories that flashed before her. Her mouth opened to scream, but nothing came out. She tried to put out her hands to ward off the attackers, but they were paralyzed at her side. She ran through the corridors of the palace, but her feet were heavy, and she moved in slow motion. Then strong arms surrounded her and enclosed her in their safe embrace. A deep voice murmured in her ear, urging her to wake up, that everything was all right. Warmth curled around her and a comforting scent filled her nostrils. Even in her semi-conscious state, she recognized Merrick's touch. Her cheek rested on his muscled chest, and for a brief moment she gave herself completely over to the safe haven he offered, gave her feelings free rein, allowed herself to contemplate what would happen if she let herself succumb to the desire that had been building within her. Tentatively, she snaked her arms around his waist, seeking more of his warmth. His hand gently stroked her hair as he continued to murmur soothingly in her ear. All he had to do was be near, and she felt safe. For someone who vowed not to rely on anyone, she felt precariously dependent on Merrick for more than just her personal safety. She had, in essence, placed the entire future of her country in his hands. Her eyes fluttered open, the last thought eating at the back of her mind. What was she thinking? How could she place her own comfort and desires ahead of her people? She looked up to find Merrick staring down at her, the flames from the fireplace illuminating his expression of concern. "Are you all right now?" She nodded, but made no move to separate herself from him. Slowly she rested her head back on her chest, her cheek tickled by the smattering of hair at its center. And then she realized he had no shirt on. Pulling away, she glanced down, her eyes drawn to the well-defined muscles across his abdomen, the hardness of his chest and the broadness of his shoulders. She was entwined with a half-naked man, only slightly more dressed herself. Quickly she shifted, attempting to put some distance between her and Merrick. He reached out and cupped her chin, his thumb rubbing softly over her cheek. "You are having terrible dreams," he murmured.
"I know," she said quietly. "I am sorry to have disturbed you."
"You didn't." He held her gaze for a long moment, then dropped his hand away from her face, leaving her oddly disappointed. She twisted around on the makeshift pallet she had fashioned to stare into the fire. Drawing up her knees, she hugged her arms around them, pulling them tightly to her chest. Behind her, she could hear him pulling on his shirt. Then he joined her by the fire. He sat a few feet from her and gazed into the flames. She glanced sideways at him.
"Can't sleep?"
He shook his head and continued to gaze into the glowing embers that lay scattered in the hearth.
"Tell me about yourself," she said. "We've talked so much about me, and yet I know nothing about you."
He grimaced. "There's little to tell, really. I've already explained my role in the English government."
"But what about you?" she asked softly. "Do you have family? Anyone that worries when you're off saving princesses in distress?"
He cracked a half-smile. "No family. No one to worry over me." She frowned, hearing the slight echo of pain in his voice. Or was it disappointment? He was uncomfortable talking about himself, but she was curious about this enigmatic man.
"What about your mother?" she asked. "I assume your father is dead since you are the Earl."
His features hardened and his body grew rigid. "She died giving birth to me." Isabella waited for him to speak further, but he remained silent. How awful that he had never known his mother. Perhaps in some ways it had been easier than losing her later in life. No matter how much she missed her own mother, how terrible the images of her death, she wouldn't trade her childhood memories for anything. "Did you love your family very much?" he asked, breaking the silence that had settled over them. She gazed at him in surprise. What kind of question was that? Of course she loved her family, else she wouldn't be here with him now, plotting her way back to Leaudor in order to exact a vengeance in their name. Merrick spoke as a man who... Realization hit her. A man who hadn't shared the same kind of love with his family that she had with hers.
"Yes," she finally said. "I love them dearly."
"Tell me about them," he said, a slight edge to his voice. She stared at him for a long moment. He seemed eager to hear about her family, yet his voice displayed only a polite interest.
"Well, let's see. Stefan was the oldest. He was impatient even as a child, very serious about his duty as the future king. He had a temper my father despaired of, but he was dedicated to learning everything he could about his impending role."
She shifted on the pallet, rested her elbow on her knee, then cupped her cheek in her palm.
"In a lot of ways, David and I were lucky. Our childhood was relaxed, though our parents never encouraged Stefan to be so focused. It was his choice. David, I don't think, was cut out to be king, though he would have been a good one. He was more interested in the ways of the monks. I think he would have given serious thought to joining the monastery."
A smile eased the strain on her face.
"We were a close family. Even as serious as Stefan was, he always had a smile for me and a quick tussle of my hair. But pleasing father was everything to him, and something he worked constantly at."
Merrick's face twisted into one of disgust. What a waste. She lifted a brow, confused by his reaction.
It was Stefan's choice, she defended. Father was very proud of all of us. He never missed an opportunity to demonstrate his pride in us. Stefan merely took it further. He wanted to be the kind of king our father would approve of.
Merrick shook his head, but said nothing. After a long moment, he glanced up at her, a curious longing in his eyes. And your mother, what was she like?
Isabella caught her breath at the surge of pain that hit her. She offered a shaky smile, determined not to break down again. She was wonderful. She smelled of sunshine and unconditional love. Her voice, her touch, was the most soothing I have ever experienced. She kept father, our family, grounded. She was the fundamental component in all our lives, she said, struggling for just the right words to convey how very much her mother had meant to all of them. I don't know how I shall ever live without her, she finished in a whisper.
I'm sorry, Merrick said, his voice low. I didn't intend to bring back painful memories. It's just that I never knew my mother. I can't fathom what it must have been like. My childhood consisted of a nurse and later a bag-faced governess who was overly fond of her ruler. Her heart ached for the little boy buried deep within the embittered man. She knew how fortunate she was to have had the family she'd had, even for as short a time as it turned out to be.
There must be someone you feel close to,
she murmured. He smiled sardonically. Kirk has been like a brother to me, the kind of brother I'd always imagined having. Edward, my real brother, wasn't bad. I doubt he really gave me much thought. He didn't hate me. One must be at least acquainted with someone to hate them.
And do you hate him?
She asked. He shook his head. I always admired him, envied him, longed to be everything he was.
What happened to him?
It's nearly dawn, he said, checking his timepiece. He rose, making no effort to continue their conversation. She glanced toward the window, seeking confirmation from the dark sky.
I suppose we should be making ready then.
He nodded. I've thought of a plan if you would like to hear it. She nodded. We'll go into the village and acquire the horses Kirk arranged for us. There should be supplies for our trip as well. Isabella looked at him in confusion.
How does Kirk know to get us anything at all?
A slight smile crooked the corner of his mouth. Kirk and I have worked with each other long enough that we know each other's move before we make it. I told him of my plan to come here from London. I know without a doubt that he provided for us in the neighbouring village. Apprehension unsettled her stomach. In her experience, it didn't pay to trust anyone, and certainly not someone who knew so much about you. If you can trust me, you can trust Kirk, he said, as if daring her to say otherwise.
Where do we go from the village?
She asked, not wanting to discuss Kirk or her misgivings. He took a deep breath. Dover. She shot up from her perch on the floor in an instant.
Dover? We cannot go to Dover. It's out of the question. We'll be set upon before we ever board a ship there. Didn't you hear me when I told you that Dover was where I entered England?
He put a hand up to stop her tirade. Hear me out. Fear and anger warred within her, but she closed her lips tightly together. Your plan to travel to Brighton made perfect sense, very logical, until I began to think that is precisely what your pursuers would likely expect you to do. They must know by now that you will not be easily apprehended. You've proven to be a very worthy adversary. Uneasiness hedged some of her anger. What if he was right? She could have been walking right into a trap by moving south. What he said made sense. In reality, the most foolish thing on earth we could do is to hire a ship out of Dover, which is why I think that is precisely what we should do. She chewed her bottom lip, not at all trying to hide her agitation. It was logical, but they were taking a huge chance. What if the men who were after her hadn't the intelligence of a donkey? Then they would likely all be lined up in Dover waiting her arrival. But if what he was saying was true, they were probably trying to anticipate her next move, and as he said, the most illogical thing for her to do would be to go to Dover. If we are successful in boarding a ship in Dover, we can be in Leaudor in a matter of a few days, he pointed out. If we travel to Brighton, the trip there alone will take several days. Then we cannot be sure of hiring a ship to Leaudor from there, and it will likely take a week providing the weather is agreeable. She could be home in days. The thought gave her the most comfort she had experienced in a very long time, and it was worth the risk of being apprehended.
"Very well,"
she said after a pause.
"Dover it is."
He stood up and gestured toward their clothes lying on the hearth. "Then let's dress, and we'll head to the village as soon as it is light." If anything, the temperature had dropped even lower overnight. When they stepped out into the dim light of sunrise, the air seemed frozen around them. The ground crunched beneath their feet, trapped beneath a layer of frost. Isabella drew her coat tighter around her, thankful at least that it had stopped the cold mixture of rain and snow from yesterday. Merrick took her hand and helped her through the thick underbrush surrounding the small cabin. Once they broke into the forest, the walking was easier and they increased their pace. In other circumstances, she would have marveled at the beauty of the landscape, but she spared it only a passing glance as they approached the outskirts of the village. A thin plume of smoke, and then another, no doubt from nearby chimneys, alerted her to the fact they were drawing near. When they spotted a group of small cottages, she breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be much further. They travelled a wide circle around the houses, careful not to enter the village from the main road. Finally, they arrived at a posting inn, and Merrick cautioned her to remain out of sight. "I'm going in to inquire about our horses. I won't be but a moment. If I'm not back within 10 minutes, get out of here as fast as you can."
"But how will I—"
He pressed his timepiece into her hand. "I'll be back in a moment." She watched as he disappeared around the corner, then she quickly took stock of her surroundings. Deciding against remaining where she was in plain view to passing people, she ducked into the stable that adjoined the inn. The musty smell of horses' sweat and manure mixed with the fresh aroma of hay assaulted her as soon as she entered. The horses neighed and snorted nervously as they sensed her presence. She moved down the stalls, her hand coming out to stroke the soft noses as she passed. The warmth emanating from the horses was a welcome change to the bracing wind. Stopping at the end, she stroked the neck of a horse that leaned his head over to push at her chest.
"I don't have anything for you to eat,"
she said regretfully as he continued to nuzzle her. She reached down into the feeder and brought a handful of oats to his mouth. Memory swamped her. She'd spent so many hours in the royal stables. Her father had gifted her with a beautiful stallion on her 25th birthday, just 3 short months before his death. Though his time was limited and his duties many, he'd always made time to go riding with her. They often raced back to the stables after a leisurely ride over the palace grounds. The last time they had ridden together was the first time she had ever won. Her heart heavy, she turned and walked back to the front to wait for Merrick. After a quick check of his timepiece, she determined he had been gone 7 minutes. Only 3 remained. She tamped down the tide of panic that threatened to bubble up her throat. He would be here. At exactly 9 minutes and several heartbeats later, he walked into the stable carrying 2 bags. He handed one to her, then shoved a smaller parcel toward her. "Something to eat," he explained, to her utter delight. Not waiting a moment longer, she dug into it and found a still warm meat pie. It was heaven in a crust. She could scarcely contain her moan of complete pleasure as she bit into the meat-filled confection. She quickly consumed the rest, not stopping to enjoy it as she would like. Brushing the crumbs from her shirt, she took up the larger bag over her shoulder.
"Which horses are ours?"
she asked. "The 2 in the front stalls." He quickly saddled both horses, then secured their bags. As he led them out of the stable, he glanced over at her. "I forgot to ask, and I suppose I should not have assumed, but can you ride astride?" She chuckled.
"The better question would have been, can I ride a side saddle? Indeed, I have always ridden astride."
He held out a hand to help her mount, then handed her the reins as soon as she was settled. Afterwards, he swung onto his horse and took out ahead of her. She urged her horse forward and followed him out of the village onto the north road. When she drew abreast of him, he looked over at her. "It will be an arduous journey. We will only stop for a few hours' sleep at best, and to rest the horses as needed. I hope to be in Dover within 2 days." She nodded approvingly. Soon they left the main road and began paralleling it as the countryside gave way to a less densely forested area. They were still afforded relative obscurity in the trees, but were able to traverse the terrain with no difficulty. After several hours, they came upon a small stream and stopped to let the horses drink and graze. Merrick dug into his bag and produced 2 sandwiches for them and a small bottle of wine. She delighted in the sandwich and savoured every bite. Having gone too long with little or no food, she had gained a new appreciation for even the simplest fare. He handed over the wine to her and she drank from the bottle. It was coarse and not at all like the wine she was accustomed to, but she had never tasted anything better. Handing the bottle back to him, she leaned against a tree and sighed in contentment. Having 2 meals in the same day was a luxury she was unused to, and it felt wonderful to be full and sated. "You will not go hungry again," Merrick said darkly. "I won't allow it." She opened her eyes in surprise and stared at him, again caught off guard by his perception. Embarrassed that he had been able to read her thoughts, she looked away. "These months must have been hard for you."
"Hopefully they will end when I have returned home," she said lightly, though she knew in her heart her hard times would only just be beginning. After untying the horses, Merrick assisted her up, and they resumed travel. They moved in silence, the midday sun warming her slightly as they continued their steady pace. The overcast sky had given way to a beautiful blue canvas. The leafless trees marked a stark contrast against such a beautiful background. The frost had melted, leaving the ground soggy and covered with damp leaves. Were someone following them, they would be easy to track as the horses left fresh hoofprints in the mud. Isabella shook her head, determined not to give thought to the perils of their journey. If they were fortunate, they would arrive in Dover unmolested and secure passage to Leaudor in less than 2 days, and she could forever say goodbye to England. If she never had to return, it would be too soon. As the day drew on and the sun began setting, the air became colder. The horses' nostrils flared and blew out their breath in a fog. Her legs were numb, and she drew them in closer to her horse, seeking his heat. "We'll move back on the road as soon as it is completely dark," Merrick called out beside her. "We can't chance becoming lost in the woods." He made no mention of stopping for the night, and even though she knew the importance of pushing on, her heart sank. What she wouldn't give for a warm place to sleep for a while. It seemed it had been years since she had succumbed to a deep, healing sleep. 30 minutes later, when the sun had completely sunk behind the trees and they could no longer make out the path they were on, Merrick turned his horse toward the road. Just over the horizon the moon shone faintly, not long from its new phase. She silently gave thanks that it wasn't full. Full moons attracted highwaymen and other ne'er-do-wells. Though she was a competent rider, the long hours in the saddle were wearing on spots that weren't mentionable in polite company. She shifted slightly, trying to adjust to a more comfortable position. "Do we need to stop?" he asked. Did he miss anything? His perception was beginning to annoy her. "No, I'm quite all right. No need to stop on my account." "Shh," he said, suddenly pulling his horse to an abrupt stop. He turned and stared behind them for a long moment, then turned back to her. "Into the woods," he said urgently, spurring his horse forward. She kicked her heels and lowered her head as the horse bolted after Merrick into the woods. Once in the cover of the trees, he pulled up short and motioned for her to be still. A few minutes later, she heard a rumbling noise, and shortly after a carriage rolled down the road, followed by 2 men on horseback. They watched until it was completely out of sight, then Merrick listened intently for signs of any other traffic. Evidently satisfied that there was no more, he gestured back toward the road. In the excitement of the moment, she had completely forgotten how cold she was. As they resumed travel and her heartbeat went back to normal, the chills started to creep back in, as did the fatigue. The slow rocking motion of the horse lulled her until it was difficult to keep her eyes open, but still they plodded on. Just when she was convinced she could go no farther, he once again motioned for her to follow him off the road. "We'll stop here for the night," he said as he dismounted. As she slid from her horse, her knees nearly buckled beneath her. She stood up hastily, not wanting him to see her weakness, though it was doubtful he failed to notice anything at all, she thought sourly. She glanced around at their surroundings, trying to make out the details in the dark. There was a small clearing in the trees, but otherwise the area was unremarkable. Merrick walked the horses down to the small stream and secured them to a nearby tree. After rubbing them down with clumps of grass, he left them drinking and munching contentedly on the grass and returned to where she stood. "We'll make camp near the horses. They will alert us if anyone approaches." She followed him back to the stream, her walk stiff and excruciatingly painful. Her legs trembled as she watched him unpack one of the bags he had tied to the saddle. He spread out a blanket on the ground, then placed another on top. "We'll have to sleep close," he said a little hesitantly.
It is the only way we will stay warm, by using our body heat. She absorbed what he said, and her cheeks grew hot as she imagined sleeping tightly against him.
Yes, of course, she managed to get out. Perfectly logical.
Do you want to eat before we bed down?
To be honest, all I want is to lie down,
she admitted. He held out a hand to her. We'll get some sleep then and eat in the morning. She slipped her hand into his, and he helped her over to the blanket. Warmth was already spreading up her arm in a delicious swirl. Reluctantly, she released his hand as he urged her to lie down. Gingerly, she settled down, praying the moisture from the ground hadn't already permeated the material. He took out more blankets, then crawled up beside her. Before she could ask how he wanted her positioned, he reached around her and pulled her up close to him. He wrapped the blankets tightly around them, trapping her against his chest. She breathed deeply, his warm scent surrounding her. His arms held her close, and she sighed in contentment. "Are you all right?" he asked softly in her ear. His husky voice slid sensuously over her. "Sleep now. We've another long journey tomorrow." She nestled against him, melting against his strength. His arms tightened around her, and she wondered if she would ever again experience anything remotely as pleasurable. Her eyes fluttered, and she pressed her cheek against his chest, taking comfort in the steady rhythm of his heart. Simon nearly groaned aloud as she melded her lush form even closer to him. He was already in agony, and she was torturing him further by wiggling against him. He willed his body to calm down, but so far his effort was having no effect. His breeches were tight, painfully tight, and he prayed she wouldn't notice. He cursed his lack of control. It would only get him killed if he couldn't school his attention. Never before had he allowed attraction to a woman to interfere with his tight rein on his emotions. But damn if this woman, a royal princess yet, didn't make him react like a schoolboy who had just reached his majority. Not only was she well out of his reach, but he was charged with her safety. Entertaining lascivious thoughts about her was a practice in futility. He glanced down to see her dark lashes resting against her cheeks. Her soft breath blew on his chest and warmed him to his core. Gently he stroked back the strands of hair covering her cheek. She was indeed beautiful, and she captivated him unlike any woman ever had. Which was precisely why he needed to put as much distance between them as possible. Figuratively speaking, of course, since there wasn't even an inch separating them at present. Seeking to remedy that, he laid back and gazed up at the sky. How had his life suddenly become so complicated? The perils of his work were nothing new to him, but never before had he developed such a personal stake. He did his job and moved on to the next issue. He glanced over at her sleeping form and felt an odd tightening in his chest. Damn it all, but she had some kind of hold on him that he couldn't even explain. He had shared things with her he had never told another human being, not even Kirk. Her talk of her family inspired a longing within him that he thought he had left behind when he departed from the house of his birth. For the first time in his adult life, he considered what his life might be like if he did have a family of his own, a real family. He swallowed against the bad taste in his mouth, and silently berated himself for even going down this road. It did him no good to yearn for things he couldn't have, could never have in his chosen path. England was his responsibility, his family. It would have to suffice. Chapter 9. Isabella slowly opened her eyes, reluctant to come out of her delicious dream. She felt warm and safe. As her eyes focused, she found herself staring at Merrick's chest. As if they had a mind of their own, her hands came up and lightly skimmed over the surface of his shirt and up to his shoulders. He felt just like she'd always imagined a man to feel, hard, rugged, strong. He smelled of leather and horses, but on him it was appealing. When he opened his eyes, she quickly withdrew her hands. "Good morning," he murmured in a slightly hoarse voice. "I trust you slept well." She nodded. He pulled hastily away from her, and a cold draught billowed over her as the blanket fell open. She felt the loss of his warmth in every inch of her body and squashed the urge to ask him to come back. She followed him up, her legs screaming in protest as she stretched. Rubbing the kinks from her neck with one hand, she reached up with the other for her coat that she'd hung out on the branches of a small tree. The morning fog hung precariously close to the ground, lending the area an eerie quality. Steam rose from the horses' backs as they stamped and neighed. Merrick knelt by the stream and scooped some of the water into his mouth. He motioned her over, then held his cupped hands to her. Tentatively, she lowered her mouth and drank. Somehow the act of drinking from his hands became sensual. She nearly jumped as her lips made contact with his thumb. His skin tasted slightly salty and felt rough in her soft mouth. Her tongue briefly darted out as she scooped the remaining moisture within, and she wondered if the rest of him would taste as good. "More?" he asked, lowering his hands to the stream again. She shook her head.
"No, that is enough. Thank you."
She licked her lips where the feel of his touch still lingered. He returned to the horses and dug out 2 bread rolls from his bag and handed one to her. "We shall be going. We can eat on the way." She took the proffered roll and made her way to her horse. Merrick's hands came round her waist and he hoisted her up to the saddle. As she sat down, his hands lingered, then trailed down her leg as he collected the reins for her. He looked as if he would say something, but turned abruptly and mounted his own horse. They took out in silence, once again foregoing the main road and threading their way through the woods. After a few miles, Isabella grew weary of the silence and looked over at Merrick.
"When do you suppose we will arrive in Dover?"
"I hope by tonight," he returned. "We will make inquiries into a ship that can take us to Leaudor, and hopefully be on our way shortly after." He paused a moment and looked ahead, then back to her once more. "But it could be several days."
"What will we do if we are unable to find a ship to take us?" she asked, voicing the one fear that prevailed over all others. "We will not fail," he said firmly. His confidence cheered her somewhat, and she forced herself to be more optimistic of their chances of securing passage to Leaudor. Her mind quickly focused on what would happen after she returned home. Tendrils of dread clenched at her heart. First and foremost, she would have to travel into the cliffs to retrieve the relics before Jacques got to them. He had probably already been scouring the caves in hopes of happening across the treasure. And then, whether she was successful in recovering them or not, she would have to face the man who murdered her family. She had no desire to be drawn into a lengthy trial presided over by the monks of Sacré-Foy. Jacques would be either condemned to death or be exiled from the island. Either way, she would feel cheated. She wanted to confront the bastard herself. Her fists clenched tighter around the reins until her knuckles shone white. She would have her revenge, even if she died trying. Nothing else mattered to her. It was as important as assuming the rule of her nation. Her mother's loving face appeared before her as if she indeed stood right in front of her in the flesh. Isabella blinked back the tears and imagined her mother wiping them gently away with her hand. "I won't let your death go unpunished, Mother,"
she whispered. "Did you say something?" Merrick asked, yanking her from her reverie. She glanced over at him, swallowing back the tears, and offering a bright smile.
"No."
"Look, Charlie, we have company,"
an unfamiliar voice called out, startling both Isabella and Merrick. As they approached a clearing, they saw 2 ragged-looking men sitting around a small fire. Merrick flashed a warning to her with his eyes, and she nodded in understanding. They would not stop here. Merrick nodded at the 2 men and guided his horse to the side, Isabella following suit.
"Oh, no, that's not very friendly of ye,"
the second man spoke up, flashing a toothless smile.
"Why don't you stop and sit a spell?"
"Yes, why don't you?" a third voice said, very close to them. Isabella turned to see a man step out of the shadow of the trees, a pistol in his hand, pointed directly at Merrick. The man was only slightly better dressed than the 2 by the fire, but his gaze was more menacing. He waved the pistol, gesturing for them to dismount. Merrick slid from the horse but kept a tight hold on the reins. She slowly dismounted beside him and glanced warily at the threat before them.
"What do you want?"
Merrick growled.
"We'd like to be on our way."
Isabella marveled at the change in his voice. Gone were the aristocratic tones. He had adopted a flatter accent that was easily identifiable as more common. She glanced hurriedly around, trying to determine whether or not there were any more surprises lurking about. The 2 men had risen from their squat positions by the fire and now ambled over to join their compatriot, who brandished the gun. They weren't overly large men. Surely she and Merrick could ward them off with minimal difficulty. The gun posed an unwanted complication, however.
Throw your bag over here,
the man with the gun snarled at Merrick. Merrick reached up and slowly untied the sack from the saddle. Then he tossed it toward the man, where it landed in a heap at his feet. The man gestured to one of his accomplices to retrieve it. The man sidled over to Isabella and slid the pistol up her arm and over her shoulder to her back as he walked around her.
"What's a nice-looking woman like yourself doing dressed like a boy?"
he asked with a snicker. Isabella remained silent, refusing to look at him.
"She ain't got no valuables on her," one of the other men called out. "That's plain to see."
The men laughed uproariously. The man with the pistol turned his attention to Merrick.
"And you? What you have on ye?"
"Nothing that would interest you," Merrick ground out.
"Now I'll be the judge of that."
He levelled a stare at Merrick, then gestured with a gun.
"Take off your boots."
"What?" Merrick demanded.
"You hear me? Take off your boots before I blow 'em off."
With a grimace, Merrick bent down and hopped on one foot while he pulled one boot off, then the other. He tossed them angrily at the man and stood in his stockings, the material soaking up moisture from the damp ground. The man then reached into Merrick's pocket and took out the timepiece and money pouch.
"Well, well, well, what have we here?" He turned to the other two men. "A man here is rather plump in her pockets."
He tossed the money pouch to the men, who greedily opened it up and poured the coins and wadded bills out onto the ground. He then sauntered back over to Isabella and glanced down at her boots. She held her breath, hoping against hope that he would leave her boots. At first she had given thanks that she had hidden the ring in the map in the toe of her slightly over-large boots, but now it appeared as though she would lose them anyway. A quick glance over at the other men told her they were absorbed in counting Merrick's money. She watched the man with the gun out of the corner of her eye and waited for an opportunity. And then she had it. The man turned away from her, his hand still holding the gun in her direction as he looked back toward Merrick. In an instant she lashed out with her arm, connecting with his wrist and knocking the pistol to the ground. She swung her leg around on the heels of her blow and connected with his knee. He howled in pain as his legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. The two other men scrambled up from the ground. One collected the money and immediately ran for the trees, but the other barreled over to engage Merrick. As Merrick met the man's charge, Isabella took advantage of her opponent's distraction and leaped for his gun. As her hand connected with the cold metal of the barrel, a hand curled around her wrist, nearly snapping it with the force of his grip.
"Bloody bitch!"
he snarled as he backhanded her and sent her reeling backwards. Her cheek buzzed like an angry bee, but she was on her feet in seconds. Anger flashed hotly over her, and she now had the advantage, as he was still on the ground. She snapped her foot out and kicked him in the nose. Blood immediately burst from his face, spattering the ground below him. Not giving him any time to react, she connected again, this time square in the jaw. She felt a crack and knew she had broken his teeth. His hands went up to cradle his nose and jaw, and he screamed in pain. She sent the gun skittering across the ground and out of reach with her foot as she advanced on the man once more. He lurched to his feet, backing frantically away from her.
"Demon bitch!"
He nearly tripped over Merrick's boots that lay on the ground. Grabbing them up, he turned and fled in the same direction the first man had run in. Merrick had just crumpled the remaining man with a fist to his jaw when Isabella ran over to assist him. "Are you all right?" he demanded, taking her shoulders in his hands.
"Yes, are you?"
"They got away with all my money and my damn boots, plus the knife I had hidden in them," he growled, pounding his fist into his hand in frustration. He looked back up at her, and his hand went swiftly to her cheek. "You are not all right." He gently touched the place where the man had struck her, and she winced.
"I am fine,"
she protested.
"It is nothing."
"I'd like to kill the bastard for touching you," he said in a dangerously low voice.
"Truly, I am fine."
He looked down at his bare feet in disgust. "We must find another way of securing passage to Leaudor. I'd hoped to hire a ship with the money the brigands stole, but now our only choice may be to stow away."
"We will find a way,"
she said in a low voice. "Yes," he said reassuringly.
"Now perhaps we need to concentrate on procuring you some boots,"
she said, looking down at his feet.
"Is there a town nearby?"
"We can beat at Tynedale in a few hours," he said. "At least they didn't get the horses." He glanced down at the unconscious man at his feet in disgust. "I'm sure his fellow thieves will be back for him."
"Help me move him closer to the fire so he doesn't freeze,"
she said, reaching down to grab the man's arms. He arched an eyebrow but didn't argue.
Once they had moved the man close enough to the fire, she bent over to tug the boots from the man's feet. Simon smiled as he realized her intent. She dropped the boots on the ground by his feet.
"Think they'll do?"
she asked. He glanced doubtfully at them, but bent down to thrust one foot inside. After a few moments of trying to force his heel into the worn leather, he sighed in aggravation and tossed the shoe back toward where the man lay. Isabella shrugged.
"It was worth a try."
She turned back to the unconscious man for a moment, then back at Merrick.
"Help me get him out of his shirt. We can tear the material into strips and wrap your feet."
Merrick fumbled with the buttons, and between them they managed to free the material from the man. She pulled at the shirt, trying to tear it, but it was sturdy. Merrick took it from her and ripped it in two. Then he bent down and wrapped the linen around each foot. She retrieved the pistol from the ground several feet away. Turning, she handed it to Merrick.
"We may have need of this later."
He nodded and tucked it into his pants. As they mounted their horses, Merrick turned to her. "Once again you surprise me, Princess." She looked inquisitively at him. "Is there no situation in which you are at a disadvantage?"
"Necessity breeds success," she replied. "I cannot fail, therefore I won't."
She knew she sounded little better than a braggart, but she spoke the truth. She would not fail. Could not allow anyone to come between her and what she had to do. To entertain anything less would be opening herself up to disaster. She would succeed or she would die. It was that simple. "I think you are perhaps the most extraordinary woman I've ever met," he said, grudging admiration in his tone.
"If I was truly extraordinary, I could have prevented my parents' deaths,"
she said softly. "You cannot blame yourself for the madness of others, Isabella. It is something I learned in my profession a long time ago."
"No, I suppose not," she said with a sigh. "But if only I hadn't stood there like a marble statue, watching as they cut down my parents."
"There was nothing you could do," he said firmly, "but we will see to it that they are avenged." Warmth spread up her body and into her chest. He spoke as if he had taken up her cause with her. The thought that she was not going about this alone boasted her like nothing ever had. She felt the ridiculous urge to smile like a child who had just been given a pony. They rode along for several minutes, and Isabella glanced down at his feet. The thin material probably didn't offer much protection from the cold, but at least it was something until they could replace his boots. She cleared her throat and glanced back up at him. He plodded forward, his shoulders moving in rhythm with his horse. Their conversation of 2 nights ago weighed heavily on her mind. He had dodged her question about his brother, but she had seen the pain on his face, heard it in his voice. She was unsure of how to broach the subject, though, and she had a keen desire to know as much about him as she could. "What are you thinking?" he asked, interrupting her flow of thoughts. He had unwittingly opened the door for her question uppermost in her mind.
"I was thinking about our conversation, about your family," she said, gauging his reaction to her statement.
His expression became shuttered and he looked away.
"What happened to your brother?"
she asked softly. He stiffened, his carriage becoming rigid. "He committed suicide," he said after a long pause. Isabella's eyes widened.
"But why?"
His mouth twisted derisively. "I wish I knew. He was everything the future Earl of Merrick should be. Everyone liked him, he had no enemies, had a keen voice for politics, travelled well in society circles. He was—" Merrick broke off, seemingly at a loss as to what to say. "He was everything I'm not," he finally said. Anger radiated from him in volumes. His hands curled tightly around the reins as he stared unseeingly in front of him.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, around the catch in her throat. In many ways she and Merrick were alike. They had both lost the only family they had. He shook his head as if to ward off the painful memories. Such a waste. He had everything. Everything I didn't. She heard it as surely as if he had spoken the words aloud. How must it have felt to have been a non-entity in his own family? She stared ahead as they continued forward. She had no idea what to say, so she remained silent. After a few moments of awkward silence, she turned once more to him.
"How are your feet?"
she asked, abruptly changing the subject. "They are growing numb," he admitted. "I'm keeping them against the horse for warmth, but I'm beginning to lose feeling in them."
"We must be coming upon a village soon,"
she said. "Yes, a few more miles at most. Tynedale isn't far."
"We'll stop there so I may get supplies and boots."
"What will you use for money?" he asked.
"I have my signet ring."
Regret filled his face, but she cut him off before he could protest.
These things will mean nothing if I do not make it back to Leaudor, and it may be our only means of making it.
He nodded as they continued on. An hour later they saw plumes of smoke rising over the treetops. The town is just over that next hill, Merrick said, pointing slightly to the north.
Wait for me on the outskirts, she directed. We don't want to attract any attention by you riding in barefooted. I'll go in and secure our supplies and meet you back here.
I don't like you going alone, he said resolutely.
Give me the pistol. I will be fine.
He dug the pistol out of his breeches and handed it to her. Be careful, he warned. If you aren't back in an hour, I'm coming after you. Chapter 10. Isabella's horse picked its way carefully through the edge of the wood and down the hill into the village. As she dismounted and tied her horse in front of a local tavern, she kept careful watch. Down the dirt street she saw a few shops, and she made her way to the first. It didn't appear to have anything in the way of boots, so she continued to the next one. When she entered the small store, a smiling woman greeted her. "What can I do for you, madam?" If she was surprised at Isabella's attire, she didn't so much as blink an eye.
"I need to purchase boots for my husband."
"Do you have his measurements?"
No, but if you have some that are pre-made, perhaps I might take a look at them."
"This way," she said, gesturing for Isabella to follow. She showed Isabella several pairs of well-made boots, and Isabella chose the one she thought would be the closest fit for Merrick.
"Madam,"
she said, halting the woman as she had begun to make her way back to the front of the store. The woman turned and looked questioningly at Isabella.
"I wonder if you would be willing to collect some supplies for me. I've only one thing to pay with, but I assure you it will be worth your time."
The woman eyed her suspiciously. "How much you got?" Isabella pulled the signet ring from her pocket and handed it to the woman.
"This is worth far more than what I will ask you for. You may sell it and keep yourself in comfort for years to come."
The woman's eyes rounded to the size of saucers, and then narrowed. She took the ring and put it to her mouth, biting the large ruby with crooked teeth. Drawing it away, she narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "I'll be back in a moment." Isabella watched the woman amble to the back of the store, open a door, then disappear inside. A few minutes later she returned with an excited gleam in her eyes.
"Come tell me what you require. My husband and I will have them in no time."
Isabella quickly outlined the things she wanted, and the woman hurried out to do her bidding. After assuring herself that the woman was going to help her, Isabella returned to her horse and tied the boots to the saddle. Pulling her hat lower over her eyes, she leaned against the horse's warmth and waited for the woman to return with the things she'd asked for. Her position allowed her to observe the dusty street for anything of alarm. About a half-hour later, the woman scurried down the street, a grizzled older man with her. He carried a large burlap sack, and the woman had 2 wrapped parcels secured with thin rope.
"Here you go, miss. Everything you asked for. Henry here will help you get it all tied to your horse."
While the man Isabella assumed was the woman's husband busied himself with the supplies, the woman thrust a warm sandwich into her hands.
"I thought you could use this,"
she said.
"Thank you,"
Isabella said with a smile. She took the sandwich as the man stepped away from the horse. Looking back at the woman, she said,
"I trust that you will keep everything in confidence. If anyone asks after me, I would appreciate it if you would say you have never seen me."
"Indeed not," the woman exclaimed. "Me and Henry are leaving just as soon as we can pack our things. What with the ring you gave us, we can start a new life away from this place." Her eyes shone with excitement, and she clasped her hands in front of her in glee. Isabella turned to mount her horse, but the woman put out a hand. "Here is the money you asked for." She dug into her skirts and pulled out a small coin purse. "I didn't have quite as much as you asked for, but I scraped together all I had." Isabella accepted the purse gratefully.
"Thank you, madam. I appreciate your help."
She swung up into the saddle and quickly turned her horse out of the village. Merrick would worry if she didn't return soon, and the last thing she wanted was him charging into town after her. As she reached the spot she had left Merrick, he limped up to her horse and helped her dismount. "What took you so long?" he demanded. His voice held a hint of irritation in it, but she could see the relief on his face that she had returned safely. She untied the boots from behind the sack and handed them to him.
"We should build a fire so you may warm your feet."
He shook his head and bent down to pull on the boots. "We don't want to draw any notice, and now that you've been seen in the village, we need to put as much distance between us and the town as possible."
I purchased food, 2 knives, ammunition for the pistol, and a change of clothing for both of us," she said, gesturing toward the bag. She drew out the coin purse and tossed it to him. "Hopefully it is enough to hire a ship." He nodded approvingly and pulled the bag down to survey the contents. He pocketed one of the daggers and handed one to her. "Keep this on you," he advised. "We might have need of it." He took the pistol and tucked it in his breeches, then tied the ammunition pouch to his belt. Isabella held out half the sandwich the woman had given her in town. "Here, eat this." He accepted the sandwich and quickly wolfed it down. "You ready?" he asked as he secured their supplies back on the horse. She nodded, and he quickly lifted her up into the saddle. Seconds later they urged their horses to a trot and melted into the trees leading further west. "If we press on, we can reach Dover by tonight," he said after several minutes. "We will stop and rest the horses twice more and hope they can last the remainder of the trip. We can trade them in Dover for food or more supplies." Isabella wiggled her toe in her boot, feeling the map at the end. Though she regretted the loss of her signet ring, she knew it had aided her return to Leaudor. As the afternoon stretched on, she grew wearier in the saddle. Her muscles ached from the day before, and the insides of her legs were chafed and raw. When they stopped to allow the horses to drink and rest, her relief was great. But all too soon Merrick urged her back on her horse, and she settled gingerly into the saddle. By the second time they rested the horses, Isabella feared she would be unable to remount at all. Her legs felt numb from her waist to her toes, and they shook discernibly. As she stood staring at the saddle, she felt sick to her stomach. Her fatigue had seeped into every crevice of her body, and she could not go on, not another mile. Warm hands curled around her shoulders, and she moaned aloud as they began massaging the stiff muscles in her neck. Tears prickled her eyelids, her weariness making speaking impossible. "We must go on," Merrick murmured behind her. His tone carried a great deal of sympathy. "I can't," she whispered, her voice cracking with the effort. Suddenly she was lifted up in his strong arms. He placed her gently into the saddle, but still every muscle in her body screamed in protest. She bit her lip, unwilling to make more of a ninny out of herself than she already had. As Merrick took out ahead of her, she nudged her horse forward, tears slipping down her cheeks as the rocking motion tortured parts of her body she daren't speak of. Dover couldn't come too soon. It was past midnight when they reached the outskirts of the harbour town. They were a sorry couple, their horses plodding along, the two of them slumped in the saddles. Merrick looked back at her and motioned for her to draw abreast of him. She complied and looked over expectantly at him. "We'll stop off at the inn. You can go to a room while I poke around and see what I can find out about possible passage to Leaudor." In her current state, she didn't so much as utter a single protest. If he wanted to forego sleep, she wasn't going to argue. Neither would she insist on accompanying him. A lot of help she would be to him anyway in her near state of unconsciousness. She nodded her head, unable to even voice her agreement. "One other thing," he said somewhat reluctantly. "I think it best if we pose as husband and wife. We don't want to draw any unwanted attention or raise any eyebrows. We can only hope your attire is overlooked." Again she nodded. "It will mean we share a room," he said after a pause, "and a cabin on the ship." That awakened her. How could she possibly share a room with a man who made her have crazy thoughts, shameless longings, and even worse, vivid images of precisely what she would like to do to him, in exacting detail? She closed her eyes briefly, trying to rein in her untoward thoughts. If he could approach the situation with such calm fortitude, then certainly she could as well. She didn't see him reacting ridiculously to the arrangement. "Good thinking," she finally choked out. Never before had she been so grateful for the cover of darkness. Her cheeks were aflame, and she likely resembled the boiled lobster that was her favourite meal. As they approached the inn, she saw an adjacent tavern still very well lit for the hour. Through the large window she saw a dozen or so patrons hunkered around small tables, mugs of ale gripped in their hands. Raucous laughter filtered out into the street, and a series of catcalls echoed as the barmaids sauntered through the carelessly laid-out tables. A scruffily dressed boy hurried up to take their horses around to the stable. Isabella was careful to take her meagre supplies from the horse before allowing it to be led away. Merrick ushered her into the inn, where they were greeted by a sleepy-looking older man. "We'd like a room," Merrick said, again adopting a plainer accent. The man nodded and shuffled behind the counter. He handed over a key and eyed them balefully.
Realizing he was expecting payment, Isabella dug for the coin purse the woman had given her and shoved it at Merrick. He counted out the amount and tucked a few coins back into the purse. Then he turned and gestured for Isabella to follow him. When they were safely ensconced in the room, he set the sack containing their food on the bed and turned to her. "I'm going over to the tavern to see what I can find out. You rest." Indecision rocked her. She looked longingly at the bed, but pondered the wisdom of allowing Merrick to go to the tavern alone. "Isabella," he said firmly, "the tavern is no place for a woman. You would only be a distraction. I can find the information we need much quicker if you remain behind." She nodded, knowing he was right, and the bed did look rather inviting and warm. "I'll be back as quickly as I can." He let himself out of the door, leaving her alone in the room. Isabella moved over to the small fire that had obviously been lit minutes before. She undressed quickly, careful to keep the map next to her. After warming herself by the fire, she crawled beneath the covers and sank gratefully into the softness. As her eyelids grew heavier, she briefly wondered where Merrick would sleep.
"Oh, Mother, it's wonderful. Do you really like it, dearest?"
Isabella gazed at the painting with rapt attention.
"Oh, yes, it's ever so wonderful. I wish I could paint like you. David is so talented, but there is nothing I can do."
Queen Marie-Claire hugged her 10-year-old daughter to her.
"Heavens, Isabella, wherever did you get an idea like that? Why, you can ride and shoot and fence. I imagine there are any number of other things your father has made sure you learned that I don't approve of."
Her eyes twinkled merrily as she smoothed Isabella's hair from her face.
"But I want to be like you," she said softly. "You are so beautiful."
She glanced down at her muddied skirts and fidgeted uncomfortably. Gentle hands pushed her chin back up so that she looked directly at her mother.
"My precious daughter, there is no one more beautiful than you. You embrace life with such tenacity. It is a joy just to watch you grow. One day, my dear, you are going to do truly splendid things. I just know it."
She smiled at Isabella, then pressed a kiss to the top of her unruly hair.
"Now run along. I want to finish our family portrait so I can present it to your father for his birthday."
Isabella threw herself in her mother's arms and hugged her tightly. Surely there was nothing better than a mother's embrace. She sighed and breathed deeply of her mother's comforting scent. As she drew away, she glanced over at the easel again and smiled. Her mother had painted Isabella in her father's arms, her two brothers standing proudly on either side. A space remained between her father and David. All that was left was for her mother to add herself into the portrait.
"Think your father will like it?"
her mother asked, tousling Isabella's hair.
"He will love it. Mother, will you paint one exactly like it for my birthday? If you wish it, my darling. If you wish it."
Isabella awoke, her cheeks damp with tears. The dream had been so real, so vivid. She could still feel her mother's arms around her, smell the faint scent of lilacs. She sat up, burying her face in her hands. Sobs racked her body as she wept openly. Raw pain twisted in her chest like a hot knife had been plunged within. How she missed her mother. She rocked back and forth, grasping her knees and pulling them tightly to her chest. Laying her head on her knees, she closed her eyes as more tears slipped unheeded down her cheeks. She hadn't even been able to attend her parents' funerals or Stefan's. Didn't even know if they received one fitting of their station, or if they had been discarded like yesterday's rubbish. The thought agonized her. Their bodies should have lain in state for weeks while the country mourned and paid homage to the beloved king and queen. It didn't seem fair that only she had survived. She was ill-fitted to serve her country as queen. She hadn't the patience or gentle spirit of her mother, or the wisdom and intelligence of her father. She was far too headstrong and willful to ever step into her father's shoes. Stefan had been groomed to ascend the throne. Even David had been charged with learning the rigid responsibilities and protocols, but Isabella had been left largely to her own devices, spoiled shamelessly by her father and indulged by her brothers, loved beyond measure by her mother. Her head came up and she stared into the dying fire. She would not fail them. With her dying breath, she would not shame them, and they would all be avenged. Simon walked down the hallway and paused outside the door of his and Isabella's room. Quietly, so as not to disturb her, he turned the knob and let himself in. To his surprise, she was sitting up in bed, softly illuminated by the last vestiges of the fire. She turned to look at him as he closed the door behind him, and the anguish in her eyes robbed him of breath. He stood awkwardly in the doorway, not wanting to intrude on what was obviously a private moment, but at the same time he felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and comfort her. She turned away, wiping at her tears with the back of her hand. He found himself closing the distance between them, and he sat down on the bed beside her. A long silence ensued, and finally he looked up at her. "Want to talk about it?" She kept her head turned away, her throat working up and down as she swallowed back sobs.
"I dreamt of my mother,"
she said shakily. "I'm sorry," he murmured, knowing there was little he could do to comfort her. Even though he never knew his own mother, there were times when he keenly felt her absence. She turned her gaze to him, her eyes bright with tears. Her pain tore raggedly at his heart, making him feel incredibly helpless. Her lips parted ever so slightly, and he reached out a hand without even realizing it, smoothing it over her tear-riddled cheek. No force on earth could stop him from kissing her. Her lips invited him, her eyes implored him. And if he didn't, he might well explode. He lowered his lips slowly to hers. Her swift intake of breath denoted her surprise, but she made no effort to break away. Gently he brushed his mouth across hers, the brief contact with her lips sending jolts of exquisite satisfaction all the way down his legs. Not content with a feather-like kiss, he returned to her lips, this time letting his mouth linger on hers. His tongue moved slowly forward, outlining her full bottom lip. She tasted of heaven, and he wanted more. She opened herself more fully to him, inviting him further inward. He sucked her lip between his teeth, savouring the feel and taste of her. To his surprise, her tongue darted forth to meet his, and they tentatively duelled as if each were experiencing their first kiss. And in a lot of ways it was his first, for never had he kissed any woman in this manner, tenderly, patiently, slowly. He captured her sigh and swallowed it completely. Working his hand around her neck and up into her hair, he deepened his kiss, moving his lips over hers with more urgency. Her hand slipped around his shoulders and gripped him tightly until he felt the imprint of her fingers in his flesh. Forgotten were her tears, her sadness, as he lowered her back to the bed, laying her gently upon the covers. His mouth never left hers, their ragged breaths coming in spurts as their lips moved hotly together. From the back of his pleasure-induced euphoria came a distinct warning. At first he ignored it, lost in the feel of her, but it became louder and more insistent. He was taking advantage of a woman in her most vulnerable state, a member of royalty, no less. With more restraint than he ever thought he possessed, he tore his mouth away from hers and quickly raised himself off of her. He ran a hand through his hair, ashamed to even meet her eyes. When he did, they were alight in confusion and desire. "You mustn't look at me that way," he said hoarsely. "I cannot think straight when you look at me thus." She quickly glanced away, but not before he saw hurt reflected in the glimmering pools.
"I'm sorry," she murmured. "I don't know what came over me. My actions were unforgivable. You must think me the lowest of base-born women."
He grasped her by the shoulders and turned her to meet his eyes. "It is I who should be apologizing, Isabella. What I did was disgraceful. I took advantage of you in a most unpardonable manner. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I admit I do not always think clearly when I am in your presence." A peculiar light glinted in her eyes, and her lips twisted in the semblance of a smile.
"Your apology is accepted, my lord, as long as you don't apologize for kissing me."
"It won't happen again," he said firmly. "It mustn't happen, not if he was to keep his wits about him." She mumbled something as she rose from the bed, and he had to strain to hear, but surely he hadn't heard correctly, for it sounded very much like she said,
"I sincerely hope you are mistaken."
He shook his head. He had gone too long without adequate sleep. His mind was playing tricks on him. When she turned to face him again, the Isabella of a few moments ago had disappeared. In her place stood the calm, confident Isabella, the one who could take on the world, not the vulnerable, fragile woman he had held in his arms not 3 minutes before.
"What did you learn at the tavern?"
He turned so that his feet rested on the floor, but he didn't rise from the bed. "I have the direction of a captain who might be able to help us," he replied. "He has a ship and has sailed countless times into the North Sea, at least according to the men I spoke to in the tavern. We'll look him up in the morning." She nodded, an excited gleam to her eyes. "Now I propose we rest," he suggested. She cleared her throat nervously.
"There is but one bed."
"I will sleep on the floor in front of the fire," he offered. Her cheeks coloured prettily, and she glanced away for a moment. Then, taking a deep breath, she said,
We slept with one another last night with no mishaps. Surely this is no different?
Well, it isn't, I suppose. But his voice trailed off as he was unsure of what further to say. She drew herself up and squared her shoulders.
I am confident that we can share the bed without dissolving into a puddle of impropriety. I dare say we are so far beyond the bounds that no one should even blink an eye at this stage. Besides, who is to see us?
She had a solid point. Propriety was a foregone notion at this point, but it wasn't what he worried about anyway. He was more concerned with how he could possibly spend another night in such close proximity to her, and not pull the clothing from her delectable body and make love to her as he had never made love to a woman. With an inward groan, he merely nodded and prepared himself for the longest night of his 32 years. Chapter 11. Long after Merrick's soft breathing filled the room, Isabella lay awake, scooted as far to the edge of the bed as she could be without tumbling to the floor. She was tired, exhausted, but every time she closed her eyes she relived his kiss with alarming detail. Even now she shivered when imagining his lips on hers. The tingling shock that raced down her spine, how she forgot everything else in the shadow of his touch. Her reaction to him was dangerous and foolish. If she continued behaving like an errant schoolgirl, she would compromise her entire objective. But deep within was a woman who was tired of being alone against the world, a woman who wanted very badly to be held and told everything would be all right. And never before had she met a man who made her want to lay everything at his feet. Until now. An impossible match at impossible odds. Deep sadness, different than the oppressive grief that had plagued her for so long, weighed down upon her. Sadness that her life was no longer hers and her wishes no longer mattered. Any choice she had was snatched away in the terrible instant her parents had been killed. Now her future belonged to Leaudor and to its people. There was no room in her life for moments of passing fancy. She tossed restlessly for the 100th time since she and Merrick had retired to bed. In the midst of her turning, his arms came out to steady her. They wrapped solidly around her and pulled her up close to him. "Sleep," he murmured. She melted into his warmth as her back nestled into the curve of his body. A deep sigh of contentment rocked her. For a few stolen moments, she wouldn't think of the future. For now she would take the comfort he offered. She would not dwell on when they would part. His hand rested precariously close to her breast, and the skin under his fingers burned with awareness. His heat radiated through her body, rendering the fire a non-necessity. Not pondering the rightness or the wisdom of her actions, she turned once more to face him and snuggled tightly against him, melding her body in a perfect fit to his. Was it her imagination, or did his heart start beating faster? She snaked her arm over his side and pulled him closer. Yawning broadly, she nestled her cheek against his firm chest and closed her eyes. Simon's eyes flew open and darted hastily around the room. In his arms, Isabella slept soundly, but something nagged at him. A feeling of foreboding settled over him. Something had awakened him, but damned if he knew what. And then he heard it, the creaking of the floor, barely discernible, but there it was. He sat up, torn as to whether he should wake Isabella. As much as he hated to disturb her, his instincts were rarely wrong. "Isabella," he whispered, urgently, shaking her. She came awake at once, her eyes immediately alert. She sat up abruptly.
"What is it?"
"Get dressed," he directed. "Someone is outside our door. We may have to resort to your window exit." Her feet hit the floor almost silently as she flew to collect her clothing. Not concerned at all for modesty, she thrust her legs into her breeches, giving him a tantalizing glimpse of her shapely calves. He pulled on his shirt and quickly yanked on his boots. Holding a finger to his lips, he gestured her toward the window. "Take a look and see if anyone is watching," he whispered. "I'm going to glance down the hall." She caught his arm as he moved past her.
"Be careful."
She brushed against him for a brief moment, then hurried to the window. As his hand curled around the knob, Isabella whispered urgently from the window,
"There are at least 2 men standing outside."
He turned to look at her, his hand still on the door handle. "We should give thought to the window exit you're so fond of." She glanced nervously between the door and the window. "We could crawl out and ease down the roof. If there is anyone waiting below, we'll go with the element of surprise and jump down on them." She nodded her agreement. He looked at her. "Are you up to it?" Her eyes flashed at his challenge.
"Let's go. We are wasting time."
Dropping his hand from the doorknob, he hurried across the room. He pried open the window and gestured impatiently for Isabella to come.
"Just remember to roll when you hit the ground," she murmured as she crawled over the sill.
"Despite the fact you seem so fond of barging out of windows, I assure you this won't be the first time I've had to use this means of escape," he said dryly. Silently, they crept across the roof until they reached the edge. Simon looked down, then held a finger to his lips as he glanced over at Isabella. He held up 2 fingers and pointed. She nodded and eased forward until she could see below. He cocked his head and motioned that he was ready. Isabella sucked in her breath and crouched. He laid a hand on her wrist, then signaled for them to jump as the 2 men walked closer. In unison, they jumped. Simon landed on his target, flattening the man to the ground. As he landed a brutal blow to the man's face, Simon's head exploded in a burst of pain, and he slumped forward. Isabella looked up from the unconscious man underneath her and swore viciously as she saw Merrick fall to the ground. She struggled up, praying that he had at least distracted the men enough that she could escape. If her suspicions were accurate, they wouldn't bother over him anyway. As she fled in the opposite direction, she collided with a mountain of dead weight. She was thrown to the ground as a man twice her size tackled her. Her breath left her in a whoosh, and she gasped painfully, trying to drag in air. Squirming and kicking, she struggled frantically beneath her assailant. She wrapped her fingers in his hair and snapped his head back. With her other hand, she jabbed her fingers into his eyes, eliciting a howl of pain. Taking advantage of his distress, she shoved as hard as she could and rolled him to the side. She shot up, then smashed the heel of her boot down across his throat. Satisfied that he would not pursue her, she broke into a run. Her fright and determination lent her more speed than she imagined possible. As she neared the edge of the woods, she thought with a moment of jubilation that she had succeeded in escaping. Then, without warning, her legs were swept from underneath her, and she landed on her back with enough force to completely rob her of breath. As she lay for a brief moment, gasping painfully, 3 men appeared over her, and her heart sank. How could she possibly be able to escape them? Feigning weakness, she continued to lie still, gauging what her assailants would do next. When one reached down for her, she kicked her legs up and wrapped her feet around his neck. Wrenching her legs sideways, she flipped him over her body. Arching her back, she bucked to her feet. As soon as she was standing, she swung her leg out in a powerful kick and crumpled the man to her immediate right. She assumed a fighting stance as they scrambled up. The 2 men growled in fury and launched themselves at her. She landed a blow to one of their heads, but they weren't swayed. She fell to the ground beneath them, unable to escape their steely grasp. Her hand inched toward the dagger she had tucked into her breeches, but she was unable to grasp it when her arms were jerked over her head. She screamed in rage as they pressed her farther into the ground. Her reward was a slap in the face, momentarily stunning her into silence. With speed she hadn't expected, they bound her arms and then her legs. "Let's see you maneuver out of this one, Princess," one of them taunted.
"Who are you?" she demanded. "Who sent you?"
Their accents were English, not Leaudorian.
"Whatever they are paying you, I can double it. If you just let me go."
"Stuff the rag in her mouth, so she'll shut up," the other one muttered. "And get Tom up off the ground," he added in disgust. Her protests were squelched as a foul-smelling rag was forced into her mouth. She gagged at the taste. As they yanked her to her feet, she stumbled, unable to keep her balance with bound feet and arms. She attempted to thrust the gag out with her tongue, but a hand was quickly clamped over her lips. "Be easy with her," the apparent ringleader cautioned. "We've been paid a lot of money to ensure she's alive, and I don't want to be giving it back if she turns up dead." A chill trickled down her spine. She had to escape. Once they discovered she was no longer in possession of the map, they would likely lose any desire they had to keep her alive. Simon opened his eyes and promptly closed them again when pain knifed sharply through his head. He felt wet and cold, and whatever he was laying on was wretchedly uncomfortable. Where was he? He pried his eyes open again and saw something that looked remarkably like leaves. He was on the ground. His memory came roaring back, and he leapt immediately to his feet, nearly vomiting as pain overcame him. "Isabella! Isabella!" he yelled hoarsely, whirling frantically around in an attempt to locate her. When the world finally stopped spinning, he saw nothing but darkness. Stifling silence loomed eerily around the area, and he cocked his ear, straining to hear something, anything, to help him locate Isabella. Had she escaped? Or had she been captured after he was hit on the head? Self-recrimination ate sharply at him. He stumbled in the direction of the inn. He had to find her. After struggling up the stairs to their room, he let himself in and hastily splashed water on his face from the wash basin. He collected their meagre belongings, hurriedly stuffing them into a sack. He once again tugged the dagger into his boot, then checked his waistband to make sure the pistol was still secured there. His hand brushed against an odd shape just to the right of the pistol, and he dug into his pants to retrieve it. To his utter shock, he pulled out the small pouch that contained the map. How had he... And then he remembered her brushing against him just before they had leapt from the window. She must have feared she would be captured and was unwilling to relinquish the map. Bile rose in his throat and fear gripped him, nearly paralyzing him. Once they discovered she didn't have the map, they would not be overly concerned with what happened to her. She had trusted the entire future of Leaudor to him, and he mustn't fail her. He'd already done so once. Twice would be disastrous. A quick glance out the window told him dawn was not far off. Despite the earliness of the hour, he knew there would still be patrons in the tavern. Perhaps a few coins would loosen their tongues. He fingered the coin purse Isabella had procured from the village woman, hoping there was enough within to gain the information he needed. Chapter 12.
"Where is the map?" the man snarled.
When Isabella remained silent, staring ahead in defiance, he lashed out and slapped her across the face with his palm. Her head snapped back, the pain numbing her cheek, but she quickly faced forward again. Then she fixed him with what she hoped was her coldest stare. "Go to hell," she said firmly. The man turned on his heel with a roar of rage. The other two men, one of whom she had ascertained was named Tom, sat in the background, smirks embedded in their faces.
"Let me have a go at her," Tom said, rubbing his jaw. "I owe the bitch."
The man sitting beside him elbowed him.
"You idiot. Why rough her up? I can make her talk."
He laughed uproariously as he adjusted his crotch.
"Shut up, the both of you," the leader ordered.
"Oh, Rufus," Tom whined. "We're just having a spot of fun."
"This is no time for your stupidity," Rufus snapped. "You and Frank shut up until I tell you it's time to talk."
He turned back to Isabella, a wicked-looking knife appearing in his hand. A sinister glint surfaced in his eye as he leaned in close to her. He pressed the blade against her throat until she felt a thin trickle of blood slither down her neck.
"Tell me where it is, Princess, or I'll take great delight in slicing you up."
"If you kill me, you'll never know where the map is,"
she said in triumph.
"No, but that won't stop me from creating a new face for you. You'll still be very much alive, just less beautiful than you are now."
Her stomach clenched, and she knew she'd been unsuccessful in keeping the fear from her eyes, because he looked at her in satisfaction.
"Now tell me what I want to know, or it's going to be a very long day for you."
Simon crept up to the cottage, praying that he had been led in the right direction by the elderly man in the tavern. The old man had been way into his pint of ale, probably one of many he had downed in the night. His speech had been slurred, but he swore he had heard a group of men plotting to kidnap a woman and take her out to the old Jenkins place. On silent feet he walked the remaining distance to the door and put his ear to the rotting wood. His heart nearly stopped when he heard Isabella's cry of pain. Stifling the urge to immediately burst in, he listened intently, trying to ascertain the men's positions in the room. From the shuffle of feet and murmuring voices, he determined there were at least 3, not good odds. But the element of surprise would be with him, as would his pistol and dagger. He would utilize all to the utmost. Mentally counting to 3, he withdrew the knife and gun and rammed his shoulder into the door. It immediately splintered, wood flying in all directions. He wasted no time and fired the pistol at the first man he saw. As a second launched himself at him, Simon threw the dagger into his chest. Out of weapons, he turned to the man closest to Isabella, prepared to beat him to a bloody pulp. His stomach clenched when he saw the knife at her throat.
"I'll kill her,"
the man blustered, fear etched into his sweaty face.
"If you so much as touch her, I will make sure you die a long, slow, painful death," Simon growled.
The two men stared at one another. Simon could read the fear and uncertainty, and the desperation. It was the latter that worried him. Desperate men did desperate things. He chanced to glance at Isabella and instantly regretted it. A thin trickle of blood ran in a rivulet down her neck. The beginnings of a bruise marred her cheek, and her eyes burned bright with fear. Anger, red and hot, seized him.
"Drop your knife and face me like a man," he ordered. "Or are you content to hide behind a woman?"
He attempted a sneering tone, hoping he could bait the man into a confrontation. But the man stood steadfast, his knife never moving from her skin. "Get out, or I'll slice her throat." If only he had saved his bullet for this man, but he'd seen him too late. Now he had no weapon, and he couldn't chance Isabella being harmed if he made a grab for her captor. He held up his arms in a placating manner. "Don't be hasty. I believe I have something you want."
Merrick, no,
Isabella hissed. Simon ignored her and drew out the parchment from his breeches. He held it out to the man and watched as the man's eyes brightened. "Drop it on the floor," the man said in an excited voice, "and back away." Simon complied, but only moved a scant distance away. The man was clearly torn as to what to do. He obviously wanted the map very badly. He'd likely been offered an exorbitant amount of money if he could retrieve it. In the man's excitement, he made a huge mistake. Simon could scarcely contain his satisfaction as the man slashed the ropes at Isabella's feet. "Get the map," her captor ordered, shoving her roughly to her feet. "And don't try anything stupid or I'll stick this knife in your back." Isabella twisted her body and slowly bent, reaching for the parchment as best she could with her bound hands. Just before her fingers grasped it, she glanced up at Simon. The question was obvious in her eyes, and he nodded ever so slightly, hoping she would catch on. As she rose from the floor, the man reached over to snatch the map from her. In a swift motion, she arched her leg and kicked him squarely in the stomach. It was all Simon needed. Shoving Isabella to the side and out of danger, he lunged for the man. The knife went flying along with the map as Simon bore him to the floor. They rolled as Simon wrapped his hands around his opponent's beefy neck. Using every ounce of his anger and strength to his advantage, Simon wedged his knee into the man's abdomen so he was unable to draw breath. He kept a tight grip on his neck, squeezing until the man's face turned red and his struggles decreased. With a ruthless twist, Simon snapped the man's neck. His head rolled back as his lifeless eyes stared at the ceiling. Simon immediately scrambled over to where Isabella lay sprawled on the floor. She was desperately trying to free her hands. He hauled her upright and began working on the ropes. In moments she was free, and he pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly against him. Her heart pumped frantically against his chest, and he gripped her even tighter. Finally she pulled slightly away and turned her face up to him, relief stark in her eyes. Not caring how she reacted, he slammed his lips over hers, relief and pent-up fear pouring out of him. She returned his kiss just as hotly as her hands raced frantically over his back and up over his shoulders. His fingers tangled in her hair as he sought to pull her closer to him. He kissed her eyes, her cheeks, her lips, then scooted his mouth down the side of her neck. "I thought I'd lost you," he rasped.
You saved me.
He wrapped his arms tightly around her and crushed her head to his chest. The enormity of his emotion threatened to choke him, and he sought to gain control. Finally he drew her away. His hands ran over her body, trying to convince himself she was all right. When he got to her neck, he clenched his jaw as rage burst over him again. With gentleness that belied his inner turmoil, he wiped the blood from her skin. He ran a thumb over the bruise on her cheek, then bent and brushed his lips softly over the mark. "I'm sorry. I failed to protect you as I promised to do." She pulled away and grasped his face in both hands, forcing him to look her directly in the eye.
If it weren't for you, I would have been dead a long time ago.
To his astonishment, she pressed her body against his and captured his lips hungrily. It only took him a moment to recover. He responded eagerly to her advances, pausing only enough to draw breath. He felt her in every inch of his body as she poured over him. If a dozen thugs burst in and beat him senseless, he wouldn't care. He could die happy. She fit perfectly. Her softness against the hard planes of his body. His hand came up, and he cupped her breast through her shirt, kneading the soft mound. A moan tore from her throat, and he swallowed it up as their kisses became more demanding. His groin ached to near bursting as his manhood strained against her waist. Pleasure and agony ripped through him in perfect harmony. Never before had a woman been so important to him, and yet in the few days he had known Isabella he ached at the thought of losing her, and he nearly had. Isabella clung to Merrick like he was her lifeline, and in many ways he was. He was all that separated her from complete aloneness. She kissed him hungrily, not wanting the embrace to end. She poured all of her relief and fear into his hands as she melted against him. She felt her back rock against the wall of the cottage as Merrick walked her backward. Her hands delved into his hair and she luxuriated in the feel of the short strands. She was determined to experience every inch of him, touch him, feel him. Her shirt fell open under his persistent hands. A cool draught blew over her breasts, the tips hardening. His thumb brushed over a taut nipple, sending sparks of pleasure shooting through her body. He tore his mouth away from hers, taking in a ragged breath. Then he lowered his head and flicked his tongue over a nipple. She gasped, then cried out as he sucked it between his teeth. She gripped the back of his head, holding him tightly against her breast, afraid he would let go, afraid that she wouldn't stop him. She needed him, wanted him. Slowly he drew away, gently pulling her shirt back down to cover her. His expression was unreadable. She was unable to discern whether he regretted his actions or if he regretted ending the kiss. He rubbed his thumb over her swollen lips and backed away, putting distance between them.
"Don't say it,"
she said fiercely. If he so much as offered an apology, she would kick his teeth out. "Say what?" he asked, a perplexed look marring his face.
"You're sorry."
It would be a lie. Satisfaction settled comfortingly over her like her mother's warm hugs. Though she fought to contain a reaction to his admission, her lips battled upward into a smile. "We should go," he said, bringing reality crashing down on both of them. "We've obviously been found out."
"Where to now?"
she asked. "It matters little that they know we are in Dover now that we are already here. We should go see the captain I told you about. If we can get on a ship with no mishap, our chances are as good as if we boarded in another port." She nodded her agreement. He bent and retrieved the map from the floor and carefully folded it. Then he handed it to her. She curled her fingers around it, glad to have it back once again. It represented her entire future. She had taken a great chance in hiding it on Merrick, but she had been right to do so. "Are you sure you are all right?" he asked, cupping her elbow and leading her around the fallen bodies on the floor. She flinched when Merrick bent down to retrieve his knife from the chest of one of the dead men. As if it were nothing, he wiped the blade clean on the trousers of the man, then tucked it back into his boot. The deaths of the men in themselves did not bother her. Though she wasn't bloodthirsty by nature, her parents' murders had profoundly affected her. It was a given that more death would follow as she exacted her revenge. But what nagged at her was the different man Merrick had become right in front of her eyes. Gone was the care and consideration he had shown her, and in its place was a cold-blooded killer, a man used to exacting punishment in a methodical way. He hadn't paused at all as he dispatched the first two in a frightfully efficient manner. Which side was the real Merrick? Was she wrong to put so much faith in this man? "I only brought one horse," he explained as they stepped into the cold. "We'll have to ride double." He helped her up, then swung up behind her. Reaching around her, he took hold of the reins and started the horse into motion. She settled against his chest, needing the warmth and comfort he offered. His right arm tightened around her as he transferred the reins to his left hand. "Rest," he murmured against her hair. Needing no further encouragement, she laid her head back and closed her eyes. The events of the past few hours had left her badly shaken and in great need of his strength. She put aside her misgivings for now, and offered a silent prayer that they were able to hire the captain Merrick spoke of and depart quickly for Leaudor. Her bravado left her in one fell swoop. She sagged precariously against him, trembling in earnest. She felt him press a kiss to her head and lost all control of the emotion that strained to break free. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she hiccuped as she attempted to call back a sob. He said nothing, just held her tighter as they rode on. She was grateful. It irked her to continuously become a watering pot on him, and it seemed since they had met that is precisely all she had done. As more tears fell, so did his kisses on her hair. The frigid air blew cold on her damp cheeks, but she was grateful for the discomfort. She was alive, she could feel, and she could feel the warmth emanating from Merrick, feel his heartbeat against her back, feel his strong arms around her. And for the moment, she could forget that he had just killed 3 men. As her tears subsided and she stopped shaking, weariness settled over her. Her cheek throbbed from the repeated slaps, and the cut at her neck stung with each movement. "You need rest," Merrick spoke up, "but we must get to the captain's home. Can you make it?" His voice was filled with such regret and concern that she immediately straightened against him and firmed her spine.
"I am quite well, Merrick. By all means, let's hasten to hire our ship. There will be time to rest once we are on board."
"I won't fail you again," he said firmly. Her heart contracted. His words sent shivers over her entire body.
You didn't fail me, Merrick, she said softly. You are the only person who gives a damn whether I live or die.
He didn't respond, but his hold on her never loosened. They travelled for another hour, picking their way down a badly kept road. Eventually it dissolved away into the landscape, the road disappearing altogether. After a short time they reached a small clearing. Nestled against a backdrop of a dense forest was a well-kept cottage. Merrick dismounted a distance from the door and reached up to help Isabella down. She slid into his arms and he set her gently on the ground. They hadn't taken 3 steps when a voice called out to them from the cottage. "Don't come any further or I'll shoot you." They stopped immediately, and Merrick held his hands up in front of him. "We mean you no harm," he called loudly toward the cottage. "We are here to see Captain Martin." "I know why you are here, and the answer is no. I'm not interested in taking anyone to Leaudor." Unwilling to accept defeat, Isabella stepped forward. "Isabella, no," Merrick said, putting out a hand to stop her. But she ignored his outstretched hand.
Captain Martin, please at least listen to me.
She strode toward the cottage, determined to air her case. "Don't come any further," the captain shouted. "I'll shoot." She paused for a moment, then called out,
"Then shoot me, but I'm not leaving until you at least hear us out."
Squeezing his eyes shut, she put her feet forward again, praying that the man was only bluffing. The captain represented her only hope of returning home, and she would not simply leave. Too much was at stake. To her surprise, the front door opened, and a large older man stepped out. His hair was greying, and he wore a patchy beard. His clothing was worn but neat, and his boots were polished. He levelled a pistol at her. "You've got 2 minutes before I start shooting, so you better talk fast." Isabella gulped nervously, but didn't want to waste any of the 2 minutes.
"How did you know we wanted passage to Leaudor?"
Had they already been found out? Was someone waiting for them in town? Had she been right to fear discovery by travelling through Dover? The man grunted. "There isn't a soul in this area that hasn't heard of the criminals seeking passage to Leaudor. There is a reward for your capture."
"We are not criminals," she said hotly, "and we need passage to Leaudor. It is of the utmost importance that we get there post-haste."
"I've already said no," the man growled.
"We can pay you very well."
"I don't want your money," he said, cutting her off before she could go on. "No amount of money would make me go back to that godforsaken land." Confusion and surprise registered at the same time.
"Why do you call it godforsaken?"
He looked at her in disgust. "The entire country's in turmoil." Forgetting all about the gun he held in his hand, she rushed forward.
"You must tell me what you mean,"
she demanded, urgency threaded into her every word. The captain's eyes flickered, and he stared at her with a mixture of puzzlement and recognition. Then he blanched. With shaky hands he removed his hat and dropped the pistol to the ground. "Princess Isabella, is that really you?" Not waiting an answer, he knelt on the hard ground and bowed his head before her. "We thought you dead." She closed the remaining distance and grasped him by the arm, urging him to stand. Behind her, Merrick hurried forward, obviously satisfied that the man meant them no harm.
"Please, you must tell me everything. Have you been to Leaudor recently?"
The captain stood up, a sheen of tears in his eyes. "It's not the same, Your Highness. What happened was terrible." He looked over at Merrick with a suspicious glint in his eyes. "Who are you?" "Simon Rothmore, Earl of Merrick," he said crisply. Again the captain bowed. "My apologies, my lord. I only wanted to ensure Her Highness was safe with you."
"Are you a citizen of Leaudor?" she asked.
His accent held slight tinges of her country, but not enough to convince her he was a native. "I was born here in England, Your Highness, but I spent many years in Leaudor. I consider it my second home." He gestured for them to follow him into the cottage. Once inside, he busied himself, building up the fire in the hearth. He fidgeted uncomfortably and motioned for them to sit on the threadbare sofa. "I would be glad to be of service, Your Highness. I have a sturdy ship. She's made the voyage to Leaudor 100 times. Excitement swelled in her chest.
"Thank you, Captain Martin. I am sure you know how important it is for me to return home."
"You won't have to look far for help once you arrive," the captain said. "Jacques Montagne's men are everywhere, it seems." She frowned.
"So he has been able to gain support?"
The captain looked strangely at her. "Why wouldn't he be able to? He is, after all, the next ruler. That is, until you return. You were assumed dead once news of Prince David's death arrived." Realization dawned. Of course no one would suspect Jacques' involvement. Only she knew of his betrayal.
Tell me, Captain, what does everyone believe happened?
He shifted uncomfortably in his seat and glanced uneasily in Merrick's direction. Well, nothing official has been announced, but the general consensus is that England was behind the assassinations, and that there is a plot for England to gain control of Leaudor. Merrick shot to his feet. The devil, you say? He began to pace in agitation. I don't like this, Isabella. Someone is going to great pains to make it appear as though England is behind this. Montaigne is probably the one spreading the rumours. The captain glared at Merrick. Montaigne has done an admirable job of keeping Leaudor together in the wake of such a horrific tragedy. He's vowed revenge on whoever is responsible. Bile rolled in her stomach, and she fought against the urge to retch.
He's no saint, she spat.
The captain looked at her in surprise.
He's the one who murdered my parents. I witnessed their killings with my own eyes.
Captain Martin paled and opened his mouth, then closed it again as no words came forth. You see why we must get back to Leaudor with all haste, Merrick said in a low voice. Dear God, the older man said in a shaky voice. He dragged a hand over his head, replacing his cap, then taking it off again. The entire country is united behind him, all ready to take up arms against England at a moment's notice. She and Merrick exchanged uneasy glances. There is much talk of an alliance with France, the captain replied. Again, nothing official, but it's on the lips of every Leaudorian. Since their roots are French, many think it is time to reunite with them. Merrick swore. This would be disastrous for England. We don't need another war with France, and certainly not one spearheaded by a country bent on revenge. Isabella stood straight up, her fist to her mouth.
Oh my God,
she whispered. What? What is it? Merrick demanded.
Something the men who captured me said. I didn't pay it any attention, but now...
What? He asked again, frustration edging his voice.
They were talking amongst themselves, saying how important it was they get the map back into the right hands before he made his escape. That once he was back, France would return to its former glory.
She turned and stared at Merrick in horror.
Do you suppose he could be Bonaparte?
Chapter 13. Simon stared at her, unable to voice the flood of questions that ripped through him. No, it was too fantastical to even contemplate. Napoleon had been banished to Elba, and he remained there under British guard. A secret alliance was to be forged between France and England at the Congress of Vienna, so it just didn't make sense that France would be behind the incident in Leaudor. Unless they had no intention of honouring the treaty. If there was a plot for Napoleon's escape, then the whole dynamic changed. If a group of loyalists was behind the upheaval in Leaudor, it would explain a lot, including the desire for England to be implicated in the assassinations. But it still didn't make sense. What could control of Leaudor possibly gain them? Unless it was to unravel any tenuous trust forged between England and France, and pave the way for Napoleon's return. A dark sense of foreboding seized him, and a chill trickled down his spine. Could Isabella have stumbled upon something? Dare he send word to the Crown of their suspicions? He would likely be dismissed as a bedlamite, but his duty was to report any suspicions, any threat to the Crown, no matter how minute. He would at least get word to Kirk, then he would continue on to Leaudor with Isabella, where he hoped to learn exactly what the motivation was for any French involvement. And by returning her to the throne, he would bring much-needed stability to the country. I don't know, he said, finally responding to Isabella's horrified question. There are a lot of unanswered questions. It is more imperative than ever that we return you to Leaudor immediately, so we can undermine whatever plot is afoot. I can have my ship ready in a day, the captain interjected. You and Her Highness could stay here and board in the dead of night. I could start a few rumours of my own in town that you came to me and I refused you transport because I planned to sail down the southern coast. Sent you to another port town further north. That is a very sound idea, Simon said, looking gratefully at the older man.
You would be very well compensated, Isabella said to the captain.
I wouldn't dream of accepting money from you, Your Highness, he said solemnly. Returning Leaudor to its former glory would be payment enough for me. The trade ports have pretty much been shut down since Montaigne took over. I assumed it was to protect Leaudor from possible invasion, but I suppose it was to capture you if you tried to return.
He looked regretfully at Isabella as he finished his statement.
I won't forget your kindness, she said softly, or your service to Leaudor.
If I'm going to rig my ship for sail, I'll have to venture into town and round up a small crew of men I trust, and I'll have to do it as discreetly as possible if we don't want it to get out that I'm sailing to Leaudor. I'll return when all is ready. In the meantime, put your horse in the stable behind the house and lay low."
Simon shook the captain's hand. "Thank you. England will not forget your service either." Captain Martin chuckled and shoved his hat back onto his head.
"Who knew an old captain such as me would end up doing something so important?"
He shuffled out of the cottage and closed the door firmly behind him. Simon turned to Isabella. "Come here and let me look at your injuries." She coloured slightly as if uncomfortable with his attention.
"They are not severe."
"Still, they need my attention." He sat her down in front of the fire, selected a cloth from the small kitchen, and dampened it with water from the nearby pitcher. Returning to where she sat, he gently rubbed the dried blood from her neck. The bruise on her cheek, just under her right eye, had darkened to purple. He brushed a feathery kiss across the spot, delighting in the feel of her skin beneath his lips.
"This is more complicated than I dreamed,"
she mumbled. She bit her bottom lip in consternation, and her face was rife with conflict. "We'll set it to rights," he vowed, wishing to wipe the anguish from her voice.
"Thank you,"
she said raggedly, smiling up at him. She placed her slim hand on his face, and he resisted the urge to nuzzle farther into her palm. "You've nothing to thank me for."
"Indeed I do. You've chosen to help me at great risk of peril to yourself. My country owes you a great debt."
"Leaudor owes me nothing," he said firmly. "It is in England's best interest to have you installed on the throne." A peculiar expression lit her eyes.
"And is that why you are helping me? Because England demands it?"
He looked at her in puzzlement. "My first loyalty is to the crown. Surely you understand that as a ruler of your own country. My obligation is to see you safely back to Leaudor and find out precisely how this affects England's future." Her eyes became shuttered.
"Leaudor has no need of England's help. I am sure your assistance would be better put to use here on your own soil. Once I am on the ship, there is no need for you to accompany me further."
"If you think I will leave you to return to certain death in Leaudor, you underestimate me. I will not leave you until I am certain you are completely safe."
"Ah, yes. Your duty demands it," she said mockingly.
He frowned, wondering why sharpness edged her words. He stood and laid aside the rag he had cleaned her wound with. "You need to rest. We've a long, arduous trip ahead, and you've been through a hellish night. I'll stand guard while you sleep." She stood stiffly and followed him over to the couch. He wanted to reach out to her, ask her why the change in demeanour, but he said nothing. She was likely exhausted. When she settled onto the couch, he pulled a blanket over her. "I'll wake you if the captain returns." She nodded and closed her eyes. He took up position by the window so he could survey the outside perimeter. A few minutes barely passed before she was soundly asleep. He watched from across the room, clenching his fists as his gaze roved over the marks on her face. Turning his attention back to the window, he continued his close perusal, searching for any disturbance. He desperately needed to get a message to Kirk. In the meantime, his most important task was making sure Isabella returned to Leaudor, alive. When Isabella awoke, the interior of the room was dark. A lone candle flickered in the corner, casting very little light. Her eyes adjusted as she sat up, and she could see Merrick's large frame standing by the window. She studied him for a long moment as he stared intently out the window. As much as he irritated her with his annoying sense of perception and his overprotective tendencies, she felt keen disappointment that he saw as nothing more than a duty to perform. At some point the intimacy they shared had come to mean something to her, obviously more than it meant to him, and perhaps she should follow his suit. After all, she was in even less a position to get sidelined from her duty. Duty. Such a nasty word. Would that neither of them had such differing obligations. But it did her little good to dream the impossible, for no matter how much she may wish the past away, it had irrevocably changed the future, a future she was powerless to change. She had no doubt that Merrick truly felt protective of her and was wholeheartedly devoted to returning her safely to Leaudor and seeing her ascend the throne. His sense of duty would countenance no other possibility. But she wanted to be more than his latest assignment, more than a name on a report to his superiors.
"Has the captain returned?"
she asked, her voice drifting across the distance. He turned around and walked over to the couch.
He settled down beside her and cupped her cheek in his hand. "How do you feel?"
"Much better," she admitted. "I was far more tired than I thought."
She shrugged out of his hand and looked away, feeling discomforted by his piercing eyes. As proficient as he was in reading her thoughts, she had no desire for him to be privy to all she'd been mulling over. "To answer your question, no, the captain hasn't returned. I'm growing concerned. I thought he would be back by now."
"I am sure he will return soon,"
she said, forcing lightness into her voice, anything to get over the awful discomfort she felt in his presence now.
"What time is it anyway?"
"It's nearly midnight." She gasped in surprise.
"I had no idea I slept that long."
"You needed it," he reminded her. He rose and extended a hand to help her up. "Let's look in the captain's kitchen and see if there is anything for us to eat." Ignoring his outstretched hand, she rose and straightened her clothing. He collected the candle and carried it into the kitchen ahead of her. They sat down at a small table near a window and munched on a loaf of bread they had found in the pantry. She cursed the disappearance of their easy camaraderie. It was her doing, her inability to separate her growing dependence on him and her enormous responsibilities. Just hours earlier, they would have shared more than bread. They would have shared companionship and friendship. In the back of her mind, she imagined her mother and father sitting in their cottage after a hard day of farming and eating a loaf of bread, just as she and Merrick were doing. She'd trade all the royal jewels and the throne itself to be in that cottage with her parents, living a simple life. At least she would still have them. "Piece of bread for your thoughts," he said, extending the crust heel. She attempted a smile.
"I was imagining mother and father in a cottage such as this."
His eyes softened, and he took hold of her hand across the table. "When you return to Leaudor, perhaps you can visit their cottage once everything has been returned to rights."
"I should like to live there," she said ruefully. "I am not sure I will be a suitable queen. I certainly never expected to become Leaudor's ruler."
"Just as I never expected to become Earl. But we do what we must. You will adapt."
"Are you always so pragmatic?" she asked with an arched eyebrow.
She wanted to ask him if he were always so disgustingly level-headed. Did he never do anything remotely rash, irresponsible? She clenched her teeth to staunch the tide of accusations. Perhaps she was overwrought. She had no reason to lambast him, and moreover, she ought to be grateful for his extreme calm and intelligence. It had certainly kept her alive thus far. They were interrupted by the opening of the front door. Merrick whirled around as the captain entered the cottage. "I've readied my ship," he announced in a tired voice. "We'll board in a few hours and set sail with the first wind." "Did you have any difficulty?" Merrick asked. The captain removed his hat and scratched his head. "No, but the town is buzzing. The reward has been raised for information on the woman criminal and her companion."
"And the men you hired, can they be trusted?"
Isabella asked. "Aye, that they can. They've sailed with me many a time. I trust them with my life." Merrick nodded. "Then all that is left is to make it back into town without notice and board the ship. I've made arrangements that may not be to your liking, but it was the only way to get you on the ship without someone seeing you," the captain said, looking cautiously at the two of them. She looked inquiringly at him, and he continued, "You'll get into a crate which my men will then transport to the ship. You'll be mixed in with all the cargo." "You've thought of everything," Merrick said approvingly. "If all goes well, we can be in Leaudor in as little as 2 days." Her breath left her in a rush. 2 days. She wanted to weep and laugh all at the same time. For as much as the thought of going home frightened her immeasurably, she could hardly wait to step onto Leaudorian soil. Merrick reached out to squeeze her hand. She said nothing but returned his squeeze with one of her own. Her brief moment of joy was brought to a crashing halt when a knock sounded at the door. Merrick immediately shoved her behind him, and the captain glanced frantically around. "To the bedroom, both of you," he said, gesturing frantically toward the back of the house. "There is a large trunk Her Highness can hide in." Simon took Isabella by the arm and all but dragged her with him to the bedroom. He threw open the trunk at the foot of the bed and ushered her inside. After making sure she was tucked into it, he closed the lid. Now where in the name of God was he going to hide? After a quick perusal of the room, he resigned himself to the fact that if anyone came this far, he'd just have to fight his way out, because there was not a place he could fit his large frame. Withdrawing the dagger from his boot, he eased to the door and placed his ear to it. "I heard you were putting out tonight," he heard an unfamiliar voice say. "Aye, that is so," the captain replied. "I'd like to hire on. I'm badly in need of the work." Well, lad, I'd like to help you, but I've got a full crew already. We're just heading down the coast for a short haul to Brighton.
Simon strained to hear the rest. The man hesitated a moment, then said, I heard you might be going to Leaudor.
Leaudor? Is that where you're going, my boy? The captain chuckled. Everyone knows the ports are closed to foreign ships. If you want passage to Leaudor, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
The voices grew dimmer, and Simon could no longer make out what they were saying. A few minutes later, the door pushed into his cheek, and he stepped rapidly back. The captain stood in the doorway.
You can come out now.
Simon hurried to the trunk and opened the lid. Isabella scrambled out, her breath coming in spurts. Thank goodness, she said heavily. I was about to smother.
Who was it? He asked the captain as they returned to the sitting room.
The captain busied himself adjusting the curtains. Then he extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. He moved back towards Simon and Isabella and lit a smaller taper, then moved them into the kitchen.
Stranger, not local. Said he wanted to hire on my ship.
A look of blatant disbelief twisted his face.
Rubbish. I don't believe for a minute he was a sailor.
How are we going to get into town unnoticed?
She asked, her voice trembling. Simon curled an arm around her shoulders and squeezed. If only he could take away her fear and anxiety. Don't worry, Isabella. We will come up with a plan.
The house will be watched for sure, the captain said grimly. Getting the two of you out of here will be tricky at best.
Simon paced back and forth, his mind whirling with possible options. None seemed viable enough. They were too dangerous or too obvious. There had to be a way he and Isabella could escape to the harbour. He turned to the captain. Do you have a card? Captain Martin nodded. Simon pressed his lips together. I may have a way. It's risky, but then the alternative is certain capture. Isabella looked dubiously at him.
What do you have in mind?
The captain could take out pulling the cart. We could stow some barrels in the back and cover them with blankets. If anyone is watching, they would naturally assume we are hiding in the cart. Isabella's eyes lit up, glowing brightly in the candlelight.
Of course. And then we could sneak away while they are occupied with the cart and rendezvous with the captain in town.
Simon nodded. Exactly. The captain rubbed his chin in his hand.
It might just work. It doesn't appear that we have a choice in the matter. I'll set to work at once preparing the cart, and I'll depart within the hour. Meet me behind the tavern, but don't go in.
He exited the back of the house, leaving Simon and Isabella alone. The two sat in front of the fire, waiting tensely for the captain to return. Half an hour later, he strode back in and looked over at them.
It's time.
Chapter 14. Isabella twisted her fingers nervously as Merrick kept watch from the window. The captain had been gone 10 minutes, and the plan was for her and Merrick to leave in 5 more. Fear and anticipation warred within her, sending her stomach into turmoil. They were so close to achieving their goal, and yet it seemed an impossible feat. She whispered the familiar prayer her mother had taught her as a child in a fervent attempt to bolster her courage.
Are you ready?
Merrick murmured beside her. She swallowed and nodded. He took her hand, and his dark eyes reached out to her, comforting her and infusing her with confidence. We'll make it, Isabella. Trust me. Struck by the irony of his words, she attempted a smile. Just days ago, it would have made her physically ill to consider trusting anyone, but now she trusted this man implicitly, for if nothing else, he would see her safely home or die trying. With a deep breath, she grasped his hand and they walked to the back door. After a quick perusal of the surroundings from the window, he opened the door and motioned her to follow him. Shrouded in darkness, they ran for the stable. Merrick wasted no time saddling the horse. Instead, he swung up on its bare back and reached down to pull Isabella up. He pulled his pistol from his breeches and handed it to her. I assume you can shoot. Not bothering to answer, she grasped the handle and held it tightly against her. He urged the horse forward, and they rode out of the stable and directly into the thick forest behind the house. There was little in the way of moonlight to guide them as they forged blindly ahead. With each passing minute, she was convinced someone would leap out of the trees, but the woods remained eerily silent. The cold seeped into her bones, and she clamped her mouth shut to prevent her teeth from chattering. The few miles into town stretched into an eternity. Hours passed, it seemed, and yet they hadn't yet reached the outskirts. Her nerves were a jumbled mass of jam, and her anxiety increased as more time elapsed. When a rabbit ran across their path and disappeared into the brush, she nearly fell from the horse. Merrick's arm tightened around her and he whispered in her ear, "Careful, I wouldn't want the gun to go off and do me permanent injury." His teasing lessened her tension and she relaxed against him, careful to maintain a tight grip on the pistol. When the forest opened up suddenly and the shadow of a cottage loomed ahead, she leaned forward eagerly. They had made it. Merrick pulled the horse to a stop a short distance from the cottage and slid off. He held his arms up to her and she went without hesitation, though 1,000 questions burned in her mind. Before she could voice any of them, he tied the horse to a nearby tree and took her hand. As they walked away from the house, he said in a low voice, "I think it best if we walk the rest of the way. The horse will gain us larger notice, and we need to melt into the shadows." Of course, he would have a solid reason for leaving their horse, and they wouldn't be able to take it on the ship anyway. She tried to temper her eagerness and slow her pace. She was in danger of dragging him behind her in her haste to get to the tavern and one step closer to the ship. They hurried between houses, careful to keep in the shadows and out of plain sight. When they neared the tavern, their pace became more cautious. They gave the tavern and the well-lit interior a wide berth and circled back from the north. Merrick paused a distance from the back and watched for a long period of time. Evidently satisfied that no one was about, he urged Isabella out of the trees and toward the back alley. He hunkered down between the building and the large wooden box used for refuse, and motioned for Isabella to do the same. As she crouched down beside him, he wrapped his arm around her in an effort to keep her warm. His constant attention to her needs was far more warming than his actual embrace. It could be hours yet before the captain summoned them, but she prayed he would do so before dawn. The cover of darkness gave her a sense of security that would be absent in the light of day. "I'm going to take a look in the tavern and see who is about," Merrick said after a while. He was likely as antsy as she was, and determined not to be caught unaware. After a quick look in all directions, he stood and peered into the broken window. He tensed, and her heart plummeted. He slid back down the wall to sit beside her. "I have to go in there."
"What do you mean you need to go in?" she demanded in a harsh whisper. "You can't be seen."
"Kirk is there, and I need to apprise him of our suspicions. He's likely searching for us and may have news for us as well." A pulse beat at her temple.
"How will you go in unnoticed?"
He blew out his breath. "I'll go in search of the stable boy that took our horses when we first arrived, and have him deliver a message for Kirk to meet us out here."
"I don't like it," she said resolutely. "Shouldn't we just wait for the captain?"
She tried to swallow back the panic that threatened to choke her. For them to have come this far and risk exposure now was insanity. "I have to do this, Isabella." He stared directly into her eyes. "It is my duty to keep England safe against outside threats. If I keep what information we have to myself, I go against everything I stand for." Her face grew hot, then she felt shame. Her irritation was senseless. Of course he had other obligations besides her. Just as she was loyal to Leaudor, he was just as fiercely loyal to England, and she should not expect her needs to be placed above the safety of an entire nation.
"Be careful,"
she whispered as her way of acknowledging his statement. "You have the pistol. Don't hesitate to use it," he said. Then he slipped away down the alley. She hunched down and prayed that no one would find her, prayed that Merrick would make it back alive, prayed that the captain would show up, prayed she would be in Leaudor soon. The wait for Merrick lasted forever, but finally he returned and settled back down beside her. "Well?" she asked anxiously. "The boy is delivering the message. Now we wait for Kirk to arrive." They didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, a soft whistle sounded to their right. Merrick pursed his lips and returned the call. Then he stood up. Kirk hurried forward out of the darkness. "Merrick?" "Here," Merrick said. "God, it's good to see you. I worried when I hadn't heard from you." Isabella watched the two men, the easy rapport between them, likely born of the many years they had spent in service together. Genuine concern radiated from Kirk, and for the first time she relaxed her guard around him. "Princess," he said with a nod in her direction, "I trust you are well."
"Very well, thanks to Merrick."
"We've much to discuss, Kirk, and not much time." Kirk immediately sobered and focused all his attention on Merrick. "Did you speak with the Duke of Ardmore? Have you heard any rumors of a Leaudorian alliance with France?" Kirk reacted in surprise and ignored the first question. "None at all. Is this what you think is occurring?" Merrick quickly outlined all the captain had related to them about the mindset in Leaudor. Then he paused a moment before recounting her capture the day before. When it came to the possible reference to Bonaparte's escape, blatant disbelief shone on Kirk's face. "It sounds too unbelievable," he said with a shake of his head. "And yet if it is true, everything that has happened in Leaudor makes sense." "That is my thought as well," Merrick replied. "So if Montaigne is a Bonaparte sympathizer and knows of a possible escape, his efforts to overthrow the monarchy of Leaudor could be an attempt to place Leaudor in Bonaparte's hands."
I told Merrick that a few months before my parents' deaths, a contingent of Bonapartists came to Leaudor to speak with my father. If they were unable to sway him, they may well have found a sympathetic ear in Jacques.
She spoke up. "I think you may have hit upon something," Kirk murmured. "The coincidences are just too staggering to mean nothing. God, if it's true and Bonaparte is planning an escape, the guards on Elba must be notified at once." "I had hoped to get word to you so you could handle things on this end while I transport Isabella to Leaudor," Merrick said. Kirk arched an eyebrow. "You are going to Leaudor with the princess?" "Yes," he said in a voice that brooked no argument. "I've promised to see her safely home and find out all I can about how this mess affects both our countries. There are those in Leaudor trying to implicate England in the assassinations. Too much rides on our alliance with France. We cannot allow anyone to upend it." "Yes, of course. You should," Kirk said after a moment. "Perhaps you can find out if there is any validity to the claim that Leaudor is allying with France. I trust you will inform the Duke of my plans."
Do you think that wise?
She and Kirk spoke up at the same time. Merrick turned to her. "I would not do anything I thought would bring you harm, Isabella."
"I know you wouldn't," she said,
outstretching her hand to his.
"But our pursuers have had the uncanny knack of finding us wherever we go. Surely you cannot discount the coincidences as they pile up."
It pained her to question him, but his unwillingness to consider that his government could be in league with Jacques concerned her a great deal. Ignoring her protests, he turned back to Kirk. "Ride straight to his grace and tell him of my suspicions. Castlereagh will need to be informed and word sent to Wellington and Vienna. Extra guards should be posted on Elba to ensure Bonaparte is secure." Kirk nodded. "I must go. I don't want to draw attention to you or the princess." He turned to walk away, but paused. "Be careful, Merrick. I don't like all I'm hearing. If you and the princess are right, the ramifications for our countries could be great." The two men clasped hands, and Kirk nodded at her. "I wish you the best, Your Highness."
"Thank you," she said.
She blinked as Kirk disappeared, swallowed up into the night as if he had never been there. A frown plagued her, and she chewed her lip absently. Silently, she hunched back down in the shadows. "Is something wrong?" She glanced over at Merrick and shook her head. This certainly wasn't the time or place to air her disagreement. "Something's bothering you. What is it?" he persisted as he scrunched down beside her once more. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed back the urge to growl at his perception. When he continued to stare at her, she sighed.
"Do you really think it's wise to place so much trust in the people you work for?"
He stiffened beside her. "Are you questioning me?" She glanced sideways at him.
"Yes, I suppose I am."
He returned her stare, his eyes blazing in the night. "The people I work with are the only people I can trust. Kirk is my family, more so than Edward or my father ever were. My duty, my first obligation is to inform the regent of any suspicion I may have, substantiated or not. I cannot remain quiet about all that I have learned. I cannot." Isabella felt a pang at the pain in his voice, but there was underlying anger at her for questioning the motives of the people he trusted. There was so much more to his motives than just duty and honor. Every word he spoke resonated with determination. A determination to succeed, not to fail. Not for the first time, she wondered how his relationship with his family played into his accepting a position with the government. She blew on her hands to keep them warm and looked warily around before continuing.
"Why didn't you just quit the agency after your father died? I can't imagine your superiors not understanding in light of you inheriting the title."
He shifted beside her, then rubbed his hand over his face, pinching the bridge of his nose. His discomfort was apparent, and she felt a moment of guilt for bringing up what was clearly a painful issue. "It was what my father would have wanted, expected," he finally replied, as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. It was becoming clearer to her.
"You are determined to follow your own course in life, one plotted by you, and not a man who had no use for you until your brother, the heir, died."
He looked impressed by her perception. Then the corner of his mouth crooked up in a rueful half-smile. "I suppose that is a perfectly dreadful reason,
But the truth is, he never needed me. But England did. My work is important. Thousands of lives have been saved thanks to our hard work. Somehow that seemed more important than retiring to the country to breed an heir to a title I never wanted.
Did you ever resent Edward?
She asked softly. He looked away, guilt flashing in his eyes. No. Yes. God. His voice trailed off. I am ashamed to say that at one time I did resent him. I used to think if he weren't there that Father would love me. And then he died, and all I could think about were the times I wished him away.
I wished my brothers away on more than one occasion, she said wryly. I think it's the nature of having siblings.
I just wanted to have a relationship, any sort of relationship with Father and Edward. Wanted us to be a family. When I joined the agency, it became my family.
But
I trust no one, he interrupted her before she could continue. But I trust the men who have continually risked their lives alongside me to ensure England is safe from outside threats. She pressed her lips together and fell silent. His harsh whispers had risen above the still night air. His tone suggested no further discussion of the matter, and she had no desire to anger him further. Her own agitation had grown until her jaw ached from clamping it shut. His hand reached for her arm, lifting it up, then sliding his palm down until he entwined their fingers. You can trust me, Isabella. I swear it.
It isn't you I don't trust,
she said simply. Before he could respond, a noise sounded down the alley. She tensed and strained her eyes to see the source. Seconds later, the captain appeared out of the mist, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, he called softly.
We're here,
she said, standing up. Merrick stood beside her as the captain stopped in front of them. The ship's ready if you are.
Yes,
she said in a husky voice.
I'm ready. Ready to go home.
Chapter 15. Isabella gazed out at the ship with a mixture of hope and joy. Around her, preparations were underway as cargo was loaded and men hustled back and forth down the gangplank. Your Highness, you must hurry, the captain hissed. You mustn't be seen. She was startled into action and quickly climbed into the large crate. As she settled down, the lid closed above her and she felt a moment's panic. For several seconds, she breathed heavily, convinced she had no air. Then she felt a cool draft and relaxed. The crate surged upward as it was hoisted, and she swayed and rocked as the men loaded it onto the ship. The captain had explained that the crates she and Merrick had hidden in would be loaded first so that other cargo would be placed on top. Only after the ship was well at sea would the crew dig them out. Once again, she offered a silent prayer that they sailed from Dover unmolested. She closed her eyes tightly and called up the faces of her beloved family and the vivid images of her homeland. Soon, if all went well, she would be back on Leaudorian soil, and then she would seek justice for the crimes against her loved ones. The entire crate shook as it hit the ground, jarring her uncomfortably. Excitement curled in her stomach. She was aboard the ship. Using every ounce of self-control, she willed herself to relax in the darkness and wait. An eternity later, she felt the floor beneath her surge. The increased rocking motion signaled their departure. They were underway. She closed her eyes, and a single tear escaped down her cheek. She was on her way home. The creaking and groaning in the boards around her comforted her and lulled her closer to sleep. How long she dozed, she wasn't certain. Her eyes fluttered open, awareness creeping over her. She blinked rapidly and strained her ears for the source of her alarm. Then she heard scraping and banging, loud thumps getting closer and closer. Surely it wasn't time for the captain to release her and Merrick yet. She held her breath, trying to hear the distant voices. They became louder until finally she was able to make out what they were saying. I'm sure the captain will have no objection to us searching his cargo, an unfamiliar voice said. I certainly do, the captain huffed. What's the meaning of this? You said you merely wanted to inspect the cargo hold. I do, my good captain, but in order to ascertain whether smuggled goods are aboard, it is necessary to inspect the crates as well. I must protest. Under whose authority do you commit such a search? His Highness the Prince Regent, the man replied. She jumped when she had a crack above her. More splintering of wood and the sand of the crates sliding over the tops of one another. She pressed a knuckled fist to her mouth, trying desperately to remain calm. What is the meaning of this, Captain? The man demanded. The crates are empty. High they are. the captain said with a chuckle. "That's what usually occurs when we're sailing to collect goods." "And what exactly do you plan to collect?" the man asked in a suspicious-sounding voice. "I don't see how that's any of your business," the captain bit back. Suddenly shouts erupted and scuffling ensued. Wood crashed around her. Grunts, thumps, cries of pain pierced the wooden crate she was hidden in. What was going on? Would she be found out? As the noise grew louder, she patted her palm upward, trying to open the lid, but apparently another crate still lay on top, because it wouldn't budge. She settled back in frustration as the din increased. The crate shook, then she was thrown to one side as it slid several feet over. After several minutes of complete mayhem, silence suddenly fell. Then she heard footsteps, louder and closer until they stopped right beside her crate. The top shook as the crate trapping her in was shoved to the side. Her mouth went completely dry. She blinked rapidly, praying the sudden light would not blind her. She had to be prepared to fight. She heard the lock click and then rattle as it was thrown to the side. Every muscle in her body tensed in preparation for the lid to open. Sweat beaded her forehead and trickled down her neck as her dread increased. She braced her hands on either side as the lid slowly started to open. Her legs arched and she prepared to lash out. Then Merrick's head appeared over the side, and all the tension left her body in one fell swoop. She sagged against the bottom like a limp washing rag. "It's safe now," he said, extending a hand to help her out. As her head cleared the top of the crate, she looked out to see the chaos around her. The entire cargo hold looked like a war had been waged. In the far corner, 3 surly-looking men sat bound together. The captain and several members of his crew stood to the side holding pistols on the captured men.
What happened?
She demanded, as she stepped over the side of the crate. Merrick held his arms out and lowered her to the floor beside him. "These men came aboard posing as inspectors. Never mind that we haven't such in England," he said dryly. "Their accents are as deplorable as their manners."
"They are Leaudorian?"
she asked, her eyes growing wide. Not waiting for an answer, she rushed forward. She stood above the tied-up men and stared down at them with all the royal bearing she could muster.
"Who are you?"
They grunted at her in response.
"Well, you obviously know who I am,"
she said in a steely voice. She turned and walked a few steps away, then turned back to them in a casual stance.
"And you also must know that when I return to Leaudor, I become queen."
A flicker of fear shone in the eyes of the man in front before he looked down.
"And you must also know what we do with traitors in Leaudor."
Her voice was icy now and conveyed all the hatred she felt for the people who had murdered her family. "You won't ever be queen," one of the other men spat. She fixed him with a glacial stare.
"Yes, I will. And when I am queen, you 3 will rot in Lagerfeld."
2 of them paled at the mention of the much-feared prison. Most preferred death to a sentence there, and it was reserved only for the most heinous of criminals in Leaudor. Indeed, in the past 100 years, it had housed only 25 persons.
"Can you lock them away, Captain?"
she asked, walking calmly over to where he stood.
"Perhaps if they decide to speak to their queen, she might consider a lesser sentence."
With a haughty flip of her head, she nodded to Merrick to assist her from the cargo hold. He obeyed without question, an astonished look on his face. A few minutes later they were topside, and she uncurled her fingers from the tight fists she had formed. She rubbed her hands over her arms to warm herself, then blew on her hands. Anger still simmered beneath her surface, and she fought to relax her clenched jaw. No one, absolutely no one, would keep her from her goal. She would lie cold in her grave before she allowed Montaigne a clear path to the throne. Coward! Couldn't even face her himself, had inept henchmen to do his dirty work for him. She let out a deep, calming breath and moved to the side rail of the ship. In the distance, she could make out the faint outline of Dover as they put more distance between them and England, and brought her one step closer to going home and fulfilling her destiny. She could feel Merrick's gaze on her, probing and assessing. His scrutiny made her uncomfortable, so she turned to face him.
"Is something amiss?"
The perplexed look on his face faded rapidly away, and he closed the distance between them. "No, not at all." He paused a moment and cocked his head sideways at her. She arched a disbelieving eyebrow at him. "Well, I suppose I was a bit taken aback back there. That is, I don't suppose until now that I truly saw you as the future Queen of Leaudor, Your Highness." Discomfort plagued her at his words. He sounded so stiff, so formal now, not at all like the man who had endured so much with her in the past several days.
Can you not look beyond who I will become and concentrate on who I am? She asked in a near pleading voice.
In a few days my familiarity will not only be unseemly, but disrespectful, he said stiffly. I just cannot credit that you will be queen, not the woman. His voice trailed off into nothing, and he compressed his lips together as if regretting what he was about to say.
Not the woman what?
She prompted softly. He glanced back up at her, his eyes barely discernible in the soft glow of the lanterns bobbing back and forth as the crew passed above and below deck. Not the woman I've held and comforted and kissed, he finally said. Her cheeks warmed, and inexplicably she felt the prick of tears. She blinked rapidly to ward them off and moved even closer to him.
The woman you held is who I am. No title will ever change that.
She placed her hands on his chest, splaying her fingers out.
Did inheriting the title of Earl change the man in here?
Her fingers pressed into his chest over his heart.
Did you stop being the man who served his country all because your name changed?
He closed his hands over hers, holding them tightly against his chest. No.
I cannot bear it if you start viewing me differently, Merrick. Not after all we have endured together. The stiffness I feel in you, the awkwardness, this isn't the man I held.
She felt him relax beneath her hands, and her relief was so great she nearly sagged against him. She leaned forward and rested her forehead just above where her hands lay on his chest. He lifted one of his hands and cupped the back of her head, leaving his other hand over hers. Gentle fingers smoothed her hair, and for a brief moment she wished she wasn't the heir to the throne. Wished she and Merrick were just two normal people, with only themselves to consider. No responsibility to a nation of people, no justice to seek for the family she lost. She shivered against him as the brisk air blew over them. His hands gripped her shoulders and pulled her away from him. We should go to our cabins where it's warmer. Nodding, she followed behind him. He stopped outside a door, opened it, and gestured her inside. Since the captain is fully aware of our circumstances, we no longer need to share a cabin for appearances. I'll be next door, should you have need of me. A tiny pang of disappointment tightened her chest, but she offered a quick smile and ducked into the cabin. She leaned against the door when it shut behind her, closing her eyes. Her hands brushed over the rough wood, and she felt the prick of splinters in her back. She opened her eyes and glanced over the sparsely furnished room. A small bed, an upright barrel beside it with a half-burned candle. To the side of the candle lay a small bundle of dried flowers bound with a leather tie, seemingly out of place in the rustic cabin. With a sigh, she pushed away from the door and crossed the cabin to the bed. She sat down on the side and pulled her boots from her feet. After rummaging through the drawers below the bed, she found a nightshirt. She peeled her clothing from her body and put on the clean-smelling shirt. Then she climbed beneath the covers and snuggled into the pillow. In the morning, she was going to find soap and a washing cloth if she had to search every cabin. She began to fantasize about wonderfully scented baths, and being able to submerge her entire head in a tub of water to give her hair a good washing. As she lay staring up at the ceiling, she tried to envision Merrick in the next cabin, wondered what he was doing, and missed his presence next to her. She flopped over and stared at her door instead. It was at least more interesting than the ceiling, and she could imagine it opening and him walking in. Or she could just go to sleep and quit acting like a girl fresh out of the schoolroom who just received her first invitation to dance, acting like she had the right to dream. The chasm that separated them was vast, more than her being queen, more than him being an English lord. Duty, honour, revenge, nationality, all those things floated around like tormented souls doomed to haunt a particular spot. Would that she was a simple English miss, or that he was a modest Leaudorian farmer. But they were neither of those things, and too many people counted on them to be who they were. Furthermore, it was time for her to get past her fears of ruling a nation and accept her responsibilities. She turned over again, this time facing the wall. She closed her eyes and willed herself to sleep, to forget everything but the fact she was finally returning home. Chapter 16. Simon woke after only a few hours of sleep. The rocking and swaying of the ship had been a welcome lullaby, but now he was alert and refreshed. He swung his legs over the side of the bunk and rose, wiping his eyes to clear the hazy film. He called for water and a basin and spared only a few minutes to dress and wash before hastening to the captain's quarters.
He knocked, and the call came from within for him to enter. "You're just in time for breakfast," the captain said from the small table across the room. Simon ducked in, glancing around the small room. Books adorned nearly every inch of space on the shelves, and not all were nautical. The captain was well read. As he drew closer, Simon noted that the captain had apparently laid aside a book he was reading to take breakfast. "Sit," the captain urged, motioning to the chair across from him. Simon did as he was bidden and settled back in the chair, still taking in his surroundings. While it appeared on the surface that the captain kept less than neat quarters, upon closer examination all the many items were very meticulously placed about the cabin. If anything, the captain suffered from too little room. The bed was impeccably made, the blankets tightly drawn across the mattress. The only piece of clothing in sight was a perfectly folded shirt laying at the end of the bed. He deduced that the captain made his home aboard the ship even when it was docked. His cabin echoed his personality much more than the bland, nondescript cottage he owned in Dover. The cabin was dotted with a range of personal items, ones that were certainly not a necessity aboard a ship. Newspapers, books, paintings, even a sketch pad that Simon wagered the captain likely dabbled on. "Would you care for something to eat?" the captain asked, breaking through his thoughts. He nodded and gratefully took the wedge of buttered bread the captain offered him. "How long before we arrive in Leaudor?" he asked around a mouthful of bread. The captain rose and wiped his mouth, then threw down his napkin. Shoving back his chair, he motioned for Simon to follow him. The older man ambled over to a pedestal that held a variety of maps and charts. He fished through the stack, then drew out one that showed Leaudor as well as the coastline of Belgium. Smoothing it out, he cleared his throat, then pointed to the western shoreline of Leaudor. "This is where we will enter Leaudor." Simon nodded and waited for the captain to continue. "The southern and eastern ports have all been closed, virtually isolating the country. While we could sail around to the north, our chances of docking and the Princess disembarking unnoticed are slight." Simon frowned. "So docking on the western shore is your suggestion?" The captain chuckled. "Not exactly, my lord. There are no ports on the western side. The entire coastline is rocky, sparsely populated, and the currents are treacherous." He paused and stared hard at Simon. "We aren't going to dock. We'll drop anchor off the shoreline and my men will row you ashore, preferably at night, when you won't gain any notice." The captain sounded knowledgeable, which gave Simon confidence that he would get them to Leaudor in the safest possible manner. "I like the plan," he said finally. "It appears that you've taken everything into consideration. I'll apprise Isabella, Her Highness, of your plan." "I wish you both Godspeed," the captain said in a grave voice. "The Princess has a difficult task ahead of her. Montaigne has support, and the people of Leaudor are just waiting for him to be crowned. If all the Princess says is true, he won't easily allow her to take the throne." The captain's words rang ominously in Simon's ears. It wasn't anything he didn't already know, but hearing it voiced aloud sent a cold chill down his spine. Once he and Isabella reached Leaudor, they were no longer under the protection of the British crown or law. He could do little to help her if they were captured. "If you'll excuse me, Captain, I will inform Her Highness of your intentions." The captain nodded. "If the weather holds, I anticipate dropping anchor off the western coast tomorrow evening." Simon left the captain's cabin and strode toward Isabella's. He paused a moment outside her door, wondering if he wasn't better served to let her rest. No, she would want to know exactly what was going to occur at the earliest possible moment. He knocked softly and waited for her response. Almost immediately the door swung open and she stood before him. She presented a glorious sight, a nightshirt clipping the top of her knees, her long, dishevelled hair thrown carelessly over one shoulder, and she looked glad to see him. She stepped away from the door and gestured for him to come in. As he stepped over the threshold, she shut the door firmly behind him.
"If you'll excuse me but a moment while I dress," she said, stepping behind a dressing screen secured to the wall. He watched as she threw the nightshirt over the top of the screen and clenched his jaw as he imagined her naked behind it. Why was he torturing himself? He shifted uncomfortably and sat down on the edge of the bed, hoping to at least disguise the extent of his discomfort. Seconds later, she reappeared from behind the screen, dressed in a clean shirt and breeches. She smoothed her hands down the legs of her pants and crossed the room to where he sat. "How are you faring this morning?"
she asked. He could detect a hint of nervousness in her voice and wondered if she was as affected by his presence as he was hers. With a mental shake of his head, he directed his thoughts to the matter at hand. "I've spoken to the captain. We should be in Leaudor by tomorrow evening." He quickly recounted all the captain had told him, then watched as she absorbed his words.
"It's a sound plan," she admitted, chewing the bottom of her lip in concentration. "And we shouldn't have far to travel to the monastery, depending on where we come ashore."
"You intend to visit the monastery first?" he asked in surprise. He had assumed she'd hasten to the palace.
"I must see Father Ling first. He can tell me if Jacques has been successful in recovering the relics. He can also tell us exactly what has been going on since the deaths of my family," she said after a deep breath.
"How far is the monastery from the palace?" he asked.
"Not terribly far by horse," she replied. "The monastery lies on the western coast. The monks are said to be the keepers of the caves, so the entrance is not far from the monastery. The palace is further inland atop Soleil Mountain."
Mountains, caves, it all sounded difficult, not to mention treacherous. He felt a twinge of doubt nag at him. How could he and Isabella go against an unknown number of forces, practically take on an entire nation to right the wrongs against her family? Montaigne had gathered much support, according to the captain, and Isabella's claims might well fall on deaf ears, and the fact that an Englishman was aiding her might lend further credence to the conspiracy theory Montaigne was spewing. He said a fervent prayer that Kirk was successful in thwarting any escape attempt by Bonaparte. If that was indeed in the works, his failure to leave Elba could signal difficulties for Bonaparte's sympathizers in Leaudor.
"Do you regret agreeing to help me?"
she asked softly. "No," he said quickly, shaking his head. "Not at all. It's my duty," he rushed to say. His tongue seemed to rebel against him as he faltered to get the words out. Her face fell, then she stiffened beside him. Rising, she glanced back at him with those unreadable eyes he hadn't seen since their first days together.
"Yes, well, you mustn't be remiss in your duty."
She was bothered by something, but damned if he knew what it was. Perhaps she was growing more worried as they drew closer to her country. "We will find the people responsible for your parents' deaths," he said in an attempt to reassure her once more. It was what she wanted to hear, no doubt, something to bolster her flagging confidence. But her expression remained stoic.
"Yes, I know,"
she said in a slightly clipped tone. Her entire body was stiff, and she flipped agitatedly at her hair. Annoyance burned in her eyes, and he realized perhaps she thought he was hinting that she was incapable of seeking justice. Instead of offering more platitudes, which he was sure would annoy her, he closed his mouth and remained silent. A knock sounded at the door and he immediately rose, but Isabella beat him to the door. A young man stood bearing a breakfast tray and handed it over to Isabella. She smiled and thanked him, then carried the tray over to the bed.
"Have you eaten?"
she asked as she uncovered the bread, cheese, and a steaming meat pie. "Yes, earlier, with the captain." She arched an eyebrow.
"Should you not have summoned me so that I could be present when the captain presented his plan?"
The imperious tone had returned, and it made him wretchedly uncomfortable. Not only did it outline in stark detail the vast distance between them, but it represented a coldness between them that hadn't existed until now. "You may be certain in the future I will not make such a mistake, Your Highness." A flicker of hurt flashed in her eyes, but was gone in a second. He felt instant regret, but her demeanour hurt him, though he was loath to admit it. "I should return to my cabin now," he said in a low voice. He walked out the door before she could say anything. Perhaps going above deck would clear his head. Simon stayed as far from Isabella's cabin as he could for the remainder of the day. The air was crisp, and the sea breeze stout, but the coldness kept his mind focused. He watched the sun sink over the horizon, reflecting gold against the pink and purple hues that had long since replaced the blue canvas. In the twilight, he could make out the first stars as they appeared in the darkening sky. Soon the moon would rise and night would fall, the last night before an uncertain tomorrow. Whatever accounted for Isabella's curtness, he wanted to correct it before they left the ship. They had encountered far too much together, and he wanted the same trust and easy rapport between them when they embarked on the next leg of their quest. His hands gripped the side railing of the ship as he steadied himself over a swell. For the first time, the idea of success didn't fill him with satisfaction. For once he disposed of the threats against Isabella, she would become queen and he would return to England. The likelihood of even seeing her again was slim. There was only tonight. Drawing his shoulders up, he turned and walked back to Isabella's cabin. He stood for several long seconds outside the door, debating whether to knock or just go in. His determination fueled his courage, and he opened the door in one motion, stepping in before he waited for her summons. His jaw dropped when he saw her standing across the room in front of the wash basin. She turned when she heard him, just as surprised as he was. She dropped the cloth she had been washing herself with and returned his stare. Her long hair fell in waves to her waist and swayed with her motion. Slender, bare legs slid seductively from beneath her shirt, and the shirt was parted, giving him the barest peek of the swells of her breast. His gaze daren't go lower. He locked onto her face, feeling foolish for barging in unannounced. "My apologies," he finally said around a tongue that didn't seem to want to cooperate. But before he could turn and go, she reached up and gripped the lapels of her shirt in her hands and slowly pulled them over her shoulders, baring her breasts to his avid gaze. Her eyes locked with his, and he read insecurity, nervousness, and desire within their depths. Then she shrugged from the shirt and let it fall in a pool at her feet. Chapter 17. Isabella stood tremulously before Merrick, praying that her courage didn't desert her. His eyes flashed as they swept over her body and darkened to obsidian. Then she prayed he wouldn't turn and walk out. But he moved closer, the blatant desire in his eyes frightening and arousing her all at the same time. He stopped directly in front of her, mere inches separating them. She was a fool to throw herself so shamelessly at this man, but her body ached for him, her soul ached for him, and in her heart she knew she would never feel this way about another man, even the man she would eventually marry and produce heirs with. There was no guarantee of what tomorrow would bring, and she wanted to experience the closeness, cement the bond between them, wanted to pretend for one night that nothing else mattered, not their duties, not the uncertainty that awaited her in Leaudor. Slowly his head lowered, and he captured her lips in a hot, breathless kiss. She melted against him, moulding the curves of her body to his hard frame. He drew away the merest fraction of a distance, his breath still blowing hot on her face. "Isabella, are you sure?" In response, she curled her arms around his neck and pulled him back to her. His touch elicited the most delicious sensations all over her body. He ran his hands down the curve of her back and over her buttocks, then up her side into her breasts. Cupping them in his hands, he rolled the tips between his thumb and forefinger. A moan tore from her lips, swallowed up just as quickly by his mouth. He raised his hands to frame her cheeks as he rained tiny kisses over her face. Then he delved his fingers into her hair, smoothing back the tendrils behind her ears. "You are so beautiful," he whispered. She smiled, warmed by his words. Pulling away, she began removing his shirt from his breeches, but paused as it came free.
"I have heard that there are ways to prevent pregnancy. Are you well versed in those ways?"
Mortification tightened her face as she waited his reaction. She knew she was being unforgivably forward, but in her position she could not afford to be naive, nor could she afford to ascend the throne with an illegitimate child. A chuckle sounded deep in his chest. "Indeed. It's been a while, I'm afraid, but it's not something a man forgets." A ridiculous smile lessened the tension in her cheeks. The idea that it had been so long since he'd been with another woman gave her immense satisfaction. Tentatively, her fingers worked at the laces to his breeches, then she hooked her thumbs in the waist and slid them around to either side. She stared into his eyes as she began working his breeches down his legs. Unable to contain her curiosity, her gaze dropped as his manhood sprang free from his pants. It was hardly similar to all the nude statues that adorned the palace. It was a lot larger. Her breath caught in her chest, and she struggled to take in air. Imagining the mechanics of taking it into her body had her face scorching. He stepped back to kick his legs free from his pants, then returned to stand close to her. He gathered the material of his shirt in his hands and quickly pulled it over his head, tossing it aside. Never before had she seen anything as glorious as Merrick's nude form. This was a man artists would fight over to sculpt, paint, view. His long legs stood slightly apart, his hands at his sides as she drank him in. Her gaze darted over his hips and tightly drawn abdomen. Not an ounce of spare flesh gathered around the midsection that led to a muscular, broad chest. A fine smattering of hair curled in the hollow of his chest and tapered to a fine line leading down to his groin. Unable to resist, she ran her hands over the dips and ridges of his chest and abdomen, loving the feel of his skin beneath her fingertips. It felt smooth, only slightly rough under her palms, rugged and completely male. And finally, as her courage mounted, she dipped her hand to curl around his rigid shaft. His quick intake of breath as she began a slow up and down motion told her she wasn't making a complete muck of things, and gave her courage to continue on. He placed his hands on her shoulders and walked her back toward the bed. "You're a minx," he growled in a voice that sent chill bumps over every inch of body. Placing one hand behind her neck and the other on her hip, he lowered her to the bed and followed her down. His hand left her hip and ran over the smooth skin of her belly, then up to her breasts. As he kissed her, his tongue teased the corners of her mouth until she retaliated with her own tongue, meeting his and dueling in sensuous harmony. She gasped against his mouth when his hand dipped between her legs and lightly brushed over her curls. Her legs parted in unconscious invitation. Taking advantage, he pressed a thumb between the folds of her skin and found her sensitive nub. She nearly shot off the bed, gripping his shoulders as sensations resembling lightning bolts shot up her body. Squeezing her legs tightly against his seeking fingers, she moaned and twisted in agony. "Relax," he murmured, removing his hand from behind her head. He placed his knees on either side of her legs, trapping her underneath him. He sat up and stared down at her, his eyes smouldering with desire. Both his hands came out to cover her breasts, moulding them to the contours of his palms. He rolled the tips between his fingers, and she closed her eyes, arching into his caress. Then his hands left her breasts and captured her arms, swinging them over her head. He leaned forward as he pressed her shoulders into the mattress, and he trailed his fingertips from her wrists, down the tender skin on the inside of her elbow and beyond. As she drew her arms down to touch him, he was quick to place them back above her head. She was completely at his mercy. Slowly he lowered his lips to one taut peak and sucked it between his lips. She gasped and struggled to free her arms from his grasp. He chuckled and turned his attention to her other breast. He flicked out his tongue, ever so lightly licking the stiff nipple. Parts of her that didn't bear mentioning tightened unbearably, until she feared she might explode. She writhed beneath him as he continued his assault on her breasts. His wet tongue ran over the tips until she wanted to scream at him to take it all in his mouth. Then he did, and she experienced the single most intense thrill of her life. The room swirled around her, and finally she was able to free one of her hands. She gripped the back of his hair, pulling him closer, not allowing him to stop his devilish attack on her senses. When she could stand no more, she yanked his head away, nearly growling in her ferocity. She rose up as much as she could and forced his mouth to hers. Simon matched her intensity with everything he had. Never before had he made love to such a responsive woman. She was bold, daring, and met his advances with equal force. In short, she was magnificent. Her nails scoured his back, clearly marking him as her own. He crushed his mouth down over hers, responding to her need for more. No space remained between their bodies as they undulated in perfect rhythm, and he hadn't even entered her yet. Her fiery gaze scorched him. She nipped his chin, his lips, his tongue with her teeth. Then she lowered her head and sank her teeth in his neck. "God, Isabella," he panted, trying desperately to control his raging need. She shoved at him, and in one smooth motion rolled him over so that she sat atop him. A mischievous smile curved her swollen lips. Her gorgeous, perfect breasts swayed before him like forbidden fruit he desperately wanted to taste again. The pink tips were erect and stiff, just perfect to suckle. He leaned up and circled the puckered aureole with his tongue, then sank his teeth into the nipple. She nearly bolted right off his chest. "Come here," he rasped, curling his hands around her waist and positioning her so that her breasts swayed just inches from his mouth. 2 ripe, succulent peaches bobbed over him, and he was intent on devouring both. He lapped at them with his tongue, then sucked them alternately into his mouth, grazing his teeth over the sensitive buds. She ground her pelvis against him, and he was frantic to sink into her and never withdraw. "Isabella," he gasped out. "What?" she answered with a tortured voice. "I can't go slow, can't be gentle. I don't want to hurt you." He was sure she was a virgin, and he had never lain with one. Virgin. It hit him with the force of a rock. His conscience pulled and nagged at him. He was about to take the virginity of the future Queen of Leaudor. "I don't want you to be gentle," she said through gritted teeth. He rolled back over her and spread her legs. "Isabella, are you sure? I can't hold back any longer. You must be sure this is what you want. Tell me to stop and I will." Sweat beaded his forehead, and he knew if he didn't thrust into her now, he would spend his seed on her belly before he ever got inside her. But still he waited, looking deeply into her eyes, searching for any resistance, any sign that she didn't want what was about to take place. In response, she arched her back and wrapped her legs tightly around his waist.
I may die tomorrow, she whispered. Even if I survive to take the throne, I would have no other man be my first.
With a feral growl, he found her entrance and sank to her very depths in one thrust. She stiffened, and for a moment he feared he had hurt her, but then he looked down at the complete ecstasy displayed on her face, and knew that wasn't the case. She bucked against him, urging him on even before he rocked against her again. Gripping her waist in his hands, he withdrew and plunged again, feeling the most indescribable pleasure he had ever experienced. His chest tightened as he sought to plant himself into her soul. She was wild underneath him, rising to meet each thrust, her head thrown back in wanton abandonment. He'd never seen a more beautiful sight. A soft wail escaped her lips as her body arched and tightened. Her eyes shut tightly, and her mouth opened as more sounds of pleasure spilled forth. She convulsed around him, the velvety softness of her sheath caressing him, gripping him. He was nearing his own peak as he watched her plummet over the edge, spiraling into the soft aftermath of her climax. It was the hardest thing he had ever had to do, but he ripped himself from her as he felt his seed rushing to release. Gripping her tightly against him, he pulsed against her abdomen, devouring her lips with his mouth, swallowing her cries of joy and muffling his own shouts of triumph. As she quieted beneath him, he loosened his hold on her and smoothed her damp hair from her face. He kissed her tenderly, a change from their frantic urgency mere seconds ago. She snuggled tightly against him, and his chest constricted with the surge of emotion she elicited.
Is it always like that?
She asked in a blissful tone. He laughed. Indeed not, and for that I am grateful. I couldn't survive such an experience on a regular basis. But even as he said it, he knew he spoke an untruth. He could never tire of being intimate with her, and he knew with certainty that it would always be just as exquisite between them. She yawned against his chest.
It's too bad, really. I could get used to something so wondrous.
He smiled as she cuddled against him like a warm kitten, content and replete after a saucer of milk. No matter what happened here on out, he would cherish this night and hold the memory of their coupling close to his heart. Isabella opened her eyes, reluctant to come out of her euphoric haze. Merrick's arms were tightly around her in a protective barrier against the outside world, one that would not intrude upon them for several more hours if she had any say. She drew slightly away and gazed up at his face. How calm and deceptively mild he looked in sleep, his hair at his temple falling over his handsome face. She lifted her hand to smooth back the lock, tucking it behind his ear. Not for a moment did she regret her actions. They had shared something truly spectacular, and whether she was merely a duty to him or not, she didn't believe that he was unaffected by their union. A wicked grin twisted her lips as she imagined the perfect way to awaken him. By her accounting, they had several more hours before arriving off the coast of Leaudor, and she planned to make the most of every single one. She slid down his body and cupped his manhood in her hand. With care, she began stroking it. Then, on instinct, she lowered her mouth and flicked out her tongue. She felt him awaken instantly, his hands immediately tangling in her hair. With a slight twist of her head, she glanced up to see him staring at her, his eyes filled with desire.
So you are awake?
She teased. As if I could sleep when you were doing that, he said raggedly.
Would you like me to continue?
She asked, arching an eyebrow daringly at him. If you don't, I may die. If you do, I still may die.
In that case,
she whispered, ducking her head back down. Her eyes widened when she saw his shaft, rigid and straining toward her. The fact that she was not at all sure what to do didn't hinder her in the least as she wrapped her fingers around the base, smiling when he arched against her. A bit hesitantly at first, she closed her lips around the tip, but then she heard him moan and quickly gained confidence. He writhed beneath her as she continued her gentle suckling. His hand gripped the back of her head tightly as he arched into her. Finally, he yanked away from her and pulled her tightly against him. In one swift movement, he rolled her underneath him, her stomach to the bed. Warm and wet, his tongue traced the line of her backbone from the small of her back to the base of her head. She shivered as he left a damp trail. Then, mimicking her earlier action, he sank his teeth into her neck, sucking and nipping at the sensitive flesh. She dug her hands into the sheets, curling them in her hands, moaning with abandon. That she couldn't see him, had no idea what he would do next, was driving her slowly up an impossible peak. She felt her legs spread under his firm hands, then felt his hot breath blow over her buttocks. His hands kneaded the plump flesh there, and she arched up on her knees to give him better access. The ache between her legs had begun in earnest, and if he didn't touch her soon, she might well go mad. She buried her face in the pillow he had slept on, inhaling his masculine scent even as he tormented her with his fingers. He massaged her most sensitive point, then plunged 2 fingers into her, making her scream into the pillow. To her astonishment, she felt his shaft probing her entrance, and she was immediately flooded with the images of him mounting her from behind. Before she could react to such an erotic idea, he was inside her, deep, hard, into the deepest recesses of her being. She fought for breath as wave upon wave of intense pleasure washed over her. They fit perfectly together. She rocked back against him, then pushed herself up off the pillow with her hands. She threw back her head as he thrust forward again. He leaned over her, deeply embedded within, stilling his thrusts completely. His hands smoothed over her back and underneath, to cup her breasts. He plucked her nipples like a finely tuned instrument, and she went wild, bucking against him, begging him with her body to continue his motions. "Please," she managed to gasp out. With one last tug of her breasts, he let loose and thrust into her again and again. As she neared her peak, she shoved back against him as hard as she could. Then she let out a seemingly endless sigh as she toppled into complete oblivion. Her vision blurred, and she feared she might lose consciousness. And still he didn't stop. On the heels of her release, she began a second climb, faster than the first, and she begged him to stop, begged him not to stop, as she hovered precariously near the edge once more. And with a final thrust, he made her completely his. She whimpered his name and surged forward against the bed, unseating him with the power of her movements. His warm seed pulsed against her back as he shuddered against her. She closed her eyes, reveling in the delicious feel of his body atop hers, their sweat mingling, his warm, salty smell wrapped around her like a cocoon. "If I die tomorrow, I die a happy man," he murmured in her ear. She raised her head up and eyed him balefully. "You won't die tomorrow, because I won't allow it." "Is that a command, Your Highness?" "Indeed it is," she said with a nod of her head. "And if you think to disobey me, know that I will haunt you for the rest of your days, should you do something so despicable as die on me." He leaned forward, brushing his lips across hers. The only sound in the room was their soft breathing and the slight smooching sound their lips made as they exchanged tender kisses. "I have no intention of dying on you, Princess." She smiled at the endearment and cupped his cheek in her hand. "I couldn't bear to lose you." She didn't explain her statement or dwell on the absurdity of the notion, for indeed, when it was all over with, she would lose him, but at least he would be well and alive. She could live with that, even if it meant never seeing him again, or being in his arms. She sighed contentedly and relaxed in his arms despite her melancholy. She felt lighter, happy almost. Much of her pent-up hurt and anguish had been released in one molten explosion, and she felt energized, ready to take on whatever awaited her in Leaudor. Chapter 18. February 20th, 1815. Leaudor. The ship rolled and rocked with the gentle waves as the anchor was dropped. Moments later, Isabella tensed anxiously as the longboat was lowered into the water, and she tightened her grip on Merrick's hand. In the distance, she could hear the water crashing against the rocky coastline, though she was unable to make out its outline in the night. And that was what frightened her. Though the men rowing them ashore were certainly able sailors, they were maneuvering in complete darkness. One false move, one mistaken direction, and they could be dashed on the many rock outcroppings and sucked under by the currents. She tried to concentrate on the fact that within minutes she would step back onto her home soil for the first time in 6 months. A glance over at Merrick was unable to reveal any stress in his demeanor. Since leaving her cabin together an hour earlier, they had said little, completely focused on their impending arrival in Leaudor. But she wasn't able to so easily forget the hours they had spent in each other's arms. It had been the single most satisfying and intimate experience of her life. "Hold on!" one of the men shouted as they crested a large swell. They rowed frantically, trying to stay ahead of the oncoming wave. Water splashed all around them and drenched the inside of the boat. Merrick wrapped his arms tightly around her and braced his feet on the bottom as they swayed precariously. Thick fog hung over them like a suffocating blanket, making it impossible to see anything. She gasped in shock as another wave blasted over them, the icy cold like a knife blade through her back. She watched in horror as one of the men washed overboard when another wave crashed down on them. "Take the oar," the front man barked at Merrick. Not hesitating, he scooted over and took up the oar, pulling furiously as they skated closer to shore. Her hands curled around the sides of the boat, and she held on as if her life depended on it. And it did. A few yards away, the man came up sputtering as one of his fellow sailors extended an oar to him so he could pull himself back into the boat. "We may not make it to shore," the first mate muttered. She glanced behind them and blinked when she saw a monstrous wave looming off the back side of the boat. Her mouth opened to shout warning, but no words would come out. Then it fell on her like the weight of 100 carriages. She felt herself being tossed from the boat like a weightless rag doll. Sucked underneath the foaming, furious water, she struggled to break the surface and take a breath. Pain racked her as her hip knocked against a boulder. Her head broke free of the water, and she gulped in air before she was dragged underneath once more. Then Merrick appeared in front of her, grabbing her, bearing her to the surface. They held their heads above the water, and he immediately started a powerful stroke, holding her against him with one arm. Several times she slipped from his grasp, only to be hauled up against him once more. She coughed and sputtered as mountains of water spewed from her lungs, but still they continued toward shore. Finally she felt the bottom beneath her feet and dug in with her boots. Breaking from Merrick's grasp, she forced herself toward the beach. She was so cold she was numb, but she was almost home. The thought gave her the necessary energy to push herself the remaining distance to the shore. When the water became only knee-deep, the waves calmed, and she nearly collapsed in her relief. Merrick pulled her up and half-carried her the remaining way, but when she got a good look at the shoreline, her heart sank. The rocky cliff loomed like a great hulking death sentence. How on earth would they scale it to the top? She glanced down the very small stretch of beach, but saw no alternate course. "Are you all right?" Merrick asked breathlessly as he struggled to catch up on his air. Yes, she stammered, the cold causing her teeth to clash together like two titans bent on destruction. "What happened to the crew?" Fear gripped her, and she prayed they were safe. "I told them to head back to the ship before I dove in after you," he said. "I don't think the boat could have made it ashore." She sighed in relief. "What do we do now? How do we get up this?" she asked, gesturing up at the steep cliff. "We climb." "I was afraid you were going to say that," she muttered. "But first we have to get warm." "A lovely idea. Now how do you propose we do it?" He glanced around, the beach barely illuminated by the half-moon. Then he strode toward the base of the cliff and picked up several large pieces of driftwood. He stacked them in a pile at her feet. "Let's hope they're dry enough, and that I can find a suitable stone for striking a spark." She glanced nervously down the narrow stretch of sand, but quickly realized they would be nearly impossible to see except from the sea. The cliff provided perfect privacy to build a fire and dry themselves. After several attempts, a small plume of smoke curled from the wood, and he quickly began blowing. Soon a small flame flickered as it began licking at the wood. She stretched out her hands over it, desperate for any warmth it provided. Then she remembered the map. Frantically, she dug the pouch from her breeches and yanked it open. She gingerly drew out the dampened parchment, praying the ink hadn't run. She spread it out beside the fire and examined it carefully in the dim light. To her relief, it looked no worse for the wear. She picked it up and held it at a safe distance from the fire to dry. As the fire chased some of the numbness from her, she began to shake in earnest. Her teeth chattered, shaking her entire jaw in the process. She rubbed her arms with her hands, trying to infuse warmth into her limbs. Merrick stepped behind her and wrapped strong arms around her, drawing her against his chest. He held her tightly, and his heat seeped into her, creeping over her body and infiltrating every pore. She leaned her head against his chest and closed her eyes, reveling in probably the last intimate moment they would have. "We should set out," he said with regret in his voice. "It will be dawn soon." She pulled away, knowing he was right. She helped him douse the fire and conceal the evidence of it. Then they turned their attention to the wall of rock before them. He hoisted himself up and tested the footholds, then motioned for her to follow him up. We can make it if we go slowly and are careful where we place our feet. It isn't too steep, and there are several rocks to grab onto and step up on. With determination, she followed his path, grasping the cold rocks with her hands and pulling herself up. With each step, she carefully measured the strength of the footholds and prayed she wouldn't slip. Dirt and pebbles rained down on her as Merrick steadily made progress above her. She blew the sand from her mouth and gritted her teeth, trying to keep pace with him. As she climbed higher, she focused all her attention on him, refusing to look down. Suddenly, a spray of rocks hit her full force in the face. As she sputtered and looked up, she saw Merrick had lost his footing and now dangled precariously just a few feet from her. With a loud grunt, he pulled himself back up with his arms and regained his foothold. As they neared the top, the rock became slicker, smoother, and offered fewer places to get a good grip. Then he disappeared as he threw his leg over the edge and pulled himself the remaining distance, and she made the mistake of looking down. The ocean crashing below her spun with dizzying speed. How had she gotten so far from the ground? If she fell now, her death would be certain. Sweat beaded her forehead and dampened her palms. Her breathing came in shallow spurts as she fought off the clawing panic at her throat. One hand slipped, and she quickly grabbed at the rock, desperate to hold on. She rested her forehead on the rock and closed her eyes, trying to regain control of herself. "Isabella," Merrick called out, "you must continue on." His tone was firm. It brooked no argument, and she knew he could sense her terror. She glanced up at him, and he extended his hand out to her. "Just a few more feet," he said. "I'll pull you up. Just grab my hand." It may as well have been a mile from her. Even as close as she realized his hand was, getting to it seemed impossible. Her feet felt as though they were encased in bricks. She was afraid to let go of the rocks she clung to because her palms were so damp. "Isabella, you must move," he said in a firmer voice. "Do you want the bastards who killed your family to find you here? Make it so easy for them to kill you? Or perhaps you want to do the job for them?" A surge of anger shook her, and she pulled her foot up to find another rock to boost herself up with. His hand loomed closer, and she ground her teeth together in abject concentration as she reached out for it. One more step, just one more step. Her foot slipped, and she grabbed hold of the rocks and hoisted herself up again, reaching with her feet for a hold of any kind. Then her hand touched his. He made a grab for it and missed. She flexed her fingers and stretched them out as far as she could. His strong hand curled around her wrist, and he pulled her effortlessly up to him. She collapsed on the ground at the top, her heart pounding with the force of 100 horses' hooves. She gulped in deep breaths of air and sought to steady her nerves. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice just shaky enough for her to realize how frightened for her he had been. "Did you hurt yourself?" She shook her head and slowly got up to stand beside him. "Thank you." "Where do we go now?" he asked, taking her hand in his. She looked around but could make out nothing in the darkness. "If the captain was correct in his calculations, we're just a few miles from the monastery, but I am unsure as to whether we should head north or south." Even as she cursed the darkness, she knew it was their salvation. "Perhaps we should wait until dawn before we set out. Find a safe place to hide. I would hate to lead us in the wrong direction." "All right, let's head east," he said, nodding in that direction. "We'll find a place to hide and wait it out until dawn." As they plodded forward, a thrill settled into her stomach and bubbled around like a net full of butterflies. She was home. She felt the silly urge to kneel on the ground and run her hands through Leaudorian soil. In the months following her family's deaths, she had gained a new appreciation for her homeland, and a deep-seated commitment to setting to rights the disaster that had befallen it. They found a large hollow tree and huddled against the base, waiting for dawn. After 30 minutes, the eastern sky started to lighten. Isabella studied their surroundings in the dim light, searching for any familiar landmarks. She turned north and scanned the horizon for the signature mountain range that shadowed the monastery. A twinge of pride swelled her chest as she caught sight of the peaks jutting upward into the sky. They were truly an awesome sight. She then turned south and held her breath as the first rays of sun struck Soleil Mountain. Tears stung her eyes even as she smiled. Though she couldn't see it from this distance, she knew the palace sat nestled atop the mountain overlooking the village of Bourgui, the most populous town of Leaudor. Merrick's hand on her arm broke her reverie and galvanized her into action.
"We head north," she said firmly. "The monastery isn't far. We should be there in less than an hour."
Chapter 19. As they topped a grassy hill, the monastery loomed in the distance. Isabella stopped and pointed.
There it is.
Simon paused alongside her and took in the impressive structure. No, not impressive. Awe-inspiring. The huge stone building stood against granite cliffs. Indeed, it appeared as if it had been built right into them. It was unlike any structure he had ever seen. Certainly nothing like the English abbeys or monasteries. For that matter, he was fairly certain it didn't resemble anything French, either. As if sensing his awe, she smiled.
We have many influences here in Leaudor, and not just French or English. Many of our monks travel from the east to live and serve here. They practice their religion, our national religion.
You don't practice Christianity? He asked in surprise. A twinkle lit her eye.
Aghast to learn we are a bunch of heathens?
I find it fascinating, he replied. I've long been interested in the East. When I retire from service, I fully intend to travel to China. There was a long pause, and Isabella knew he was thinking of the other, less desirable duties that awaited his retirement.
You see why we aren't taken very seriously among England's allies, she said dryly. We are merely infidels. But it has allowed us to live in peace and harmony for many centuries, unbothered by the chaos that exists around us.
As they topped the next hill, he stopped short and put out a hand to Isabella. In front of the monastery gates was a line of people at least half a mile long. Carts, people on foot, children, elderly, a vast array of citizens milled about. Beside him, she uttered an oath. What is going on down there? He asked.
They are in line for a blessing, she explained. Every morning the monks grant blessing upon the sick and those in need. I had forgotten. The line grows quite long at times.
I don't suppose you know another way in, he said grimly. She shook her head.
It's impossible to access the monastery except through the gates.
Then how do we get through the line without gaining notice? I assume you're a well-known face here. A thoughtful expression pinched her face for several long seconds.
How is your Leaudorian accent?
She asked, turning to look at him. It's possible, he said, mimicking her accent perfectly.
Now all we need is a cloak or sheet, she said,
turning away from the direction of the monastery. He fell in behind her as they headed towards several small cottages in the distance. What is your plan?
2 years ago we had a terrible outbreak of influenza. People are still deathly afraid of the word here. I wrap myself in a cloak and cough convincingly, and you can lead me to the front of the line, dropping the word influenza along the way. I assure you they'll part like someone cut them with shears.
I hope you're right. At the second cottage they found linens hung out to dry. She quickly pulled down a sheet and wrapped herself in it, completely hiding her face from view.
Remember this cottage, she told him. I would repay them for what we have taken.
Let's hurry, he urged, taking her elbow and leading her to the main road.
Your shirt,
she spoke up. What about it? He asked, looking down.
It's too fine to belong to a villager.
She rushed back to where the clothing hung on the line and quickly tore off a tunic. She thrust it at him.
Put it on.
As he did her bidding, she retrieved her knife from her boot and slashed a hole in the right leg of his breeches. Then she reached down and grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it into the legs of his pants. Rising back up, she smeared dust onto his cheeks.
There,
she said approvingly.
You look more like you just came from the fields.
Let's go then. They hurried back to the road. As they grew closer to the gates, their pace slowed and she assumed the stance of a person who was very ill. She leaned heavily on him and coughed as they approached the back of the line. Several people stared suspiciously at her as they shuffled past them in line. Influenza, Simon explained in low tones. The looks of horror were instantaneous, and as Isabella had predicted, the line parted instantly, giving them a clear path toward the front. They were nearly there when the thunder of hooves sounded behind them. The ground shook beneath their feet. His grip tightened on her elbow as he turned to see what the ruckus was about. "Make way for Jacques Montagne, future King of Leaudor," a voice called. Isabella stiffened beside him, and when she looked up, hatred burned brightly in her eyes. "Not now," he warned in a low voice. Montagne was accompanied by a large entourage of guards, and if Isabella chose now to exact her revenge, it would mean certain death for both of them. The man trotted up on his horse, looking from side to side at the people gathered on the road. He was a smallish man, mouse-like in the face, with a thin moustache and beady eyes. He appeared to be enjoying the attention he was receiving as he rode ahead of his guards. "Good morning, my people," he called out. The crowd cheered and reached up their hands to touch him as he passed. Simon could tell Isabella was growing more agitated by the minute as Montaigne grew closer. He tensed as well when Montaigne drew up his horse in front of them and fixed them with a frown. "What's wrong with her?" he demanded, pointing at Isabella, whose face was still covered by the sheet. "Influenza," Simon said shortly, afraid his accent would give him away if he said more. Montaigne paled, and he immediately backed his horse several paces. "Good God, get her out of here!" On cue, Isabella dissolved into a coughing fit, and Montaigne turned away as fast as his horse would allow. He motioned to his men. "We'll come back later." As they disappeared down the road, Simon all but hauled her the remaining distance to the gate. The people next in line stepped back until they were the only two standing close to the two monks at the entrance. Just as the monk standing to the right was about to begin the blessing over Isabella, she let loose the sheet around her face and leaned forward. "It is I, Princess Isabella," she whispered. Before she could say anything further, the monk turned and gestured her inwards. "We have been waiting for you, Your Highness," he said in a soft, sombre voice. As Isabella made to follow him, Simon put out a hand. "I don't like this," he said, an uneasy feeling sweeping over him. "How did they know you were coming?" "They know all," she said simply. "Come, they will do us no harm." Mystified, he allowed her to lead him inside the gates. Once in, a group of 3 monks surrounded them and escorted them through a heavy stone door. The chamber echoed the sounds of their footsteps, and the stones felt cool around them. Torches were lit along the sides of the walls, but the ceilings were so high the interior still seemed dimly lit. Their bodies cast elongated shadows along the walls as they hurried along the maze of corridors. And suddenly the hall opened up into a huge chamber. Simon gazed around in stupefaction at the vastness of the room. The walls exploded upwards, seemingly to the sky. Along the top was a walkway with columns, and he could barely make out the tiny outlines of the monks hurrying back and forth. The entire back of the room was fashioned entirely out of the most beautiful stained glass, making the cathedrals of England pale in comparison. Hundreds of candles flickered, bathing the entire room in a golden glow. If a host of angels suddenly burst from the rafters, he wouldn't be surprised. The entire monastery had such an ethereal quality that he was reluctant to even speak in more than a hushed tone. A monk, flanked by 2 others, hurried down the centre of the room, hands outstretched to Isabella. "We've been waiting for you, Your Highness," he said, echoing the earlier monk's words. "It is good to see you again, Father Ling," she said in a choked voice. The monk turned back his hood, and Simon was surprised to see a man of Oriental descent staring back at him. But then Isabella said much of their influence came from the east. Completely bald, the man stood a good 6 inches shorter than Simon's own 6-foot height, but his regal bearing made him seem much taller. He certainly didn't fit with the preconceived image Simon had of a man trained in fighting skills. Isabella took his hands and kissed him on either cheek. "There is much I must know," she said. "In good time, Your Highness," he said, returning her gesture. He turned to Simon, and a smile crinkled the lines around his eyes. He took Simon's hand in both of his. "I have seen you many times in my visions, Lord Merrick. I am grateful to you for helping the princess. We are all rejoicing over her safe return." Simon nodded, too stunned to reply. How had this man known who he was? The monk turned away and said to Isabella, "Walk with me." She gestured Simon to follow, and he fell in behind them. When they reached the far end, the monk paused at the wall and turned to Isabella. "Have you the map?" "I do," she said. He nodded approvingly. "We will ready you for your quest, then." Father Ling reached up to one of the statues standing in front of the stained glass and twisted the hand. To Simon's astonishment, a portion of the glass turned outward, revealing a passageway beyond. "You will be safe here," the monk said to Simon, as if sensing his hesitancy. Father Ling ducked in, and Isabella followed him. Not willing to allow her out of his sight, Simon hurried after them. Down a narrow hallway they rapidly strode. Then they descended a flight of steps and entered an even smaller passageway. At the end stood a thick wooden door. The monk reached into his robe and withdrew a key. Inserting it into the lock, he swung it open and motioned them inside. Isabella gasped when she caught sight of the interior. Simon wasn't any less impressed. The entire room looked like a tropical garden. Heavy perfume from the multitude of flowers hung densely in the air, but what struck him most was the warmth. It felt like the most glorious of spring days. White marble columns stood in the middle of the room and marked the entrance to what appeared to be a large bathing chamber. 3 monks stood to the side, evidently awaiting instruction. The sound of running water alerted him to a small waterfall that cascaded down the left wall into a chute that meandered into the bathing room. The decadence of the chamber seemed more appropriate for a palace than a monastery. Father Ling turned around to face Isabella. "Will Lord Merrick be accompanying you on your journey?" She turned and looked questioningly at him. He nodded, and relief lightened her expression. She returned to Father Ling. "Yes." "Then you must both be prepared. I will leave you to be cleansed. Afterwards I will offer my blessing on the both of you."
"Thank you,"
she said, grasping his hand in hers. He bowed before her and quickly vanished out the door. As soon as he was gone, the 3 monks that had stood to the side moved forward. "If you will come this way," one of them said as he motioned for them. He and Isabella followed them through the marble columns into the chamber that housed the large pool of water. It formed a perfect square with steps leading down into it on all sides. Another waterfall directly fed water into the pool from the back. The monks motioned for them to disrobe, and Isabella didn't hesitate. She shrugged out of her shirt and began working her pants down her legs. Following suit, Simon began removing his own clothing, wondering at the significance of the act. He leaned over to pull his breeches from his feet, and when he stood back up, Isabella stood before him, gloriously naked. Sucking in his breath, he stood rigidly, not wanting to embarrass himself by reacting to her. She stepped down into the water, her fingers making smooth ripples as they trailed along the surface. Her hair hung to the small of her back, bouncing erotically above her rounded buttocks. The monk motioned for him to follow her, so he stepped into the water, nearly moaning in pleasure as the hot water lapped at his knees. Anxious to submerge his entire body, he quickly descended the last of the steps until he stood waist-deep in the water beside Isabella. To his surprise, the monks followed them in, their robes swirling in the water. They carried soap and washing cloths, as well as a pitcher for rinsing.
"They only wish to wash your hair,"
she whispered to him, and he smiled, wondering if she had read his alarm. While a bath with Isabella was as close to heaven as he would ever be, he had no desire to have his private parts washed by a bunch of holy men. When the monks stood in front of them, Isabella bowed her head before them. Following her example, he too bowed his head. Soon warm water cascaded over his head and down his back, the scent of sweet-smelling soap filling his nostrils as the monk worked his fingers through Simon's hair. After a few moments, he again felt the warm rush of water as the soap was rinsed from his hair. As quickly as they came, the monks filed out of the water, leaving him and Isabella behind. "Your pallets will be prepared, and a meal will be served shortly," one said to Isabella. "When you have completed your bath, you may eat and rest in the next room. Your journey will begin an hour before high tide." When they departed, Simon turned back to Isabella, who stood before him, water running in rivulets down her body. Her oceanic eyes stared searchingly at him, and her damp hair clung to her body, nearly covering her breasts. Only the tips peeked out from the tendrils of hair. She slowly reached out and took his hand, pulling it back to lie over her chest. Understanding her silent plea, he closed the small distance between them and pressed his naked form to hers. He bent his head and kissed her hungrily. He pulled back her hair over her shoulders and ran his fingers lightly up her ribcage and underneath the swell of her breasts. "I have never seen a woman as beautiful as you." Isabella shivered, letting his words swirl over her like a fine wine. Not content to waste their last remaining hours, she pulled his head down to hers, then sank deeper into the water. He came with her until they were neck-deep in the pool. He grinned wickedly at her, then covered her lips with his. Pulling her under the water, he kept his mouth tightly sealed over hers. His hands cupped her breasts, and he ran his thumbs over the nipples. They rose back to the surface, water rushing down their bodies as they leapt upward. "I want you," he growled. Desire flooded her at his lusty words. God, she wanted him too. "Then take me," she whispered. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she found herself lifted upward, his hands cupping her buttocks, running down her legs and spreading them. She wrapped her legs around his waist and locked her feet at the small of his back. Using his fingers to part her folds, he thrust upward, entering her in one deep plunge. Throwing back her head, she gasped at the feeling of his fullness. He rocked against her again and again. Her hands tangled in his hair, and she smashed her mouth to his. His hands gripped her backside, moulding her tighter against him. They moved frantically against each other. She ran her hands over his back, over his chest, trying to memorize every nuance of his body. As she began the slow, exquisite climb to her release, he bent his head and took her nipple between his teeth. She wrapped her arms around his head, trapping him against her breasts. She began to undulate wildly against him, moving faster and faster to keep up with him. "Oh, God," she panted. And then her world tilted precariously around her. She closed her eyes and arched her body into his. She felt him leave her, then felt his warm seed mingle with the water between her legs. She leaned forward and rested her head on his chest, then slowly slid down his length until she stood on shaky legs before him. "Are you all right?" he asked. She nodded, not yet able to form coherent words. He waded to the side, picking up a cloth and some soap. Returning to where she stood, he began gently washing her body. She rested limply against him as he rubbed the cloth over her skin. When he had finished, he swung her up in his arms and mounted the steps out of the bath. She clung to him as he carried her into the next room, loving the feel of his strength. He set her down on a small bench in front of the hearth where a fire burned. He left her long enough to collect a towel and return to dry her off. She drew her knees up to her chest when he turned his attention to her hair, rubbing and massaging the towel through her wet locks. Soon the heat from the fire infiltrated every muscle, drifting languidly through her. Her eyes drooped and she sighed in contentment as he continued his attention. She looked up when the 3 monks returned, all bearing something different in their arms. One carried trays of food, one carried what appeared to be clothing, and the third carried a flask of wine. "If it pleases the princess, we have food and clothing for you and his lordship." They laid the items on the 2 silk pallets lining the far wall, then set the trays on the short-legged table next to the pallets. 2 pillars for them to sit on were shoved up to the table, then the monks retreated from the room. She rose immediately and went to the bed to retrieve the clothing. To her relief, the apparel they had brought for her was practical for her impending journey. A simple pair of cotton trousers and a loose-fitting tunic. For Merrick, they had supplied breeches and a plain shirt. Lightweight boots were supplied for both of them. Turning, she tossed the clothing to him and began pulling her pants on. When they were both dressed, she motioned him over to the table where the food sat. They sat opposite of each other, cross-legged on the pillows. The aroma of the food floated through her nostrils, and her stomach rumbled in response. All her favourites were assembled: plum pudding, sugared dates, roast duck, bread, cheese, and delicious-smelling soup. "Now I know what it means to eat like a king," Merrick said in an amused voice. She poured them both a glass of wine and sat back to enjoy the fare. As they ate, Father Ling entered and crossed the room to stand in front of them. With easy grace he knelt down between them. "I trust everything is to your liking." "It is," she replied. His expression grew serious, and he stared intently at her. "You haven't much time, Your Highness. There are those who would see Jacques Montaigne crowned as soon as possible. The only thing preventing such an action is his failure to produce the sacred relics." "Has he been searching the caves?" she asked. "His men search the cliffs day and night, but so far have been unsuccessful," he said with a slight quirk of his lips. "Without the map, he hasn't a chance at success. But the Leaudorian people won't wait forever for a new ruler. There is much talk of doing away with the old ways." "No," she stood and paced in agitation. Damn him to hell." Father Ling remained silent, and she regretted her outburst. "I am sorry, Father." "You needn't apologize, Your Highness. I am all too aware of all Jacques Montaigne has done to you and your family." "How are you aware of these things?" Merrick spoke up, suspicion laced in his voice. Father Ling turned regally to him. "I know many things, Your Lordship. For instance, that you are a deeply troubled man. You have many unanswered questions about your brother's death, questions that have plagued you for years." He rose and placed a hand on Merrick's shoulder. "Soon, my son. Soon you will know all there is to know. Until then, be careful of those you trust most." He looked back at Isabella and held out his hands. "Rest now. I will come for you when it is time." Simon stared at the older man as he left the room, his mouth gaped open. He whirled back around to Isabella. "How did he know those things? And what did he mean, I will know all?" "I don't know," she murmured. "But you will be well served to heed his words. Father Ling is never wrong." Simon rubbed his eyes, fatigue marking the beginnings of a headache. He felt as if he had stepped into an alternate world, one he had no control over, and one that mystified him. The monk's words had struck a chord in him, a painful reminder of the questions he indeed had surrounding his brother's death, questions he had buried long ago in an attempt to cope with the overwhelming sadness and anger. Isabella's entire country made little sense, and he felt himself spiraling further into some sort of sick fairy tale, but she seemed to take it all very seriously. Was it any wonder she was unlike any other woman he had ever encountered? Directing his attention back to his food, he chewed the now tasteless meat and chased it down with a large swallow of wine. Across from him, Isabella stared at him over her fork.
"Is something bothering you?"
she asked. "No, this is all rather different," he said by way of explanation. Her mouth twisted in a knowing smile.
"Yes, I suppose it is, especially to an oh-so-practical Englishman."
He smiled at her teasing, and marvelled at how he sat across from the future Queen of Leaudor, thinking how much he loved her. He dropped his fork, and it clattered loudly on the plate. His stomach clenched, and he closed his eyes. It wasn't shocking. In retrospect, he wasn't sure there was any one moment when he fell in love with her, but she had gradually inserted herself into his heart and soul, and now that he had said it in his mind, he was filled with dismay. He opened his mouth to speak, and just as quickly closed it again. The words stuck solidly in his throat. How could he say to her what he had never voiced aloud to another human being? The mere idea of baring his soul nearly sent him crawling in discomfort, almost as bad as the idea of ultimately bidding her farewell. How could he possibly say goodbye to her when it was all said and done? Forget how perfectly their bodies fit, how much joy she brought him, her smile, her spirit, and her fire. If he lived 100 years, he had no hope of ever meeting her equal.
"Merrick, are you sure you are all right?"
Her concerned voice penetrated the heavy fog swirling around his mind. He forced a smile to his lips and took his fork back up. Yes, everything is fine. But everything wasn't. In a few hours, the beginning of the end would commence. Chapter 20. Neither Merrick nor Isabella slept, though they rested on the pallets laid out for them. She was wound too tightly over the upcoming journey into the caves to close her eyes. Finally, she assumed a cross-legged position on her silken pillow and attempted to relax through meditation. Her mind swam as she fought against tension and anxiety. She focused on the images of her mother and father and her 2 brothers. Suddenly, she could hear her mother's laughter, see her father's smile, see David concentrating on his sketching. Only Stefan remained distant in her memory, so she reached further, trying to bring him closer to her, but the only image she could conjure was of the bloody hand Jacques had held. Dispelling the awful picture from her mind, she concentrated instead on her father. She needed his wisdom now more than ever as she prepared herself to take over where he left off. He stood in front of her, his expression uncharacteristically solemn when it came to her. Her brow crinkled as she fought to try and remember the memory associated with her current image. When it is time to hand down a legacy, it is necessary to remember that things are not important. The written word is the most valuable contribution. Long after everything else is gone, the written word lives on. Even when the paper has faded and worn, the words exist in our hearts and in our memories to be written down again and again for our children. Her eyes flashed open, her breathing erratic. She could still hear the echo of her father's voice, and she looked frantically around. Her gaze lighted on Merrick, who watched her intently from his pallet. "Are you all right?" he asked in a concerned voice.
"Yes,"
she said, though her voice still wavered.
"I was just remembering something my father said."
But she didn't remember him ever saying those words to her. Could she have forgotten? She pushed the episode to the back of her mind as a monk entered the room and stood before her. "It is time, Your Highness. Father Ling awaits you in the sacred chamber." She stood and took a breath. She glanced over at Merrick, and he smiled reassuringly at her. As she followed the monk from the room, Merrick fell in beside her. He reached over and squeezed her hand, then whispered, "What do you say we go into that cave, retrieve the relics, then get out and go after Montaigne?" She smiled, her anxiety lessening under his attempted levity. They entered a small ceremonial chamber where Father Ling stood behind an intricate wood carving of Leaudor's national symbol, the sun. The other monks were assembled and stood in 2 rows on either side of Father Ling. He motioned her forward, and she knelt on the silk pillow in front of him. She watched as he retrieved a medallion from the monk beside him and slipped it around her neck. "This is the medallion your father wore in his quest, as did every other Leaudorian king or queen before him. I offer my blessing on it. May it keep you safe on your journey." Her hand curled around the heavy bronze circlet, making her feel a little bit closer to her father. "May you go with God, Princess Isabella, and return as queen." He took her hand and pulled her to stand before him. The monks began to chant softly, then louder. Though she didn't understand the words, she knew what they said from her father's translations. They offered their prayers and invoked God's protection over her, requested the 4 sacred elements of nature to be one with her and offer her haven. She closed her eyes as the hum grew softer once more, and let the beauty of the ceremony wash over her. When she opened them again, she felt invigorated, powerful, and ready to fulfill her destiny. Father Ling laid a hand on her shoulder. "You will need patience, courage, faith, and wisdom to be successful in your quest. I pray that you find all 4. He then handed her a small pouch. "Keep the map in this. It will protect it from the water." He walked beyond her to offer blessing on Merrick. Merrick bowed his head respectfully before Father Ling as the monk performed a similar ritual over him. When he had finished, he returned to Isabella. "Father Gregory will take you through the underground tunnel to the beach. You will have but 1 hour before the tide reaches its height." Quickly transforming back to the practical Isabella, who held the fate of a nation in her hands, she felt for the dagger in her boot, reassured that she had easy access to it. With a deep breath, she looked at Merrick and said, "Let's go." Simon squinted when they stepped out of the dirt tunnel into the sun. Shading his eyes, he did a quick perusal of their surroundings. They were on a small stretch of beach between 2 large cliffs, one of which they had just emerged from. "God be with you," the monk said, and bowed before Isabella. He then disappeared back into the tunnel opening that was barely visible behind the rock outcropping. "Where to now?" he asked. From where he stood, they only had one option, and that was to the other cliff. "We go for a swim," she said with a grimace, setting out into the water. He followed her into the ankle-deep water. "Where are we going?" "According to the map, the entrance to the cave is on the outermost edge of the cliff. To get there, we have to wade through the surf, and we must get there before high tide." "What happens at high tide?" he asked, but she didn't reply, already several yards ahead of him. He hurried to catch up with her, the frigid water edging up to his hips. She cut a diagonal line toward the opposing cliff. When they had gone far enough out in the water to see down the edge, she turned abruptly right and began slicing through the water toward the rock surface. The water was now chest-deep on her and getting deeper. If the water got high enough that she was unable to touch bottom, it would spell disaster for her. The current was strong and would dash her against the cliff. Add to that the icy temperature was fast numbing his extremities. They would have to get out of the water soon or freeze. There it is," she said excitedly, pointing toward the wall. He followed the direction of her hand and saw a small opening in the rock. She struggled to hurry to the entrance. Wanting to hurry as much as she did, he scooped her up against him and dug into the sand beneath his feet, propelling him forward. They reached the entrance, and Isabella put a hand out to him. "We will have to swim a short distance through the tunnel, but it opens up quickly." Her eyes flashed anxiously, and her hand shook discernibly. "At least, I think it does." "I'm ready when you are," he said calmly, trying to infuse a measure of confidence into his voice. She drew in a deep breath and quickly ducked under the water, shooting forward into the cave. He gave her but a moment's head start before plunging below the icy surface and swimming through the passageway. The passage seemed to close around him as his hands skated along the walls. He fought the panic that swelled in his chest and concentrated on making it through. Just when he felt he couldn't hold his breath a second longer, the walls disappeared under his hands, and he pulled himself upward with powerful strokes. A few seconds later he bobbed to the surface and saw Isabella come up for air a few feet away. He glanced around the large cavern, amazed at its vastness. The diameter wasn't overly large, but the height was immense, stretching nearly as tall as the cliff itself. He could find no apparent way out of the area and hoped it didn't mean another long swim into the unknown. "Where to now?" he asked. "We wait," she replied, treading water beside him. He looked questioningly at her. "Wait for what? We'll freeze in this water." She pointed halfway up the wall to another opening.
We can't access the main tunnel into the cave until high tide. We stay afloat until the water level is high enough for us to climb onto the ledge."
He stared at her in amazement. While he was certain he could withstand the cold, he wasn't sure she could. She was much smaller than he. Something would have to be done to keep her warm. Swimming over to her, he pulled her up in his arms, feeling her icy skin against his. He rubbed his hands up and down her arms, trying to infuse some warmth into her limbs.
"I'll be all right, Merrick," she said. "The medallion will keep me warm."
He glanced doubtfully at her. "Symbolism won't keep you alive. I fail to see the importance of this so-called journey. What purpose does it serve? Aren't the laws regarding succession enough?" She frowned.
"I suppose it would seem silly to outsiders, but it's just the way it is done here. The journey is largely symbolic, I suppose. It is a method to gauge the merit of the potential ruler. Not everyone has succeeded in the quest. Indeed, many have failed. So I have to think there is more to it than going in and retrieving a few relics."
"What happens when someone fails?" he asked.
"They are removed from consideration, and the task is put to the next in line."
So, it appeared that the journey was, in fact, a large part of appointing a new ruler. It did sound odd, but the idea of a monarch proving their worth appealed to him. How many times did an inept person inherit the throne with no more qualification than his birth order? The more he learned of Isabella's country, the more he was convinced it wasn't just a fanciful dressing at all, but a nation that took the responsibilities of their ruler very seriously. "So this is a test of sorts," he said.
"Yes, exactly. If passed, the man or woman is deemed fit to rule and is crowned."
"It's logical," he admitted. "Your customs are very beautiful." And he meant it. The ceremony had been solemn but very powerful. He had felt humbled to be included, and it firmed his resolve to keep her safe until she was crowned. But more than that, he would see her succeed, at any cost. After treading water in the frigid waters, Isabella could barely feel her legs, but warmth infused her chest and her arms, just as her father had said the medallion had done for him. But more than actual warmth, she could feel her father's presence. It made no sense, but she felt comforted in a way she couldn't explain, and the encounter she had during her vision still weighed heavily on her. A glance upward told her that they hadn't much longer to wait before the tide was at its peak, and they could enter the main cave. Excitement made her forget the discomfort of the cold as she imagined returning to the palace triumphantly. Merrick swam over to the wall, pressing himself against it. "If I can boost you up, I think you can make it now," Merrick said, interrupting her thoughts. "At least then you can start to dry off." She looked up one more time, then nodded her agreement. He wrapped his hands around her waist and lifted her up. "Stand on my shoulders," he directed.
"But I'll push you under,"
she protested. "I've got a toehold on the wall. Just be quick." Reluctantly, she placed first one boot, then the other on his shoulders, and pushed up so that she stood. It took her a moment to gain her balance and stop weaving precariously, but she steadied herself and looked down at him. "Reach up," he said with a laboured breath. She looked upwards and stretched as far as she could toward the ledge. Her fingers slid along the rock and she was a mere inch from grabbing the edge.
"I'm going to jump."
He made no reply, and she focused intently on the ledge, knowing he could slip at any time. Concentrating on her goal, she bent her knees slightly and jumped as hard as she could, reaching with both hands to grab the ledge. She caught the edge, and her body slammed against the wall, nearly causing her to let go. Breathing heavily, she extended her arm so that her elbow lay on the smooth surface of the ledge. Then she pulled herself up so that both arms were completely on top. Her armpits rested against the jagged edge, and she took a moment to rest. She swung her legs, trying to hook her foot on the side so she could haul the rest of her body up. After 3 attempts, she finally caught it with her boot and pulled as hard as she could to slide the rest of her body up. Finally, she managed to roll over the top and onto the flat surface. She lay there, catching her breath and closing her eyes in relief. Then she rolled onto her stomach and leaned over the side to look down at Merrick. The water had risen so that he was a few yards from her now, and in a few more minutes he would be able to climb up. She stood and wrung the water from her clothing as best as she was able, and hopped up and down to regain the feeling in her limbs. Her gaze darted to the entrance to the main cave, but all she saw was a small, very dark hole. Glancing upwards at the openings in the top of the cave where sunshine poured in, she wondered if she could count on any light in the interior. Butterflies danced in her stomach. So much was unknown, and the idea of a dark, damp cave didn't exactly make her cheer. She heard Merrick grunt and rushed over to help pull him up out of the water. With a heave, he rolled over the edge and landed at her knees. He grinned up at her. "We meet again." Unable to help herself, she knelt, lowered her lips, and kissed him softly and lingeringly. "Now that's one way to warm a fellow up," he said as she drew away. She smiled and stood, offering her hand down to help him up. "Well, that certainly took care of the patience aspect," she said wryly. He grasped her hand and pulled himself up to stand beside her. "Is that it?" he asked, pointing to the entrance. She nodded and gulped nervously. "Shall we go, then?" Chapter 21. It was dark. So dark she couldn't make out her hand in front of her face. She could feel Merrick close behind her and was comforted by his presence as they scraped along the tight corridor on hands and knees. Isabella felt along the wall with one hand and kept the other straight in front, waving it back and forth to make sure nothing obstructed the pathway. As they rounded a sharp curve, she blinked rapidly. In the distance she saw faint light. So faint, she thought at first she had imagined it, but as she increased her speed, the light grew brighter. Eager to reach the source of illumination, she scrambled faster. Soon the entire passageway was bathed in light, and a few feet ahead she could see the opening enlarge. She reached the end and crawled out of the tunnel into a large cavern. To her amazement, the source of light was a series of torches placed in a circle in the middle of the room. Merrick stepped out behind her and glanced around the room. Together they walked toward the torches. Each was about 2 feet long and held by a wire cradle. In the center of the circle was a carving of the sun. She pulled out her map and carefully unfolded it. She studied the symbols and pinpointed their current location on the parchment. A frown creased her forehead as she looked up from the map and located several passageways leading from the room. According to the map, one of them would lead her to the next chamber, but it wasn't specific as to which one. "What is the matter?" Merrick asked, looking over her shoulder to the map.
"I am not sure which passageway to take," she muttered.
She massaged her temple with her free hand, willing herself to think. There were 3 exits around the room. The first had a huge opening, one they could easily walk into. The second was slightly smaller, but was lit by a series of wall sconces. The third, if you could call it an actual passageway, was so small she feared Merrick might not fit, and it was completely dark. A feeling of suffocation assailed her at the thought of entering such a tunnel. "Looks like someone has already lighted one," he remarked, gesturing toward the middle pathway. She frowned again.
"Precisely, and that's what bothers me. What is the challenge in walking down an already prepared passageway?"
The monk's words came back to her. Patience, courage, faith. That was it. Courage was next.
"There,"
she said, pointing at the smallest of the tunnels.
"That's the one."
He arched an eyebrow. "Are you sure?"
"Which of the passageways would you say required the most courage to go down?" she asked.
After a quick perusal of the 3, he nodded. "I suppose you were right. At least I hope you are. I shouldn't like to get stuck." She picked up one of the torches and handed it to him, then took another for herself.
"Let's continue on."
She folded the map and shoved it back into the pouch. They walked over to the darkened tunnel, and she knelt down to peer inside. "Would you like me to go first?" he offered. She thought for a moment and shook her head.
"No, I wouldn't feel right. This is supposed to be my quest. I must prove myself worthy."
She inched forward into the hole, using her free hand to brace herself on the floor. Though she couldn't move quickly, she was able to make steady progress. The torch flickered and warmed the cramped area around them, and she could feel her clothing drying more rapidly. The tunnel narrowed the farther they crawled.
"Can you make it?"
she called back to Merrick. He grunted in return, and she smiled, imagining his large body compacted into such a small space. After nearly an hour of torturous travel, she tumbled out of the tunnel and onto the floor of another cavern.
"Careful,"
she warned, but she heard Merrick tumble out behind her, cursing under his breath. She held up her torch to illuminate her surroundings, and could only make out that they had entered a similar room to the one they had just left. She walked forward, swinging the torch from left to right in an attempt to see anything. "Over here," Merrick called. She whirled around and quickly walked to where he stood. He lit a torch that hung on the wall and walked a few spaces more to light another one. Soon the room glowed with the light of a dozen torches. Once again she unfolded the map and studied it intently. On the map, the room they were currently in was identified with a moon. Made sense. The last room was the sun. This much darker room was the moon. From the moon, a line was drawn to the right. She looked toward the left, then the right. Both had passageways leading from those directions. Carrying her torch, she headed for the right tunnel. Though the passageway was narrow, they could both easily stand and walk, which made the going much faster. When she stepped out of the tunnel and into a larger open area, she paused and waited for Merrick to catch up. As she moved her torch slowly from right to left, she heard a noise that sounded like hoofbeats. Then she realized it was the flapping of wings. She barely had time to duck before hundreds of bats swarmed over her head and into the tunnel Merrick had just stepped from. She placed her hand over her chest, trying to still the thundering of her heart. Closing her eyes, she took in a deep breath. Surely a year had just been frightened from her. Merrick slid an arm around her and squeezed reassuringly. "You're doing fine." She smiled and moved forward into the small room, looking around for torches to light. To her surprise, as she neared the far end, she discovered that this was not the small space she had thought. Indeed, it was an enormous cavern. They were just on a small ledge with a large gap between them and the rest of the cavern. As she neared the edge, she looked down into the darkness. She kicked a stone, listening for when it hit the bottom, but silence was the only thing she heard. Gulping, she backed away from the edge. "Looks like you have two options," Merrick said, gazing out over the chasm. She moved in his direction and took in what he was looking at. There were two bridges leading across the drop-off. Both led into a tunnel on the opposite side, but neither was accessible from the other bridge. A huge stone outcropping jutted outward over the gap, isolating the two passageways from one another. It appeared she had another choice to make. She consulted the map, but she already knew it wouldn't be any help. It was more a general guide to keep her on the right path. Any choices to be made would be hers to make alone. "This one isn't safe," Merrick spoke up. She put away the map and walked over to the rickety rope bridge that led to the other side. Her gaze went to the other option. A natural stone bridge spanned over half the gap, and where it ended, sturdy logs had been laid to complete the path. Definitely the safer of the two. She walked over to inspect the stone bridge, but was nagged by a feeling of doubt. Faith. The monk had said she needed faith. She quickly spun around and bumped into Merrick. "We take the rope bridge." "Are you mad?" he demanded. "You get yourself killed." "Faith, Merrick. Father Ling said I must have faith." "Faith isn't about going blindly to your death," he retorted. "Faith is nonsense. It's for people who have nothing else." She gave him a troubled look and reached out to cup his cheek. "You sound so cynical." "Faith is merely setting yourself up for inevitable disappointment," he said bitterly. "It's a useless attribute." She started to reply, but he cut her off. "I won't let you do this, Isabella. It isn't worth your life."
"Where is your faith, Merrick? Didn't you have it once, maybe long ago? Is it buried beneath that solid wall of responsibility and duty? Do you always go about expecting the worst?"
"I have none," he said shortly, "and if I expect the worst, I am never disappointed."
"Do you not have faith in me?"
She let the words dangle in the air, pinning him with the force of her gaze. He broke off and looked away. He took her hands in his. "I do believe in you, Isabella. If that means I have faith in you, then I do. You are the only person I believe in. And if anyone can succeed in this, you can." She could not contain the broad smile at his admission.
"If you have faith in me, then realize I would do nothing to jeopardize my life or the future of my country."
She turned to the rope bridge and the few wooden planks that served as steps and sighed.
"I know it seems crazy, but I know this is the way I'm supposed to go. Have faith in me, Merrick. I won't let you down."
"I'm going first," he said firmly, pushing her out of the way. He stepped gingerly onto the first plank, gripping the rope with his left hand and holding the torch in his right hand. With extreme caution, he put forth his other foot and stepped to the next one. The bridge swayed under his weight, and he stood still for a moment to steady it. She watched as he moved forward again, her chest tightening at his demonstration of concern for her. He believed her, had faith in her when he had no other faith, when everyone else in his life had let him down. God, this man meant more to her than anything. She stopped short in her thoughts, mortification surging over her. She had been about to say he meant more to her than any crown, more than this quest, more than avenging her parents. But she couldn't allow herself to think such thoughts, couldn't become weak. Revenge had gotten her this far, and it would sustain her until Jacques was dead or in prison, and she was on the throne. She had no room for any other emotion. She looked back up to see Merrick step safely to the other side, and relief lessened the horrendous weight she felt pressing down on her. Now it was her turn. "Put your torch down," he called out. "Use both your hands to hold on. We can use my torch. Just take it slow and easy, and don't rush." After laying aside her torch so it still lit her way, she grabbed the rope in her hands and stepped onto the first plank. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and she sucked in her bottom lip, afraid to even breathe. Closing her eyes, she reached out with her foot for the second step. "Open your eyes," he ordered. "Focus on me and don't look down. You can do this." Her eyes fluttered open, and she stared across the distance to where he stood, torch in hand. Gritting her teeth in determination, she stepped forward again. She was halfway across when her foot slipped off the small plank. With a cry, she skidded sideways and tumbled off the bridge. "Isabella!" she heard him shout as she shot downward. She reached out with her hands and caught the rope. It burned her hand as she slid down, but finally she stopped when her hand bumped against the next plank. She dangled precariously, holding on with one hand. Her legs swung below her, and the muscles in her arms screamed from bearing all her weight. With strength born of desperation, she pulled herself up enough to grasp the rope with both hands. "I'm all right," she called, though she was anything but all right. She was inches from death, and she could feel her hands slipping. "Isabella, listen to me," he said in a determined voice. "Use your hands to grab the rope and come to me, hand over hand. Let go with one and move forward with it." "I can't," she said in a ragged voice. If she let go, she was sure to fall. "You don't have a choice," he groaned out. "You must do it, or you will die, or I will have to come out on the bridge to retrieve you, and then we will both die because it cannot hold both our weights." "Oh, God." "Where's your faith, Isabella?" he taunted. "You spoke of faith and asked me if I had faith in you. Well, I do. I know you can do this. Now I ask you, where's your faith in me? You can do this." Why did he have to pick now of all times to be infuriatingly right? If she was standing next to him, she would punch him directly in the gut and tell him what he could do with his newfound faith. But he was right, and damn it, she did have faith. Faith in herself and faith in her father. If he could do it, so could she, and he was guiding her. Praying she didn't plummet to her death, she let go with her left hand and quickly swung forward, grasping the rope. There, that wasn't so bad. She let go with her right and swung forward another foot. Shouldn't she be there by now? But the side of the cliff seemed a mile away. "Come on, Isabella, move. You can't stop now." Nag, she muttered. He sounded like a fishwife. But his words spurred her to action, and she continued on. One hand in front of the other. She ignored the fact that there was nothing below her and focused on Merrick's hand, which she could now see just yards in front of her. "One more time," he said, his voice sounding much closer. With a loud grunt, she threw herself forward, but her hand slipped as she grabbed for the rope. His hand closed around her wrist as her other hand dropped from the rope, and she hung, suspended, with only his hand holding her. "Reach up and grab my other hand," he said urgently. She looked up to see his hand reaching down to her, and she swung up and slapped her palm onto his. Inch by inch he pulled her up until finally her belly slid over the edge. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, his face buried in her hair. "Thank God," he murmured. "I thought I lost you." She drew away and pressed her mouth to his, drinking deeply of him. "Thank you," she murmured against his lips. He didn't respond, too intent on returning her volatile kiss. For several breathless moments they exchanged heated kisses. Then she pressed her forehead to his and closed her eyes in sweet relief, revelled in the fact that she was alive. Finally they broke away and he helped her to her feet. "If Father Ling was correct, you only have one more test to pass," he said. "Wisdom." The word floated into her thoughts, and she cringed. Wisdom was something her father had, and certainly not something anyone could ever attribute to her. Not wanting Merrick to see her indecision, she pulled the map out and traced the route with her finger. "According to this, once we've crossed the bridge we go left, then right again." "A veritable maze," he muttered. He picked up his discarded torch and took her hand in his. Somehow, in the space of a few minutes, the quest had become theirs instead of hers alone. And suddenly it didn't matter so much that she do it alone. He squeezed her hand. "Are you ready to continue?" She nodded, and they set out to the left, entering yet another tunnel. Instead of entering an open area as before, the tunnels split after a distance and they took the right wing. The second passageway seemed interminable, and she wondered how much time had elapsed since she began her trek. They had only 8 hours before the next high tide, and she didn't want to miss their way out of the caves. The tunnel branched again and they bore right. Wisdom. Only one test remained. Her stomach clenched in one huge knot. Could she pass the final test? Was she worthy of her father's legacy? Their footsteps echoed eerily down the long pathway. Even the sounds of their breathing seemed magnified against the limestone walls. And then she saw it. A soft glow emanating from a distant point. She stopped, her hand dropping from Merrick's. He turned, an inquisitive look outlined by the torch on his face. Reaching his hand out, he cupped her chin, rubbing his thumb over her cheek. "You can do this."
"I must do this," she whispered.
She started forward again, moving ahead of him. As she got to the end of the tunnel, she paused at the threshold of the cavern. Giant stalactites alternated with stalagmites formed beautiful jewel-like pillars in the center of the small chamber. She stepped inside, her head tilted back to view the ceiling as she turned round and round in awe. The roof twinkled like a starlit night, crystal formations crowded together like a million diamonds. Her gaze dropped and she saw it. In the center of the room, surrounded by torches, stood a glass-ring case with a royal emerald and the jeweled scepter. She had done it. With a triumphant shake of her fist, she motioned for Merrick to follow her. She approached the display with reverence and trembling hands. But when she got close, she saw that it wasn't as simple as taking the relics. They were completely encased within the glass in a box-like structure. She examined the edges, looking for a way to open it, but could not find one. She had been so focused on the relics that she nearly overlooked an identical glass case next to the relics with a simple rolled-up parchment bound with a leather tie. She frowned and glanced up at Merrick.
"I've not heard of a scroll or letter."
"Perhaps it's a distraction," he offered. She studied the smooth, flat surface the cases rested on, and rested briefly against the large table-like rock. Clearly the only way to retrieve the emerald and scepter was to break the glass. Beside her, Merrick wiped the surface of the stone with his hand. "What does this say?" he asked, pointing to a series of letters. She helped him wipe the layers of dirt from the engraved letters so they could get a clearer view. Then she groaned.
"It appears to be in Latin, and I confess this is one area of my studies I neglected."
He smiled and pushed her aside. "Lucky for you, I studied Latin at Cambridge." He stood over the engravings, his brow furrowed as he attempted to decipher the words. "I can't be entirely sure, but I believe it says something along the lines of, 'Choose wisely.'"
"Well, as long as it doesn't predict a horrid death for disturbing the relics, I feel comfortable about taking them,"
she said with a grin. She glanced around the floor of the cave, searching for something she could break the glass with. Her eyes lighted on a large rock, laying a few feet away, and she bent to retrieve it. Walking back to the case, she took a deep breath.
"Shield yourself,"
she directed Merrick. She raised her arm and prepared to smash open the glass. Her hand was on its way down when the vision of her father exploded into her mind. She halted her arm in midair, nearly paralyzed with the mistake she'd almost made. "What's wrong?" Merrick asked.
"I don't think I'm supposed to choose the relics,"
she whispered. She closed her eyes and relived the moment of her meditation.
"Long after everything else is gone, the written word lives on,"
she quoted aloud. Merrick stared at her in confusion.
"My father's words from my vision,"
she replied, sure he would think her crazy. But he surprised her. "Perhaps you should heed your father's advice," he said slowly. She stared between the emerald and the rolled-up paper in agony over what she should do. All her life she'd heard of the importance of the emerald and the scepter. How could she not return with them? Wisdom. Her father's words, fatherling's reminder. They both had been trying to tell her something. Wisdom was knowing what to do in a difficult situation, knowing how to make the tough decisions. In one swift motion, she brought the rock down and shattered the glass. With shaky hands, she reached over and took the rolled-up paper. As soon as she lifted it, the rock began to shake, and the pedestal holding the emerald and the scepter within the glass case sank through an opening in the rock, leaving the case empty, and no evidence that it had ever held anything. She looked at Merrick and blew out her breath in a long sigh.
"I hope I was right."
"Even if you weren't, I cannot imagine a more worthy person to rule Leaudor," he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Tears pricked her eyelids, and she smiled.
Thank you for saying that.
She viewed the scroll in her hand, almost afraid to open it, afraid it would scream her failure. Backing away from the stone base and the scattered shards of glass, she retreated to the far side of the cavern and sank down against the wall. Once she was seated, she began untying the leather strap. Merrick sat beside her, remaining silent as she unrolled the parchment. She glanced quickly over it, and tears flooded immediately to her eyes. It was written by her father. In his neat, distinctive script, he wrote, "All of Leaudor should rejoice this day, as you have succeeded where so many before you have failed. Truly you have all the qualities necessary to rule a nation, patience, courage, faith, and now wisdom. I know not which of my 3 children is reading my words, but regardless of which, know that I am proud, so very proud of you. Worry not that you have chosen wrong, for the true icons of Leaudorian royalty lie in the monastery, guarded for generations by the monks. With this letter you will have proven your worth and merit. Produce this letter to the senior monk, and you will carry with you to your coronation the true royal emerald and the jeweled scepter. Prove to all people that you are the true and righteous ruler of Leaudor. As you are reading this letter, it is because my time as king has passed, but I will be with you as always, in heart and spirit. Be strong and true to yourself, and above all, remember you are Leaudorian. Your loving father, Fernando Chastain." Dropping the letter, she buried her face in her arms and sobbed great, raw, gulping sobs. Merrick's arms came around her, holding her tightly as she wept. She shook uncontrollably as tears soaked her tunic. He was gone. Her father and mother were both gone. Her heart ached until she feared her chest may burst from the heavy burden. Raw, guttural sounds of agony ripped from her throat as months of grief, fear, and anger broke free. She would never see them again, never hug them, never feel her mother's comforting arms around her, never chase wildly after her father on horseback over the rolling mountain meadows that surrounded the castle. The thrill of success paled in the depth of her misery and anguish. Yes, she had proven her merit. She would return triumphantly to the monastery, and her coronation would be planned. But at what price? She didn't want to be queen. She wanted her family back. "You are a Chastain. No matter what else you may become, first and foremost, you will always be a Chastain." Her father's reminder drifted to her on the wings of a beautiful memory. Her mother's laughter echoed through the caves. She'd always laughed when her husband spoke proudly of the family name, remarked on the irony of a simple farmer's surname becoming the most revered in all of Leaudor. According to Isabella's father, that made it all the more special, and all the more reason to be proud. She would carry on that pride, and the dream of a young farmer to make a difference in his country. Raising her head, she wiped the tears from her cheeks and stared resolutely ahead. "We must return," she said, scrambling from her seat on the cave floor. Merrick stood beside her, a look of gentle concern creasing his face. "Are you all right?" "Yes," she said firmly, and for the first time since her parents' deaths, she believed it. Folding the letter slowly in her hands, she held it briefly to her heart, then tucked it into her pants. She followed him to the tunnel they had come from, and they retraced their steps to the rope bridge. This time she took the bridge with slow, measured steps, not allowing herself the paralyzing fear from before. Unsure of how much time remained before high tide, she increased her pace to the moon room. With only a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the dark, tight crawl space of the tunnel to the main sunroom. Nearly exhausted, she stumbled back into the well-lit cavern where they had begun. Merrick crawled out after her, and they strode quickly across to the passage that led out to the water. Her knees scraped and her palms raw, she crawled down the last remaining tunnel. Suddenly she stopped short, causing Merrick to bump into her. He uttered a muffled curse. "Shh," she hissed. She held her breath, praying her mind was playing tricks on her. But no, there it was again. Voices. Chapter 22. Simon swore again. "Come on," he said urgently, backing rapidly back down the tunnel. They scrambled out of the tunnel and into the sunroom, getting quickly to their feet. His mind working rapidly, he began extinguishing the torches that ringed the carving of the sun. "What are you doing?" Isabella asked, hurrying to keep up with him. He continued on, not pausing while he explained. If we darken the room, all they will see are the 2 lit passages. Hopefully they will overlook the one we take long enough for us to get a head start." She helped him douse the remaining torches, then they rushed for the entrance to the tunnel. An eternity later they burst into the moon room and ran straight for the tunnel leading to the bridges. His mind raced even faster than they moved, formulating, discarding, hashing out the possibilities. He didn't even know if there were any. All that was certain was that they could not leave the same way they came. When they stumbled out onto the ledge in front of the bridges, he caught her arm and halted her. "Is there any other way out of the final chamber? Did your father ever mention anything?" Her eyes glowed in the torchlight, a mixture of fear and concentration in their depths.
"I don't know,"
she said in a tortured voice. "Then be thinking of a way we can fight off an unknown number of assailants," he muttered, taking her arm and pulling her toward the bridge. He took out across the bridge, praying they could make it a 3rd time after Isabella's brush with disaster. Though he moved with as much speed as he could, it seemed it took him forever to get across the swaying bridge. When he stepped off the last plank, he held up the torch and motioned her across. She moved rapidly, but he could see the stark terror on her face. "Just a little farther," he whispered, though he doubted she could hear him. When finally she leaped from the bridge to land beside him, she reached down and retrieved her dagger from her boot. In a swift motion, she sliced through the ropes, sending the end of the bridge crashing to the other side. She replaced her dagger and stared him in the eye.
"Now you better pray we find another way out."
Sweat slid down his back, and for the first time in years, fear rode through him, nearly paralyzing him in the process. What if they were unable to discover an alternate way out? Not only would he fail miserably in his duty, but his and Isabella's lives would be forfeit. It seemed he was forever failing those closest to him. Would he let Isabella down as well? Not wanting to dwell on that possibility, he focused on remembering the order of the passageways in front of him. Left, right, then right again. Finally, they burst into the final chamber, and he immediately began searching. Each crevice, every nook, hoping against hope there was another passageway. Isabella worked at the opposite end, running her hands over the rock, moving stones aside. He glanced up at the torches that ringed the stone slab the glass cases had set on. For how long he stared he didn't know, but suddenly it struck him. The flames flickered and swayed. They didn't merely dance with the motion of an undisturbed fire. "Isabella, come here," he said excitedly. She ran over to where he stood.
"Have you found something?"
He pointed at the torches. "A current of air is blowing from somewhere, and that means there is an opening somewhere in here." She followed the direction of his hand, her eyes widening as she saw what he pointed to. The flames blew in the opposite direction, and they both turned at the same time to view the area behind them.
"It must be coming from over there,"
she said, starting forward. They raced to the pile of rocks and scoured for any openings. He tested the sturdiness of the pile, then secured a foothold and boosted himself up. Running his hands over each crack, he felt for air. As he neared the top, he wondered if they had imagined it all, for he could find no source for the current. Then, at the very top, he felt it. Cool, steady. It blew over his face, ruffling his hair. "I've found it," he whispered loudly. Isabella stood at the bottom, staring up at him, her face bright with excitement.
"Is it large enough for us to get through?"
"I don't know yet. Give me a moment." He dug at the rocks where he felt the air and soon had a hole the size of his fist. A tiny beacon of light shone in, and he felt a surge of triumph. "Isabella, listen to me," he said urgently. "Go to the tunnel entrance and listen for any sounds while I make the hole big enough for us to exit."
"Shouldn't I help you?" she asked.
"We can't both be up here, or whoever is in the cave could enter without us ever knowing. Listen, and if you hear anything, warn me. Hopefully we will be long gone by the time they make it here." She nodded and ran over to the tunnel. He turned back to the rocks and began digging furiously. Periodically he inserted his head and shoulders into the opening to see if it was large enough, but each time he grew more frustrated. Rocks rained down the slope below him, piling up at the bottom as he pulled more away from the hole. He couldn't fail now, not when so many depended on him, not like he had failed his father. Never again, he had sworn when his father died. Never would he let anyone down as he had then. His country depended on him, Leaudor depended on him, but most of all Isabella depended on him. As more rocks pelted down to the floor below, he finally opened a large enough hole that he and Isabella could fit through. He called out to her and she ran over, quickly climbing up to where he stood. And then he heard distant voices echoing down the tunnel Isabella had just come from. How had they managed to move so rapidly through the caves? Of course, they would have brought supplies and a large number of men. They had likely split up and taken all possible routes in order to cut down the time it took to reach the end. But the question uppermost in his mind was how they had found the entrance. An uneasy feeling rolled in his stomach, and he hoped that Father Ling and the monks were unharmed. Isabella looked at him, her eyes flooded with worry, fear, and anger. Then she reached out and touched his face before moving toward the opening. He put out a hand and pushed her behind him. Without further hesitation, he plunged into the opening, calling for her to follow him. Anger fueled his movements, and he crawled rapidly, ignoring the pain in his knees and palms. They were only minutes ahead of their pursuers, and he would not give up, would not fail Isabella. The light grew brighter ahead, signaling their rapid approach to an outside source. But where would the tunnel take them? And then he heard a dull roar. It grew louder as they continued closer to the light, and his brow crinkled with his frown as he tried to decipher what it could be. A cold rush of air hit him full force in the face, and he felt the spray of water. He blinked in surprise, then realization dawned. They had come out behind a waterfall. He scrambled out, then turned to assist Isabella. The tunnel opened up into a small concealed area behind the spray of water. They hurried over to where the water cascaded downward, forming a solid wall over the opening. "Stay here," he directed, and slid along the wall behind the waterfall. He inched onto a ledge that barely had room for the two of them to stand. He stood high above a valley, and about midway up a cliff. He craned his neck and looked upward for the source of the waterfall. A long way up the cliff, the water poured over the side and downward into the rushing river, and their only way out was down. He leaned back behind the fall and motioned Isabella out. She gingerly slid along the wall, her back plastered to the slick granite, her head swiveled, looking in all directions, and when she looked back at him, he knew she had reached the same conclusion he had. They would have to jump, and they might not survive. "Isabella," he began, in a strained voice, "there is something I must say." He wouldn't go to his death without telling her the depth of his feelings. He had vowed long ago never to give anyone the power to hurt him ever again. By closing himself off, by not allowing himself to feel, he'd managed to skirt through life without the raw pain that accompanied disappointment. But by uttering these words, such tiny, innocuous words, he was giving up complete power to another. Here he stood, poised to lay bare his soul to a woman he had no future with, and yet if he didn't, he knew he would live with a regret for the rest of his life. And he had lived with such regret for far too long already. "What is it, Merrick?" Her soft voice intruded on his tumultuous thoughts, and he refocused his attention on her beautiful face. "We may not survive this jump." He broke off, unable to yet voice what was uppermost on his mind. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, determination burned brightly in their depths. "We'll survive," she said firmly. "You wouldn't allow me to come to harm." His chest expanded, swelling with all the things he wanted to say to this woman, who had such unshakable faith in him. She looked away, her gaze lowering to the water below. "Look at me," he whispered. "There is something I must tell you." She glanced back at him, and he lowered his head to catch her lips in a lingering kiss. Her mouth parted beneath his, and he tasted her sweetness, sure that he would never forget it, so ingrained it was in his soul. "I love you," he murmured, his words nearly lost in her mouth. She froze. Taking advantage of her evident shock, he took her hand and leaped off the edge, spiraling them downward into the raging water. Cold water exploded around Isabella, sucking her under. As she struggled to make sense of her surroundings and get her head above water, his words echoed in her head. "I love you." Had he really said it, or had she imagined it? And did he really mean it, or were they words uttered by a man who thought they might be his last? Perhaps an effort to say something, anything, to alleviate the awful truth of the situation. The current tossed her body around like a rag doll, and in her mind her worst fears were realized. She was going to die. Almost as soon as the realization hit her, anger surged over her body. She would not die. As her foot dragged the bottom of the river, she pushed herself upwards, shooting rapidly up. She broke the surface of the water, gasping and sputtering, fighting desperately to stay afloat. Ahead of her, she saw Merrick bobbing down the rapids and nearly melted with relief that he was alive, for the time being at least. Positioning her body so she wasn't resisting the current, she sped down the river after him. She had nearly caught up with him when the current slowed, and the relentless beating she endured let up. Merrick swam against the current to meet her, and wrapped his arms tightly around her. "We made it," he said triumphantly. She threw her arms around him and captured his mouth in a long, heated kiss that outlined every ounce of her relief. "Careful," he murmured. "You'll drown us." She laughed, a deliriously happy, thankful laugh. They swam to the bank of the river and pulled themselves tiredly from the water and onto the ground. She collapsed on her stomach and laid her cheek against the soft soil, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, a pair of boots filled her vision. Boots she knew didn't belong to Merrick. A sick feeling of doom curled over Isabella's cold, wet body. Her eyes travelled over the boots and up the legs, until finally she looked into the eyes of the man standing over her. She squinted against the setting sun to better see the potential adversary. "Would you like a hand up, Your Highness?" She melted in relief. "Kirk." Chapter 23. Kirk? What the devil was going on? Simon scrambled up as Isabella extended her hand and allowed Kirk to pull her to stand beside him. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she wrung the water from her hair. "Yes, what are you doing here?" Simon prompted. "I thought you might need rescuing, but I see, as usual, Merrick is taking care of that." He smiled engagingly at her and winked. "Would you be interested in an escort? I even brought horses." "What are you doing here, Kirk?" Simon asked again in a quiet voice, his unease growing by leaps and bounds. Dread such as he had never experienced gripped him. Kirk looked at him in surprise. "I would think it obvious. I'm here to help you." "But what about Bonaparte? Have you warned the regent, sent word to Vienna?" Kirk shook his head. "It wasn't necessary. I was able to determine that your theory wasn't correct. Not only is his escape impossible, he would be a fool to attempt it." "But you did warn the regent," Simon persisted. Kirk looked him dead in the eye. "No." Simon tightened his lips. Something about this whole scene didn't sit well with him. His instincts screamed at him from every direction, but he was unable to give a reason for his uneasiness, except that Kirk shouldn't be here. "Were you successful in your quest, Your Highness?" Kirk asked, turning to Isabella. "Did you recover the relics?" She cocked her head and glanced sideways at Kirk, a puzzled expression on her face. And then the ugly truth hit Simon square in the stomach. Before she could respond, Simon pulled her back, easing in front of her. "What do you know of the relics?" he asked lightly. Kirk arched an eyebrow. "Full of questions, aren't we, Merrick? Do I even get a thanks for assisting you?" "Answer me," he ordered. "How did you know about the relics? Neither the princess nor I have ever mentioned them to you." The gregarious light completely died in Kirk's eyes. "I don't like your tone, Merrick," he said tightly. "Why are you here?" Simon asked softly. "I've already answered that question." "Not to my satisfaction." "What do you want from me?" Kirk snapped. "How deeply are you in this, Kirk?" Simon watched as anger flashed in Kirk's eyes. His face tightened, and Simon knew he was right in his suspicions. Anguish such that he hadn't felt even when his brother and father died assailed him, nearly robbing him of breath. "I see your mind is made up," Kirk said coldly. "There's no need to deny it." Simon closed his eyes. "Why, Kirk? Why?" "What is going on?" Isabella demanded. Kirk pulled a gun from the pocket of his coat and pointed it at them. "What is going on, Your Highness, is that you will hand over the relics to me, or I will not hesitate to shoot you." Simon struggled with his inability to comprehend that Kirk was a traitor. Had he been involved all along? Had he had anything to do with Isabella's family's death? Bile rose in his throat. He had trusted this man, counted him as a brother. He had been a blind fool. "I don't know what you have to gain in all of this," Isabella hissed, "but if you think I am going to let some English traitor dictate the course of my country, you are mistaken." "You think you can stop me?" he sneered. He inched closer, waving the gun threateningly. "Now hand over the relics." "She doesn't have them," Simon interjected.
You expect me to believe that?
I failed, she said. I was unable to retrieve the relics.
Kirk looked at her suspiciously.
Does it appear that I have something as such as an impossibly large emerald and a jeweled scepter?
She asked in disgust. He glanced at both her and Simon as if trying to decide if she spoke the truth. It matters not. The new king will soon be crowned with or without the relics. He waved the gun at them. Start walking. I know someone who will be very glad to see the princess. Simon wrapped an arm around Isabella and urged her forward. His mind reeled from Kirk's betrayal. It didn't seem possible, and yet the signs had been there. He'd refused to see the truth. She looked up at him with troubled eyes, and he squeezed her shoulder. They would get out of this. He just had to formulate a plan. But not before he found out the extent of Kirk's treachery. How far does this go up, Kirk? Are you acting on orders from the crown? A sick feeling crawled into his belly. His Grace, does the Duke have anything to do with this? Kirk snorted. Rest easy, Merrick. Your beloved country has nothing to do with this. The Regent never even knew Isabella was in England. Neither did his Grace. I made sure of that. Thank God. If everything he knew to be true was not but a lie, his last shred of hope would be destroyed. So, you were responsible for all the attempts on Isabella's life, he demanded, anger flooding him all over again. I merely provided information as to her whereabouts, Kirk replied. The rest was out of my hands. Why are you doing this, Kirk? What did they offer you? Shut up and keep walking, he snarled. I have a meeting to make. As they walked, Simon's mind whirled to make sense of everything he'd been handed. Kirk evidently worked for Montagna. Or did he? A horrific thought blasted over him. What if Isabella had been right about Bonaparte escaping? Kirk didn't work for Montagna, he worked for the French. But how did it tie in with Leaudor? Now, more than ever, it was obvious there was a connection between Bonaparte and Leaudor, but he still couldn't put the pieces together. And how would he get them out of their current situation? He glanced over at Isabella, who stared ahead, her eyes clouded with fury. Kirk didn't know of her exceptional fighting skills, and that could work in their favor. If he could get Isabella to understand what he wanted, they only needed an opening to disarm Kirk. Stop, Kirk ordered, and they both halted. He walked in front of them and motioned downward with the gun. Sit against that tree. We'll wait here. Simon cautiously surveyed the area with a low sweep as he squatted down beside the tree. Isabella sank down beside him and their gazes connected for the briefest of seconds. He dipped his head over to Kirk in a quick sideward motion, then looked back at her, willing her to get his message. Her eyes widened briefly and she gave a slight, nearly imperceptible nod. Kirk stood in front of them, his eyes continually darting back and forth, as if expecting Montagna to materialize from nowhere. He turned back to them, the gun in his hand, still trained on them. I must be the most foolish person who ever lived, Simon began, hoping to loosen Kirk's tongue. Because I never saw this coming. Kirk laughed derisively. That's because you were too busy saving king and country from the rest of the world. His voice rang with such bitterness that Simon began to wonder if this was a personal score Kirk was settling. Humour me, since you're handing us over to Montagna, and I have no illusions he will keep us alive. Montagna? Kirk asked with a lift to his brow. He is but a pawn. Then who? His voice trailed off. It wasn't important who. The important thing was for him to buy enough time for him and Isabella to escape. What cause do you serve, and how did you get mixed up in Leaudorian politics? It's so like you to assume everyone has a cause, Kirk said mockingly. I have no cause save for what benefits me directly. Not everyone is born to wealth and nobility. Some of us have to scrape along the best we can and take opportunities when they're presented. You mean this is about money? Simon asked incredulously. Spoken just like someone who has never done without it, he retorted bitterly. And if it weren't for you, I would have succeeded beyond my wildest dreams years ago. His outburst baffled Simon. What on earth are you talking about? You, Kirk hissed. You've long been the bane of my existence. I've tried everything to rid myself of you, but you persisted like the plague. I don't understand. What have you done? Thinking back, there had never been anything but easy camaraderie between them. No close calls, no attempts on his life or unexplained accidents. What could he be talking about? Kirk continued on, deep in his diatribe, his face growing red as his anger mounted. I thought that if you became Earl you would resign from the agency, but still you stayed on, acting as if you held the fate of the entire world in your hands. Simon froze, horror sweeping over him. Surely he wasn't suggesting. He couldn't even bear to consider the possibility. Kirk paused, something remarkably like pain marking his features as he saw Simon's evident agony. "Surely you don't think your brother really committed suicide?" he said in disgust. "Really, Merrick, and here I was so envious of your abilities." Isabella gasped, her hand reaching out for Simon's. "You killed Edward," he managed to croak out. "Yes. It was rather easy, actually. I assumed with you as the heir you would give up the agency and return to Hertfordshire." Kirk's voice turned almost pleading. "He deserved to die. Surely you can see that. He took everything from you, for me. I did it for you, Merrick, so that you would have what was rightfully yours, so that you would retire from the agency and become the Earl, so that you and I could remain as we were." His face hardened. "But you refused. I was forced to take more drastic measures. If only you had done as you should have." "Don't you dare say you did this for me," Simon spat. Anger, wild and hot, surged through him until he feared he would explode. That Kirk had killed Edward was incomprehensible. All the years of not knowing why his brother had committed suicide, the anger, grief, and overwhelming sorrow, all because of Kirk. And his father. Kirk killed him as surely as if he had pulled the trigger and shot him. His sadness over Edward's death had pushed him into an early grave. Suddenly all the subtle hints about Simon retiring made sense. Time and time again Kirk had tried to persuade him to leave the agency, had insisted on calling him Merrick when he inherited the title, even though for years he had referred to him as Simon. It was a reminder of his new station, his new duties, and represented Kirk's hope for him to quit and pave the way for Kirk's treachery. "You bastard," he seethed, barely controlling the urge to lunge after Kirk and wrap his hands around his miserable neck. His rage threatened to spiral out of control when Kirk continued to stare at Simon as if he had done nothing wrong. Simon clenched his fists in an effort to quell the eruption of fury that was imminent. "If you had just retired to your country estate and done what it is Earls do, then we wouldn't be standing here contemplating the circumstances of your death," Kirk said wearily. "I had no wish for you to die. My only goal was the princess." "What has Montaigne offered you?" Isabella demanded. He cast her a baleful look. "Think you this has anything to do with Montaigne? You give him far too much credit. He has only done as he was ordered." "Then why?" Simon spat out. "I deserve to know what it is you think was worth my brother's life." "Leaudor is but a tiny piece in the puzzle," Kirk said with a curl of his lip. "A means to assist the larger goal, though I could care less what happens as long as I receive payment." "So you've been plotting against England all these years?" "I've looked after my best interests all these years," he corrected. "And how many people have you murdered for your own selfish aims?" "I lost count," he said blithely. "Who recruited you if it wasn't Montaigne?" Simon demanded. "Yes, I suppose you'd love to know," he said with a smirk. "After King Fernando was assassinated and the princess disappeared, I was approached by a group of Bonaparte loyalists who promised me a great deal of money if I handed the princess over to them. When you agreed to bear her back to Leaudor, you inadvertently made things much easier for me. I merely sat back and let you do my work for me, and now I step in and hand the princess over to them and collect my hard-earned wealth." He smiled smugly, a pleased, self-assured smile, as if he were applauding his ingenuity. Isabella's slim hand gripped Simon's arm tighter. Then she rose from her perch beside him. "Back down, princess," Kirk ordered, waving the gun at her. "Surely you aren't afraid of a hapless female," she said with a raised eyebrow. "I have need of a place to relieve myself." "I said sit down." "I'm afraid the situation is becoming rather desperate," she said with an embarrassed flush. "It is about to become more desperate if you don't do as I have ordered," he said in a tone that brooked no argument. With lightning speed she rotated her leg, kicking the pistol from his hand. Shock registered on his features as the gun landed with a thud on the ground. Simon was on his feet in seconds. Kirk raised his arm before Simon could get to him and viciously backhanded Isabella, sending her reeling.
Simon's heart lurched when she did not immediately get up. He rammed his shoulder into Kirk's midriff, slamming him into the dirt with force that rocked them both. Unleashing the anger that simmered, he drove his fist into Kirk's jaw. Yanking him up by his collar, Simon punched him again, and blood spurted from Kirk's battered nose. Kirk kicked him in the chest, and Simon fell backwards. Kirk jumped on him, and the two men rolled over and over in the leaves and sticks as blows were exchanged. Simon poured every ounce of hatred and his thirst for revenge into his effort. He rolled on top of Kirk and curled one hand around Kirk's neck, while he used the other to pummel Kirk's face. But Kirk was fighting for his life, and he wasn't going to be overcome that easily. He jerked his leg up and kneed Simon in the groin. Pain exploded through his abdomen, and he flew backward as Kirk shoved him off. He scrambled backwards on the ground, trying to catch his breath and collect his wits to go back on the attack. When he could see through the haze of pain, fear quickly overrode his anger. Kirk, bloodied and battered, knelt behind an unconscious Isabella, holding her dagger to her throat. "If you come any closer, I will slit her throat," he gasped out. Kirk's voice turned pleading once more. "I don't need you, Merrick. It's the princess and the relics they want. For once in your life, turn your back. Return to England. Forget what happened here. No one need ever know. She means nothing to you. Let her go." "That is where you are wrong," Simon said in a deadly voice. Simon inched back and his fingers brushed against the pistol Kirk had dropped. Knowing it was his only chance, he curled his hand around the cold metal and pulled it slowly to him until he gripped it comfortably in his hand. In one smooth motion, he brought his hand around, took aim at Kirk's head, and fired with no hesitation. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Kirk fell away from Isabella, the dagger slipping from his hand. Simon rushed over, ignoring Kirk's lifeless body, and knelt beside Isabella. He gently smoothed the hair from her head and saw the bruise already forming at her temple. Knowing he had no time to waste before whoever Kirk was meeting arrived, he scooped her up in his arms. Not sparing Kirk a glance, he hurried in the direction of the monastery. A flood of emotions threatened to overpower him, but he staunched the tide, determined to get Isabella to safety. But his anger ate at him until he feared going mad. Tears burned his eyes, and he ground his teeth in an effort to hold them back. When he topped the hill in front of the monastery, he hunkered down, shielding her with his arms. He surveyed the terrain, looking for any threat to him and Isabella. If luck was with him, Montaigne's men would have accompanied him to his rendezvous with Kirk. But luck wasn't. A small contingent of guards on horseback patrolled the gates, swords drawn. Getting inside may well be the biggest challenge he would ever face, but his entire career had been fraught with difficulties, and he didn't expect it to become any easier now. He glanced down at Isabella's face, his concern growing at her prolonged state of unconsciousness. Standing up once more, he walked just below the ridge of the hill until he stared at the side of the monastery. He hurried forward, ducking behind brush and trees along the way. When he reached the great stone wall that served as an impenetrable barrier to the monastery, he laid Isabella on the ground and positioned her in comfort. Rising, he pressed himself to the wall and felt for his knife. He moved to the corner and peered around. He counted 3 guards, 1 on foot, 2 on horseback. Moving his head back, he rested it against the wall and considered his options. If he could lure the closest guard on horseback around the side, he could surprise him and dispatch him quickly. Sidling back to the corner, he let out the most pitiful wail he could muster. If the situation wasn't so dire, he would have laughed at the horrid impression of a newborn baby. But it worked. The sound of hoofbeats drew nearer, and he readied himself to go on the attack. As soon as the horse appeared around the corner, he threw the dagger, hitting the soldier in the shoulder. The soldier's hands flew to the knife, and he wobbled atop the saddle. Simon grabbed at his shirt and pulled him down to the ground. Not giving the soldier any time to react, he leaped on him, smashing a rock down over his head. The soldier slumped, and Simon retrieved his dagger from the unconscious man. Then he scrambled up to await the next guard, who would likely appear any moment to check on his partner. It wasn't long before the second horse appeared around the corner, but Simon had no clear shot. When the soldier saw Simon and his fallen comrade, he vaulted from the saddle and drew his sword. Simon groaned, glancing down at his paltry knife. In one swift motion he dove for the discarded sword of the previous soldier, rolling and quickly bouncing back to his feet. He circled his opponent, warily sizing him up. The soldier was larger, but Simon hoped he was quicker and more desperate. "Give up now and I won't kill you. The only one who will die is you, Englishman."
What confidence he had quickly left when the third soldier appeared around the corner. As he backed away, his mind frantically searched for a plan to outwit the both of them. Like predators closing in on their prey, the soldiers advanced, their swords gleaming menacingly. In his mind, there was only one way to go about it. He charged forward, letting out a blood-curdling yell to rival any savage. The sound of metal clashing rang out as his sword engaged first one, then another. He pulled every fighting trick he'd ever learned from his repertoire and even made up a few new ones. A blade slashed through his skin, and pain seared his upper arm. He felt warm blood roll down his sleeve, but ignored the wound. His sword found flesh of its own, cutting a jagged gash in the belly of the soldier closest to him. A strangled cry went up from the other soldier, and Simon watched as he crashed to the ground. Isabella stood over him like an avenging goddess, her dagger covered in the man's blood. The soldier gripped his shoulder and struggled to regain his footing, but Isabella never gave him a chance. Simon swiftly turned his attention back to the last remaining soldier, confident that Isabella had the other well under control. "Have you any idea the penalty for assaulting a member of the royal family?" he asked, as he and the soldier circled each other. In fact, he had no idea what punishment was meted out, but apparently it was stiff, for the man whitened. "Perhaps you would like to rethink your surrender," he said, pressing his advantage. With a snarl of fury, the soldier launched himself at Simon, giving him the opportunity he had been waiting for. He smashed his fist into the man's stomach, then brought the butt of the sword down over his head, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Not wasting any time on the fallen man, Simon rushed to aid Isabella, only she had no need of it. With one well-placed kick, she sent the last soldier sprawling to the dirt. He didn't attempt to rise again. "About time you showed your face," he grumbled, but he caught her up against him before she could respond to his attempt at humour, holding her tightly to his chest. She pulled away and smiled crookedly at him. "You are doing quite well on your own." "Is your head paining you?" he asked, smoothing the bruised skin with the tips of his fingers.
"I've had better days, but I'll certainly survive. Let's go into the monastery before more soldiers arrive."
He turned to do her bidding, but she caught his arm.
"Merrick."
He turned back to her, reading the concern in her face.
"What about Kirk?"
she asked in a low voice. Raw agony tore a jagged path through his chest all over again. "He's dead," he said flatly, ignoring Isabella's troubled look. He shepherded her around the corner to the huge wrought-iron gate. The two monks standing on the inside immediately swung it open when they saw Isabella. Without a word, they swiftly ushered them in and closed the gate once more. Then they hurried into the monastery, where Father Ling stood to greet them. "Your Highness, thank God you have returned safely."
"I believe you have something for me,"
she said in a husky voice, as she held out her father's scroll. Tears filled the older man's eyes, and he reached forward to grasp her hands in his. "It is with great joy that I will present you with the sacred emerald and the royal scepter. Come, let's hasten to prepare you for your return to the palace." Monks scurried from all directions, some bearing food, some bearing clothing, and still more ushered her into the bathing chamber. Simon watched the events unfold with awe. Isabella was bathed and anointed with sacred water, then dressed in the finest gown. When at last she stood before him, her transformation complete, he could not summon the words to express his amazement. Gone was the woman he had spent the last weeks with, and in her place stood a stunningly beautiful member of royalty. Her long hair fell in waves to her waist, a jeweled tiara sat atop her head. Her dress was a combination of materials, satin, silk, and a heavy brocade, all in shades of green. Her trim waist was clearly outlined by the tight-fitting bodice. From there the material fell in soft waves to her feet. An emerald necklace rested in the hollow of her throat, and diamond and emerald drop earrings hung from the tiny lobes of her ears. She was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. A knot formed in his throat, and he did the only thing he could think to do. He bowed before her. Chapter 24. Isabella's heart constricted as Merrick's dark head bowed before her. With such an innocent action he widened the gulf between them. "I love you." His words still echoed in her memory, their imprint burned in her brain. Did she love him in return? In truth, the only emotion she could feel was burning revenge. It had shoved aside all else. Did she love him? She didn't know. It had been too long since she had felt anything but numbing pain. Did she need him? She did. And she didn't want to examine the proximity of the two emotions. Not now. Moving forward, she took his head in her hands and pulled him up to meet her eyes. Holding his hands in hers, she led him to a plush seat across the chamber. Her eyes drank in the sight of him as they settled across from one another, their knees nearly touching. The monks had provided a suit of clothing for him, and he looked every inch the Earl in them. Cream-coloured trousers encased his muscular legs, and a matching vest buttoned over a white silk shirt. A black formal cutaway coat completed the ensemble, the tails pulled up in the back to accommodate his position on the bench they sat on. He looked positively rakish, and she had difficulty forming a coherent thought in his presence, much less a sentence. Anxiety turned her stomach to mush as she contemplated bringing up the moment just before they leaped over the waterfall. She wasn't even sure she should dwell on it, because everything else seemed to fade away in its shadow, and she was so close to achieving justice, so close she could taste it. He stared wordlessly at her, his eyes probing her. They were troubled almost, their dark orbs reflecting sadness. She shifted under his scrutiny and struggled to pose the question uppermost on her mind.
"Merrick,"
she began, her voice barely above a whisper.
When we were about to jump over the waterfall—"
She broke off, her courage faltering. Why was he saying nothing?
"What I mean to ask, that is, did you—"
She nearly screamed in frustration when she was cut off by Father Ling's return. "Your Highness, it is time." He hurried over to her, his robe billowing out behind him. Merrick stood up and offered her his hand. She rested her fingers atop his wrist and rose gracefully.
"I'd like Lord Merrick to accompany me to the palace."
She looked to Merrick for confirmation, but he stared straight ahead. "As you wish. The carriage awaits you inside the gate." Father Ling's voice lowered, and he inclined his head toward her. "Montagna has returned to the palace. I've arranged an escort for you. Normally we would ring the bells to signal your success, but in this case I think secrecy is of the utmost importance." "Is there an armed contingent to see to the princess's protection?" Merrick interjected. "The royal guard stands ready to escort Her Highness to the palace." "But are they loyal to the princess?" he persisted, his arms wrapping protectively around her shoulders. Father Ling gazed sharply at him. "The royal guard is comprised of the nation's most honorable men. They stand ready to die for their future queen. You may be assured no one will touch the princess." "And where were these intensely loyal men when her parents were murdered?" Merrick asked pointedly. Father Ling stared serenely at Merrick, his eyes registering approval and respect. "Your devotion to Her Highness is very admirable, my lord. I can see you have only her best interests at heart. I merely want to make sure she is safe." "And she will be," the monk said sagely. "I know you find it difficult to trust beyond your own instincts, but the royal guard will not allow the princess to come to harm. They will defend her to their own deaths." Merrick nodded, evidently satisfied by the monk's assurances. Once again he offered his arm to her, and she tucked her hand over the crisp material of his coat. His other hand closed over hers and squeezed. "Are you ready?" he murmured close to her ear. She nodded, and they walked after Father Ling into the small courtyard in front of the monastery. As they stepped out into the deepening twilight, she smiled as she saw the royal carriage waiting. How many times had she ridden in this same carriage with her parents? 2 men sat in the driver's seat high above the ground, their plumed hats waving in the breeze. Soldiers on horseback formed a double line in front of and behind the carriage, and one was posted at each of the 4 corners. Merrick handed her into the carriage, then climbed in beside her. Father Ling leaned in and looked at Isabella. "Be on your guard, Your Highness. Much is not as it seems." As they lurched forward, the awful knot in her stomach grew. His cryptic words gave her a sense of foreboding. She twisted her hands nervously in front of her and peered anxiously out the window. They moved more swiftly than she remembered travelling before, but then there was a threat of attack. The soldiers rode with swords drawn, constantly assessing the landscape around them. She sat back in her seat, forcing herself to relax. "It's almost over," Merrick said. "Yes," she replied. She turned to look at him, seizing their last opportunity to be alone before arriving at the palace. "Merrick,
What you said before we jumped, did you mean it?
He looked away as if reluctant to discuss the matter.
You don't have to answer,
she said in a rush. In a lot of ways it would be easier if he didn't confirm his earlier declaration. When he turned his gaze back to her, his eyes were a swirl of conflicting emotions, uncertainty, vulnerability, as if his entire soul was laid out before her. A knot grew in her stomach. She wouldn't purposely hurt this man for anything in the world, but some hurts were inevitable, as they had both come to realize. He continued to stare at her, every ounce of feeling burning in his eyes. "I meant it," he said finally. Had he waged a private war with himself over whether to make such an admission? Unable to bear his scrutiny any longer, she turned away before she lost every ounce of resolve she possessed. After Jacques was captured, she promised herself, when her parents were avenged, she would address the matter between them. The carriage halted, and she blinked rapidly, then looked eagerly out the window. The door opened, and Merrick stepped out. He held his hand back to her, and she slowly descended the steps. She was home. The palace stood before her, nestled in the bosom of Soleil Mountain. Tears brimmed in her eyes, but she would not allow them to come, not yet. Drawing herself up, she ordered in a clear, loud voice, "Bring Montaigne to me!" The soldiers rushed forward into the palace gates, 6 remaining behind to escort her within. She shrugged away Merrick's hand and strode forward. She entered the great hall, her skirt swinging around her as her determined steps sounded on the highly polished floor. Members of the court, high-ranking officials, lords and ladies alike, gasped in astonishment when their eyes lighted on her. She trailed up the red carpet to stand before the high table, her fists knotted at her sides. "Where is he?" she demanded, her voice echoing across the hall. The Lord of the Order, a man appointed by her own father, stood from his seat, the gavel slipping from his hands. "Princess Isabella," he gasped, "we thought you dead." "As you can see, I am very much alive," she replied. "Now tell me, where is Montaigne?" Silence fell over the hall. Lord Hellwedge cleared his throat nervously. "I do not know, Your Highness. He left not a few minutes ago. We were about to take a vote on whether to change the rule of succession so that a ruler could be crowned without producing the relics." Rage boiled over her. "Well, as you can see, I have returned to assume the throne and to carry out my father's legacy. I have been into the caves, and I have recovered the relics. Tomorrow, according to the supreme laws of Leaudor, I shall be crowned your queen." A gasp went up from the room, and the excited buzz of chatter sounded in her ears. "Yes, of course, Your Highness," Lord Hellwedge said shakily. He rubbed a hand over his forehead, then sat heavily in his chair. She whirled around to face the occupants of the room. "Listen well and heed my words. Anyone associating with or supporting Jacques Montaigne will be branded a traitor and dealt with accordingly." She turned back to eye Lord Hellwedge. "I fully expect you to apprise the rest of the court and army as well that their leader is no longer Jacques Montaigne." "Yes, Your Highness," he said, rising once more and bowing. Simon watched from the back of the room. She was clearly in her element and born to rule. She allowed no one to interfere in her sworn objective, not even him. His heart lay heavy in his chest. Kirk's betrayal weighed mightily on him. His love for Isabella consumed him. Thoughts of his brother tortured him. Simon had killed Edward. He was responsible for his brother's death. If he hadn't been so consumed with proving his worth to his father, he would never have joined the agency. His unwillingness to be the invisible spare had led to the deaths of both Edward and his father. His longing for a family had driven him, and he'd found solace in the camaraderie of the service. Kirk had been a brother to him, the sort of brother and relationship he had longed for within his own family. He closed his eyes, recrimination beating a steady rhythm in his head. That same selfishness had nearly cost Isabella her life as well. He'd been a fool to admit his love for her. The look in her eyes when he had said he meant it told him his admission was just one more burden she would have to bear, in a time when she needed as few as possible. Once he saw her safely on the throne on the morrow, he would slip quietly back to England and continue his work in solitude. "Lord Merrick," a soldier stood before him. "Yes, what is it?" he asked, looking around. "Her Highness wished me to escort you to your chambers so that you might rest. She would enjoy your company for breakfast in the morning." He slowly followed the soldier down the hall. Though ludicrous, his hope was to have spent one more night with her. But of course it wasn't possible. They were in the palace, and she was hours from being crowned queen, hours from saying goodbye. "Your Highness, Montaigne has been detained." Isabella spun around in her chamber to face the captain of the royal guard.
Where is he now?
"He's being held under guard in his chambers. We await your direction." Her lip curled in disgust.
Remove him from his chamber at once. He doesn't deserve such luxury. Place him in the prison cell as you would any other criminal. I will face him tomorrow when I am queen and fully able to mete out punishment according to the law.
"As you wish, Your Highness," he said with a bow. He turned and left the throne room, his steps echoing across the empty room. She watched as he disappeared, then turned back around, wrapping her arms tightly about herself. Her gaze wandered over the dimly lit room her father had spent so much time in, and where he and her mother died. She closed her eyes as hot tears slipped down her cheeks. The memory of that day played over and over in her mind. In slow motion, she saw her mother's body slip lifelessly to the floor beside her father. Her head snapped up as she heard herself scream, heard David cry out. The room spun crazily around her. She could see Jacques' smile of satisfaction, see Stéphane's bloody hand as he held it out in triumph, hear the guards as they closed in around her and David, feel their evil touch. She opened her eyes and looked over to where she had last seen her parents, afraid that she would see their blood still on the floor. But the marble gleamed under the shine of a fresh polish. It was as if they had never been there.
I will avenge you,
she whispered, her words reverberating softly over the quiet room.
He will pay for what he has done. I will not let you down, father.
Her only answer was deafening silence. She walked slowly to the entrance where 2 guards attended her safety. She closed the door softly behind her.
Have someone seal this room,
she said to one of the soldiers.
It will no longer be used.
She walked down the hall to her chambers, her spine stiffening, her shoulders squared. She had laid to rest her parents' memory, and now that Jacques had been captured, she felt the horrible weight begin to dissipate. When she was queen, she would have a memorial service for her parents and brothers, one fitting to their station. She paused outside the chamber she had reserved for Merrick, wanting desperately to go within. She placed a hand on the door, then slowly let it slide down the wood surface. Her heart heavy, she turned away and hurried down to her own quarters. Chapter 25. After a sleepless night, Isabella's anticipation completely encompassed her. Today she would be crowned queen and fulfill her promise to her father. She had spent the better part of the night analyzing her feelings for the Englishman. He consumed her thoughts, her dreams. But dreams were reserved for the lucky, not those bound by destiny. Not even briefly would she consider the possibility of them having any sort of future together. To do so would only bring about the worst kind of heartache. They both had a duty to their countries before all else. And the man she married must, according to Leaudorian law, be a Leaudorian citizen. Any man not born of her country would have to renounce his loyalty to the country of his birth and swear allegiance to Leaudor. Such an easy obstacle in theory, but she knew well Merrick's devotion to the English crown. His sense of duty ran deep. Add to that, he had an English title and an obligation to his dead father to continue the line. The chances of him being willing to relinquish all of that, even for her, seemed non-existent, nor would she accept it. She rose from her bed, shoving all thoughts of Merrick aside. Too much was at stake this day to allow her personal desires to interfere. She was immediately besieged by a bevy of maids as she exited her bedchamber and walked into her sitting room. A flurry of activity erupted as they washed her, dressed her, and did up her hair. As she sat before the vanity while they pinned the last of her curls, she ran her hands over the smooth silk of her dress.
"What time is the coronation?"
she asked the lady who had temporarily been posted as her secretary.
"In 3 hours, Your Highness."
3 hours. Plenty of time for her to breakfast with Merrick before the ceremony. She turned to her secretary.
"Arrange for my breakfast to be taken here in my private sitting room. Send word to Lord Merrick that I should like his presence." "Of course, Your Highness."
Isabella dismissed her maids and waited impatiently for Merrick to arrive. Several minutes later, 3 members of the kitchen staff arrived with trays of food. She watched as they finished arranging the food, then sat down, waiting for Merrick's appearance. Her head snapped up when the door opened, but her hopes were dashed when she saw her secretary reappear.
I was unable to locate Lord Merrick, Your Highness. He was not in his chamber.
She laughed nervously.
Perhaps he is breakfasting in the dining hall, or maybe taking a walk about the gardens. Send one of the guards to search for him.
She waited until the secretary left, then slumped into an armchair. Where was he? She tried to calm her jittery nerves. There was no reason to assume the worst, but it stuck in her mind, refusing to be silent. Had he departed for England? Did he regret his words? Did he truly mean them? Her fingers massaged her temples as the aching in her head increased. How could she rejoice in her success if Merrick wasn't here to share it with her? She leapt out of the chair when a knock sounded at the door. When she opened it, she saw the 2 guards posted outside cross their swords over the entry in a protective manner. A messenger stood before her, and he extended a missive to her. "These just came for you, Your Highness." Attempting to mask her disappointment, she smiled and took the message from him. She retreated into her room and closed the door behind her. She broke the wax seal and unrolled the letter, her eyes narrowing at the manner of address. "Interloper, you dare intrude where you do not belong. If you value the Englishman's life, you will forego the coronation and come at once to the marble cliffs. Come alone or the Englishman will die." It was unsigned. She stared in shock at the words, not fully comprehending them. Someone who? Had Merrick? "To me!" she cried out to her guards. The door flew open and the 2 guards rushed in, their swords drawn. "Find out if Montaigne still resides in his cell," she ordered. "I want the entire grounds searched for Lord Merrick. Report back to me at once with your findings." When the guards left, she summoned the maid who had helped her undress the previous evening. She directed her to find a pair of breeches and a suitable shirt. Not wasting precious time waiting on the maid to return, she quickly tore the dress and trappings from her body and waited in just a chemise for the clothing she had requested. Fear ate at her very soul. If she lost Merrick, she could not go on living. She had lost too much, and he was all she had left, the only person who cared whether she lived or died. She closed her eyes against the horrible images of his death. Death came too readily to mind. She could see it so clearly after witnessing the horror of her parents' murders. Who had done this? Was it a trick to remove her from the palace? If so, where was Merrick? Another knock sounded at her door. "Come," she snapped. "Your Highness, Montaigne is secure in the cell, but there is no sign of Lord Merrick. Shall I dispatch a contingent to find him?" "No," she said sharply, waving her hand dismissively. "You may go now." On the heels of the guard, her maid returned with the clothing. Her eyes widened when she took in Isabella's scantily clad body, but she wisely kept silent. "Leave me," she said brusquely. The maid bowed and backed out of the room. She pulled the breeches and shirt on in seconds, then thrust her feet into a pair of boots. Rushing to the vanity, she yanked the jeweled pins from her hair. She twisted the strands into a thick braid and quickly tied the end. Knowing she had little time, she flung open her door and strode down the hall toward Jacques' cell on the level below. Her guards followed wordlessly behind her. Chances were he would tell her nothing, but she had to try, for Merrick's sake. When she approached the cell, she was surprised by Jacques' appearance. He sat slumped over on the small bench against the wall, his hair unruly and his clothing in disarray. When he heard her, he looked up, his eyes dull and lifeless. "Where is he?" she hissed. He blinked, his eyes not reacting to her command. "Tell me or I will have you killed right now." He rose unsteadily and walked over to grasp the bars where she stood. "Where is who?" "Lord Merrick," she ground out, her patience at its end. The look of puzzlement in his eyes was not feigned. Surely he knew of Merrick. Hadn't Merrick been taken in an effort to free Jacques? He shook his head. "I have no idea who you are talking about." "Bastard," she spat. "Was it not enough that you killed my parents?" Pain, and something that looked remarkably like regret, flashed across his face. "My sins are great, and my time has come to an end. I'll not survive to stand trial. He won't allow it." Her eyes narrowed and she leaned in closer. "Who are you talking about?" Kirk's confusion when Montaigne's name had been mentioned flashed in her mind. Was it possible he had not been acting under Montaigne's orders? Was there more than one faction vying for control of her country? He shook his head again and shuffled back to the bench, leaning over to bury his face in his hands. "Damn you, talk to me." He ignored her, and she swung around in rage, stalking back to her chambers. She had no time to deal with an uncooperative murderer. Merrick's life was in danger, and she must save him. How to get out without being seen? The guards would never let her go out alone. She shut the door to her chambers and crossed the room to her window, peering out at the ground below. While too far to simply jump, she could make her way down the ledge, then drop to the roof of the solarium. From there it was a short distance to the ground. Shoving the window open, she threw her leg over the sill and ducked out. Minutes later, she dropped to the ground and crept stealthily to the stables. Would her prize mare still be there, or would Jacques have ridded the stables of the horses belonging to her family? She bent over and sidled down the stalls, praying the stable-master wouldn't hear her. To her relief, she found Zora in her stall, and the horse neighed and stamped in greeting when Isabella held out her hand. She threw herself on the horse's back and urged her out of the stable. They bolted past a surprised groom, the horse's hooves beating against the ground. They thundered down the mountain and toward the western cliffs. The wind blew cold over her, but she only felt the heavy regret in her heart. Regret that she had never allowed herself to simply love him in return. Regret that she had looked away as he laid his heart in her hands. "I love you."
"I do,"
she whispered, the words spilling from her mouth and disappearing into the wind. God, what a fool she had been. She couldn't countenance a future without him. Future. The word inferred hope, and for the first time she had little. She had castigated Merrick for his lack of faith, but now, in the face of living life without him, she felt hers flagging. God, let him be alive. A short distance from the cliff, she halted the horse and slid from her back. She raced forward, her gaze darting over the terrain, looking for any sign of Merrick or his abductors. As she topped the slope of the cliff, she saw him, bound in a kneeling position on the very edge of the cliff. His arms were pulled behind him and a gag stretched across his mouth. Her relief nearly made her hasty. She pulled up and carefully scanned the area, looking for any signs of danger. The only sound was the ocean crashing below the cliff. Unable to keep from Merrick any longer, she bolted forward. When he saw her, he immediately began twisting, his eyes warning her to stay back, but she couldn't leave him. She dropped to the ground in front of him, her heart nearly bursting with relief. Yanking her dagger from her boot, she reached behind him to hack at the ropes binding him. His muffled protests flooded her ears, and she sat back. "Of course, how stupid of me," she berated herself. She reached up to free his mouth from the cloth. "Isabella, get out of here," he rasped. "Leave this place at once." "I won't leave you," she said fiercely. She reached around to cut the ropes at his arms, but froze when she had a sound behind her. The slow, methodical clapping of hands echoed across the cliff top, and she whirled around. As she took in the man walking from behind a pile of rocks, she swayed, her legs threatening to collapse beneath her. "Well, well, well, baby sister. How nice it is to see you again." Chapter 26. Shock, then euphoria, shot through Isabella. Her brother was alive. "Stefan, how did you—" She broke off, her gaze flitting over his hands, both of which were perfectly intact. "I don't understand," she said numbly. He reacted with no joy to see her alive. On the contrary, his eyes glittered malevolently as he slowly sauntered closer to her. He looked haggard, as though he hadn't slept in days. "I underestimated you, sister dear. I never expected you to become such a problem." She stared dumbly at him. "What are you talking about?" The world moved slowly around her, her befuddled mind straining to make sense of the scene before her. She should be shouting to the mountains, yet everything about this stunning revelation troubled her. "Poor Isabella, you really have no idea, do you?" He smiled snidely, stopping a few feet in front of her. Warning bells clanged loudly in her head. Something was terribly wrong. But seeing her brother alive, realizing that she wasn't alone, clouded the awful truth. It couldn't be. She couldn't believe what stared her in the face. Jacques' strange behavior, Kirk's adamancy that Jacques had nothing to do with his betrayal of Merrick. "Why don't you tell me?" she whispered in a ragged voice. He laughed abrasively. "Surely it is obvious to you." "Why?" she asked, the dread so thick in her voice she nearly choked. "It really doesn't matter why. All that matters is that I take the throne. Montagna put into motion all I needed to set aside the old ways, but you ruined it by appearing with the relics. Relics that should have been mine," he ground out. "Don't be so certain of that," she said softly. He looked oddly at her.
It matters not. Now that you have so graciously retrieved them for me, I can ascend the throne as its rightful heir."
She gazed at him in agony, searching her memories for some small clue to his betrayal. "I loved you, Stefan. Mother and Father loved you. Father was so proud of everything you did. You are the heir. Why murder them?"
Disgust flared in his nostrils, and he snorted derisively. "Father had no confidence that I could complete the quest. He said my heart was not pure, my intentions not righteous. He said I only saw with my eyes, and that a good ruler also saw with his heart." Stefan snorted in derision. Sentimental old fool. He was too rooted in the old ways. I could not allow your David to ascend the throne in my stead. The only way I could prevent that was to get rid of you all, but I couldn't do it alone, so I enlisted the aid of others.
Her chest swelled with sorrow to hear the hatred for their father in his voice, but her sorrow quickly faded as rage mounted in its stead. That her own brother had been responsible for their parents' deaths was too much for her to comprehend. Her hand gripped the handle of the dagger tighter, and she pulled it up to her waist.
"So, you would kill me?" he asked mockingly. With a motion of his hand, 2 soldiers rushed up the incline. They stopped on either side of Merrick, their swords pointed at his chest. "I wouldn't advise doing that," Stefan chided. "It would be a shame for the Englishman to die. Kill him, Isabella."
She blinked in surprise at Merrick's voice. She had forgotten him entirely in the shock of seeing Stefan alive. She glanced between the 2 men, uncertainty flickering in the back of her mind. Then she raised her eyes, slowly, to her brother once more, hatred emanating from every pore. "I could kill you right now," she hissed, pointing the dagger at him.
"But you won't."
He nodded at the 2 men behind her, and she whirled around, expecting an attack. To her horror, one of the soldiers planted a foot in Merrick's chest and sent him toppling over the side of the cliff.
"You may have need of that knife to free your lover," Stefan sneered. "Kill me or save him. It's your choice."
The world slowed around her, her brother's voice a distant echo. Everything came down to this. She could avenge her parents' deaths as she had sworn to do and put a knife through her brother's heart, or she could let him slip through her fingers while she saved Merrick. Revenge or love? Revenge had ruled her for too long. Love was her only chance to live, and she loved Merrick. Loved him as she had never loved anyone else. Slipping the blade of the dagger between her teeth, she bolted past the soldiers and dove cleanly over the side of the cliff. She plunged into the icy waters, the shock of it nearly causing her to inhale. With powerful strokes she pulled herself downward, her eyes searching for Merrick, praying it wasn't too late. Then she saw him bouncing along the bottom, the current pushing him farther out to sea. He struggled against his bonds, his movements jerky like a puppet on strings. She put a hand out to halt his movement, and their eyes locked. Putting her feet down, she dug them into the rocks to prevent herself from being sucked away. She sealed her lips over his and breathed into his mouth. Then she reached around him to free his hands. Working rapidly, she slashed the bonds at his feet and hands. Once the ropes fell away, he kicked off the bottom, propelling himself to the surface. She pushed upward with her arms, intent on following him, but her body was pulled tight. In panic, she looked down to see what held her. Her foot was caught in the rocks. She dropped the dagger and bent over, pulling frantically at her ankle. In her haste to free Merrick, she hadn't even felt the constriction on her foot. She kicked and pulled, her lungs screaming for air. The ocean floor swirled before her, spots dotting her vision. Despair flooded her. After everything she had endured, it appeared she would die after all. Simon burst to the surface, sucking great mouthfuls of precious air. Relief as he had never felt before drained him of strength. Weakly he looked around, waiting for Isabella to break the surface beside him. He wanted nothing more than to take her in his arms and tell her how much he loved her. He struck at the water with his arms as he twisted round and round in search of her. Fear constricted his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs. She should have surfaced by now. His heart thumping painfully in his chest, he took in a great gulp of air and dove beneath the surface. He swam quickly down, looking for sign of her. She was where he had left her, her braid floating eerily about her head. She struggled weakly, pulling in vain at her foot. He slammed into her, and as she had done for him, he breathed into her mouth, offering a much-needed burst of air. But she didn't respond. Her body went limp against him. Not caring if he ripped her foot completely from her body, he reached down and yanked with all his might. All that mattered was that he get her to the surface immediately. Her ankle came free, and he rushed them to the surface, his arm tightly wrapped around her waist. When they bobbed above the water, he grasped her face in his hands and shouted at her, "Isabella! Isabella!" Her face was ashen, and worse, she didn't breathe. With strength and speed he didn't know he possessed, he churned down the shoreline where the great wall of the cliff gave way to a small stretch of beach. Seconds later he pulled her limp body from the water and laid her on the sand. Tears rolled down his face, mixing with the water that cascaded from his hair. She had to live. He couldn't go on without her. Taking her by the shoulders, he shook her, trying to do anything to awaken her. He turned her over and pounded on her back. His despair mounted when she remained motionless. Gathering her in his arms, he smashed his mouth to hers and forced breath into her lungs. But still she didn't move. He could feel the life ripping from his chest, the pain so agonizing he could scarcely breathe. Nothing in his life compared to this, not losing his brother, not losing his father, not even the awful revelation of Kirk's betrayal. Breathing once more into her mouth, he lifted his head, despair creeping into his heart. "No!" he screamed, raising his head to the sky. Tears continued down his face, the wind blowing cold on his cheeks. Lowering his head, he gave in to the great sobs that built within him. He stared in shock at her beautiful face, then slowly slid his face down to her chest. He buried his head against her, allowing the sobs to tear painfully from his throat. Then he felt it, the faint but steady rhythm of her heart. Thinking he imagined it, he pressed his ear to her chest and willed the world to still around him so he could detect a beat. But no, there it was again. She wasn't dead, but she wasn't breathing. Knowing she needed life-giving air, he bent and began breathing into her mouth in intervals. After several seconds, she lurched up, water erupting from her mouth. He held her tightly as she heaved, her body racked by the violent expulsion of the sea water from her lungs and stomach. When she had ridded herself of the water, she coughed weakly, slumped against his chest. He felt her open her mouth to speak, but he hushed her. "Don't speak. Just rest." He lovingly smoothed a few tendrils of hair from her temple, then pressed tender kisses to her forehead. His tears of anguish now turned to tears of relief and overwhelming joy as she recovered in his embrace. Faster they came until she wept in earnest. She looked up at him, tears pooling in her own eyes.
"I thought I had lost you,"
she said hoarsely, her voice cracking. "It is I who almost lost everything," he whispered. "I couldn't bear it if you sacrificed yourself for me." She struggled to sit up, and he loosened his hold on her.
"There is something I would say, Merrick. Something I should have said yesterday, but I stubbornly refused to focus on anything but my revenge and ascending the throne."
She broke off into another coughing fit, and he rubbed his hand up and down her back to soothe her. She shook violently from the cold. "Shh," he soothed. "Don't try to speak."
"No, there is something I must tell you,"
she choked out. "We can talk later," he said firmly, wanting only for her to rest and recover. He held her tightly against him, desperately trying to infuse his warmth into her body. He needed to hold her, to convince himself she was alive. She clung just as fiercely to him, her body trembling with the cold. Knowing she needed immediate attention, he rose and scooped her up in his arms. He stumbled forward, his feet slogging through the wet sand. He must get to the monastery as quickly as possible. Father Ling could help them. Her hands crept tighter around his neck, and she closed her eyes so that he could no longer see the sorrow reflected there, but it hung over her like a thickly cut veil. He tightened his grip on her, his heart aching for the hurt she felt, for the horrible betrayal they both had suffered. His eyes still closed, she murmured in a choking voice,
"My brother, Stefan, he murdered my parents, David. God, how could he? What could have made him do such a thing? The awful things he said about father, none of it makes sense. Why murder mother? Why worry over David or me?"
"I propose we find out," he said grimly.
"Yes," she said slowly. "We should get to the palace as quickly as possible and put an end to this madness."
He halted his progress and stared intently down at her. "You aren't alone, Isabella. I won't leave you. We will do this together." She stared back at him, her eyes boring into his until he could feel her in every part of his soul.
"And why do you help me, Merrick? Do you do so for England, or do you help me?"
He allowed her to slide from his grip until she stood before him on shaky legs. Then he crushed her to him, his mouth slanting over hers. The little fool. Had she no idea how much he loved her, that his heart beat only for her?
He kissed her wildly, having no patience for more wooing embraces.
"England?" he asked with a ragged breath as he pulled away. "I'm not sure I've ever heard of such a place."
She threw her arms tightly around him, and he could feel her tears against his neck. Suddenly all the times he had spoken of England and his duty came back to him, her stiffness, the hurt in her eyes.
"I do this as much for you as I do for England," he said softly, surprising himself with the admission.
For the first time since he had taken up the cause of England's protection, he was placing equal importance on something else. Not something, someone.
"Can you walk?" he asked. "Or should I carry you?"
"I can walk," she murmured.
They started forward once more, nagging doubt assailing him. The farther they walked, the bigger the knot grew in his stomach. Was the idea of it failing in his duty? No, it couldn't be. He wouldn't allow for failure. He'd come too far to concede to misgivings. He would see to England's protection no matter the result in Leaudor. So what bothered him? What had his chest clenched with dread, his hands shaky? They walked in silence, drawing closer to the monastery. Then it hit him like a ton of stone blocks. She had never said she loved him.
Chapter 27. Isabella and Merrick trudged through the thick brush that shielded the stretch of beach where the secret passageway from the monastery came out. She hoped they would be able to gain access through the tunnel, because she knew going to the gate would be suicide. As they shoved aside another thatch of bushes, the landscape fell away to the sandy soil of the beach. She shouldn't have been surprised to see Father Ling standing on the beach, but she was. He watched them approach, his robe swirling in the breeze. He made no move toward them, but waited until they drew abreast of him before he acknowledged them. Sadness rimmed his eyes as he reached for Isabella's hands. "You have seen Prince Stefan." Unable to speak, she nodded. He motioned toward the rock outcropping that hid the entrance to the tunnel. "Come, there is much we need to discuss." She and Merrick followed the monk down the long tunnel until they were well into the monastery. When they entered the main hall, Father Ling turned to Merrick. "My brethren will see to your needs. I have need to speak to the princess." He spoke dismissively, to Isabella's surprise. He had never sought to exclude Merrick from any of their conversations, and it puzzled her now. Merrick merely nodded and turned to the two monks who waited to escort him away. Father Ling motioned her forward, and they walked into a small chamber she believed must be his private quarters. She sank wearily onto the silken pallet in the middle of the room and waited as he sat cross-legged in front of her. Her mind swam in a crazy pattern, her head throbbing with each movement she made. So much had happened since she set foot back on her home soil. She wondered if she had stepped into some bizarre nightmare, and if she had, when would she wake up? Father Ling probed her with his all-knowing eyes. "I am sorry for your pain, Your Highness." The knot grew bigger in her throat. She would not cry. She would not.
"Thank you,"
she croaked. "Your father had concerns about Prince Stefan," he said gravely.
"How long?"
she asked, unwilling to believe she was the only one not to have seen Stefan for who he was. "For some time." She blew out her breath in a long puff.
"I don't understand."
"He worried for your and David's safety," Father Ling added, watching her closely. She opened her mouth and closed it in rapid succession.
"Father suspected Stefan might do something horrible?"
She shook her head in silent denial.
"Why?"
Even though he had done more than horrible, how could any one word describe the atrocities he had committed? But that anyone might have suspected, it was more than she could imagine. "Your father was ill, Your Highness. He didn't want you or David to know. Not at first."
"Ill? How ill?"
"Sick enough that he knew he would not be able to perform the duties of the crown for much longer," Father Ling said quietly. "He sent Stefan here to secretly seek the relics in the sacred quest. King Fernando's hope was that Stefan would be successful and could succeed him to the throne despite his misgivings."
"But I don't understand."
"He failed," Father Ling said. "He chose the relics."
Isabella stared at the monk in shock. That Stefan had embarked on the quest and failed was more than she could comprehend, but it was all beginning to make sense. What else would make Stefan so desperate? She had thought it insane for him to go to such lengths to procure a crown that would be his anyway. She had never dreamed he had been removed from consideration, which meant that she or David would have been the next ruler behind their father.
Stefan, who had spent a lifetime preparing for nothing else than to rule, it must have destroyed him.
Your father saw the darkness growing within the young prince,
Father Ling said solemnly.
the restlessness, the haste to make bad decisions. Your father had hoped he was wrong, but in the end he was proved right when Prince Stefan failed in the quest. After his failure, the prince was unapproachable. He sequestered himself for days, refusing to see anyone. Your father realized he would have to do something to ensure the safety of the rest of the family. But before he could act, he broke off. You know the rest, he said quietly.
Isabella knotted her fingers into a fist and pressed her knuckles to her lips. If only she had known, she could have prevented the deaths of her parents.
You could not have prevented that which was fated to be, Father Ling said softly.
She looked up at him, the knowledge burning in his wise old eyes.
Tell me, Father, what is fated to be? Will I be queen?
He looked sadly at her.
You know I cannot reveal the future, even if I knew such matters.
She looked down, sadness, fatigue, despair creeping over her, invading every corner of her soul.
What troubles you most, my child? He asked.
She flinched as the question intruded on the heart of just what troubled her. Merrick. How did he fit into the equation? She had yet to tell him of her feelings, hadn't finished sorting them out for herself.
I love him, Father,
she said simply.
He is a good man.
She raised her eyes to meet his once more.
Yes, but is it enough?
The monk's expression softened.
What is it that you are really asking?
She sighed and covered her face with her hands, rubbing her eyes with slow circular movements.
I don't know what to do,
she said helplessly.
I think you do, he said gently.
She raised her head and looked questioningly at him.
You are who you are, and he is who he is, Father Ling said,
an enigmatic expression on his face.
You would not want half a man. He would not be happy with half a woman.
Her brow furrowed and she pursed her lips in confusion. She was too tired to decipher riddles. A knock sounded at the chamber door and another monk appeared.
Father, the captain is here at your request.
Ah, good, Father Ling said, nodding his head approvingly.
Tell the captain we will join him shortly.
He turned back to Isabella.
We must hurry if we are to prevent Prince Stefan from taking the throne. His coronation is set for an hour's time.
Stefan has already planned his coronation, she demanded,
sitting upright on the pallet. Father Ling nodded.
That is why I have summoned the captain of the royal guard here. We must act quickly.
But he failed the quest,
she exclaimed.
How can he be crowned if he doesn't produce the relics?
Desperation always makes a way, Father Ling replied. He has bent many of the order to his cause. They will vote to rescind the laws regarding succession.
Over my dead body,
she vowed, launching herself to a standing position. A small smile curved the monk's lips upward.
Come then, we have much to discuss with the captain.
Simon paced impatiently in the main hall, waiting for Isabella and Father Ling to reappear. He felt completely at odds with himself, a sensation that was foreign. He hadn't suffered such a battery of emotions since learning of his brother's suicide. He didn't regret telling her he loved her, even if it was something she didn't want to hear. But what he thought would free him had instead lain a heavier burden on his heart. He hadn't really considered that she didn't return his feelings, and now that he considered the possibility, the slow burn of disappointment snaked its way through his heart. He looked up as Isabella and Father Ling strode into the room, followed by a man in military uniform. He started toward Isabella but held himself in check. He waited instead for them to gather in the center.
Lord Merrick, I apologize for your wait, Father Ling said with a bow of his head. I fear I had rather distressing news for Her Highness, news that she must hear.
Simon tensed and looked searchingly at Isabella's strained features. What news had the monk imparted? The pain etched into her brow squeezed incessantly at his entrails. He wanted to reach out and hold her, soothe the worry lines in her face. The monk gestured for the soldier to come forward.
Your Highness, this is Captain Lucien Montfort, captain of the Royal Guard.
The captain knelt in front of Isabella and laid his sword at her feet. Then he looked up at her and placed a fist over his heart.
I am here to serve, Your Highness.
Her smile didn't reach her eyes, though she tried valiantly. Simon watched her struggle with her emotions as she reached out to touch the man's shoulder.
"Thank you,"
she said in a wavering voice.
Prince Stefan's coronation is set within the hour, Father Ling spoke up. We must stop him.
"I must challenge him,"
Isabella said quietly.
Aye, you must, Father Ling said in a solemn voice.
Simon stared at them, thoroughly confused by her statement. Challenge him? He didn't like the sound of it. He much preferred a plan that called for them rushing in, pistols firing. Isabella nodded, her mouth set in a firm line.
"I would be asking him to prove his claim by fighting me," she said. "Winner takes all. May the righteous prevail."
He frowned. No, he didn't like it at all. Sounded positively medieval. And what if you lose?
"The idea is that good will overcome evil. Therefore the winner is the one in the right."
May the righteous prevail, Father Ling echoed.
That's absurd, Simon said in disbelief. Fear threatened to smother him entirely. The idea of Isabella honourably challenging her treacherous brother ran his blood cold.
"I don't expect you to understand,"
she said, recounting words she had said to him on more than one occasion. "Don't," he cut in. "This isn't about me understanding your customs. It's about reality. You can't expect your brother to play by the rules. He won't act honourably. He'll do whatever necessary to remove you as a threat, the only threat to his being crowned king. He's already killed your parents and David. He won't so much as blink over killing you. I'd prefer to kill the bastard myself and get it over with," he added after a pause.
"I must do it myself," she said firmly. "No matter how you may want to help, it is something that I must do on my own, even if I die trying."
Her words sent chilling fear down his spine. She placed her hand over his and smiled sadly.
"I now know how you must have felt when Kirk betrayed you. I cannot ever remember feeling such awful pain as when I learned of Stefan's perfidy. I don't know that it shall ever go away."
He squeezed her hand, his chest tightening as he digested what she asked of him. "Asking me to stand idly by while you place your life in jeopardy is to ask me to cut out my own heart. I can do neither." Father Ling placed a hand on Simon's arm.
"All will be well, my son. You must have faith."
He glanced up at the monk, at the knowledge in his eyes. Then he looked back at Isabella, remembering his earlier words to her, that he had faith in her, had him cursing to himself. He was well and truly caught. He could not protest her choice when he had voiced his faith in her in the caves. "I have faith in you, Isabella," he said in a low voice. He eyed Father Ling, who looked a bit too smug at Simon's proclamation. "Do you have a plan for how we will prevent Stefan's coronation?" "I would hear your thoughts," the monk said evenly. The two men stared at one another for a long moment. The monk was allowing Simon a way to protect Isabella. He nodded at the monk, then focused his attention on the matter at hand. "Where is the coronation to be held?" Simon asked.
"In the town square. The townspeople will be summoned so that he may gain their support," Father Ling replied.
Simon rubbed his chin thoughtfully and glanced over at Isabella. She was pale, but determination sparked in her eyes. Her gaze sought his as she waited for him to speak. "How large a contingent do you command?" he asked the captain.
100 men comprise the royal guard. Our only duty is the safety of the royal family."
"And how many are loyal to Prince Stefan?" Simon asked. The captain's eyes grew steely.
"My men follow me. I follow Princess Isabella."
Merrick nodded, impressed by the man's loyalty. "Can you plan a large distraction, Father?" The monk smiled.
"Of that you may be certain."
"Captain, direct your men to protect Stefan as they would if he were the rightful heir. Only when Princess Isabella makes her appearance do you let your allegiance be known. Then see to her protection at all costs." The captain nodded.
"It will be done."
He turned to Isabella. "If you are set on challenging your brother, it must be after all other threat has been eliminated. The royal guard will be responsible for evening the odds."
"I won't fail,"
she said, determination flooding her voice. "I know you won't," he said softly. He looked around at the others. "We haven't much time." The captain bowed to Isabella and hurried from the room. Father Ling swept after the captain to gather the other monks. The only two remaining were him and Isabella. He gathered her hands in his and pulled her closer. He was at a loss as to what to say to her. The task ahead of her was enormous, and though he had faith in her abilities, madness had a way of empowering an individual. Her brother would not be easy to defeat. I would thank you, Merrick, she said softly. Irritation surged through his veins. Frustration. It's not your thanks I want, Isabella. She looked away, turned away from him, her expression uncertain. Guilt plagued him. She should be focusing on her upcoming challenge, not be distracted by his needs. Forget I said anything, he murmured. You should direct all your energy to the upcoming challenge. He motioned for her to precede him from the room, and they trailed after Father Ling. Relief shadowed her face, which only served to darken his mood. Chapter 28. Their path to the platform in the middle of the town square was impossible. Guards lined the perimeter, making it difficult for anyone to come from the crowd. Intermixed in the throng were several soldiers, all keeping a keen eye on the villagers gathered for the coronation. Isabella stood anxiously beside Merrick, awaiting the distraction the monks had planned. She surveyed the platform where the royal guard stood at attention. At the forefront stood Stefan, his expression triumphant. Anger shook her when she saw he wore the same ceremonial robe her father had worn at his coronation. Merrick's hand closed over her arm, soothing her wrought nerves. Her eyes narrowed when she saw the members of the order standing shoulder to shoulder behind Stefan. Isabella stiffened. Were they there to proclaim that the old ways would be done away with? Not if she could help it. She glanced around anxiously, wondering when the distraction the monks had planned would take place. It won't be long, Merrick murmured beside her. My fellow countrymen, O citizens of Leaudor, gather around and hear me. Isabella whirled back around to face the platform as Stefan spoke. He stood with his arms raised, trying to quiet the crowd. I have grievous news and a story to tell as well. Several months ago, King Fernando and Queen Marie-Claire were ruthlessly assassinated. My mother and father, he said in a choked voice. The assassins tried to kill me as well, but I escaped. I've remained in hiding all these months in an attempt to find and punish the ones responsible for throwing our country into turmoil. And, he said, drawing out the last word, to my shock and horror, I discovered that Princess Isabella, my beloved sister, was behind this sordid plot. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of shouts, questions, and exclamations of disbelief. Isabella clenched her fists and tried desperately to control the red-hot rage that rolled over her. Beside her, Merrick's arm tightened about her, and she knew he sought to contain a rash reaction. She conspired with the Prince Regent in a plan to hand over Leaudor to the English. Indeed, when my brother, Prince David, went to England in an attempt to stop her, he was killed as soon as he set foot on British soil. The crowd became angry, many shouting insults against the English, others cursing Princess Isabella for her treachery. Again Stefan held his hands high. Fear not, for you have all been avenged this day. As she met her English partner outside the palace to seal their agreement, she fell to her death from the marble cliffs. I, as the rightful heir to the Leaudorian throne, am here to take the crown. We will band together with our brothers the French and repay England for the injustices that have been carried out against us. Isabella gasped. This was a disaster. Not only had he turned the entire country against her, but now he proposed to throw them into war against England, a pawn in Bonaparte's egotistical aspirations of glory. She stole our sacred relics from the cliffs in an attempt to gain the throne. I have gathered the order so that we might begin a new day in Leaudorian history, break free from outdated traditions. Will you support me and accept me as your king as we forge our way into a new era? The crowd roared their approval, shoving fists into the air and letting loose a series of whistles.
We cannot wait any longer, Isabella hissed. The crowd will never accept my word.
No sooner had the words left her lips than an explosion rocked the area. Screams filled the air as people swarmed in all directions. Isabella whirled to see a plume of smoke rising from the far perimeter of the gathering. Merrick grinned. I knew we could count on Father Ling. The soldiers lining the platform leaped into action, pouring back to where the smoke filled the air. Seizing that opportunity, Merrick and Isabella rushed forward, against the tide of people running from the platform. The royal guard stood stoically to the side of Stefan until Merrick put his hands down for Isabella to step on. He launched her up to the platform. The captain shouted an order, and they quickly converged on her, surrounding her with swords drawn. For a moment, a satisfied expression settled on Stefan's face, until the soldiers turned outward, signaling that they were protecting her, not apprehending her. Around them the screams died and the people calmed. Then an excited buzz rose as they recognized their princess. One by one they filtered back to the village centre as if realizing the significance of what was about to occur. "'Tis the princess!" someone shouted. A murmur went up, and the villagers surged even closer. "Seize the traitor!" Stefan shouted. He glanced wildly around, evidently realizing the absurdity of his order. There was no one to apprehend her. An uneasy titter swept through the crowd. Isabella stared serenely at Stefan, her head held high. Beside her, Merrick stood, a menacing barrier between her and anyone who would try to harm her. His presence buoyed her in a way the soldiers surrounding her couldn't. She stepped forward, ducking the swords drawn to protect her.
"I challenge you as set forward in the laws of the righteous."
Stefan stared disbelievingly at her, then burst into laughter. "You challenge me?"
"What are you afraid of?"
she asked, her voice carrying over the hushed crowd.
"You have made many claims this day. If you are right, God will be on your side and you will prevail."
The crowd murmured, a current of approval racing through the villagers. Stefan emitted a harsh laugh. "The old ways are gone. The Order has voted to do away with them." He turned to the crowd. "The truth, though painful, is that my sister murdered our parents and our younger brother." A collective gasp went up from the crowd. Angry murmurs quickly followed, and the villagers pressed closer to the platform. The guards moved forward, once more encompassing Isabella in their fold. Father Ling stepped regally onto the platform and held up his hands for silence. Leaudorians were reverent of Father Ling, and now they were wildly curious as to what he would say. They pressed closer still, ignoring the band of soldiers who struggled to return to the platform after investigating the explosion. "Much has been said of betrayal," Father Ling said calmly. "The people of Leaudor deserve to know who is just and who is not. Do you refuse Princess Isabella's challenge, Prince Stefan? Do you forego the opportunity to prove your claims?" "Proving my claims is not necessary when the Order knows who the traitor is," Stefan spoke out, his breath coming in rapid bursts. Sweat beaded his forehead, and he rubbed his face nervously. "They have proclaimed the old ways dead. I am the rightful king."
"He failed the quest," Isabella announced. "Regardless of what the Order proclaimed, they did so under the direction of a man who's not qualified to rule."
"How did you know that?" Stefan choked out, anger wild in his eyes.
"You chose wrong," she said calmly. "In the final chamber. That is why you failed the quest. Father was right. A good ruler must also see with his heart, not just his eyes."
"It matters not," he hissed. "I will be king."
"I issued a challenge," she said. "Do you accept, or do you show the Leaudorian people who the true traitor is?"
Panic flared in his eyes as he realized he was well and truly caught. If he refused, it would appear that he had something to hide. He would have no choice but to accept. Behind Stefan, the members of the Order exchanged uneasy glances. Doubt clearly registered on their expressions as they witnessed the scene before them. "By what right do you make such a challenge?" Lord Helwedge spoke up. She turned and fixed her stare on the members of the Order assembled.
"My right as the true ruler of this country," she said icily. "By what right do you change our laws?"
He shifted uncomfortably under her scrutiny, and his gaze flitted over the other members. None of them stepped forward, nor would they meet her stare. "Perhaps we were a bit hasty in our decision," Lord Helwedge said, clearing his throat nervously. Father Ling stepped forward. "The princess has issued a challenge as afforded to her in our laws. Do you seek to deny her?" Lord Helwedge swallowed, then looked over at Stefan. "Do you accept the challenge issued before you?" "You can't condone this," Stefan cried. "You cannot allow her to get away with her treachery." "May the righteous prevail," Lord Helwedge announced, backing away. Stefan turned to her, hatred burning in his eyes. "You will regret making such a foolhardy challenge," he hissed. "Make the circle," Father Ling called out. The members of the Order filed solemnly from their positions at the back of the platform and formed a circle around her and Stefan. From beyond the circle, Merrick fixed her with his gaze, his eyes lending her his strength. She took in a deep breath and nodded at him. She would prevail. Everything rode on her success. Fatherling stepped forward and offered a blessing over her, then faded back from the circle. Stefan's face flushed red at the monk's slight and the message it sent to the observers. They circled one another warily. Isabella thought back to all Fatherling had taught her. She'd been an apt pupil, soaking up the ancient traditions, but the lessons learned had never been more important than at this moment. Stefan struck first, swinging his leg out. She easily blocked it with her hand and quickly struck a blow to his ribs with her foot. Bouncing up on her toes, she danced around him, looking for another opening. He faked left, then straightened, throwing first his left, then his right hand. She jerked her head back, effectively dodging both swings, but his leg arched in a precise kick, catching her in the shoulder. Stumbling back, she moved to the side and resumed her stance.
"Out of practice, brother," she taunted. "You kick like a weak woman. Surely you can do better than that."
His eyes narrowed and he lashed out in anger, punching his fist toward her face. She caught his wrist with one hand and brought her knee into his gut, using his momentum to carry him forward. He grunted in pain, and she slid her leg down to sweep his feet from underneath him. He landed with a thump on the floor, rolling quickly away from her. Slowly he stood up, rubbing his abdomen. They circled again, each measuring the other. She faked several punches in order to get him to react. When his hands lowered, she threw her palm forward, connecting with his chin. His head snapped back, and he brought the back of his hand up to wipe his mouth. Blood smeared from his lip, and he stared in disbelief at the red trail on his hand. Foregoing any pretense of traditional fighting, he lunged at her with a roar. His arms closed around her, and he drove her to the floor, landing painfully atop her. Her breath left her in one long whoosh. Gasping for air, she jammed her knee up between his legs. He howled in pain and rolled away from her. She scrambled up, using the opportunity to catch her breath. Stefan stood up, his face still drawn in agony. As she closed in to land another blow, he caught her in the face with his fist, sending her reeling back into the men who formed the circle. They caught her before she fell and pushed her back into the ring. Blood ran from her own mouth now, but she didn't bother to wipe it. She exploded in a flurry of action, pushing her brother back as she landed a series of punches and kicks. Pressed against the men, he caught her ankle and yanked her into the air. She landed with a painful thud to the floor, and he jumped down on her, a knife suddenly appearing in his hand. She caught his wrist as he plunged it downward, his intent to drive the knife into her heart. Merrick was right. Stefan would not fight her honorably. He would do whatever necessary to achieve his goal. Sadness pierced her heart in place of the dagger's blade. Her brother, her childhood confidant and protector, a person she had mourned deeply for, would kill her without thought. Sweat poured from her face as she struggled to keep the knife from descending into her flesh. But he was just as determined to end her life as she was to stay alive. Their eyes connected, and the moment seemed frozen in time. She searched the depths of his ocean-green eyes just like hers, for some semblance of the man she knew, but all that stared back at her was madness. She reared back and slammed her head into his. Pain exploded through her skull, but it had an equally devastating effect on Stefan. The knife clattered to the floor and he rolled away, blood pouring from his eye. Still lying on the floor, she rotated with lightning speed and kicked him in the side of the head. She bounced up, her other foot catching him under the chin on her way up. His body arched, and he flipped over onto his back with the force of her kick. She reached down and grasped the knife, the temptation to end his life so strong she nearly plunged it down into his heart. Putting a tight rein on her emotions, she leaped on him and wedged her forearm under his chin, pressing into his throat so he was unable to draw breath. She held the point of the knife to his chest and straddled his body.
"Tell me of your arrangement with the French. Did you enter into a devil's bargain with them to secure Bonaparte's escape?"
He attempted a laugh, though the sound gurgled out of his throat. "I entered into no such bargain. His supporters needed money to free him. I supplied it, in return for their help in removing certain members of Leaudor's ruling family. What they do afterwards is of no consequence to me."
"When is his escape planned?"
she demanded. He smiled an evil, triumphant smile. "You are too late."
"I should kill you," she whispered, loosening her hold on the knife. "You don't deserve to live."
"Then do it," he taunted, sucking in a deep breath as the pressure against his throat was lessened. "End my miserable life. You know you want the throne as badly as I do. Kill me and it will be yours." She shook her head and slowly rose.
"I'm not like you. I'm not willing to kill for personal gain."
She stepped back, her rage leaving her in one fell swoop. She had dreamed of this moment, of having revenge for the deaths of her parents. So many times she had imagined ending the life of the person responsible. But now, when it was all within her reach, she couldn't bring herself to do it. It would make her no better than Stefan.
"I claim victory," she said calmly, "for I could have killed you, but I want you to live with what you have done. I want you to rot in prison. I want your last thoughts before you go to sleep at night to be of the mother and father you killed in order to take something that was not yours."
"Kill me," he said, raising his head. "I won't go to prison."
"You have no choice," she replied. "Everyone here has heard of your deeds."
She dropped the knife at her feet as the royal guard surged forward to apprehend Stefan. Strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, and she looked up to see Merrick standing beside her, his eyes dark with concern. She wiped the blood at her mouth with the back of her hand and let out her pent-up breath in a long, painful sigh.
"It's over."
"Yes," Merrick said quietly. Father Ling held up his hands once more, and all attention turned to him. He spoke softly, and everyone strained to hear. "I stand before you as witness to Princess Isabella's completion of the requirements to ascend the throne. She journeyed into the caves and returned triumphant. She is truly worthy to be queen and the rightful heir. Her heart is pure, and she is free of the betrayals that have rocked our nation." He turned to face Isabella. "If you would kneel so that I may place the crown on your head, I would offer blessing on your reign and pronounce you Queen of Leaudor."
She hesitated for a moment, the enormity of the event overwhelming her. She had done it, avenged her mother and father. Hot tears slipped down her cheeks and the crowd blurred before her. Merrick urged her forward, his hand steadying her. On shaky legs she knelt in front of Father Ling and bowed her head. Father Ling turned to address the crowd.
"Hear me, people of Leaudor. Today the righteous have prevailed. Princess Isabella shall heretofore be called Queen Isabella. Long may she reign."
A monk beside him produced a brilliantly cut tiara, and Father Ling gently placed it atop Isabella's head. Then he offered her his hand and helped her rise. He then bowed before her.
"I give you Queen Isabella Genevieve Elizabeth Chastain."
The crowd erupted in cheers.
"You should remove her to the palace as quickly as possible," Father Ling said to Merrick.
Merrick nodded and wrapped a protective arm around her. He led her gently toward the edge of the platform. As they passed Stefan, hatred twisted the features of his face into an ugly mask. In a flurry of movement, he broke away from the soldier who held him and pulled a small pistol from his pants. The world slowed around Isabella. She watched in horror as Stefan raised his gun and pointed it in her and Merrick's direction. A loud crack split the air, and she felt herself falling as Merrick shoved her down. Pain seared her arm, and she heard Merrick curse loudly above her. She gripped her arm and felt something warm and sticky. She pulled her hand away and stared in amazement at her own blood. Another shot sounded, and she turned to see Stefan fall a few feet away, a red stain rapidly spreading on his chest. She struggled to sit up, the pain piercing the haze of confusion surrounding her.
"Lie still," Merrick commanded.
"No, I must speak to him before he dies,"
she protested, pushing herself up. Gripping her arm to staunch the flow of blood, she stumbled over to where Stefan lay. His skin was chalky, his face bathed in sweat. Blood poured from the wound in his chest, pooling around him on the platform. He turned glassy eyes to her, so much pain mirrored in their depths. He coughed, his body jerking with the movement. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth.
"I'm sorry," he whispered. "Don't speak," she said, tears clouding her vision.
He coughed again, more blood spilling from his mouth. "If only he had believed in me," he said raggedly, "I would have done anything to please him."
She pressed a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob. "Oh, Stefan."
He wasn't even surprised when I failed. I saw his eyes."
Stefan's voice trailed away. Tears slipped down his cheek to mix with the blood surrounding him.
"I hated him for that."
Isabella no longer tried to contain the sobs building in her throat. Raw, guttural anguish ripped from her heart as she watched her brother draw his last breath. His chest rose and then stuttered, paused, then fell one last time, never to rise again. His head lolled to the side as he stared out over the crowd with lifeless eyes.
With a trembling hand, she reached out and gently shut his eyes. "May God have mercy on you," she whispered. Strong, comforting arms wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her to a standing position. Merrick guided her away from Stefan, but she looked back one last time. "Come, Isabella," Merrick said gently. "You need immediate attention." She allowed herself to be led from the platform and to the royal coach positioned at the edge of the crowd. The villagers parted, bowing as she walked by, but she didn't acknowledge them, so great was her shock, her anguish, her utter heartbreak. Merrick assisted her into the carriage, then slipped in beside her. "It's over now, Isabella. No one can hurt you anymore." She blinked and focused on his beloved face. Hurt? She didn't think she could possibly hurt more than she did at this moment. She nestled against him, ignoring the throbbing in her arm. It was a short ride to the palace. She would enjoy the precious few moments in his arms. Chapter 29. Isabella sat in her private quarters, the room chaotic around her. The royal guard had fanned out and secured the palace, banning the members of the order from returning. Servants rushed back and forth bearing water and bandages in response to Merrick's barked orders. He looked so fierce, completely in command of the situation. Yet when he focused his attention on her, his demeanor changed completely. "Hold still," he directed. He gently pulled the sleeve of her shirt away from her wound. "It's just a graze," he said as he began washing the blood away. He had insisted on seeing to her care himself, shunning offers to summon the royal physician. His touch warmed her, comforted her in a way no doctor could. She winced slightly as he wrapped a dressing around her arm. "Are you all right?" he asked, and she knew he wasn't only asking about her injury. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. His eyes glowed with concern as he leaned in, capturing her lips in the softest of kisses. He seemed to realize that with only the slightest provocation she would shatter into a million pieces. Featherlight, his lips skimmed across hers, then to her cheek, where he captured a tear that trailed down. "Your Majesty, I bring news," Lucien Montfort announced from the doorway. He bowed when he looked up. She motioned him over, and Merrick moved to sit beside her on the settee. "Jacques Montaigne was found dead in his cell." Isabella blinked in surprise, remembering Jacques' earlier prediction that he wouldn't live. "How?" she demanded. "Suicide. He hanged himself." She shook her head. Either he hadn't been able to live with his guilt, or he realized Stefan had not been successful in his bid for the throne. "That's not all, Your Majesty. We found a letter of confession in his cell. He requested ink and paper not an hour before he was found dead." "What does it say?" Merrick spoke up. "The plan to free Bonaparte is real. There are detailed plans and dates listed in the letter," the captain replied. "I need that letter," Merrick said grimly. The captain held out the paper and Merrick rose, retrieving it from the captain's outstretched hand. Isabella watched the transformation from her gentle protector to a man with the defense of his country uppermost on his mind. He spoke in low tones to the captain as they studied the letter. She should be listening, planning with them. As queen, the protection of her own nation should be at the forefront of her thoughts. Instead, her entire being was focused on Father Ling's words. "He is who he is. You are who you are. You would not be happy with half a man." She closed her eyes, her heart screaming a litany of no's. Father Ling was right. What she hadn't understood then was crystal clear to her now. She opened her eyes and balled her fingers into fists. Nothing in her life, not the deaths of her parents, not Stefan's betrayal, had prepared her for what she must do now. "You must return to England," she said softly, careful to keep the tremble from her voice. Merrick turned to her, his eyes heavy with regret. "Yes, Bonaparte's planned escape could spell disaster for England, for France if it is not prevented. I must carry what I know to the regent, to Castlereagh." She nodded, too afraid to betray herself by speaking. "But I shall return, Isabella." He stared at her, determination rigidly set into his features. She knew he spoke the truth. He would not lie to her, betray her, which made it all the more difficult for her to lie to him. She could not allow him to give up what made him who he was, even for her. Everything she most admired about him would be forfeit. How long would they exist before he regretted his decision to leave England? to give up his life's pursuit. Half a man. No, she couldn't accept anything less than his entire being, and half of him would always belong to England. "No," she said. Simon stared at her, sure he hadn't heard correctly, but the painful thudding in his chest told him he had. "You don't want me to return." He said it, not as a question, but as a statement. She looked away, then drew herself up firmly and faced him again. "Your duty is to England as my duty is to Leaudor. Neither of us can compromise that aim. We can never be," she said quietly. He struggled with the magnitude of what she was saying. Until a few moments ago he hadn't known himself that he was capable of giving up everything that he was to be with someone he loved. But when faced with the prospect of leaving her, he only knew he must return. He could not be without her, whatever that entailed. "Look at me, Isabella. Look at me," he said when her gaze fluttered briefly over his face. "Look me in the eye and tell me you don't want me, want us, that you don't love me." She had never returned his sentiment. He looked away when he confirmed his declaration. He had to know. Was he so horribly wrong? Had he thought he finally realized the true depth and scope of loving another person only to realize how very mistaken he was? She pressed her lips firmly together, then took a deep breath. "I don't love you, Merrick." And there it was, his worst fear realized. All the air left his lungs as if someone had punched him in the stomach. Old hurts came rushing in from the past. Not good enough, not worthy. "I admit I hold a certain amount of affection for you," she stammered when he said nothing. "And Leaudor owes you a large debt of gratitude." "Stop," he bit out, holding a hand up. "Save your gratitude. I don't want it. I've heard all I need to hear." He searched her face for some sign that he was wrong, that he was in the midst of a terrible nightmare. Her usually vibrant, oceanic eyes stared dully at him, something remarkably like sympathy reflected in them. God, what a fool he was. She pitied him. "If it pleases you, Your Majesty, I would like to procure immediate passage back to England." He spoke stiffly, formally, as if they had never spent an entire night loving, as if he weren't speaking to the woman who comprised the other half of his soul. "Captain Montfort will see to it at once," she said, her voice barely recognizable through his haze of anguish. His father, his brother, Kirk. None of them mattered. Their betrayals, their disappointments paled in comparison to this. He turned, no longer able to look at her. With measured steps he slowly walked away, out of her chambers, down the hall, out of the palace, out of her life. Chapter 30. London, England, October 1815. It was over. Bonaparte had been recaptured, the fighting was finished, England was safe again. For the moment, until the next mad scheme, until one country sought to dominate another. For how long such peace would last was anyone's guess. There were always plots to circumvent, assassinations to prevent, and information to gather, investigations to lead. It was a never-ending cycle, and he was so damn tired. Simon stood outside his London address, staring at the empty townhouse he called home. "Is there anything further, your lordship?" the driver of the hack called down to Simon. Startled into action, Simon bent down to collect his bags. He nodded at the driver and started up the walk toward his door. He glanced skyward. It would rain soon, ushering in brisker autumn air. As he stepped inside, he dropped his bags in the foyer and shrugged from his overcoat. Timmins bustled in, a welcoming smile on his face. "Welcome home, my lord." He bent to take Simon's bags and hurried up the stairs, leaving Simon standing alone once more. Simon walked into his study, satisfied to see a fire burning in the hearth. He poured a drink and stood in front of the flames to rid himself of the chill that had seeped into his bones. He felt no joy to be home again, just overwhelming fatigue. He hadn't felt joy since his last day on Leaudorian soil. Isabella. A fresh wave of pain assaulted him, and he flinched as he heard her words all over again. "I don't love you." How could he have been so wrong? It was a question he had asked himself 100 times in the months since walking away from her. Tormenting himself did no good. Isabella didn't need him. She had a country to rule. Any worth he'd held for her quickly dissipated once her objective had been achieved. But the pain would not feel so fresh, so raw, so new, if he didn't love her still. He turned away from the fire, his gaze flitting over the window. It was raining, the perfect accompaniment for his mood. He shuffled to the sideboard and poured another drink. It had been a long time since he had indulged heavily in spirits, but an evening spent in his cup seemed the perfect homecoming. Maybe then he could forget the past year, forget he ever met Queen Isabella Genevieve Elizabeth Chastain. The hours passed, the drinks blurred, and so did his pain. Simon slumped in his armchair and stared unseeingly into the dying fire as he downed another glass of brandy. He started to pour another, then looked in disgust at the empty decanter in his hand. "Timmons!" he bellowed. He needed another bottle. Somehow the contents of this one had disappeared. "My lord, you have a caller," Timmons said from the doorway. "Send them away," Simon grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. Timmons hesitated, and Simon focused unsteady eyes on him. "Who the bloody hell is it?" he demanded. "I don't know, my lord," Timmons replied, a perplexed expression on his face. "He's a peculiar-looking man, dressed as a monk." Simon bolted upright in his chair. "Monk, you say?" His heart hammered in his chest. Could it be Father Ling? Had something happened to Isabella? He could come up with no reasonable explanation for the monk to be in London. "Send him in at once," he ordered. He rose from his chair as Timmons left and hastily straightened his rumpled clothing. He ran a hand through his mussed hair in an effort to make himself more presentable. Harsh stubble abraded his hand as he rubbed his palm over his jaw. He hadn't shaved in days. A few moments later, Father Ling walked into the study, his brown robe plastered wetly to his body. His hood was pulled back, and his normally serene features reeked of fatigue. Simon crossed the room to greet him. "Father Ling, this is a surprise," he said as he took the monk's arm and guided him toward the fire. "Have Mrs. Turnbull prepare Father Ling some hot tea," he directed Timmons. "I am happy to find you well, Lord Merrick," Father Ling said as he stood, warming his hands by the fire. "You say that as if there had been some doubt," Simon said dryly. "These have been troubled times," the monk said solemnly. "You have risked much in the past months." "How is Her Majesty?" Simon cut in. He had no desire to discuss the last few months. He was more interested in why the monk was here and if Isabella was all right. "She is well," Father Ling said slowly. "What brings you here?" He voiced only one of the 100 questions swirling around in his mind. "I have come to correct a wrong." Simon's brow furrowed in puzzlement. He turned as Mrs. Turnbull bustled in with a tray of hot drinks. "Please sit," Simon said, motioning for Father Ling to rest in the armchair closest to the fire. Mrs. Turnbull pressed a cup into the monk's hand, and casting a curious glance, she retreated from the room, leaving the two men alone. "I have made a serious misjudgment," Father Ling said quietly, surveying Simon over the cup he held to his lips. He took a sip before continuing. "I fear that neither you nor Queen Isabella would be happy as half a person, nor would you be content with only half of your mate. What I did not see at the time is that both of you are only whole when you are together." Simon's mind raced to comprehend the cryptic statement. "I'm not sure I understand." "Isabella sent you away because she thought it the right thing to do. At a time, so did I." Regret filtered over his features. "I underestimated the depth of your love for one another." "She does not love me," Simon said flatly. "I appreciate what you are trying to do, Father Ling, but Isabella made her feelings very clear to me before I took my leave." Father Ling's face softened. "Ah, but she does, my son. Does the sun not rise in the east and set in the west? So too is her love as constant." He looked down at his cup. "She is as unhappy as you are. I travelled here because I see two dying souls, two halves of a whole that can only live if they are together." A buzz began in Simon's ears, and became louder as he sought to contain the overwhelming flood of pain that rushed over him all over again. Try as he might, he had been unable to put Isabella from his mind in the last 6 months. No matter that he told himself she didn't love him, that she had used him and discarded him like yesterday's rubbish. If he closed his eyes, he could still smell her soft feminine scent, a mixture of jasmine and inner strength. Could feel her touch, the satiny smoothness of her skin, the silken waves of her hair. He shook his head and eyed Father Ling, careful to keep a check on his emotions. All she had to do was say the word, and I would have never left her side. Father Ling set aside his cup and leaned forward, his usual calm replaced by agitation. She died that day. She became a shell of her former self. She sent you away, lied about her love so that you would not be forced to choose between her and everything that made you the man you are. Simon's face twisted as his incredulity grew. Are you saying that she lied to me in order to make me leave? Tell me, Lord Merrick, if she had professed her love for you that day, would you have left her? I would have come back, of course, he said hotly. He began pacing in front of the chair where Father Ling sat, his anger rising by the minute. She should have had faith in me, damn it. Let me make my own decision. Instead, she made us both damn miserable. Aye, she did, Father Ling admitted. I fear I am partly at fault for giving her guidance when I shouldn't have. The monk's expression was bleak, and Simon felt a twinge of sympathy for his plight. I'm sure you did as you thought best at the time. Good intentions are not any solace when the result is pain, the monk said wryly. How is she? Simon asked softly. He needed to know anything about her, to be able to reach across the miles and feel as though he was near. She is a strong woman, but she grieves for you, Father Ling said quietly. Our country has already prospered under her leadership, but she is unhappy. Simon blew out his breath. I appreciate you coming all this way to tell me these things, but I'm unsure of why you came. If she truly wanted me, he stumbled over the words. If she wanted me, would she not come herself, send a personal letter? Does she even know you are here? The monk smiled sadly. She still feels she did the right thing, and even though her sorrow grows with each passing day, she refuses to place her own desires ahead of what she feels is best for you and your country. Then what do you want from me? Simon asked. It is up to you to make her see she was wrong, he said simply. You will have such an opportunity sooner than you think. It is up to you to seize the chance. I merely wanted to give you the motivation to do so. Simon gritted his teeth. Oh, no, you don't. Not this cryptic prophecy again. You cannot come all this way to dangle a carrot in front of my nose only to snatch it away at the last possible second. The monk smiled. Patience is a virtue, my son, and it is rewarded. Think on the things I have told you so that you may make the proper decision when the time comes. He rose and walked forward to clasp Simon's hands. Go with God, and may you lead a long, prosperous life, no matter the path you choose. He paused and stared piercingly into Simon's eyes. I hope that our paths cross again, soon. His eyes twinkled as he let his hand slide from Simon's. I will take my leave now. Wait, Simon called as the monk started to walk from the room. The hour is late. May I at least offer you a place to rest for the night? Father Ling stopped and turned to face Simon. You are generous, my lord, but I find I am quite enjoying your fair country. There are many interesting sights to behold as I travel. I will seek my rest beneath the stars this night. Simon shook his head as the monk disappeared in a swirl of robes. The man was enough to inspire violence. He sagged into his chair and rubbed his hands over his face. There was no hope for him to sleep now. Thoughts of Isabella consumed him. He ached for her. He needed her. She was the only person who could complete him. And yet, had she really sent him away to prevent him from having to choose between his country and the woman he loved? A curl of anger stirred to life within him. How could she not have trusted him enough to allow him to decide for himself? A person in love does not always see so clearly. Father Ling's voice whispered in his mind. Simon sat straight up, searching for the source of the voice. Had the monk not departed yet? He strained to hear, but the house remained eerily quiet. Was he losing his mind? Why not? He'd already lost his heart. Surely his sanity wasn't far behind. Love is a madness all in itself. Stop it, Simon muttered. He shook his head as he heard the echo of Father Ling's soft laughter. Clearly he'd had one drink too many. I'm going to wake up in the morning and this will all have been a dream. He waited for the monk's response, but silence reigned. He rubbed his eyes in disgust, angry that he had allowed himself to believe even for a second. Tomorrow he would feel very foolish indeed. Simon sat at a table in the far corner of the room waiting for the Duke of Ardmore. He checked his timepiece, wondering if he had misunderstood the time of their meeting. He drummed his fingers on the mahogany table as his eyes scanned the room for his grace. He'd awoken this morning to Timmins delivering an invitation from the Duke to dine with him at White's, which could only mean one thing. Simon would be given another assignment. His lips curled into a half-smile as he remembered a similar meeting nearly a year ago, when he first learned of the atrocities in Leaudor, and set out on a course that would forever change his life. Footsteps approached, and Simon looked up to see the Duke come to a stop across the table from him. Though several years older than Simon, his grace was still an imposing figure. He was tall, and only slightly greying around the temples. His broad shoulders and barrel chest contributed to his commanding presence. "Merrick," he said with a nod of his head. Simon rose and offered a polite bow. "Your Grace." The two men sat, and the Duke waved a footman over. "Would you care for a drink?" he asked Simon as the footman hovered, waiting to fulfill their request. A wave of nausea rolled through Simon's stomach, and sweat beaded his forehead. The mere mention of spirits was enough to make him blanch. He held up a hand. "Nothing for me, thank you." The Duke waved the footman off, then pinned Simon with a stare. "I'll come straight to the point of our meeting. His Highness has followed your progress this past year and has been very impressed with your service, so much so that he is bestowing upon you the title of Duke of Mulbane." Simon raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was not what he had expected from this meeting. "That is very generous of His Highness." The Duke leaned back in his seat. "The Regent has studied the situation in Leaudor with great interest. He feels you may have underestimated their worth to us as an ally. He'd like to correct such an oversight with all haste." Simon nodded. "Leaudor would make a very worthy ally to England," he said slowly. His head pounded a bit more, and he could no longer blame it on the brandy he'd consumed the evening before. He was being punished for what he didn't know, but clearly, the idea of being able to forget Isabella, Leaudor. It was fantasy. "Yes, His Highness completely agrees. It is why he wants to suggest a political union of sorts, a marriage between our countries, if you will." Simon's head snapped up, and the knot grew in his stomach. "As the Queen has yet to marry, the Regent wants to suggest a union with an Englishman." Simon closed his eyes and clenched his jaw. Absurd, really, to allow the idea of Isabella with another man to cause him so much pain. He knew she would eventually marry. There were heirs to produce, a dynasty to grow. He attempted to relax his features. "Queen Isabella is not so easily led," he said lightly. "I rather doubt she will be persuaded to marry someone of the Regent's choosing." The Duke nodded. "The Regent has heard of the Queen's reputation. A very strong woman indeed. Extraordinary. But it can't hurt to ask, can it?" Simon slowly shook his head. The Duke smiled. "Splendid. I knew you would agree." Simon arched his brow. "Agree?" "Indeed. The Regent wants to suggest a marriage between Queen Isabella of Leaudor and the Duke of Mulbane." His eyes twinkled merrily as he studied Simon. "Marry Isabella?" He stared at the Duke in stunned disbelief. "I can see I caught you quite by surprise." Simon continued to stare, his ability to form a coherent thought all but gone. Father Ling. Now his visit made sense. The crafty old monk. How had he known? Simon shook his head. No sense even asking such an absurd question. He focused his attention back on Ardmore. "I am honoured by His Highness's regard, but if I were to marry the Queen of Leaudor, I would be expected to swear allegiance to Leaudor, serve her and not England." The Duke smiled. "You have served England well these past years. Indeed, she has had no more faithful steward. His Highness has complete confidence that your marriage to Her Majesty would benefit England, and that you would continue to serve our interests with your presence there." He leaned forward, his expression becoming serious. "You're miserable, Merrick. It's time to address your own needs. That's why I suggested to His Highness, that is, His Highness suggested this marriage," he corrected in mid-sentence. Understanding dawned. "You petitioned His Highness for the marriage." The Duke shifted in his seat, then fixed Simon with his stare. "I did." "Am I so transparent?" Simon asked with a forced laugh. "When you returned from Leaudor, I knew something was wrong," the Duke said quietly. You weren't the same man as before. Much of it was to do with Kirkland's betrayal, I know. You counted him as a brother, but there was something else. I didn't want you to travel to the continent. In fact, had we not had such a pressing need for your services, I would have grounded you immediately and sent you packing to your estate.
Simon sat in silence and looked down at the table. What could he say? He was receiving the blessing of his monarch to wed the queen of another country, all but commanded to do so. A woman he loved, who might just love him despite her statements to the contrary. After so many months of desolation, the unfamiliar flicker of hope was tapping a steady rhythm in his chest. Dare he take a chance that Father Ling was right? He rubbed a hand through his hair, unsure of what to say, what to decide.
I can see this has come as a shock, the Duke murmured. I was led to believe that you held some affection for Her Majesty, and that she returned it to some degree. Was I wrong to pursue the angle of a political marriage?
Simon stared intently at the Duke, wondering just how he'd come by his information. No, he finally said. You weren't wrong. I do love her, he finished awkwardly.
Then what are you waiting for? The Duke asked with an arched eyebrow. His Highness won't extend the offer for long. He was quite cross at the prospect of losing one of his best agents, but the idea of gaining an ally overwhelmed any protest he had.
What was he waiting for? He had just been handed the chance to marry the woman he loved beyond measure without proving himself disloyal to the country he had served for the last 8 years. If Father Ling was right, and Isabella really loved him. But was he right? Simon shook his head and curled his fingers into a fist.
What say you, Merrick? Or should I say Mulbane? Are you prepared to do one last good for England?
Chapter 31. Leaudor, October 1815.
Your Majesty, an English contingent has just arrived and awaits an audience with you.
Isabella turned in surprise as her secretary made the announcement. She frowned. She expected no such visitor.
Who leads this contingent? She asked.
His Grace the Duke of Mulbane.
Isabella turned back to her view from her private balcony, disappointment heavy in her heart.
Inform His Grace that I will receive him shortly. See that he has refreshment and place him in my private sitting room.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Isabella listened as her secretary quit the room, then expelled a long sigh. Time had not lessened the pain of losing Merrick. She still felt it as keenly as if it were yesterday. But what nearly destroyed her was the look of anguish in his eyes as she said those damning words.
I don't love you.
If only she could take them back, wipe away the past 6 months. Instead, she'd only added to the long list of betrayals in his life.
What could England want?
She muttered crossly. They already had what she most desired. In a whirl of skirts, she turned and strode from her chamber, her lips firmly set. Whatever the Duke of Mulbane wanted, he would be advised to present his case quickly before she sent him packing back to England. She was in no mood for diplomacy. 2 guards stepped in beside her and escorted her down the hall to her sitting room. She paused outside the door and drew in a breath before throwing it open and gliding inside. Across the room a man stood, a very familiar-looking man. He stared directly at her, and the world stopped around her.
Merrick?
The room tilted crazily beneath her, and for a moment she feared she would do something extremely silly, like faint. She glanced around the room, searching for who had accompanied Merrick here, but besides the guards, no one else was present. She waved her guards away, and they backed from the room.
Isabella, Merrick said in greeting, his voice low and cautious.
It took every ounce of restraint she could muster not to launch herself in his direction and throw herself in his arms.
Merrick, what are you doing here? I was told the Duke of Mulbane requested an audience with me.
He smiled crookedly. Risking one's life for his country has its rewards, I suppose. I've been awarded the title of Duke of Mulbane by His Majesty the Regent.
Congratulations.
She continued to stare at him, hating the awkward silence between them. Had she stood here and stiffly offered congratulations as if he were a soldier in her ranks who had just been promoted? Finally, he cleared his throat and drew out an official-looking document from his breast pocket. He was dressed in accordance with his station, formal breeches and waistcoat, stiffly tied cravat, polished hessians. He looked every inch the statesman, but she missed the Merrick she had spent so much time with, the torn and ragged trousers, the threadbare shirt,
his bare feet when his boots had been stolen. As she looked beyond his outer finery, she was shocked to see how haggard he appeared. He was thinner than she remembered, and tiny lines creased the corners of his eyes, tired-looking eyes. But to her starving gaze he never looked better. "I come bearing a proposal from His Majesty the Prince Regent of England," Merrick began formally. "He believes a union between our countries would benefit our governments and our people. To seal such an alliance, he suggests a marriage." He stared directly into her eyes. "Between Queen Isabella Genevieve Elizabeth Chastain and an English nobleman." Blood rushed to her cheeks and she froze. How cruel was this situation? Merrick arrived to arrange her marriage to a high-ranking member of the English aristocracy? Anger at the regent's presumption followed closely on the heels of her initial surprise. "And who, pray tell, does your regent propose I marry for the good of England?" she asked icily. "Me." Her mouth fell open, and her gaze flew to his face. Read the sudden vulnerability that flashed in his eyes as he made the simple proclamation. "I don't understand," she began lamely. He closed the distance between them until he stood a breath away. She closed her eyes and inhaled his scent. Her hands itched to touch him, to reassure herself that she wasn't dreaming after so many nights of waking to an empty bed. She could not countenance that he was here, standing before her, proposing marriage. He reached out and placed his hands on her shoulders. Then he moved one hand to cup her chin, and gently tilted her face to look up at him. "There is something I must know, Isabella. Something I've travelled all the way from London to find out." She blinked and waited for him to finish. "Do you love me, Isabella? Tell me the truth this time. Don't allow our countries, our duty, what you might feel is best for me to interfere this time. Right now there is only you and me. Nothing else matters except your answer to this question." Hope, anguish, fear, anticipation, they all burned in his eyes. She could no longer lie to this man, the man she loved more than she had ever loved anyone else in her life. With a small cry, she threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest. She gripped him tightly as he now held her. He stroked her hair and pressed kisses to the top of her head. "I would hear your answer," he murmured against her hair. She drew away, moisture forming in her eyes, blurring his image before her. "I love you, Merrick, more than I can possibly express." His expression softened and relief flickered in his eyes. "And I love you, Isabella." She lost the battle to keep her tears at bay as they slipped down her cheeks. He thumbed one away, his fingers achingly gentle on her face. "Why did you send me away?" he asked. Her heart constricted. "I could not bear for you to give up everything for me." She still couldn't stand such a prospect. "Don't you realize you are everything to me?" His hand slipped behind her neck, and in one swift motion he pulled her to him, crushing his lips against hers. This was no gentle, loving kiss. It was the kiss of a man starved for a woman, the kiss of reunited souls. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her lips melting against the pressure of his. She sucked his bottom lip between her teeth and nipped gently. His hands tangled in her hair, ran the length of her back, and pulled her even closer to his body until they formed one seamless shape. "I'm never letting you go again," he rasped as he pulled slightly away. She gazed up at him, hopeful and yet fearful. Her original concerns were still there, unresolved. How could she allow him to give up his life for her? How could his regent? "What is this talk of marriage?" she asked as he took her hand and led her over to the settee. She forced a note of lightness to her voice, but inside, her heart was pounding thunderously against her chest. He sat down and pulled her down to perch on his lap. The regent suggested a political marriage, a union between our countries, an expression of goodwill. "Did he now?" She could no longer keep the worry from her voice. "And you just happened to be the one he chose to sacrifice?" "Sacrifice? I would have started a bloody war if anyone else had been chosen." He stared at her, his gaze reaching into her innermost sanctum, delving deeply, uncovering her fears. "What is it that worries you, Isabella?" She sucked her bottom lip between her teeth and bit firmly into the flesh. "How do you feel about all this, Merrick? I cannot allow you to be used as a pawn by your regent. I could not bear for you to be unhappy. You've made your life protecting your country, and you do it very well." He smiled tenderly at her, understanding lighting his eyes. Rest assured, my love. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be. The Regent was quite cross at the prospect of losing me. The fact is, Isabella, I cannot be happy without you, and I'd like to think I could make you happy as well. He cupped her chin and looked piercingly into her eyes. You've agonized over a choice you feel I would be forced to make should we want to be together, but there is no choice. There never was. From the moment I realized I loved you, there was no other choice for me but to do everything in my power to be with you. She swallowed against the emotion knotting her throat. Unable to call back her tears, they slipped once more down her cheeks. Never had she imagined hearing such powerful words, words that sent a shaft of joy streaking through her heart. It had been too long since she had felt anything beyond despair, and here the man who meant everything to her sat telling her things she hadn't dared hope to hear. Will you marry me, Isabella? He looked intently at her, the full force of his love evident in every nuance of his demeanour. Her heart flooded at his question. The tears ran faster down her face. Yes, she said in a voice barely above a whisper. She reached out with a shaking hand to cup his cheek. Oh, yes. She grinned broadly, her heart lighter than it had been in months. He smiled and turned his mouth into her hand to kiss her palm. That is the most wonderful word I have ever heard in my life. She closed her eyes and laid her head on his shoulder. I am sorry I hurt you, Merrick. I will never do so again. I will spend the rest of my life making you happy. I swear it. He wrapped his arms solidly around her, holding her tightly, as if afraid to let go. We will make each other happy, my love, and we will tell our children our story so they may tell their children. She picked her head up and pressed her forehead to his, so that they were eye to eye. She smiled the smile of a woman replete with the knowledge she had found happiness. Our future will be wondrous, and our children will never tire of hearing how their mother and father fought their way over 2 countries in order to fulfill their destinies. I have much to thank Father Ling for when he returns from England, he said as he stole another kiss from the corner of her lips. She pulled away, looking at him in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Father Ling hasn't left Leaudor in over 40 years. He is quite adamant that he will never leave until he returns to his resting place in the east. Merrick blinked, then narrowed his gaze. Never left Leaudor. Are you certain? Quite certain. He has been here every morning for prayer and meditation. Afterwards we breakfast in the garden. She cocked her head and glanced sideways at him. Why would you ask such a question? No reason, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. I obviously drank some tainted brandy. She smiled and framed his face in her hands, then she bent to kiss him once more. I will make certain we stock only the finest spirits from now on. Outside the palace, down the mountain, in the village of Bourgui, Father Ling stood staring up at the castle nestled in the bosom of Soleil Mountain. His robe swirled in the breeze, and an uncharacteristic smile lit his face. He gazed skyward and nodded slowly. Your daughter has made a sound choice, old friend. Leaudor will flourish once again. A distant echo sounded, and the villagers who milled about stopped and strained to hear. They shrugged and went about their work, but many would later swear they heard King Fernando's deep laughter ring out over the valley. This concludes Her Majesty My Love by Maya Banks, narrated by Tim Campbell. Copyright 2017 by Sharon Long. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Maya Banks, care of the Wayland Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.